Hey now! It's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Sunday show. And guess what? Happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there in the world.
Happy Father's Day to dads and stepdads and deadbeat dad. Whoa, wait. Deadbeat dads can fuck
Maybe
off.
not the last one. Maybe not that last one.
Deadbeat dads get lost.
Yes, there you go. Yeah, happy Father's Day, everyone.
Yeah.
Hope you all message your father.
Yes. Yeah. I talked to my dad today. I'm sure you talked to yours, right?
I did, yeah.
Yeah.
Your fathers and stepfathers and all the lovely men out there in the world, even the ones that are not related to you, who just want to provide a positive example in your life, a person to emulate, to give you strength going forward.
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
All the internet dads.
Oh, and special shout out to our internet dad.
That's right. So much as that to our internet dad, our surrogate father, executive producer of the show, J-Mac.
Daddy J-Mac, what's up?
Daddy J-Mac. That's right. Today is the day for Daddy J-Mac. Speaking of our surrogate father, J-Mac for $40. Thank you so much, J-Mac, our surrogate father on Father's Day. We should call it J-Mac Day. Says, this quote, debate between H3H3 and Pearl is a perfect use of the Norm Macdonald quote, I believe everyone involved in this should die joke. I'm not sure my dinky little brain can handle a conversation between such intellectual titans. Also, happy Father's Day to all the daddy-os in chat.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah, and thank you for the 50 gifted subs as well. Welcome new members.
That's right. Thank you so much for the 50 gifted subs. Everyone, thank surrogate father Daddy J-Mac for your new membership.
Yes. Yeah. So what are we covering today? I feel like this video reminds me a lot of the movie Idiocracy. Have you ever seen that movie?
I love that movie.
It's amazing, isn't it?
Yes. Yes. Today we're covering, it's just as J-Mac said, it's a conversation where I don't like anyone involved in this conversation. So that makes it the perfect conversation to cover. It's Ethan Klein, H3H3. Once anti-woke, now becomes super woke. How did that happen?
Right, yeah. In this corner representing the ideology of feminism, we have Ethan Klein. And in this corner, we have representing the red pill ideology, JustPearlyThings.
Yeah, it's interesting. We have reverse genders, as you would expect for this conversation.
Soy boy and beta cuck, Ethan Klein.
So what do you call a woman who's a beta cuck? Or do you just call her a beta cuck? Is there like a different name?
I don't know. It's interesting. The obviously JustPearlyThings gets the grifter label quite often.
Right.
And I feel like that label might be well placed with her. I usually don't like the grifter term, but it seems as though she really is just saying the things men want to hear. There's one moment in here where Ethan asks Pearl, why are you a member of the red pill community? And I just think immediately to myself, well, because YouTube is primarily male. It's like she's found a way to communicate with the vast swath of males on YouTube and basically cater to what they want to hear.
Yeah. Or as people in chat are saying, they refer to them as the pick-me girls.
Okay.
And I mean, Pearl she definitely feels that energy. She's definitely a strong pick-me energy to this conversation, because it seems like, this is probably what you're intuiting, and so what everyone will intuit while we're watching this video. It seems like she doesn't have a strong, like, ideological or philosophical foundation in whatever it is she's talking about. Like, she just has a handful of memorized facts that she just says and doesn't, and it's like, well, okay, if that's the case, like why do you even believe any of this stuff? Like, if you don't understand what you're advocating for and really feel it deep down, why exactly are you on this team, so heavily on this team?
She has 1 million subs.
Well, that's the answer to the question, right? So that's and also, wasn't she didn't she used to make like feminist videos like years ago before this too?
I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know.
I think I remember seeing a video of her in her car, like making some kind of like feminist video about all this stuff. And so I don't know. So that's the whole thing. So I agree. She does think comes out as a grifter in this conversation. It seems like in this conversation that she's receiving DMs from somebody,
Oh,
maybe
really?
Robo, who knows, who's sort of like trying to feed her debate talking points throughout the whole conversation because she does fairly poorly. And so we'll see. We'll get into it in 1 second. PC for $50. Thanks so much, PC. Says happy Father's Day to all the kids, dads, and surrogate fathers. Thank you, PC.
Yeah, thanks a lot. It's awesome.
BMO for $20. Thank you, BMO. Says happy Father's Day to everyone. Just remember that since it's Father's Day, women are most affected. True.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
You know, this is very this video is all about men. It's a big part about fathers. This is so appropriate. We couldn't have planned this better. Complete coincidence.
True. Yeah.
Mr. Tickle Trunk for 22 Canadian. Thank you so much. Says listening to Pearl and H3 debate was like listening to 4-year-olds talk about what it's like being an adult. This might be the very first stream of yours I skip. And I've watched your whole channel twice over.
Wow.
18. Well, there you go.
Wow.
Well,
we'll
listen,
make it fun. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll make it
fun. Look, that's our job. Our job is to make it fun.
Right. I mean, listen, there's very few of the streams that we cover I would ever watch on my own if we didn't do the stream. I'd be like, no, I can't sit through the stupidity. I can't sit through the cringe.
This video is infuriating though. It's totally infuriating. Both people are just an ideology is animating them. I think everything that you said about Pearl applies to Ethan Klein as well. Like I don't think he understands the philosophical underpinnings of the statements that he's also saying.
Mm-hmm. That's a great point. And so maybe, and I was thinking this as I was saying this, I think most people don't understand the philosophical underpinning of whatever position they're advocating for. So maybe that alone isn't an indication of being a grifter. Because I don't think Ethan's lying. I think he just became corrupted over time, you know, with all his Hollywood friends, essentially, becoming super woke. But I'm assuming he believes the dumb crap that he advocates for. I don't think he's just saying it to say it.
Yeah, but that's where the ideology charge comes in because, I mean, I grew up a Christian. I understand all the ideological sayings of Christianity. But as I grew up, I kind of started examining the different claims from an empiricist framework. You know, basically, which of these claims have evidence backing them, and some claims have a lot of evidence backing them. The idea that we should, you know, the idea that forgiveness is good for society and that we should foster forgiveness in the population, I think that's been proven time and time again.
Of course.
In science. Yeah. And the whole idea of Christianity is a lot of it is wrapped up in forgiveness. I mean, the whole Jesus passion narrative is all about forgiveness. Like that's the whole reason God sent Jesus down was to forgive the world for all of our fucked up shit. So, I mean, I get that, but there's in the conversation about feminism and the red pill and stuff like that, I don't feel like they have examined these claims closely.
Of course not.
Yeah.
Of course not. You know, I told you, re-listening to Righteous Mind, which everyone should do once a year at least.
Oh, I know. I've listened to that book probably 4 or 5 times at least.
Yep. And this conversation reminds me of the part in the book, early in the book, where he talks about something that you brought up, I think last week, where they would give they would flash 2 pictures of 2 political candidates. And they would say, who do you think won this election? And the person wouldn't know anything about their positions or anything about the politicians. And they said 2/3 of the time, the person was correctly able to identify who won the election just by looking at their picture.
Is that in Righteous Mind?
Yes. That's
really?
In Righteous Mind.
Okay.
Yes.
Interesting.
And the point that he was bringing this up was not only just the fact that people make all these incredibly instantaneously snap judgments about people. Because like they did this experiment where they show them the picture, and they did an experiment where they would literally flash the picture for like a half second. So you could barely process what the person.
And they do better when it's shorter, right?
Well, he didn't say they do better, but he said they do about the same. So it means that like whatever it is that happens, it's like this completely instantaneous thing that your brain just figures out. Obviously not a level higher cognition. It's all like your elephant just instantaneously looking at someone and making all these snap determinations. And the second point that he was bringing up about this is that it wasn't necessarily like attractiveness that people were judging it on. They would judge it on competency. So people have in their head some idea of like what a competent person looks like.
Right.
And then they project it onto a person based on their physical appearance. And apparently a lot of people have the same idea because 2/3 of the time they could guess it just by looking at the person. So I'm kind of thinking like in this conversation, why do I have like this different sensation about Ethan and Pearl? Even though Ethan literally changed, both these people have drastically changed their political opinions in the past. And yet I believe Ethan just kind of more is like bought into the ideology, and Pearl just comes off more as a grifter to me. And it's just like, I think it's just the level of flippancy in which is Pearl's style of speaking, which I think is just her style of speaking. She could completely believe something with all her heart. And I don't know if you believe that she does just because of the way in which she talks.
You know what gets me is the level of the number of sighs. She sighs almost before every, I mean, maybe even before every response. Right. It's like, oh, she has this, oh my God, I can't believe this is so much work. It's just constant. I keep thinking, why are you doing this? If you're not enjoying it, why are you doing this?
I think it's supposed to come off as, oh, dealing with this person who's so stupid. Let me sigh. You're so dumb. Like, I'm assuming that's what's supposed to be happening.
You think it is?
Well, if it's intentional, that's the goal, right?
I perceive it as, but I don't think it's intentional. I think it's completely sincere. Like she's.
Well, no, you're right. If it's unintentional, your interpretation of it is correct.
Okay.
Or is more likely to be correct, I should say.
You and I mean, I catch you sighing every once in a while. And I know I
usually do it for comedic effect. Okay.
Oh, sure.
Adam says something that I'm like, oh my God. And I go,
sighs always give people away. You can always tell from the sigh. And they can't stand it when you point it out. Because it's like, you caught them. All right, let's get into this video.
Okay, anyway, let's jump into the video. Ethan versus Just Pearly Things.
If you're in the market for a VPN, thank you. All right, so
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so yeah, let's.
Should we Philly D this and just jump right into it?
Let's. What should we? What?
Well,
let's. You know what? Let's just jump right into it.
Let's just jump right into it.
Yeah. No. Let's do it. Yeah. I don't want to keep her waiting.
Okay. All right.
You like the comedy portion of the interview?
Was that the comedy portion?
The comedy portion of the show.
Stand by. Let her in.
It's great. Good stuff.
1 second. All right, pin.
So she's in the lobby. We're just connecting her. Oh, there she. I can see her. Great.
She's in
Hi.
Zoom.
Good. VPN. Thank you.
Look.
All right. Oh, Jesus. What is that?
Thank you. What's happening?
I don't know. Was it me? Oh, there was just crazy audio feedback, but your camera feed looks great.
Okay, can you hear me okay now?
Yes, I can hear you.
All
now.
good.
Hold on
Okay,
one
good.
second.
Yeah, we fixed it. Hi, how are you?
Your feed looks good. You sound good. Thank you. I'm good. How are you?
I'm good.
Thank you for calling in. Obviously, I saw your tweet. Is this a trap or a good faith conversation? It's not.
Yeah, I wasn't sure which.
Well,
yeah.
I think this is a good faith conversation. I mean, what would you consider to be a trap?
Asking me about Nick Fuentes or how I feel about slavery. Which he actually does, right?
Right. Listen, I'll say this. I don't like anyone in this conversation.
Right.
Okay. I don't think Ethan asked her anything that was unfair in this conversation at any point.
Right.
If you say something that's controversial and you're on someone's show to be interviewed or have a conversation or debate, I think it's totally fine for them to ask you, like, well, you said this and this is a kind of hot take. You know, what's going on here?
Right. I mean, I agree with that.
Right. To me, like, a trap is if you say, I want you to come on and talk about this subject. And then when they show up, they're like, surprise! Gotcha, bitch! It's really about something completely different.
Right.
Or you invite someone on and you just, like, everything they say, you just take the most bad faith interpretation to try to dunk on them, kind of like Kathy Newman did with Jordan Peterson.
Oh yeah, obviously. Yeah, that's a perfect example of a trap. The
Right. Or attempted trap in that case, but
I guess you're right. It's not necessarily a trap, but I'm surprised how little. Well, there's two things that could be going on, and obviously we'll talk about this more when we get to it. But whether or not she's saying one thing here and then really, she's worried about saying something wrong that's going to offend her audience, or if she just really hasn't thought about her interactions with Nick Fuentes and the slavery questions and stuff like that. So
I mean,
we'll see.
If you're afraid of pissing off your audience by talking smack about Nick Fuentes,
that's a big red
that's
flag.
A big red
that's
flag
a giant
for your
red
audience,
flag
yeah.
for you.
That's a big red flag for your audience.
I wonder how much of the red pill community overlaps with the Nick
I don't
Fuentes
think there's.
crowd.
I'm hoping there's not that much. I'm not familiar enough to make that claim. I wouldn't think there would be that much necessarily, but
I have no idea. Yeah,
I mean, I know there was
none.
obviously the big Fresh and Fit controversy where he put on the KKK hood and was with Sneeko and was like talking to Nick Fuentes and doing the Hitler salute and all this other stuff. So obviously,
Never saw any of that.
it was interesting. I mean, he was like Fresh was trying to do it like to mock the thing, like he's saying like this is what people think I am, so he's like becoming over the top racist, which I think that would be fine, except if Nick Fuentes' actual racist is there, it kind of undercuts your entire message of what you're trying to accomplish.
There are some things you should just never lean into. And I feel like a lot of people make that mistake. They're like, oh, people have branded me this thing and I'll just lean into it and everything will be fine. And I think, no, you're kind of just proving their point. You're kind of giving them lots of ammunition to make their untrue belief seem true to most people.
Well, yeah, you're right. If you're accused of like being a racist, and you're assuming you're not like a comedian, you're just like a normal person, and so you put on a KKK hood and start throwing up Hitler salutes as a joke or to mock people calling you racist, that's not going to help you.
Yeah, people are not going to know you're making a joke. It's
not going to help you. Yeah. And it's actually really funny if you've seen the clip of that conversation. JustPearlyThings is in the call when this all goes down, and she like very slowly like moves herself out of frame because she knows she doesn't want to be like caught in this clip that she knows is going to go viral.
Yeah.
But it's so funny. She doesn't even turn off. She doesn't leave the call. She doesn't turn it off. She just like leaves the frame, then like comes back, grabs her cup, and leaves again. And you're like, well, just leave the call if that's the case.
Or just turn your camera off.
Or just exactly. Just
but her picture's probably going to be, which could be just as bad. So hilarious.
It's kind of like when you walk into
What was that there? What just happened there?
I don't know what happened. Oh, the sigh. You're right. Nothing's even happened yet. It's the first thing that happened.
First question. Okay. See how many of these we get.
an interview, and it's like they're not trying to have a conversation. They're just trying to like paint you out to be a certain way, I would say.
Sure. That would be like a bad faith when they go in there with an agenda and they're not really open to hearing your thoughts. Well, certainly I hope for it to be a challenging conversation, but I hope that you'll find it to be in good faith. I mean, you know a little bit about me, I'm assuming, so you kind of know what's my positions on a lot of things. But I do look forward to speaking with you, and I thank you, by the way, for accommodating us. I know you're in the UK, so I thank you for making the time and coming out here at a weird hour.
Yeah, no, I used to watch you like last year, actually, a good amount, like a year or two ago, maybe.
What is like as a fan or as like a hate watch?
No, I don't know if it's like awkward to talk about like Trisha, but I used to watch like the show you guys did together.
Oh,
I
yeah.
thought it was really good.
No, you can. No, you can. Well, thank you. That's nice to hear. Yeah.
Yeah, I know it like didn't work out, but I actually thought that was really good content.
Oh.
Like you guys did the like the bus tour. I thought that was so funny.
Oh, thank you. That's nice. We actually worked really hard on that. All these guys.
The bus tour is why frenemies fell apart. So
Wait,
glad at least you enjoyed it.
Oh yeah, it was per segment. Is that what happened?
Well, I don't know if it's so long ago. It's ancient history. But I remember she was upset that it didn't go the way that she was hoping that it would.
Oh, she thought we shot it unprofessionally.
Yeah. But but Pearl liked it, so there you go.
Yeah.
And Pearl, yeah. Okay. Well, anyway, I guess let's just jump right into it. I want to just, I don't know how many of my audience, I'm sure a lot do, but I kind of want to just introduce you. You've become really successful the past year or two. Kind of, you're friends with Fresh and Fit, right? Those guys are your dogs, so to speak. And you kind of are sympathetic to their kind of views. But you've made a name for yourself just on TikTok and on YouTube. So let me just ask you generally, like, what kind of messages are you sharing on your platform? What kind of important messages is it that you find yourself are about?
I believe in family, so I think that we should have policies that push family. I think that feminism overall was a bad thing. I think that we should be... I think women are happier when we have, you know, a family and kids over a career in the long run. Yeah. Sorry, I'm a little nervous.
It's okay. Yeah, I understand. So it's more like, yeah, traditional. You want people to kind of follow a more traditional path in terms of family and gender and all that kind of stuff.
This is what I hate about both these positions, because I despise seeing any group as a monolith. So when you talk about something like women, I just think, well, there's probably about 15 to 20% of women that are just career minded and are going to actually be happier pursuing a career path. So, I mean, I think best case scenario is we give people the facts about where each path leads in life so that they can make informed decisions. And I don't see that happening anywhere. I see people promoting their own personal ideology, what they think is going to work for everyone, as if everyone is some ubiquitous group, and really tainting the facts to basically persuade people to join their life path, which is just fundamentally wrong. We know so much about this stuff through study that we can actually give people honest opinions. I mean, honest feedback on which direction where each direction in life leads. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I agree completely. I mean, part of the thing that's annoying, it's always annoyed me growing up. You know, we live in this amazing society based on individual rights, maximizing freedom and liberalism, or at least we're supposed to. And to me, a big part of that is the idea that you can say, hey, if you want to do this, you can do this. If you want to do that, you can do that. You know, it's up to you to choose the pathway of your life, okay? Do you want to go and get some kind of career? You want to go and raise kids? And it's like, I understand that you can't have like a perfectly neutral system because culture and society is always going to be pushing something in some kind of direction. And I think that right now, I do agree with the more right-wing complaint that it definitely seems like society is more focused on, and culture is more focused on pushing women to not have families and to start careers as like the pathway that's like the good pathway.
Right.
And it's just like, can't we just try as a society? Can't we just get forward and say, listen, if you want to do this, that's fine. If you want to be career-minded, that's fine. If you want to have kids, that's fine too. Okay. Right.
Yeah.
We don't need to put these value judgments on either pathways. It's just, but people are obsessed with doing it because like it's so annoying. This is like one of the most human behaviors. Everyone just feels more comfortable when everyone else is doing what they're doing.
Yeah.
Like
doing the same thing.
Right. Yeah. Like they need that like psychological comfort to be like, well, I know what I'm doing is the correct thing in my life to do because everyone else is doing it.
Yeah, totally.
Where if someone is doing something different, you always look at, like if your neighbor is doing something different, you always look at them and you're like, I wonder if they're happier than I am. That motherfucker.
Exactly.
I'm going to burn their house down. How dare they be happier doing something different than me? What a jerk.
Exactly. That's exactly it. It's people need the psychological comfort of just everyone doing the same thing. So weak sauce.
I know. It's so pathetic. But this is the same psychology that creates kind of the cultural gravity of lower income cultures kind of being self-sustaining and being self-destructive. Because it's like if someone is in a lower income culture that's promoting being antisocial, like when someone starts to be pro-social and doing something to
Yeah,
get
they
out of the
shame 'em.
situation, yeah, they get shamed, you know, by the people around them. Like, oh, well, look at you, you loser, you nerd. You know, why are you trying to, you know, do whatever? Why are you trying to play the man's game? Why are you trying to like get out of this situation? Or you'll never get out. You'll never escape. You're just wasting your time.
Yep, crabs in a bucket.
Yeah, exactly. Crabs in a bucket. So.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, well, and you just see the negative like outcomes a society has when like families fall apart, right? And it's especially hard on the children. Like you see, more the kids are more likely to go to.
Are we counting that as one side or two?
I'm counting as two. Oh no. Okay, that was one side, but she did two. It's weird. She did now that I didn't really focus on the size.
I'm up to 7.
You're at 7? Okay, why don't you keep track? You're doing better than I am. Keep track.
Well, and I'm only counting that as 1.
Yeah, I'm at 4. So if you're at 7,
to prison, they're more likely to drop out of school. They're more likely to, be in mental health institutions. So you just see like all of the problems that come with, single mother homes. So I just think it's important that we push policies that push family.
So how do you push a policy that promotes family? Like in what way can you force a family to stay together or encourage it in a sense?
Well, most marriages end, I think, from financial difficulty. So I think affordable housing would go a long way towards fostering family.
Number one.
But nobody's fucking talking about it. But nobody in this conversation is going to bring it up. It's all going to be about blaming men or blaming women. Why not just blame circumstance?
Yeah, exactly. Isn't that the best one? It's no one's fault. It's society's fault.
Well, I mean, a little bit.
Yeah.
If they're look, I'm the first person to point out if you're a lazy fuck and you're not working and you don't have a job and you're just smoking weed all day, don't come to me when you talk about how society is keeping you down, okay? You've done absolutely nothing. But if you're trying to, if you're working 2 jobs and you're still not making enough money to buy a house or live or have a family, then there is something wrong with society. Is there not? I think
of course.
You can't just say that it's one or the other. You kind of got to look at the situation on the ground.
Yeah, it's funny. I was trying to look up, reasons for divorce. And a lot of these articles, they cite something called the Austin Institute for the Study of Family and Culture.
Right. And
so I Google that to try to find the source of the study. And this could be a mistake. Okay, I don't know, but it's never a good sign when you Google it. And when it pops up, the thing that pops up on Google Maps is just like someone's house. Like
that's not good. That's definitely
so
not
it could be a
good.
mistake. It's just funny when that always happens. You're like, oh, it's just a guy. You're like, okay, I guess that's fine.
So do you contest the claim? I don't have a scientific study to back up the claim. I just have always heard financial difficulty. And it seems true in that most of the couples that I've experienced who are having problems in my life, that are experiencing financial difficulty.
Right. Your elephant, that goes with your elephant intuition very nicely.
It does. Yes. Yeah. And one of the things that Ethan does in this conversation again and again that just annoys me to no end is he says, you're making emotional arguments. And I keep saying to myself, well, that doesn't mean they're wrong. you stupid idiot.
Sure.
You can make emotional arguments that are actually correct. You obviously have to back them up with some sort of empirical evidence. But just because, our intuitions, I think, are the place to start for looking for answers. We just have to be careful that we're not cherry picking data to make sure our intuitions are correct. We're trying to falsify our intuitions as much as we're trying to verify them.
Of course.
So, but if you can falsify my intuition, Sitch, please just falsify away.
Well, so I'm looking it up.
Disabuse me of this terrible notion that I have.
All right, so I'm looking.
Is it really the cuck thing? Is it like? Is it the beta, the alpha bucks, beta cucks? Is that the real reason marriages are falling apart?
You alpha fucks, beta bucks.
Oh, beta bucks.
Yeah, dual mating strategy.
Is it the dual mating strategy? Is that why things are falling apart?
No, I don't. I mean, I don't think so. So it's really annoying because one of these things that when you look up, you get like a million articles talking about studies, and then none of them actually link the study.
Well, we can do it to be continued. So,
well, no. So I did find one study. It said the top reason 55% was growing apart.
Oh, really?
Yes. 53% said not being able to talk together or communication breakdown. 40% said how one spouse handles money.
Okay, so it is a big chunk of it.
Right. And then 21% said infidelity.
Oh, so the infidelity. Look, the alpha fucks, beta bucks is the last place answer.
Right.
Infidelity, cheating.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't know. Well, actually, I don't know because this is a meta-analysis. So she's kind of going through like a different study said 58% was for infidelity. So the numbers are all over the place.
Okay. That's another giant problem with a lot of the studies and why they're having replication difficulties in a lot of the social sciences is because people are setting out to just confirm their biases. That's the whole reason why they go into the field. You know, they're looking to prove something that they believe intuitively, which for some reason they keep proving it every time. Right?
Sure.
Well, I think you first have to get rid of incentives that incentivize like women to leave families. So, like, you know, for example, child support, alimony, I'm not really a fan of those.
Child support. So
wait. She said she's not in favor of child support or alimony.
Right. She's saying that the families are falling apart because the women realize, hey, I can get rid of this guy and he can just pay me.
Okay.
That's the incentive
the thought
structure.
process?
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
So I don't know.
To me, well, okay. Well, okay.
Wait, one side for Sitch. 7-1.
There's 7-1. No, I'm trying to. Okay, well, let's let her keep talking because they kind of go into this a little bit deeper before we.
If there's a divorce, let's say.
Actually, I think we should ban divorce too. Yeah, I think that should be banned. Yes.
Okay, well, that's a little bit silly. You have to acknowledge that, right?
No.
Okay, so let's ban divorce altogether. This is like the dumbest idea ever. This is where I think you go, okay, is this person like, have they thought at all about what they're talking about? Are they just regurgitating talking points? Because they said the entire idea they're trying to get across, that Pearl is trying to get here, is that she wants policies that will help families stay together. Right? That's the point. Okay. If you ban divorce,
yes.
What's gonna happen? What is the response of that gonna happen?
Well,
what's the result of that?
My intuition tells me people are gonna stop getting married.
Oh, that's right. People just won't get married.
Right. It's gonna be like too risky.
Yes. Who the fuck is gonna get married if you can't divorce them? Or you're gonna be like, listen, if we're together for like 10 years, then we can get married, okay? Like, this is and then and it's funny too, because like, obviously there's different laws for different states, but I would assume if you're together with someone versus being married to them and you have a kid, it's like going to be easier for that person to separate from you and not pay child support. Right. Which is going to make it more likely that the man or whoever, or the woman, if she's the one making money, is going to be more likely to be like, sayonara, sucker.
Yeah. It's funny that she begins the conversation talking about incentives. Well, you've just created a whole other incentive structure. You know,
yes.
if my wife can't leave me, even though I have a new side bitch every week, then I'm having a new side bitch every week, right?
Right.
What
Right.
kind of incentives does that create?
Well, and it's also the whole thing about like, oh, I want to promote families, so I'm going to get rid of like alimony. It's a very dumb way of looking at the situation. Well, it makes sense with the red pill because the red pill sort of mentality is everything is the woman's fault, essentially. And so they look at the statistics and they say, okay, statistics show, I think it's something like 70% of divorces are initiated by the woman, right? And so they say, okay, so it must be the women that are causing the divorces in the first place. And so they assume it's because of, like they assume that the financial thing is the thing would be like keep them in the relationship, right?
Right.
Which first of all, as they're about to talk about, if it's a bad marriage, it's a disgusting thing that you want to legally keep someone in a bad marriage. It's abusive or a bad marriage, right?
Right.
And that's not going to be helpful. Like, and she talks about like how this is better for children and everything. I would guess that a child living in a household with either physical abuse or just massive, parents screeching at each other every day, just yelling at each other constantly. I would assume that if they lived in a divorce situation where the parents aren't screaming at each other every day, that would be better than living in that abusive situation.
You'd think, yeah, that makes sense to me.
Right.
Sounds logical.
So the whole, like this whole concept is stupid. But if you did ban child support, okay, how do you know that the response wouldn't be all of a sudden men are the ones initiating massively divorce? Because maybe they're not initiating divorce because they're afraid of paying child support.
Oh, yeah.
So you could just have a situation where it's
more
just flip-flops.
incentives. More
Yeah,
incentives.
so it's like it's so stupid because they're like, oh, all these women are incentivized to divorce because of child support. It's like, yeah, but if you get rid of it, then all the men will be incentivized to divorce.
Yeah. That's not good.
Also,
Terrible.
What is even, I mean, this came up in our conversation many times. As I've always said, that a big point, if not the primary point, of marriage is to secure property rights for your children.
Right.
And what is the point if there's no child support? Like, what is even the point of getting married for a lot of people?
Because love and stuff, Sitch. Don't you know how
Yeah,
it
but
works?
like, so much of marriage, like, yeah, like part of it is to secure, usually, unless you're in an open marriage, right, is to secure a sexual monopoly, right? Or you had a better term.
Open marriage, what's that?
You had a better term on Sunday. I don't remember what it was, but to secure sexual exclusivity, yes, it's to to secure sexual exclusivity with your partner. That's definitely part of it, right? But you can have a normal like girlfriend relationship. Most people do, where they're supposed to be in sexually inclusive relationships.
Sexually exclusive.
I'm sorry, exclusive, yeah. Relationships, yeah.
Yeah.
And so like, but so much of getting married is like, okay, if we, I'm going to vow to, devote time and energy and resources to our relationship, right? That's
to
kind of like,
and protect in sickness and in health.
okay, but I'm adding the writer. You're adding the elephant. Okay, I don't care about what the elephant. The elephant is the delusion here.
Marriage is the buddy system. It really is. It's the buddy system. It's like I'm gonna look out. I'm gonna watch your back. You're gonna watch my back.
I understand, but you could say that like same thing as like just being like in a relationship with anyone, like a girlfriend, boyfriend, or boyfriend, girlfriend situation, right?
Sure,
you need to be married necessarily to have the buddy system. And there are some people that are just together for years and years and years, even if they're never officially married.
Marriage is like the ultimate buddy system, though.
Right, but so much of marriage, at least in America, and like the legalities of getting marriage, is to secure specific economic securities for the people involved.
Yeah.
If things should go south. And also secure economic securities for the children that are involved. So that people have to be responsible for children that are produced in the relationship.
Yep. Sure.
So just everything that she's advocating for here is going to, in my opinion, further help break down families, not actually support families. And it's kind of like when they say socialists don't like poor people, they just hate the rich.
Yes.
I feel like a lot of the things that Pearl is advocating for, it's just like the primary lens is I want to punish women.
Hoes
specifically. I want to punish women. Or no, it's even I want to punish women. Women are hoes. And that's kind of like the ideological lens which everything else must conform with. Even if it doesn't, even if it doesn't go in line with like helping families or whatever else is supposedly being advocated for.
Right.
So divorce means that when you decide to get married, you are not allowed by the government to leave your significant other in any situation.
Yeah. I just think that if you want to leave, you just shouldn't get married. So that's just my opinion.
Right, but like in the real world, that kind of
Which is going to drastically reduce marriage rates, which is going to drastically reduce the, you know, stability of families that you're supposedly advocating for with these policies.
A lot of people aren't getting married.
Yeah, and they're going to get even less married if you can't get a divorce.
Studies show
Yeah.
that men and women cohabitating with children are just that are not married have the same outcomes as single moms, which that's a pretty
I've heard that, yes. Which is interesting.
Yeah,
very interesting.
That's something many people argue against. They say, well, you know, if mom and dad are living together but they're not married, it doesn't matter. Nobody cares. But I think kids do better when they are in a stable situation. And if mom and dad are living together, but, you know, it could end any minute, I feel the kids understand that. They sense that this isn't a stable situation. Don't make a lot of friends here at school. Who knows where I'm going to be living in 2 years. It's just terrible.
Well, there is a slight issue with, we can't take a purely causation correlation with the study. Even though I agree with you intuitively, I would assume that if parents are cohabitating instead of marriage, it is going to have a psychological effect on the way that they interact with each other and on the children, obviously. But because I pulled up the study, or one of the studies that talks about this, they said that there's a higher likelihood that cohabitating families are poorer and less educated.
Oh yeah,
married parents
probably makes a difference there.
Right, so that's going to have a massive outcome on, you know, the outcome of the children and all things of that nature.
It does fit nicely with my assumption that, you know, low-income people are less likely to get married. That financial instability is what is keeping people out of marriage. Yeah,
right. That's a great point. It also says children born to cohabitating parents see their parents break up more often than children born to married parents, which shouldn't really be surprising. So,
and they're probably breaking up over financial issues. It's just
it does say, it says stable cohabitating families seem to offer many, it doesn't say all, but many of the same health, cognitive, and behavioral benefits that a stable married biological parent family provides.
Right. It's stability. That's the point.
Yes.
Yeah.
Stability. And this is one of the most, you know, well-researched things is that, you know, if a child feels like they have a stable home base, stable parents to go back to, it makes them so much more adventurous in the world, makes them so much more willing to try and risk things and just be positively, socially healthy.
This is the big question that I have about UBI. Does UBI spike the birth rates?
I don't know.
Yeah.
That's a good question.
It is it's a giant open question, but
I mean, it probably would among lower income people, but.
Well, I mean, middle income people don't.
I don't think it would make that much difference for middle income.
Right, but I think I'm not sure.
There would be an increase. I don't know if it would be like a substantial increase. So.
Right. Let's find out.
And you know, there's like exceptions to this, but I would just say in general, for most cases, you know, we could talk about exceptions.
Carl's in the chat. He says, UBI destroys nations. Citation needed, Carl. Citation needed. Go. All the studies I've seen show that it supercharges capitalism. Here, I'll back it up a little.
Exception.
Right, but like in the real world, that kind of simplistic.
And you know, there's like exceptions to this, but I would just say in general, for most cases, you know, we could talk about exceptions, but like the rule.
Well, the exceptions are the important part, because I've heard you say that a lot when you're talking about things. You say, oh, you want to talk about exceptions, but the exceptions is the important part, because those are the people that are going to be affected. I mean, exceptions are going to be a large part of divorces, as you say. I mean, you're talking about like, you know, 25% maybe or more. Because if you're saying you're not allowed to get divorced, so we're talking about like, what if the relationship is physically abusive?
Yeah, I think if it's physically, see, this is the problem though. All right, if it's one-sided physically abusive, okay, fine, divorce. We can allow divorce for those exceptions, but
Okay.
like I've even talked to people that work at like abuse centers, and they say that the majority of abuse is mutual. So it's not just one side's hitting the other; it's like mutual. So
Surely
I
that's
just
not
think the
every
goal,
time.
I think. Yeah, I know. I didn't
But it's
say it
not
was every-
healthier either.
So actually, I looked into this because I was curious about this claim. Though she said, I talked to people. Like, it's not like based on a study or a survey or something, which is, not great. But so I did look into this, and there's one study that gets cited primarily, though it's from like 2001, so it's a little old, that says 50% of situations where there is physical abuse, there's physical abuse on both sides.
Okay.
In 50% of these situations. But what the study doesn't really talk about is like who starts the physical abuse, right?
Right.
Because like I could definitely understand how someone starts hitting you, you're gonna try to hit them back, right?
Right. Yeah.
That seems pretty intuitive. So though it did also say that in the majority of cases where it's one-sided physical abuse, it's the woman that's the one that's doing the physical abuse.
Right.
Which again kind of makes sense, because I would assume generally that if the male is the one doing the one-sided abuse, physical abuse, it's more likely that A, a divorce will occur quickly, or quicker, I should say, or B, the police will get involved. Where I'm sure in a lot of situations where women are hitting their husbands
Yeah.
or their boyfriends,
That just goes on forever.
that can depend. Obviously, it depends like how severe what they're doing is, and that is a problem that isn't taken seriously in society, which I agree with. Which will be one point to the sort of the more red pill situation is women hitting men shouldn't be
Right.
acceptable. So
Yeah, it definitely shouldn't be acceptable. They should lock her up.
I just think that the goal should be to keep families together, and that the goal should be to work through it.
That is the goal, obviously. Everybody wants that goal, right?
Sure,
That's not
right.
the question. Is how
agree.
to
I don't think
achieve
everyone
that
wants-
goal.
I don't think everyone wants that goal. I think a lot of people don't want that goal, but that's the difficult question. How do you achieve that? Yeah.
Who doesn't want that goal?
I think if you would ask a lot of people who are primarily on the left, should, not the majority, but I think a lot of people on the left, especially on the internet left, if you said, oh, should people work through their problems? They'd be like, no, fuck it. Just
Really?
dump them. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised by that.
I mean, they're trying to build LGBTQ families, right? I mean, that's their thing. They're saying, look, the family, this traditional mom and dad and kids that's not family. That's only one way to do a family. There are other ways to do families too, but they're still advocating for some kind of family unit.
Right. I'm not saying they're not against the concept of family, but I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of people on the left who have a more flippant attitude towards, if there's a problem in the relationship, just, peace out.
Right.
As opposed to trying to like solve whatever the problem is.
Right. I gotcha.
I think most people agree with that, right? Because I think we all can look at the stats and say family is important, right? Families.
Now I totally take it back. Now that Ethan is saying that, now I should have let
No,
it go
as
just
again, I would agree overall.
a little
Sure, I'm just
further.
saying. It's not. I don't think it's like 99% of people.
Important. Nuclear families is important to like the health of children growing up in general. I think we can all say that. But when you
Of course, I have to bring up how BLM, one of their tenets they were actually pushing for was to de-emphasize the importance of the nuclear family. This is very strange, but okay.
Do you know anything about Ethan's situation? Didn't him and his wife recently separate, and they have a kid or kids? I don't know how many kids
Did
they
they?
have.
They still do the show together.
Do they?
Yeah.
Oh, I think they separated.
Are you sure? Let's see.
I mean, they talk about it in here a little bit, but
Oh, okay.
that was in the beginning. She said, I don't know how you feel about this because I enjoyed the show with you and your wife.
I know. I remember it was like rumors, but was any of it ever
Verified? I don't know.
verified?
Yeah.
Suppose they have 3 kids together. Jeez.
Right.
But I don't know if I believe it. So.
Yeah, I don't know either.
Because I think he came on. I could have swore that when the rumors started, he came on and said it wasn't the case.
If you
Do you
don't
want
know,
to
I
chat
don't
now?
know.
Did they actually divorce?
You say something like divorce should be illegal.
Yeah.
We got to kind of suss that out because that's a pretty extreme claim. For example, in 2014, family violence was the cause of 25% of divorces. So I don't think it's fair to characterize that as some kind of like super fringe example of why people get divorced.
Well, but you also have to look if there's incentive structures in place where there's a lot of false accusations in family court. And a lot of people don't know this, that family court is actually based off, it's not based off of evidence, it's based off a balance of probabilities. And there are incentive programs that you get, like in the UK, you get a free lawyer if you accuse your husband of abuse. And it's less than 10% of cases are actually like followed through with the police.
Sorry, I don't want to move on quite yet. I want to stick on the topic of not.
What does she mean by? I couldn't. She said, court. She said, family court's not based off evidence. It's based off of balance of probabilities. So.
Well, that's based off of evidence, obviously.
Right. Well, so first of all, I don't know what she means by that exactly. I mean, all cases are technically based off of balance of probability, right? Unless, usually you don't have like the video of the person doing the action, like whatever they're accused of doing. And obviously there are different standards depending on whether it's a criminal case or civil case about whether is it like, oh, more than 51% that they're guilty or responsible, or 95% beyond a reasonable doubt.
I think that's what
99%.
she means. She's talking about the reasonable doubt standard.
Yeah, but first of all, so most civil or all civil cases are not beyond reasonable doubt liability anyway.
Correct. Yes.
And if you're talking about child custody, it's not like you're not going to jail, so it's not going to be beyond reasonable doubt. And so obviously it's going to be based on probability because, if there's some accusation of abuse or something of that effect, and they don't have just 100%, video evidence of the thing happening, it's going to have to be based off of the probability of the evidence provided.
Well, she's making the argument that it should be turned over to criminal since it involves assault and the standard should be raised to beyond a reasonable doubt.
Okay, that's stupid.
Okay, well, that's her. She's not making it crystal clear, but I'm assuming that's what her claim is. And if we were interviewing her, we would dig in and obviously find out if that was the case. Ethan does such a poor job here. He's such a terrible interlocutor because she does make claims about women voting, and I keep thinking, what? I mean, what does I keep wanting him to ask, what does she believe the societal effect of women not voting will be? Because that's the real interesting question, but he never asks it. So,
Mr. Ubercross, our official lawyer, said preponderance of evidence is what she means. She just doesn't know that's what she means. Yeah, I'm assuming that's probably what's going on here, but.
Right. That's the list.
Allowing people to divorce. So you're saying that you do want to allow people to divorce. Then you don't really believe that.
No, I would say ban divorce.
Okay, because you just said you would allow an exception in the case of abuse.
I said one-sided abuse exception, sure.
Okay, so how do you prove the one? So then you don't believe in forced divorce. Or I mean, you ban divorce.
Fine.
Yeah.
Ban.
This is, and I'll give Ethan some flack here. He's obviously even though he's not like emotionally energized, he's in pure 100% debate mode. Because someone says, even though I think it's a stupid position, I don't think divorce should be allowed, except in these narrow cases. You don't turn around and say, well, so you're saying, so you're wrong. You do believe in divorce. It's like, well, no, they said they don't believe in divorce generally, except in a narrow situation.
She should just say, I want to ban no-fault divorce.
I understand that, but I think, doesn't she say that at some point in the conversation or no? She never says that.
I mean, they used to do divorces you could only get divorced for certain reasons, like infidelity.
Well, even no fault divorce wouldn't cover, because the scenario that she gives here is just one-sided abuse.
Right.
So you could potentially be fucking around. I mean, that never comes in the conversation. Should you be able to get a divorce if the person's fucking around on you?
I would be willing to bet that 99% of the cases that involve physical abuse, it's because of infidelity.
I don't agree. I mean, my intuition does not agree with your intuition.
Okay.
I mean, I'm sure that's definitely a lot of it. I don't think that's 99%.
Okay.
I think people just get angry and frustrated or whatever, and a lot of people turn to hitting. So.
Well, I just think a lot of, if it's initiated by the man, it probably has to do with jealousy or mate guarding. If it's initiated by the woman, it probably has to do with jealousy or mate guarding. Why else are they beating up on each other?
I mean, people get very angry for a million reasons at each other.
Yeah, it could be financial stuff.
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying, like, so we've all been in relationships, and very often what happens in relationships is that there are certain issues with the person's character that annoy you. And then the fact that they don't change, it becomes like this piling thing of like, that little thing that annoys you just multiplies because you just start seeing them do it all the time. And to me, that's generally how most of these, my perception, that's generally how most of these like relationship fights start. There's some perceived slight against the other partner that the person sees as like a continual problem that's never been addressed.
Yeah.
So
they say if couples start experiencing contempt for one another, then it's over. Like once the contempt train starts, you're generally on the road to separating.
Right.
So, and I could see contempt seems like it's completely unrelated to infidelity. If you start, belittling your partner in certain ways or disparaging them, you're going to foment resentment and contempt.
Of course,
is eventually going to surface, and you're going to be. That's a bad situation to be in. So.
And divorce, except one-sided abuse.
Okay,
sure.
Except for one-sided abuse. And is there going to be a system to kind of how do you prove that the woman or man?
Well,
was on the,
I think
yeah.
I think you have to press charges in criminal court, not family court.
So only if your significant other is tried criminally are you allowed to leave the relationship. Yes. Tried and found guilty criminally.
Yes. Yes.
That's going to be an awkward bedtime, okay?
Oh, yeah. Your dad's in jail.
No. You accuse your spouse. So we live in Pearl's world, okay? So you can't get a divorce unless it's one-sided physical abuse proven in a criminal court.
Right.
So you go to court, you say, Your Honor, my wife, she keeps punching me. She hits me. She throws things at me. She hit me with a bat once, so I should get to be able to divorce her. And then the judge, looks and says, well, we can't determine without reasonable doubt that your wife, beats the crap out of you regularly. So divorce not granted. Okay. So after all that criminal procedure, you're supposed to still live together because you can't get a divorce.
I know.
Like, oh, hey, honey, I just tried to get you thrown in jail.
That's so crazy.
Like, how is the system supposed to work? This is insane.
That's probably why they don't do it that way. Can you imagine?
This is ludicrous. Yeah, it's like,
how bad the beating is
honey,
going to be. How bad's the beating going to be?
Exactly. If they weren't beating you before, you tried to get me thrown in jail.
Yeah. That's really a good reason to beat someone, I feel. They try to get you incarcerated. What do you think, Sitch?
I don't endorse any spousal abuse for any reason.
Well, look, I don't endorse any spousal abuse. I'm just saying if you had to have a reason to beat someone, that would be a good one.
I mean, if you were innocent, right?
And that would be yeah.
Sure.
I mean, actually, even if
I mean, still, you shouldn't be beating up people to,
If you're innocent, I think you should
self-defense, but
If you're innocent, you could probably beat him even more.
It does. Listen, you can't get I don't think you can get the double jeopardy exception for beating someone up. Okay, it's not like murder where it's like, well, I've already been found guilty of murdering you, so I can't murder. So I can't, double jeopardy prevents me. You're not actually dead, so now I get to kill you for real. Like, I don't think that works with just beating someone up.
Right.
Otherwise, just stick out of, which is fine if you don't, want to be with someone forever. But I just say stay out of marriage, because when you take marriage is supposed to be, for better or for worse, in sickness and in health, and for richer or for poorer. It's not supposed to be, when I feel like leaving. And the majority of divorces nowadays, it's just, when the girl just feels like leaving.
That's not true.
So and well,
it's just not true.
I've talked to hundreds of women.
That's
on
not.
my show.
That's just
So,
that doesn't prove anything.
And even if you look at when no.
Listen, there's going to be a 49 state landslide victory for Donald Trump.
Right. I've seen the lawn
drove
sign.
out and I just saw so many Trump lawn signs everywhere.
Yeah. I think it is a fact that most divorces are initiated by women. I think that is
supposedly
true.
statistically.
Right.
Yes, right. Yep.
But
No fault
I
with
don't necessarily know what that means, since there seems to be this kind of sex difference where men will stay in uncomfortable situations for longer periods of time, just hunker down and deal with it. I feel like that's the difference right there.
I mean, I'm sure there's a bunch of reasons for it. I'm sure that's one of the reasons for it.
Right.
I'm sure another reason for it could be if the, like, I guess I'm sure a lot of it has to do with, who's working, right? Too.
Sure.
So
divorce was initiated in the 1970, I think it was initiated. I mean, one of the number one reasons was financial differences and irreconcilable.
And reconcile.
Yeah. Sorry, I can't talk. But yeah, I just think, like, for the people that don't believe in real marriage, because what is marriage if you can get divorced over damn near anything? It's not marriage anymore. It's something else.
Well, I think the reason for that.
So there's a very interesting thing. So she said the whole thing that started this whole topic is that she said, my thesis statement is, I want there to be stronger families that are better for children. But then she promotes a policy that basically would ensure that there would be less people getting married.
Right.
Right. This whole no, you can't get divorced thing. And I think the reason for this is that the stated reason she gave isn't the real reason. The real reason is, and we hear this a lot in these red pill communities, they keep saying, oh, men are more emotionally damaged by breakups than women. And therefore, if women are the ones initiating the divorce more often than not, like, and it has this sort of like anti-woman tilt to it, it's like, well, we should basically prevent this negative female action that's hurting men. And I think that's like the underlying elephant process that's kind of leading down in this policy pathway. But you can't really just say that. So you have to kind of come up with this alternative thing that sounds a little bit better, a little bit Mott and Bailey thing that sounds better. So you come up with protecting families, even though if you really like deconstruct it, it actually does the exact opposite of that.
Right. It really means protecting men.
Yes.
She's an advocate for men.
Right.
That historically.
And who's Ethan advocating for?
Woke people?
Women?
I don't know.
This whole conversation, he's basically like, female empowerment. Woo! I know all the buzzwords. Woo!
He does say the patriarchy at some point in this conversation.
I know.
So.
Yeah. No, he's bought into it. He's fully bought into it.
Yes.
This emphasis on staying married, right? Or even before this no-fault divorce was an option, and it was more difficult for women to get divorced, or men, the abuse of power and the risk for abuse and for people to get stuck in a horrible relationship situation, not just for them, but their kids, right? I mean, obviously having your kids watch their mother get beat up And oftentimes it's going to bleed.
Or the kids get watching their father get beat up. Like, it goes both ways.
I acknowledge that it goes both ways. So both people.
Very important to mention that those hoe bitches out there are beating up dad. Look, she can't let him get away with that.
Yeah, but that's a fair thing. That's a completely fair point for her to bring up, and that should be the case. We shouldn't just be saying, we shouldn't be assuming. And this is, I think, a cultural problem we have in movies and television shows. Whenever you see domestic abuse in a relationship, it's almost always the man beating up the woman. And it's always like this like fantastical version of it, right? It's always there's the guy that comes home and he's angry about his life, and his wife is like the quiet mouse who's afraid because he's stepping on eggshells, and he's going to slap her at any second. Which, by the way, that does happen. That does exist. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but I don't think that paints the picture of the average relationship where domestic abuse happens.
Yeah, totally. It is kind of a Hollywood trope, though.
Yes, that's the thing. It's a trope. And if it's true that it said majority of cases where there's one-sided physical abuse, it's the woman, according to statistics, then that's not shown at all by Hollywood whatsoever. Right. And that's the real thing. Going back to Height, since I'm rereading Righteous Mind, that's what's controlling all our elephants. You see stories of abuse, and you very rarely see stories in movies and television shows of one-sided physical abuse from women. It's super rare. So people just don't think it happens. Right, with Amber Heard. It's a perfect situation, right?
Yeah.
But that's the thing. That's the problem. Since we don't see these stories, since our culture is basically failing us, it's putting this kind of false image in our mind. When reality conflicts with fantasy, people are more likely to believe the fantasy.
Right.
Right to, in my opinion, get divorced, because the alternative is one of the partners being stuck and
do you think that's
potentially
the
a lethal
situation? Do you think that's the majority of cases?
A majority of cases of what? Divorce?
Of divorce.
25%. 25%. It's 25% based on statistics.
No, that's not what's in criminal court. It's like less than 10%. It actually followed through in criminal court.
Well, regardless, 10%'s enough, don't you think?
It's funny because Ethan's not very smart either, right?
Of course.
Everyone in this conversation is a bad advocate for their side. We have two not smart people rubbing their not smartnesses against each other.
I know, that's why it's hilarious.
Because the response is, okay, you understand that if 25%, if they categorize or they do these statistics for divorces, it's entirely possible that 25% of the reason given for divorces is domestic physical abuse, and yet only a minority of those are going to go to criminal court, right?
Right.
Because either it might not reach the level that someone really wants to bother through the criminal process, or even if it does, they know that they're not going to necessarily have evidence of it. Because generally, unless the police show up and they see, the woman's bruised and beaten, right? Unless the police show up and they see that physical evidence, if it's something that happened in the past, how exactly are you going to prove it?
Yeah. It's a tough thing.
No, I said less than 10% of the abuse cases of the 25%. So that's
Journal of Family Violence in 2014 found that approximately 25% of divorces in the United States involve domestic violence.
Right. But again, that's because the woman says that she was, because they're incentive.
Okay, but you're just saying stuff. You're just saying stuff. You don't actually know that to be true.
No, I do.
How?
I do. Okay, in the UK, there's a law that you get a free lawyer if
how does that prove that women are lying about violence?
Because I'm saying that you can't prove it unless they go to criminal court, because criminal court is based off of evidence, where family court is based off of a balance of probability. So it means it's more likely that they did it than didn't do it. It's not innocent until proven guilty.
Right, but they're not going to jail. It's just to let the abused
you could
partner.
call it jail when you have a lifetime of not seeing your children. When the
you
whole
could, but it's
community, you could. Have you spoken to these men? It's literally their whole community thinks they're an abuser. now they get to see their kids maybe 3 days a month if they're lucky. A lot of them
Sure,
are put on,
sure,
a lot
of
of them
course.
You know, there's an interesting thing here, which is that if it's true that in the UK, you can get a free divorce lawyer, if this is true, if you claim domestic abuse, that would incentivize some amount of women or even men to lie about their partner being abusive.
Yeah.
Right? You're adding a
course.
financial, anytime you add a financial incentive or just any kind of incentive for a possible negative behavior, people are going to engage in that behavior, right?
Yeah.
But however, number one, this doesn't really refute the conversation, which is about how much domestic abuse is happening or claiming to happen, because the study that Ethan's citing is in America, which I'm unfamiliar with any states that have this free lawyer for claiming domestic abuse for women, number one. But number two, the thing that's kind of interesting to me about this is that she's able to recognize that by adding this incentive for the lawyer thing, you're going to have women lie about domestic abuse. She doesn't seem to understand that if you get rid of people's ability to get divorced, except for abuse, you're basically incentivizing all sorts of terrible behavior, right? Like if you live in a society where you know the person can't divorce you no matter what, as long as you don't hit them, like, is that going to really incentivize you to try harder to maintain that relationship? Or are you just gonna be like, whatever, I don't have to do I don't have to do anything because they're stuck with me, right?
Yeah, that's what I said earlier about the infidelity stuff.
Yes,
you could
but
just
not
commit infidelity, abandon.
Right. Like
Yeah.
if you live in a society where you literally can't get divorced except for abuse situations, okay, you could say, hey, I can fuck around as much as I want. What are they going to do about it? I can just sit on my ass and not work. I cannot help take care of the kids. Man or woman can just completely throw their hands up and say, I'm not going to hit you, but I'm not going to do shit to help this relationship.
Yeah.
Like, this is what's so wacky to me. Like not having no divorce is going to make the situation worse, not better.
Yeah. Divorce creates incentives in the marriage to like be civil
To try.
and whatnot. Yeah, exactly. Right. Well, this was the problem when divorce was harder to get and women had no financial ability to survive a divorce.
Right.
They were this is where the trope comes from of the man that's just completely obnoxious to the wife and kids and is just like a piece of shit because he knows there's no way she can get divorced or leave him.
Right.
So that creates the incentives to just be a belligerent asshole.
Right. Now, I still think that we should live in a society where we're at least trying to culturally get people to not get divorced. And I do think divorce is perceived too flippantly in our society. But it's annoying to me that people, like, everyone just has these extreme takes. Like either you have to be, just get divorced flippantly or no divorce whatsoever legally. It's like, okay, that's not how the real world works.
I think the real problem is the belligerent asshole, though. And I think the belligerent asshole can be a man or a woman.
Of course.
But as soon as you create an incentive structure, and this is where I think the red pill people have a bit of a point, is that they're saying the incentive structure that we have now incentivizes women who are belligerent assholes to just, be belligerent and a-holes to their heart's content. And the system basically pats them on the back for it, which that's not a good system either. Yeah. So the pendulum has swung from, saving from the belligerent assholes that are men that are in the superior position to now belligerent assholes who are women are in the superior position.
Right. No, you're correct, because the argument would follow the logic of if men are still the primary breadwinner in a family, okay, that means that in a divorce situation, generally from a strict financial perspective, the man is going to be more harmed going forward in the future than the woman is if the man's making more money than the woman. So therefore, the woman is incentivized to basically initiate the divorce. That's the argument. However, there is something that's completely lost in this conversation when the red pill people discuss it. Because even though that could be true, the other thing that they leave out that is also true is that a woman is potentially giving up significant portions of her youth and reproductive years to a man. And so if the man is treating her like shit and she needs to leave the relationship, like, does she just have to pound sand for that sacrifice?
Yeah, no. Look, this is the war of the sexes has gone on for eternity. So,
and then the other issue is, like, if women are supposed to, and this is where I think there is a failing of the red pill in this situation, is that generally people in the red pill are more in favor of traditional family rules where the man is working and the woman is taking care of the children, right? And so is the idea that just because the woman, like, if you want to say that women have to just pound sand when they get in divorce, right? They don't get alimony, they don't get paid, whatever, because you think that those things incentivize women to leave the situation. All it's going to do is incentivize women to work and not raise the kid, because essentially it's saying, oh, if a woman sacrifices her years of getting a job and building a career to raise her child and the relationship doesn't work out, then she's just totally screwed.
Yeah.
Right? That's going to disincentivize women to have children. That's going to lower birth rates. It's not going to increase birth rates.
Well, I think some of that is obviously going on.
Yeah, I think it is too. I agree. But this is I think the main core issue with sort of these marriage conversations is that the red pill people and Pearl here, they're not truly coming at this from a base level of I want to increase birth rates or I want to increase, family stability and togetherness. It's coming from the base level of ho bad. Women ho bad, right? That's like the base level. Right? That's the base level that all the logic here is coming from. And so it's kind of twisted the kind of form and forced into other areas that creates arguments that don't really make sense.
Is the whole bad argument? I mean, that's on stable ground, right?
Ho bad argument is on stable grounds, but all women ho argument is not.
Oh, you're right. There we go. Okay. Right. Yeah, that's the problem we ran into when we talked to Rollo, because we kept saying, yes, look, we agree ho bad. Where you have trouble is where you're like, all women ho.
Well, it's so weird because, like, when we're talking to Rollo and when you hear other red people talk, they all seem to acknowledge that it's far more naturally ingrained in males throughout evolution for males to be hoes,
right?
To fuck around. And yet for some reason they get kind of a pass to do this. And yet when a woman is like a hoe, it's like, this is the worst thing that's ever happened. But I don't understand. It's like, wait a minute, what's happening here?
As far as dating goes, I do feel like if you don't get in a stable relationship when you're younger, like the older you get, the higher concentration of hoes on the dating market becomes a reality.
What do you mean? I'm not sure I follow.
Well, I feel like women who are going to get married and start families, they do generally in their 20s. And the women who don't get married in their 20s and are start getting into their 30s and 40s, never married, they're drifting into the hoe category, where they've just you're saying
you think it's more likely that women who've never been married are hoes? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I feel like that's one of the things.
Were hoes in the past?
Well, I feel like that's one of the things that causes relationships to fall apart is infidelity, right?
Yeah. I'm not I think that could have been true. I'm not sure that's true nowadays.
Well, I haven't done like a peer-reviewed study or anything.
Right. No, I understand that.
I do know that a lot of people who are in the red pill community, one of their chief complaints is that they can't find a girlfriend that's not a hoe. They're like, every single girl I end up dating has had like 25 ex-boyfriends. And
right, but
that just seems like a product of the age thing.
It could be a product of the age thing. I think a lot of that's a product of where exactly they're going to try to find relationships.
Because they're going to Tinder or Grindr. Oh, I guess Grindr's only. That doesn't make any sense.
But yeah, they're going to Tinder, going to dating apps, or on red pill stuff. It's like they always have these Instagram models like show up.
You got to go to church.
Yeah, you go to church or your job or I don't know, wherever, school. There's definitely more stable places to find relationships with people.
Right.
But no.
What I was going to say is Destiny's Discord.
There you go. I don't know about that one. But no, what I was gonna say is in terms of like the age thing being more likely to be a hoe, I don't think that that's true anymore because I think nowadays more likely it's probably because women are pursuing careers. That'd
Right.
probably be my guess for like the number one reason for why women are not getting married as much.
Well, this is the beef that people have with feminism, because feminism has a premise that women can be as promiscuous as men,
Right.
and society shouldn't give them a hard time. Now,
Which is stupid.
a lot of women, they don't accept that. They're like, listen, I think men don't like promiscuous women, and some women hide it, and some women are like, I'm not going to be promiscuous because that's going to really hurt my chances of getting in a long-term relationship, and that's something I'm interested in.
Right.
So I do think women who have fallen for the feminism claim are in a worse position for long-term relationships.
Right. Well, it's funny because this sort of came up in our conversation with Nerdette on Tuesday, where I was saying that a lot of third wave and parts of second wave feminism, to me, have utterly failed because instead of feminists saying, hey, we should acknowledge that there are feminine traits and that feminine traits should be held up to the same level as value as masculine traits. Instead, a lot of them, and maybe this is because a lot of the third wave feminists were butch lesbians.
It's so
a lot
true.
of them, a lot of them were basically like feminine traits are weak and pathetic and lame, and women should just be men. Right. So the cultural emphasis, which used to be based around shaming men for being hoes, instead was like, no, women should be hoes too.
Yeah, that was like a 1950s thing when they would shame men for being hoes.
Right. Instead, we need to go back to the situation where instead of there being a double standard, everyone is just shamed for being a hoe.
Yeah,
period.
totally.
Okay.
Totally.
That's the situation we want.
Aren't you standing right by your girl, you piece of shit?
Right.
Yeah.
Mitchell Line for $20. Thank you, Mitchell. Says, could you guys cover a segment called quote, the American Question from Carl's Lotus Eaters podcast? The guest literally thinks America is just all California McDonald's and has no real culture.
Sure.
I haven't seen that. I'll check it out. But
Look,
how dare you, Carl?
Carl
How dare
loves
you.
to rip on America. We
does.
talk to him often when he comes on the show. So
He's jealous. Listen, as a proto-American, he's just jealous.
Is it? I mean, it does.
It's sour
It
grapes.
could be jealous.
It's sour grapes, okay? Listen, the Britbongers, they were once like the kings of the kings. They were on the top of the hierarchy.
Right.
And now they're like our little brother that we muscle their hair, with our hand. Or I guess they're like our father who's now like old and we take care of.
Mm-hmm.
Like in the retirement home. Like England is your old father or your old grandpa, I should say, in the retirement home that's like, back in my day, I walked up the hill both ways in snowstorms to get to school. And you're like, that's nice, grandpa.
They're at the bottom of the aristocracy.
Right. So that's what's going on there. John A., thanks so much for the 10 gifted memberships.
Yeah, that's
Mr.
awesome.
Ubercross, thank you for $20. Says it's worth considering that people who get divorced multiple times count towards the 50% divorce rate, while people who get married once only count once. Also, I've seen people get divorced for child support. That's a great point.
Wow.
Those are both great points. Yeah. Because
that's
that
hilarious. Yeah, the person that's been divorced like 4 times.
Well, that's the thing to look up is like for people that get divorced, what is the prevalency that they're going to get multiple divorces? Because it could just be the same people primarily getting divorced again.
They're
and
the
again and again
belligerent
and again.
assholes that I was talking about. Yeah.
Yes, right. So.
And people trick themselves into believing, oh, well, they won't be a belligerent asshole to me. Well, they probably will be.
Yeah. No, and I'm sure people do get divorced for child support if they're in a bad relationship. So. Twitter sucks for $20. Thank you so much. Says Sitch. Red pill is not, quote, everything is a woman's fault. Red pill is used to counter extremist feminism to show that men have the same problems and responsibilities in society. They just have different roles to fill. Well, I think that's like the best light of putting the red pill in. I think the negative light is everything is the woman's fault, which I think, you can look at it either way because it's kind of I basically categorize that's what feminism is, right? Like someone who's like a feminist is going to say like, oh well, feminism is about exploring the roles of the institutional patriarchy in our society and give women freedom, right? But then the more negative role is everything's the man's fault. All right. That's what that's kind of like the more stereotypical version of feminism is. So
Yeah, they're kind of hiding their real intentions.
right. So I mean, fair enough, But
Well, there
I stand
used
by
to
what I
be the
said.
MRAs, the men's rights activists, and I don't know that
Yeah.
it feels like maybe men's rights activism kind of became the red pill.
Yeah, well,
I
that's the
know.
thing, because I feel like MRAs were more in tune with sort of what Twitter Sucks is saying about
I agree.
how, men have same problems or even different problems in society, and that society doesn't properly address the issues that men face, which I think is 100% true.
It's a gynocentric world.
Yes. And I think that is definitely true. I think it's definitely becoming more true in our societies and is an issue that needs to be addressed. But at least from the Red Pill people that I've listened to, we had a conversation with Rolo. I've watched some of Rolo's content. I've, seen Fresh and Fit's content. I've seen Andrew Tate's content. It's all, from my experience, based around the core supposition of basically people angry at women, women bad. Right? Like that's kind of the core seed which everything blooms out of.
Right.
So I don't know, maybe there's some other Red Pill content that you're talking about that I haven't seen that I'm not familiar with that is more positive as opposed to just negative. Cameraman 502 for $25. Thank you, Cameraman. Says child support is an equitable payment of both parents to the child. It's not a payday to the mother. Pearl could advocate for a ban on no-fault divorce, but has to address why NYS only got it in 2010 despite having high rates. Interesting. Yeah, no, I agree with your child support thing. That's true.
Yeah, I don't know what NYS means, but
New York State, maybe.
Oh, okay.
Okay, let's go back. Let's continue.
Yeah,
Right.
there's bad outcomes for sure, but
Horrible.
on the whole,
a lot of men zero themselves out during this.
they what?
Like a lot of men commit suicide
Oh, I
during.
see.
Yeah.
Oh, that's horrible.
It's horrible. It's like absolutely terrible. Like I interview these men that are going through this.
I interview these men who've committed suicide. It's terrible. I have to have a little
No.
seance. I get a little Bible out, and they come to me.
Listen, she did word herself very well there. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sure that's happened, but at the same time, you're saying women are lying about violence, and I haven't seen you be able to prove
I'm saying that you can't prove it unless you go to criminal court because family
but it's
court
not
is
a crime.
based off of evidence.
Right, but they're not going to jail. It's just about the welfare of the kids, and the people.
It's a crime if you're falsely accusing someone of abuse. And so I'm saying there's no, you can't. They only prove it in less than 10% of cases.
Okay,
in criminal court, because criminal court is based off of evidence. Family court is not.
So
it seems like it's so easy to get evidence in this day and age. It's baffling to me that people are able to make claims without any evidence. Because, I mean, you could set up a camera or anything. You could have a cell phone and take a video. There's so many ways to get evidence now.
Mm-hmm.
If someone's beating the shit out of you.
Right. It's definitely easier to get evidence nowadays. But again, that's sort of, if the abuse is on the level of like the Hollywood myth version, then yes, you could just set up a camera somewhere, right? Or your phone. Though I think it's a little bit more difficult than that, right? Like, you're going to go out and buy the spy camera with a little.
I think the standards for evidence, virtually everyone has a cell phone. I feel like if your partner was beating you, there would be ways to get evidence in this day and age that you just did not have in your disposal.
I definitely agree. I
1960.
definitely agree.
And if we're still accepting the claim, the woman comes and says, "Oh, he's beating me," and you're like, "Well, do you have any evidence of this?" No, he did it again.
Yeah, but okay. So
I feel like you could raise the standards for getting evidence these days.
First of all, okay, let's pause for a second. If we're talking about a criminal case, yes. If we're talking about divorce, no.
Well, even divorce, why not?
Okay, here's the problem with what you're laying out. Say you have access to your one cell phone, okay?
Right.
Does the abuse always happen in the same room and wherever you live?
Look,
because you have to set up beforehand. It's not like, oh, he's beating me, let me take out my cell phone and start filming him, and he's going to keep beating me, right? Like, obviously, that's not how it's going to work. You have to set up your phone beforehand. Like, there are situations, we've seen this, where, like, the woman hides in the bathroom, and then she films it, right? You know, like, oh, you know, he's scary, he's attacking me, right?
Yeah.
That makes sense. That's fine. You know, she calls the police. Okay. But in a situation where it's like, oh, you know, your spouse is going to be abusive to you, your husband or your wife is going to be abusive to you, it's not necessarily like the abuse is going to always happen in the same location.
Well,
so
if it's happening to you, it is going to happen in the same location
where
you are.
No, but I'm saying, if you're trying to secretly record your significant other attacking you, okay, you have to set up your camera beforehand in a location and an angle that's going to catch them attacking you. And you just have to have your phone recording video for hours and hours and hours to catch the incident. So I'm just saying it's not so easy. Like, you're just like, you're making this out like this is a super simple thing to do. I don't think it is.
If Steven Crowder's 9-month pregnant wife can capture it, bitch can capture it.
That was on, first of all, they didn't capture any physical abuse. Okay.
I know, but they captured something. Look, I'm just saying.
It's because they're rich and they have like security cameras, or they have a bunch of rings throughout their house or something.
Yeah,
outside their house
I get it.
Yeah.
I understand.
Right.
I feel like in this day and age, we could raise the level, the standard of evidence a bit higher. I understood in the day when everyone wasn't carrying a pocket video recording device, there being lower standards of evidence. But I feel like if people are making these crazy claims that are going to get their kids taken away from them, I would like more evidence. Well, I don't know the standards of evidence that they're using now. So
right. I would assume that if you're in family court and you're talking about getting custody for your child or whatever,
right,
and you make accusations of physical abuse and you have no evidence whatsoever to support that, obviously that's going to heavily weigh not in your favor, right? If you have zero evidence.
I don't know that that's the case. I think part of the problem is that they're just taking women's word for it, even though they don't really have any physical
I think
evidence.
That's your intuition. But
well, they did. They didn't they take Amber Heard's? Didn't Amber Heard just do like some makeup job and was like, look, he's beating me?
That wasn't the court, though. That was the public, the public all just rushed to her defense because they all just assumed, oh, she's a woman, right?
Right. I don't know if they had divorce court involved.
Yeah, I don't think the divorce courts were necessarily on her side.
Right.
But obviously, she was obviously a super psychopath because she was literally trying to create fake, domestic abuse evidence, which I think I would assume that in most situations where a woman or a man is wrongly accusing their spouse of domestic abuse, they just wrongly accuse them of it. I don't know if they're going to go to the extreme levels of Amber Heard, like trying to fake, conversations and recordings and beating sound effects and all that stuff.
Right. Foaling the beating.
Which, by the way, that's easier, going back to what your standard of saying, raising standards of abuse, it's even just as it could be easier to catch someone abusing someone, it's even easier nowadays to fake someone abusing someone.
Well, I think this is why various places have moved to no-fault divorce, because they're like, we're getting more false accusations so people can get out of a divorce. And that is actually causing more damage than if we just said, okay, you can end the divorce for any reason. So then they don't have to concoct the he's beating me scenario to leave to exit the divorce. Yeah.
Right. Well, and that's a great point. And that's part of something that doesn't come up when people criticize no-fault divorce. It actually incentivizes away from people making sort of false accusations.
Yeah, exactly. False accusations, I think, are a much bigger problem.
Right. Like it's like if you have a situation where you can only get an abortion if you're raped, all of a sudden you're going to see like a massive increase in people claiming they were raped.
Everyone's going to say they were raped. Yeah, exactly.
Right. Right.
Don't let my boyfriend find out.
How crazy it's going to be when the deep fake audio becomes even better. It's going to be so easy to like fake conversations with your spouse, I guess they'll have, it'll be annoying because it's like everyone's going to have like a fake conversation of you saying horrible things, and then the other side's going to have to defend themselves by throwing that through some kind of their own machine intelligence that's going to say this is a fake conversation.
Yeah, that's going to be difficult. I'm not looking forward to that.
No, it's going to be wild.
Let's just say less than 10%. I'll just give you the benefit of the doubt on that. still seems like enough to give people the option to leave. And this idea that women just leave whenever they want seems a little bit infantile, because people change, right? Especially when people get married young, which does happen. People change. People go through shit. People grow apart. A lot of the men who end up being abusive, you hear, were one way before they got married and one way after you get married. So I don't.
That's because you found out you married a hoe. What are you gonna do? I mean, geez, this guy doesn't understand anything.
I don't know how many long-term relationships that you've been in and everyone listening's been in, but in my experience, for relationships that I've been that have lasted over a year, even
that's a long-term relationship over a year.
Sure.
Oh, okay.
Oh, excuse me, mister. I've been married for like 100 years. Okay.
Okay.
A long-term not married relationship.
Right.
Okay. I think over a year is a long-term not married relationship specifically.
Right.
Do you disagree with this?
A year?
For not being married, I would say dating someone for over a year is a long-term non-married relationship, or is in the longer side of things for dating someone that you're not married to. Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Whatever. I don't look.
You completely sidetracked.
Okay. If you have a string of like 1 year relationships going, I don't think you're not a good candidate to get married.
I agree with you. That's not my point. Okay. My point is that if you've been in multiple relationships, even up to the point of longer than a year,
right,
people can change drastically after
over a year.
Yes.
Yes. Well, I think this is why when people get married older, they're more stable, because I think, obviously in your teens and 20s, you're figuring it out. Like you don't even have really a stable identity at that point. So you end up marrying someone and you're both 21. Right. And by the time you're 27, you're completely different people.
Well, I think that's a good point. Part of it is just people aging up. But I think also people just, even if their personality is not changing because of age, I think their perception of the relationship just changes over time too.
Yes. Yeah.
And there's a problem that a lot of people get into relationships in where when they first get into the relationship, they like don't behave like themselves. They try to like be extra because they're trying to court the person.
Right.
And so there's like this thought process of like, well, when I'm with this person long enough, all that being extra is going to disappear and I'm just going to be normal again. It's like, yeah, but what if when you're normal, they don't like you?
Yeah, that's a recipe for disaster.
Right. Right.
Yeah. Don't do that.
I don't think it's fair to say you're just leaving whenever you want, or you should just have to stay in this forever. Wouldn't you prefer people get married than never get married? Like, I feel like you would be disturbed if, like, only 5% of couples ever got married.
Mm-hmm. I'd rather people got married and stayed married.
Right, but that wasn't one of the options.
I actually don't see a point in getting married with the way that marriage is today, to be honest.
Wait, the starting point of this everything was Pearl saying she wants to build stable families.
Right.
She wanted policies to push families. That's what she said. I want policies to push families. And now she's saying, well, I don't think there's a point for anyone to get married now.
Is marriage a good policy? Is a good policy for building families?
Yes.
I agree. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. It's the best one.
Right. But now she's saying she doesn't think that people should be getting married. So I don't even. Okay, whatever.
Yeah, because again, like, what is it? The average marriage is like 8 years. So the average marriage is 8 years and you're done. That's not marriage.
Leaving a marriage due to domestic violence and not pursuing criminal charges. Let's say that a woman's in a marriage and they have no fault marriage divorce. So let's say she doesn't want to charge her husband. She just wants to leave amicably, okay? But in your situation, she's forced to charge him legally, to have a police investigation, charge him for domestic violence. Wouldn't that be more damaging to his reputation?
Not if he beat the case, because again, it's based off of evidence. But I mean, I think that why would you want an abusive guy walking free? If he's actually abusive, he should go to jail. Shouldn't we agree on that?
Right, but it's just not that simple, again, because like it's just not that simple, abuse cases, because you know, and it's not that simple to convict people.
I just don't think that men should be punished without evidence. And I think in family court, it's not based off of evidence. It's based on a balance of probabilities. And so you have.
That's so dumb that she keeps saying that, because the probability is based off the evidence. It's so stupid. Eyewitness testimony is evidence.
Yeah.
It may be unreliable evidence, but it's evidence.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it's what I said in the beginning of the stream was like I feel like she has certain talking points she's heard and doesn't fully understand, and then she just kind of repeats them.
Right. Yeah. She doesn't get what they actually mean.
Mm-hmm.
A case where men only, like, they're stuck seeing their kid like 3 days a month, when again, it's not based off of evidence. Like, you know, I've interviewed guys where literally.
So I'm trying to find this whole like 8 years length thing for marriage. Because if you Google it, like that's like the first result that comes up, but it's just like a random, it's like a divorce attorney's website.
No way.
This. Yes, it's a divorce attorney's website. It's not like it doesn't have like a citation.
He's like, got to get the divorces keep coming in. So
right, and then I saw another.
Has it been 8 years? Oh, it's time. Meet me, Charlie the attorney.
I saw another site that said that the average length of marriage was 20 years, but I couldn't find the statistics that was based off of. And then I found another site that actually did cite some statistic that said 41% of marriages make it to 25 years.
41%? That's pretty good.
So I'm like, okay, wait a minute. The average marriage length can't possibly be 8 years if 41% are making it to 25 years. That's not possible.
Well, maybe they're pulling it up. Maybe most of the marriages are like 2 years and then 40 years. And then
like you think there's just like a massive wide difference?
Well, I don't know how they average it out, because if you average it out, the number of married years divided by the people married, then the people who are married for 40 years would be like really be pulling up the scale to that 8 years.
No. They're saying 41%. I understand what you're saying, but I don't think that's the case. According to this, assuming the statistic is correct, it's saying 41% of couples make it to 25 years.
So awesome.
So unless
make it to 25 years?
Yes.
Wow.
At least. That's not saying they divorce in 25 years, just saying like, you know, because of age and whatever, they're at least making the 25-year wedding anniversary.
Got a ways to go, but fingers crossed.
So if that statistic is accurate, then unless like everyone else, unless the 60% is like literally nothing, like unless it's all just 1 year, or less than 1 year and done, like to get that 8% average would be pretty significant.
I mean, a lot of marriages don't really last 2 years, so
maybe I don't know.
They all happen in Vegas.
There you go.
The wife, and I've seen the court documents. It's coming out in my documentary that's coming out in the fall. But
can't wait to see that.
The wife was plotting to try to get the guy to hit her.
Right, I'm sure that happens, but you know that's
the wife still got custody.
Right, but that's not a representative case. Again, I mean, for example, you ask why a mom wouldn't want to try a parent. It's more nuanced, right? I mean, you need a more developed take on that, because it's very traumatic for the kids and the family to put their father through a violence case, and especially when the kids are probably going to have to ask to testify, to talk to the police. I mean, I totally understand why a mother or father wouldn't want to put their family through that, don't you?
I mean, I can understand it. Yeah.
Sure. Sure. And I mean, according to national statistics on domestic violence, okay, there's 10 million men and women each year that are the victim of physical abuse. But in your world, I have a feeling that a lot of these people would be trapped in these marriages. And that's okay.
I said in one-sided abuse, they could leave. Yes.
Okay.
So, no. Yeah.
Okay. Do you?
I do.
I mean, in two-sided abuse, I really think you should be calling things off too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because like, if 50% of abusive situations have dual abuse. Like someone's starting the hitting, right?
I know. You need to call that off too. It's not
Yeah.
healthy to be in an abusive relationship.
Yeah, I don't think your kid is, in a good situation.
Oh,
if
mom
both
and dad are
parents
beating each other again.
getting into MMA matches, right?
But since they're both beating each other, we have to stick to it. Look, I think protecting the kids is probably top priority for at least one of the. You would hope for at least one of the participants in this marriage.
I do think in order to get custody of your kids, if you're going to accuse the other side of abuse, you should have to prove it.
Do you think what do you think is more harmful to kids, divorce or physical abuse?
Physical abuse.
Okay, you passed that one. But you had to think about it for a second. But anyway, let's move on from this.
No, I just thought it was kind of a silly question. That was all. But
okay, that's refreshing.
It's so funny.
That's actually funny.
Ethan is so we were talking about in the beginning of the stream how like Pearl is like taking like the quote unquote man side and Ethan's taking the quote unquote female side, which it's funny because that interaction was very like passive aggressive kind of bitch made.
Yeah,
like the way Ethan, because it's very obvious if you're having any level of charity that the reason she paused inside is because she's like, oh my god, this is like a stupid dunk gotcha question, attempt. Like, I think Ethan could have asked that question and then kind of broaden it out in a way that would have made sense in terms of the conversation. But he just threw it out there because I don't think Ethan's very smart either. He just threw it out there as like a soundbite to try to get. And then he's like, oh, good job, you passed. It's like, okay, thank you. Thank you for being a little bitch here. This is part of the conversation.
It is funny though. I mean, comedic wise, I think it works.
It is funny, but it's interesting.
She got him back. I just thought it was a dumb question.
Tell me what red pill to mean to you, because I've heard you use that phrase a lot. You're part of the red pill.
I do think kids who get divorced.
You think kids that get divorced?
No, kids who are children of divorced parents. I think they blame themselves quite often for mom and dad splitting up.
Right.
And if you ask the kids, I bet a lot of the kids would say that the physical abuse would be better than the divorce, which is odd, but
don't know if I agree with that, because usually physical, like if there's physical abuse, it's not just they hit you. Like if it was just physical,
right?
Like usually psychological trauma is more damaging over time than physical trauma.
Right.
But the thing is that the physical trauma usually comes with psychological trauma.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, totally.
Especially if it's like a parent or something.
I guess the psychological trauma at some level can be much worse than the physical abuse. I think that's true.
Mm-hmm. Right.
But
okay, that's refreshing. Tell me, what does red pilled mean to you? Because I've heard you use that phrase a lot. You're part of the red pilled community.
yeah, I mean, it's a lot of people. I will say a lot of people have their own definitions of it, so people use it for different things. But I would say it's viewing the world the way it's supposed to be, or like the way it is, not the way you're told it is. So, like, for example, a lot of guys think if they treat a girl nice and give her flowers that, she'll essentially sleep with him. And then a lot of guys find out that's not true. And so then they, came together and realized that. So that's just one thing.
Is that true? Do men really believe that?
What do you mean?
That if you buy flowers and be nice, she'll sleep with you?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think that's real.
I think
that's like...
Sorry.
This is interesting because I listened to a David Buss interview recently. Actually, I'm not sure if it was an interview. I think it might have been the intro to that book, Men Behaving Badly.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know the name of the book, but it's his most recent book.
Right.
I started rereading it because we were going to do that talk with Rollo. And I think in the intro of the book, he says that the number one thing that he's asked as an evolutionary psychologist is a question from men who want to know why the woman didn't fall for him when he played the nice guy. He's like, he's like 99% of the questions he gets as an evolutionary psychologist are men asking him this question, which goes directly to this, what's going on here. I mean, that fits perfectly with this, right?
Yeah, yes. I don't know if Ethan is just completely disconnected from reality here.
Yeah, totally.
Or if he's just completely debate brained. Because I think the basis point for the red pill, and this came from our conversation with Rolo, which I agree with, is that I think part of the reason it's so popular is because a lot of guys who are my age or younger grew up in a society where it was basically like very, very anti-masculine. There's like kind of this feminization, I would say, of men to essentially be like, oh, you have to behave in this certain way. You have to be very nice to women, and you have to care about, don't push a woman because consent is super important. And the problem is, like, yes, obviously you shouldn't be fucking raping people, and consent is very important, and all that stuff is true. However, it puts guys in this weird situation where, on one hand, you're basically making all these guys who are afraid to make the first move, or are very passive, or who are very stuck in kind of quotes like being the nice guy, and yet they do all that, and then they find out women are not attracted to that at all, generally.
Exactly.
Right? Because women want. It's kind of funny. Women, like a lot of men, everyone like not everyone, but a lot of people who are not like quote the leader type, they prefer someone else to lead them, right?
Right.
Man or a woman. It's not really different. So a lot of women are in that, position of, they would, like, if you're dating someone or you want to date someone, right? It's always, it's like more emotionally risky to either be the person that asks the other person out first, or once you're going out on like a first date, to be the person that kind of makes the first physical move, right? For physical intimacy or whatever you're doing. Like, that's always like the more riskier emotional position to be in. So technically no one really wants to be in that position.
Right.
However, society used to kind of put that firmly on the shoulders of men to do that, and that was just accepted, and everyone kind of understood that. And I think part of the big problem that the red pill gets right is that kind of this certain way we've kind of made men afraid to basically be in that position, because you're so afraid of, getting accused of sexual harassment, or you think that the woman's going to make the first move, or the woman doesn't generally want to make the first move in most situations.
Well, we're in a particularly strange position now because of the Me Too thing, because there was kind of a pact. I agree with everything that you're saying. It used to be firmly placed on men's shoulders to be the aggressor,
the pursuer,
the pursuer. Yeah, aggressor is not really the right word, but
pursuer. Yeah.
The one, yes, the taking the lead in the initiation of intimacy.
Right.
And, dating and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
And the pact really was, women were aware that occasionally there was going to be some false positives taking place here. And there was going to be guys that, took the initiative, and you would, politely tell them, oh no, I don't think of you that way, turn them down. But nowadays, women are turning this into like, I got Me Too'd. Like, the guy tried to, invite me up to his room for a coffee in an elevator, and now I have to destroy him on social media. So it did create this situation where guys, were taking a lot more risk than they would have in a different era to make these forward assertions.
Right. Well, no, you're completely correct, 100%. But then also there's a problem of kind of like a statistical anomaly problem here, which is that if you're a guy and you're asking a woman out, okay, the more women you ask out, the more likely it is that eventually you'll get a positive result.
It's a numbers game, definitely.
Right. But then that also holds true if you ask a woman out and she says no, and you keep asking her out.
Right.
And I think there's kind of this issue where
you wear them down.
Yes, but
that's
here's
not
what's
really. I mean,
yeah, but that's what's
not
kind
an
of
effective strategy, guys.
Well, you say that, but this is what's kind of weird. We used to live in a culture where it was culturally acceptable for a man to kind of try to like win over a woman, right?
Right.
You'd ask her out, she'd say no, and you try to win her over. Like, it's funny because we have a positive version and a negative version. The positive version is I win you over by, you know, being awesome or coming outside your window with a boombox or doing whatever, right?
Right. Yeah.
And that was like, and that was like literally the classic narrative arc for every story was, you know, the man wants to get with some woman in the beginning of the movie. She says no, and he has to win her heart, right? That was like every romantic comedy.
Say anything, yeah.
Right. But then the negative version of that is you're not winning her over, you're wearing her down. She just doesn't want to say no to you anymore because she's just tired of essentially doing it.
You've
and
chased
I feel
off all the other male suitors.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like in our society, the win her over idea has become completely supplanted by the wear her down idea, at least according to like the good male, you know, the nice guy model. And so we get in this problem where I think a lot of guys do feel that there's no such thing as winning a woman over. If you try to ask her out, she says no, that's it. And the problem is like, so a lot of guys who are these quote nice guys are essentially trying to play by these rules that society's telling them to play by. And they've basically come up empty handed and they've seen a bunch of guys who seem to act like huge assholes are able to get dates and able to get women. And so that creates this animosity towards women, obviously, because they're like, what the fuck? I played the rules I was supposed to play by. And now I'm getting basically
dating
shit
the
on
asshole.
for it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you know, women are attracted to assholes and all that stuff because women are attracted to confidence. And obviously people that are confident, more likely to be assholes.
That's true.
And so this is like, so I do think this is like a real problem, and it definitely is a real failing from the women's side of the position in our society. And I would say it's completely, I'd say it's like 90% from the women's side here, this failing, and it's not really being socially addressed. And I think that's where the red pill and why the red pill has become so popular is because of this massive failing that is, I think, mostly a female failing. And it's wild to me that Ethan is sitting here just like, I don't think that's true. Maybe he's just detached from it because he's been married or something. I don't know, but
yeah, it's funny. Like I don't know that I'm able to give dating advice since I haven't been dating in forever. Jeez, I've been married forever. So
yeah, but at least the dynamic that I'm explaining, you seem to have experienced growing up and understand it.
Yeah, well, look, this has come up on the show before. Like the first kiss I had with my wife was definitely non-consensual. Okay. It was like, well, I mean, it was consensual, but I didn't ask permission. I didn't say, hey,
yeah, don't say it's not consensual. It was consensual, but you didn't ask. You just kissed her. Right.
Yeah. I kind of forced myself upon her and she consented by reciprocating. Right. But I don't know that move may be too risky in this environment because that move took place in a completely different world from the world that we're living in now. So I don't necessarily know that I would give anyone that advice, even though I mean, it worked out for me and I know a lot of other people it's worked out for. Like women seem to like confident men as you so aptly
usually listen, most women, like when you're, you know, dating someone, right? Mm-hmm. And you've been on a couple dates or even your first date, you know, depending on how well your chemistry
I could tell she wanted me bad. I could see, I could feel the pheromones coming off of her. I knew what was up. She was
it's funny because yes, you know, all studies show that men drastically overestimate the attraction level other women have towards them.
Look, at the time, I did not know about that study, but I'm kind of glad that I didn't because I would have been thinking that. I would have been like, nah, she doesn't really like me.
Exactly. But no, but I was going to say is like, you know, generally, I don't think most women, they would prefer and find it more romantic if you just kiss them as opposed to if you like ask, can I kiss you, my lady? You know, like most people don't want that. And a part of the reason most women don't want that, and this is and this is kind of what's like annoying for a guy. You know, it's been my experience that most women want you to like read their minds. Like,
yes.
This is how like, oh, you really love me because you know what I'm thinking, right? It's like, that's, you know, the ultimate turn on for a woman is that you know what she's thinking.
Well, this is why I was saying the original pact was women understood that they were occasionally going to get false positives and they weren't going to go to human resources because a guy asked them out at work, right? Right. That was just an unsaid rule of society, but that rule has kind of deteriorated in a way that I don't think is necessarily good for anyone who's looking for romance.
I agree completely.
Yeah.
I agree completely.
So, but yeah, Ethan takes a weird turn here, just in full debate mode.
Right.
I mean, what? And David Buss says in the introduction, he's like, if I can write that book, I know that book would be very popular. And I kind of feel like the red pill people are trying to write that book of to answer the age old question, why was I a nice guy and she ended up dating the bad boy?
Right.
I think that's a question the red pill struggles to answer.
No, I agree with you. And then kind of whenever we have these conversations, it's kind of like, laws of power and dictator's handbook and all these things. Like there's always like weird, or even you could even take it from a more positive thing of, Cialdini's book, How to Win Friends and Influence People. Like there's all this like psychology and weird stuff that happens behind human behavior. A lot of it has to do with evolution. Some of it doesn't, things kind of going on here. And you can either use that knowledge for good or for ill, right?
Yep.
And it could be either used for positives or negatives. And I guess my complaint with the red pills, I feel like it's mostly framed to be used negatively.
Right. Yeah. To take advantage of women, not to start a good relationship.
Right. Well, that's what's kind of interesting about, Sneeko's whole arc now, where he's kind of become anti-red pill, is that he feel like he kind of is more like trying to become like more tradcon-y,
Right.
except that he wants multiple wives. But I guess that's tradcon in Islam. So,
So crazy.
Twitter sucks for $20. Thank you so much. It says women have made it possible for men who want a serious relationship. I know someone who's literally accused on the first date, but the only reason he asked her out was to grape her. Men only seen as predators. Yeah, I mean, I think that's definitely true in some areas and for some women. I mean, I don't know if that's true overall. I hope that's not true overall, but
that's the dangers of feminism, because it promotes a stereotype of men as grapists.
Yes, that's one of the dangers. Also, we live in a society where victimhoodness is incentivized for cultural points.
Oh, that too. Yeah. All the incentives are against us.
Of course. I mean, and I know multiple people who were falsely accused of, sexual assault allegations.
Yeah.
So I mean, it definitely happens. I think it happens. I think it happens way more than people would ever feel comfortable admitting. So
yeah, sucks, man. Because I believe in the buddy system. You guys got to find yourselves someone that's got your back.
Yeah.
Preferably someone hot that you can have great sex with all the time.
I think part of the problem is that I understand like the legal difficulties for putting harsh punishments on false accusations, because it's generally very hard to prove one way or the other, right? Like you can prove. It's generally easier to prove a person's innocent than to prove the other person was intentionally lying, right?
Right.
But I do think culturally, there needs to be a massive cultural pressure, and this has been a massive failing of feminism. There needs to, just as there's been a massive cultural pressure on men and not to sexually assault women, which I think is good. There's been no cultural pressure on women to not falsely accuse men of sexual assault.
You're right. Yeah. Well, maybe there is some now with Amber Heard, because she's completely destroyed her reputation. So that's probably a good thing.
Right.
Like a really odd way to describe dating is just like men are nice guys and women are.
I just think
it just seems very cartoonish. Like we're talking about real world stuff, and it's just you can't.
I just think men don't expect like women to reproduce more with felons than non-felons. Like I think that's a surprise.
Women reproduce more with
this is the problem, because so Pearl brings up the core argument of the red pill, which I think is a valid position and a valid thing to talk about and a very important thing to talk about. We just talked about it for like 20 minutes. Okay. And I think me and you, we had kind of an interesting deconstruction of everything involved in that, right?
Yeah, totally.
And then, so does Pearl bring up any of the things that we set up or anything that's intelligent enough? No, she goes to, well, felons have more kids than non-felons.
Yeah.
You're like, what? Come on. You're like the worst advocate for these positions, Pearl. Jeez. Like, how have you not, like, this is your job, is to talk about these positions and these arguments. You're supposedly doing a documentary on something related to this. Like, how do you not have like good arguments and positions like thought out to have this sort of conversation?
Yeah.
you're just like, oh, well, felons have more kids. You're like, oh, really? People who are more socially irresponsible are going to be more socially irresponsible and have more unprotected sex. That's a shocking statement. Well, I'm shocked, Adam. I don't know about you, but that's shocking.
It's not that shocking, Sitch. It's actually quite.
Okay.
It's actually quite obvious, to be honest with you.
Okay.
People with
I'm
low
sorry.
impulse control are going to have
Yes.
a lot of kids.
Really, someone with low impulse control who's more likely to commit a crime is going to have more children on average? Wow.
Right.
I can't believe it.
Felons.
I've noticed I'm totally caught by this locus of control thing, external
Yeah.
locus of control versus internal locus of control. And we are really framing our conversation was framed around external or internal locus of control, like what you can do to make your situation better in the dating market. But I do feel like the red pill is kind of external locus of control. It's really about how everything is stacked against you and out of your control.
Well,
it's like it's just not a helpful way
I mean,
to conceptualize the problem.
to be fair to the red pill, there is, I think there is an emphasis on the internal. It's kind of like, oh, that's why it's all like, oh, you got to work out and get money and all that stuff, right?
Okay.
I think there is a reasonably large emphasis on like things that you're supposed to do to attract.
So you can be the bad boy felon.
Well, but see, that's the thing is like the move should like, and this is where I think the failure is. It's not that like, women aren't necessarily attracted to like evil people, right? They're attracted to confident people. It's not even just women. This is kind of where people fuck up. It's not that women.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not that women are attracted to confident people. People overall are attracted to confident people.
Yeah.
Period. Okay.
Yeah.
Men
YouTube
are
is a
attracted to
testament to that.
confident men too. Like,
Yeah.
you'd rather be friends with someone who's, cool and confident than someone who's, not, obviously.
Yeah. Big time.
So, yeah, generally on average. So, I mean, that's sort of my thought process on this is like, okay, train men to be, it's kind of like the whole turning, wolves into sheepdogs. Like, you should be training people to be sheepdogs, essentially.
Yeah. Yes.
But the problem is that I think the cultural attitude of feminism that kind of happened in the last 10 or 15 years was basically instead of training men to be sheepdogs and masculinity was...
It's training men to be sheep.
Yeah, it was like demonized, and it was training men to be sheep, which obviously women are not attracted to. So
Yeah.
Violent
felons.
Yeah. I mean, like, think about it. Like, Ted
wait,
Bundy.
hold on.
Ted Bundy.
Well, yeah, what does that mean? So felons who are procreating have more kids in general than non-felons? What does that stat mean?
They have more children with felons than non. It's like,
So if
I don't remember if it's violent felons versus non-violent felons, but I just remember violent felons have more children than non-violent felons.
and so there's men who are looking at that and they're pissed.
No, not
Because I've
pissed.
never
I
heard
think
that stat in my
surprised.
life.
No, I think just surprised.
Right? I've
Because,
never heard that stat.
Okay.
it's so funny because like, so she brings up a good core point, then Ethan brings up a stupid counterpoint, but then she can't even defend her good point. She brings up a dumb point, and then Ethan doesn't even understand the obvious reason that stupid point could be true. It's just like this is just a conversation between two very
Right. Yeah. Has to
Not
do with
like-
impulse control.
yeah, just not deep thinkers here. This conversation.
This is between two very, very popular social media influencers,
Yes, it's like this
which
is
makes you
ridiculous.
wonder. This is
Yeah.
why the whole time I'm watching this, I'm like, we are living in idiocracy, aren't we? This is, I feel like this whole conversation, you remember the courtroom scene from Idiocracy
Yes.
where they were coming up with the different legal theories?
All I remember is like Luke Wilson's like trying to make his argument, and the judge is like, blah, 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 you sound gay.
Yeah,
And he goes,
totally.
guilty, and he hits the gavel.
Yeah. That's exactly what's going on here.
Yes.
Oh God, it's so bad.
That movie's so funny. If you haven't seen Idiocracy, you should check
Oh
it out.
yeah,
It's so
yeah,
funny.
yeah. Idiocracy's a like every time Idiocracy is on and I see it, I'm like, I'm just gonna watch this.
It's what, yeah. So this movie, if you start catching any part of it, you'll just get sucked in.
Yep.
Underrated. Did that movie come out in theaters or did it go straight to video?
I never saw it in theaters. I don't
I
remember.
don't
it
even
coming
remember
out in
hearing
theaters.
about it in theaters at all.
Yeah. I
'Cause I just remember
just
seeing it
rented it
once on a
one
shelf,
time.
and
I
I'm like,
was
what?
like, "What's this? Here, let me rent
Yeah.
this." Oh my god, this is amazing!
And it's like it was a Mike Judd movie too, so it's like,
Of course, yeah, Mike Judge.
was it in theaters?
Maybe.
It was only released in 7. Oh, it had like very minor release for some reason.
That's like the perfect. Back when they used to do midnight movies, that's like the perfect movie for a midnight movie.
And it said it was promoted with very little promotion for some reason. I wonder why.
And now it's a cult classic.
Because it's so good.
Yeah, it's amazing.
The film was not screened for critics. Lack of
that's
concrete
good.
information from Fox led to speculation that distribution may actively try to keep the film from being seen.
He thought people were going to get triggered over this.
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe they thought it would like offend right wingers or something. Because it was released by Fox. So I don't know. Anyway.
Yeah, is there a source for that? It just seems kind of an odd stat. Like, what does it prove? Felons have more kids than non-felons.
Well, I think the reasoning is because women want a guy that can, like, protect her, basically.
A felon?
Yeah.
That's a weird.
Why do you think Ted Bundy had like love letters?
Oh, well, that's a whole different weird phenomenon about women being interested.
No,
Some
but
weird niche
No,
of
but
women
that's the
involved.
point.
All
That's
serial
the point.
killers.
That's surprising.
Right, it is
Right.
surprising, but I don't think it's any interesting commentary on the dating scene that serial killers get love letters from freaks. You know what I mean? Richard Ramirez did too. All serial killers do.
Mm-hmm.
That's her point. Ethan.
That's because status is an evolutionary valuable mating thing. He goes into the serial killer thing in the book The Murder Next Door by David M.
Right.
Buss. Yeah.
Does he talk
Deep
about
into
this?
Yeah. I think the sub headline of The Murder Next Door is how the mind is designed to kill. So, which most people think, most people don't want to murder, don't think about murdering, when the fact is a lot of people do think about murdering. Like, it's pretty normal to think about that kind of thing. But he traces all the reasoning people think about murder. Most of it comes down to mating, mate guarding, all kinds of things.
No, but so why does he talk about like why is it that women will send letters to serial killers and stuff like that?
Because it's high status. Because they're high status. Because they're famous.
So it's really the fame.
Yeah,
But
it's the fame.
but there's got to be a difference between them sending a letter to like a serial killer versus like a celebrity, right? There's got to be something at play more than just the status.
Well, he's more likely to write back, I think, since he's incarcerated.
That's interesting.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
There's an article. This is from the Washington Post, so you can take it how you will. There's a woman wrote a book called "Women Who Love Men Who Kill." She said, according to whatever research she was talking about, she said women who were writing serial killers were often victims of abuse themselves and would gravitate towards abusive aggressors, and they would kind of view the action of writing to serial killers as like flirting with danger with little possibility of real risk because they're in prison forever. So they kind of get some adrenaline rush, like, ooh, I'm doing something like dangerous, but not really.
I don't know if that comes from a feminist perspective. There is this feminist perspective that rape is about power that turns out to be completely incorrect. Rape is about reproduction. And the feminists fought that off forever, that rape was about reproduction. And it really kind of messed people up as far as in the sociological science, as in getting to the truth of why rape happens and whatnot. It has a little bit of that power vibe to it, though.
I mean, I'm sure people get off on, having power over people sexually. Obviously, I mean, that's what all that BDSM stuff is, right?
Yeah, but that's probably a very small number of people who have some sort of mental fixation that's different than the vast majority of people. To say that all rape is about power and not and has nothing to do with reproduction seems a little like
I don't think
bonkers.
See, but here I would guess my elephant is going to whisper in my ear, okay? I would guess. So the majority of rape does not happen by a stranger, right? Majority of rape happens by someone the victim knows, okay?
But it does. Rape does happen by strangers, though.
No, I'm not saying it doesn't happen by strangers. I'm saying the majority of rape isn't by a stranger, though.
Right. Okay.
Right. The majority of rape happens by the victim knows the person.
Right.
Okay. Obviously, if it's a stranger, the circumstances are going to be completely different than if they know the person, right? And the dynamic.
Well, it could still be about reproduction.
But what I was going to say is, I would be willing to wager that most rape or sexual assault happens because a person, usually a man, is in that horny brain mindset, and it's just controlling their actions.
Yeah, they want to reproduce.
Say that, right. Now, you could classify that as like being motivated by reproduction. I wouldn't classify it as being motivated by reproduction, because it's not like there's a thought process of they want to have a baby, which is what it sounds like when you say that. It's more just like they're just in horny mode, and they've like lost their control of themselves, or they're not thinking clearly.
Right, but it's not about social power dynamics that some feminists thought up in her.
That's stupid. Right.
Yeah,
that's very stupid.
Well, they used to use this in literal rape cases and stuff, so it made its way into the legal community, which is just that's bonkers. Yeah.
Right. Right.
This I believe David Buss talks about it in one of his books, where he's like, this feminist idea is just bad news because it doesn't allow you to get to any concrete answers that are useful to console rape victims, literal rape victims. Like you're trying to give them some weird feminist gobbledygook for the reason why somebody raped you.
It's because the third wave critical feminists that's all hooked into everything in reality is power dynamics. That's their starting lens. Everything has to be power dynamics. So that includes even something like rape. They can't just have a simple explanation of like, well, when people get horny, especially men, it could basically control their brain, because it's basically an alter. As I always say, and this always bothers me, in my opinion, being horny is a stronger altered state of mind than being drunk or high. And people don't talk about it. Yeah, people don't talk about that, and they don't realize it, even though we all know it's true, because everyone talks about post-nut clarity, which is post-nut clarity is when all those chemicals leave your brain. Suddenly, you become your normal self again, and you're like, "What the fuck am I doing?"
You sober up quick. It's funny too, because they always tell young people, don't drink or do drugs because it can lead you into situations where being horny will put you in exactly the same situation.
Exactly, and it's never discussed that way.
It should be, though. It definitely should be,
because that's what's happening. That's literally what's happening. You're in an altered state of. That's the problem. If you don't realize that's what's happening, you can't protect yourself against it.
Of course not. You just think, oh, well, I'm not drinking or smoking.
Right.
I should be fine, right?
Okay,
not
so
really.
Here's what the parents should tell their kids. They're like, okay, before they go to the party, they're like, don't drink and drive. Don't smoke, right? There's that conversation the parents have with the kids, like, don't do drugs when you're
theoretically, of course.
So what the parents should say is, okay, they should sit their kid down and say, okay, Junior, listen, don't do any drugs when you're at the party. The kid says, rolls her eyes, says, okay. And then the parents say, listen,
don't get
before you go to this party, we want to make sure that you go in your room and look at porn and masturbate. No. And just get one out of there, so you get it out of your system, okay?
You can't talk to your kid like that.
Just make sure you get one out before you go to the party.
That's hilarious.
Hey, we're going to make sure.
I don't know. It seems like you get in trouble if you actually have that conversation. Look, it's so weird because we live in a society right now where the kindergarten teacher can have that conversation with your son or daughter, and supposedly society will pat him on the back and call him stunning and brave. But if you have that conversation with your kid, you're going to be thrown in jail for pedophilia.
I don't think you're going to be thrown in jail. I just think it's an awkward conversation. Obviously, people don't want to talk about. So.
Yeah. Well, you understand what I'm saying about how.
Well, it's funny because I'm joking. Even though I'm joking because it's like an absurd situation, that's something that actually kids should do before they go to parties and things. They should let one out.
So they have that post-nut clarity.
So they should, like, yeah, just makes it a little bit. Like, you can still obviously get a horny again
what
afterwards,
are
but it just makes it
the-
a little easier not to. So
Yeah, I don't. Look, what you need to do is you need to go to the library and you need to get yourself a nice, thick book on stoicism. That's what you.
oh
need
yeah,
to
oh
do.
yeah. Adam's gonna spend all his time training his rider.
Yeah.
He's gonna spend all his time having his rider lift weights in the gym, and it's not gonna matter because he's gonna get trampled by his elephant the second he takes over.
Look, my elephant is in full control now.
Yeah, you listen. You go to the library and you have your rider workout all day. Okay, you got to have you got to feed your elephant before you go to the party. That's all I'm saying.
Stoicism.
Feed your elephant before you go to the party. That's all I'm saying. Okay.
Actually, don't go to the party. Just stay home and read philosophy. That'll help. That'll help. Girls love guys that are well read in philosophy.
Of course, of course. Though there is a thing, and that she did bring up, which is true, which I guess is important to talk about, is there is obviously this very tropey fantasy that's a trope for a reason, which is that like the woman is attracted to the man who is dangerous, the vampire, the werewolf, the pirate, but like isn't dangerous to her, but is dangerous to everyone else.
The merman.
That could be a merman, right? Whatever. That definitely is a thing that women are attracted to, and that probably plays into the whole writing letters to serial killers thing too.
Right.
I would assume to some extent is sort of the idea of like, oh, this person is. I think there's a combination of like, oh, if they're dangerous to everyone else, that means that they're going to be like powerful. They're going to be able to accumulate resources for myself and my potential child. But also, I think there's a psychological aspect of like it would probably make the person feel special that like, oh, this person is powerful and dangerous to everyone else, but like I'm so special that they're like loving to me.
Yeah.
So that's
great.
probably the fantasy that
Fixer
happens.
upper.
Ostracy for $20. Thank you, Ostracy. Says, I think you guys just did a good job of saying the only useful thing the Red Pill has to offer. Also, Jesus Christ, I just looked and saw the podcast is 3 hours and 20 minutes. This is cruelty. Well, don't worry. Their conversation's only like an hour and 20 minutes. The podcast itself is just, they keep talking and they do other stuff. So
Pearl rage quits.
all right.
She does.
I
It's
mean, I guess you
great.
could say that. Yeah, I guess you could say that.
It's great. I love it.
Yeah, but the point is, it's one, like, it's not the same for women. It's just men.
So what is your point exactly? That what does that prove? That felons have more kids than non-felons?
That a lot of times women pick the bad boys. I mean, that's pretty much it.
Does having more kids
With, a guy that's a violent felon. You don't think? Okay.
Look, you got to explain, Pearl, why. That's what people want to know. They want to know, why do they pick the bad boys? Come on.
Well, I mean, listen, she's got, a million subs. Maybe it doesn't matter. She just says it and it agrees with someone's elephant
Right.
that they want to hear. And that they, you don't need the explanations because women hose, right?
Women pick the bad boys because they're bad, because they're evil.
Because women hose.
Right, yeah.
Right.
Is there a source for that? It's just a really weird stat. I'm just trying to grapple with it.
I can get it. In
Sure.
a second.
Yeah, that would be great. I mean, we can try to look for it too. I just want to hear what's.
It's in. I can show you where I found it. It's
Okay.
in this.
How does Ethan not know about this? I thought this was
Ethan
like a
knows
common
nothing
knowledge.
about anything. Come on. Look,
Okay.
Ethan
This
is
is like
not
a-
exactly a reader here. Ethan is like just a guy.
I never
who-
read a book on this, and that's just something that I've absorbed through cultural osmosis. I thought this was something most
Well,
people just
you
kind of
do
were
live
aware of.
streams with me, and I've read like every single book on
We've
it.
never talked about this subject, I don't think.
I feel like
Listen.
we have.
Everyone know. I knew it before I started
My
streaming.
fifth
Okay.
favorite book is The Murder Next Door.
That's true.
Yeah.
But listen, okay. Everyone knows, and Ethan knows, that women fucking love themselves some true crime.
Oh, hell yeah.
What do you think's
That's-
happening there?
that's
Something weird's
true,
happening
yeah.
there. Okay. Some weird
They're
shit.
like, I'm going to get me a psycho man. Have me some psycho babies.
And also, there's another trope too, which is that like women's stories in fiction is like often like way darker and more bizarre and fucked up than male fiction is. Too. So,
But men do like crazy bitches too. I don't like.
of course they do. Yeah.
Look, a lot of guys talk about the crazy bitch that they can't quit. So, I mean, I don't know what she's saying. Like, that's not true for men. Pearl is saying that doesn't happen. Men don't like crazy women. And I'm just like, yeah, they do. What are you talking about?
Right. Well, it's funny because you're completely right. And we all know this. Like at first, if you say it, some guys might be like, that's not true. But we all know it's true because we just refer to it a little bit differently. We refer to it as the hot crazy scale.
Of course, yeah.
Everyone knows about the hot crazy scale.
Yeah, women who, the hotter they are, the more crazy they know they can be and get away with it. That's basically what's going on with the hot crazy scale.
Right.
Yeah.
And the thing with the killers is that obviously there's a lot less women. Obviously, there's significantly less women serial killers. And even when there are women that kill people, they get a lot less publicity generally than men do. And obviously, there's a lot less women killers in general than there are men. But I know that, like with Casey Anthony, she got all sorts of love letters.
Right. They bring up Casey Anthony.
Yeah, but Casey Anthony is one of the few like really famous, women murderer that was kind of, promoted in the media.
Boss brings us up in the Murder Next Door book. Most men kill other men. Most women kill their kids.
Really?
And he even relates it to evolution. Yeah. So the Casey Anthony is a perfect example. Women
women that have killed someone, it's their child?
It's their children, yeah. Because what happens is the kids become like a ball and chain around their neck to get into another relationship. So they end up killing the kids to get into another relationship. Yeah. And he goes through and he lists like bunches of women that have done this. So
I'm curious to see that statistic. I have a hard
have to read. Look, after you're done, you got to read some Boss, man. I'm telling you, the Murder Next Door. I mean, I remember I was in a taqueria, like just getting a burrito, and I just put it on, and I was like, I listened to it straight through. It's so, you can't really put it down. It's so fascinating.
Right. I'm assuming that if I were to look up the number of, I could be wrong, I'm just guessing off my elephant. If I were to look up the number of children that are killed by their parents every year, and then I were to look up the number of women who kill people every year, I'm assuming it's going to be a lot more women just killing people than killing their own children every year.
You're saying women killing? Who are women killing?
Oh, like just anyone that's not their child.
Yeah, but for what reason?
I don't know. For whatever reason.
Women murdering somebody.
Yes.
Okay. I guess your gut intuition is much different than mine. Like, what is the reason a woman would murder somebody?
I don't for any reason. I don't know. What do you mean? What's the reason that a guy can kill someone?
Look,
I can't give you it's not like there's one answer to all these.
This is a beautiful thing about the book, The Murder Next Door, because it goes into why people kill other people. There's a strict mode. Like people don't just kill other people randomly. They have a motivation for doing it.
Right. Listen, if you were to tell me if a biological child of a parent is killed, it's more likely to be the woman than the man. Okay. I would probably intuitively agree with that. I'm saying where my problem is saying that like the majority of victims that any woman kills ever is her own child. To me, that just doesn't seem accurate.
The whole thesis of the book is going into, yes, people do kill other people for financial gain, but that is like 1% of the reason why out of all the murders that happen. Like 99% of murders take place because of relationship strife, mate guarding, taking out romantic rivals, murdering children because they're in the way of romantic. Like most murder takes place around relationships. Which, yeah, a lot of people, I guess, and this is why the book is such a shocker, because you assume like most murder takes place, I don't know, like a crime gone wrong, right? Someone gets caught in a burglary and kills sure, that takes place, but that's not why most murders take place.
Okay.
This is why when a murder takes place, the prime suspect is always who?
The parents.
Well,
You just mean general.
Generally, yeah.
Yeah,
When
someone-
someone is
yes.
murdered, it's always the prime suspect is.
The spouse or someone they know.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. Yeah, because you're more likely to be killed by someone you know than like a random stranger, of course.
I'm telling you,
Yes.
just read the book.
Okay,
You'll
so wait,
you'll
so-
love it.
I just pulled up these two statistics. So in 2021, it said there were 11,696 murderers or people convicted of murder who were male, and there was 1,690 who were female.
What were the stats again?
11,000.
11,000 men and 1,000 women.
Yeah.
Okay,
It's like
so it's 10 to
11.6 and 1.6. Yeah.
So it's like 10, 11 to 1, 10 to 1.
Right.
That makes sense.
That does make sense. However, now this isn't perfect because obviously when you're convicted of a crime in 2021, it's not for a crime you generally committed in 2021. But it says in 2021, it says
How do you have
around,
access to this? This is great.
it says, I just Googled it. It says in 2021, around 311 children died due to abuse by two parents, and 408 children died to abuse by their mother specifically.
Right. He goes into that in the book too, how he goes into the abuse numbers with step parents and how, this can be conflated in a bad way.
Yeah.
Some people can walk away and think, oh, step parents. And this is one of the things the red pill people say, and I fucking hate it. They say like, all step parents are abusers, when most kids that are abused by a step parent. But that's not the same as saying all step parents abuse their kids. It's like night and day, right? A very small number of children are abused.
I think you have the statistic incorrect.
Okay.
Or I think you're misinterpreting it, or you're saying it kind of wrong. Well, I don't know about abuse. So I pulled up some studies but this is from the 90s. It says 90% of filicide, which is where you should kill a child, perpetrators are the biological parents, and 10% are the step parents. However, step parents are far more likely to kill the stepchildren, than the biological parents. So it's one of those situations where, like, because it's way less step parents, it's way more likely the child will be killed or abused by the biological parents. However, the step parents have a disproportionate, higher likelihood of being the perpetrator if they're involved. You
Right.
understand?
Yeah. It doesn't break down to whether or not it's a mother or father.
This one does.
Mm-hmm.
It says fathers are more likely to kill the child when their paternity is questioned.
Oh, look, evolution.
Yeah, which obviously makes sense.
And mothers are more likely to kill the child. Why?
It doesn't say in the summary.
Well, Bus says it's because they're standing in the way of the woman getting into another relationship.
That's possible. No, but anyway, my whole point was, so if in 2021 you have like 400 children died to abuse by their mother, that's significantly less than the 1,690, right?
Sure. Yeah.
So, I mean, it's still a huge chunk of that. So don't get me wrong, a lot of that,
like 40%,
right? But I'm just saying,
right?
I'm just saying, I don't think the majority of murders committed by a woman each year is a woman killing her own child.
Right.
But there's a high chunk of it that is.
Obviously. It is a shocker to know that 40% of the murders women commit are their own children, though. That is like a real shocker.
That is definitely a big, crazy shocker.
You're like, what?
Yes.
Why would they kill their own children? But I bet the other 60% is that side bitch. I mean, she had it coming, right? Let's be honest here. Don't you think?
Maybe.
Well, also, it could have been the husband, too. They wanted to get the insurance money. That happens, right?
I guess. But anyway, keep going.
Be careful, guys.
Fantastic.
Don't let her kill you.
The jungle out there.
Should we just fast
Casey
forward?
Anthony got love letters apparently. So she was a serial killer, right? Oh, she killed her daughter.
Not serial, just a one-timer.
So Casey Anthony murdered her daughter, and she was getting love letters too. She got letters proposing marriage. Don't you find that surprising?
Yeah, that is surprising.
So in a sense, it's not. It goes both ways, kind of when you look at it holistically.
Look, it's all equal. Men and women are exactly the same. Feminism taught me. This is why he's just broadcasting his ideology here.
I would. Well, first of all, it's hard to know because obviously there's a lot less. I just said there's 11-to-1 for men to women killers, but I would guess on average, male killers. Well, actually, I'm curious. So, like, when the guys that get these love letters, is it just like a killer, or is it only like the big famous serial killers, right? Like, because like for the 11,000 men that are convicted of murder every year, like, I mean, you probably know like 1 or 2 of those a year.
Yeah,
you can name. So.
Yeah, it's the serial killers that get because they're famous.
Right. I don't know if all those other guys. I don't think those other guys are probably not getting love letters. So
just some one-time
right
felon. They don't get shit.
But I would intuitively probably guess that women if you were to do statistics, that women would be more likely to be attracted to a serial killer than a man is, I would guess.
To a woman that has killed her kids?
Or anyone.
I don't know. I mean, she's killing the other guy's kids, so. Isn't she doing you a favor?
I'm saying the victim is irrelevant in the situation.
Right. Gotcha.
I would guess. I mean, because like Casey Anthony killed her own kids. You think if you're looking at it from a reproductive standpoint, a guy would not want to go anywhere near her. But obviously, there were a bunch because she might kill your kid.
Look, she loves you so much that she's willing to kill her kids from the previous father.
Oh, I see. You're gonna look at it like she's not gonna kill.
That is literally the reason she is killing the kids.
I don't know if that's why Casey Anthony was doing it, but
I mean, I thought she killed her kids so she'd go out and party and stuff. I don't remember the Casey Anthony story, but it seems like
it could be. I think you're right. I think you're
accused of.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, okay, but I don't think like a guy who's writing a love letter, Casey Anthony, I don't think they're thinking it through on this like logical level. Like,
yeah, but
she killed her kids to be able to bang me. Like, I don't think that's the.
This is the beauty of evolution because
I understand.
Evolution works on a logic that the human mind does not have to be privy to. And he even goes through it in The Murder Next Door. He's like, listen, if a woman is in a situation where they have X number of reproductive years and these kids are going to prevent, her from getting into a relationship where she's stable, is she basically, her unconscious mind weighs, am I better off trying to rough it out with these kids who, may or may not live to be successful, or am I better off cutting my losses with these kids and trying to get in a relationship where I can have a stable partner and kids that are going to make it to be successful? That's the evolutionary logic that the unconscious mind is doing. And many women decide, I'm going to cut my losses here and get rid of these kids.
But okay. As much as I like evolutionary psychology, this is where I think it hits a wall here.
Mm-hmm.
As you say, what's more likely? That there's this complicated process that exists in the unconscious that you just described, or there's women that are either have very low impulse control or very high negative emotions or are sociopathic in nature, and they have a child and they're just bothered by having to take care of this child, which is going to generally happen more often than not when it's a single parent raising a child.
Look, the emotions literally evolved to drive behavior. So it's a moot point because
no.
However you want to describe the emotions, they're driving that behavior that is in their evolutionary interest. Sigh.
Hold on.
I got a heavy sigh.
There's your sigh. There's your pearl sigh. No, it's not because no. Here's the problem. You can have a behavior that exists in humans that the outcome of the behavior will be beneficial from a strictly evolutionary perspective.
Correct.
But that doesn't mean that it doesn't work backwards. It's not a correlation causation. That doesn't mean that that's why that behavior exists, is because it can have that beneficial outcome. That could mean why the behavior was evolutionary was never weeded out, because it does it doesn't have a negative counter benefit. Right? Though actually, I would even say that women killing their children obviously has been weeded out mostly because it's still super rare. So obviously, evolution is not selecting for that.
In society, we're literally trying to weed it out because we're incarcerating the women that do this. But you yourself just read the stat. 40% of women who commit murder killing their own kids. So
Well, no,
obviously
well,
that
that's not exactly what I said, but I understand what you're saying.
yeah,
Right.
obviously that and this
No, but that's still. But
this
that's
is
still,
in the book, which I wish you just read the book.
I will read the book, but I'm just saying that's still a tiny minority of women doing that behavior. Okay, out of all women that exist in America.
No, I completely agree.
So that's what I'm saying.
Look,
so
I completely
that's what I'm saying.
agree.
Like, but I wouldn't couch that as like, well, therefore there has to be some evolutionary purpose to this behavior. That some fraction, that less than 1% of women are engaged in this behavior. I don't think you should say, well, therefore it has to have some evolutionary purpose. It's like, well, maybe not, because less than 1% are doing this.
Well, in the book, you see, we're coming at it from two different directions here. You're coming at it from women are a broad category and a very small number of women commit this atrocity, right? David Buss is coming at it from a completely different perspective. He's coming at it from the murder perspective. He's saying, look, at this many murders take place, and I'm trying to find a cause, a motivation for each of these murders. So when 40% of the murders that women commit are their actual kids, he's saying, look, that's a pretty substantial pattern here. Let's dig in and try to find out what's going on.
I understand that, but what I said, like, my problem, as much as I like Evo Psych, my problem again falls into the realm. But I feel like there's a need to overcomplicate behaviors that could be explained far simpler. As I said, I would guess, I could be wrong.
So you would say the 40% is based on mental illness?
Yes.
His whole point in the book is that what we're calling mental illness, because it makes it more comfortable for us, actually has a evolutionary benefit. That's the whole point of the book.
No, but wait. If it was true, if that was true, if there was some evolutionary benefit for women to kill their own children, there'd be way more women killing their own children.
We have made it literally illegal.
It doesn't
for good reason.
Wait.
Just because something is evolutionarily advantageous doesn't mean that it's moral or good for society. This is why we've made it illegal.
I understand that. But you would still presume to see it way more than like less than a fraction of a percentage.
It doesn't
every year.
It doesn't have
wait, this is my problem. If there's some behavior that's like okay, rape, you can make, and obviously there's an evolutionary reason for why rape is a thing. Okay, it's illegal. It happens way more than a fraction of a percent per year. And this is kind of my problem with like every single possible behavior has to be like tied into some sort of evolutionary reproductive lens. When what I said just seems to make more sense is like you have a certain number of women who are going to be sociopathic,
who have mental illness.
Yes, that are going to be sociopathic, that are going to have low impulse control, that are going to do all these things. As we've talked about, raising a child is difficult. And if you're a sociopath and you're not going to have an emotional connection with your child the way a normal person would, it would be significantly easier for you to just have the thought process of, well, this child's a burden, so I should just eliminate them and get rid of them.
How are you defining mental illness?
The way it's defined in the DSM.
Okay. Well, just give me a broad strokes, because I'm not reading the DSM, but I broadly would think that we classify mental illnesses as anything.
Mental illness is a social construct. Okay, I'm not denying that. Obviously, it is.
Well, yeah, but we create a social construct for a very good reason, right? There's a utility behind creating a social construct that behaviors that are outside the norm, that are outside what's good for society, we classify as mental illnesses. But there are behaviors that are good for one person's evolutionary benefit and bad for another person's evolutionary benefit. And killing the children is a perfect example of it. It's terrible for the children's genes, obviously, but it's very good for the woman's genes.
No, it is if she's able to reproduce again. If she's not, then it's terrible for her.
Which means, obviously, if she's able to get away with it, which is the big stumbling block, because we've stepped in as a society and said, hey, let's classify this as a mental illness because we don't necessarily like people doing it.
Right, but here's my problem. If you were to make an evolutionary argument for this, you'd have to show that the women doing this do not suffer from other things we classify as mental illnesses, such as being sociopaths and things of that nature, but also that women do it and get away with it enough for it to actually be some sort of viable reproductive strategy.
Well, but
I don't know if there'd be. I don't even know how you would.
It would have been a viable reproductive strategy in the ancestral era where we evolved. That's the reason why it evolved. No. What's changed is society.
That's a hypothesis. I'm saying you need some evidence of that claim before you make it out there, right?
Well, I'd say theory. But the evidence. Look, this is where I don't like when a lot of people say evolutionary psychology is just stories, which you're treading in that direction. This is what I don't like about it, because with evolutionary psychology, you are making a hypothesis that is using evolutionary psychology to say this is probably some feature of the world if my hypothesis and evolutionary psychology is true. And then you're going to either prove or disprove that hypothesis by finding evidence in the world for it. The evidence in the world for it is 40% of women who commit murder actually kill their kids. That's the evidence. Yeah, you're basically saying, look, as evolutionary psychologists, we can say, there's one direction for a relationship to go, which I've laid out perfectly. It's like invest in the kids as a single mom, or there's another direction for the evolution to go. Kill the kids and get another man and develop a new family, right? That's a clear hypothesis. And you would say evidence that this hypothesis is true would be, what are the murder rates of women? Then you look at the murder rates, which David Buss has done, and you find, oh, wow, look, 40% of the reason women they kill their kids.
Okay, so
that's actually evidence.
Right. Let me say two things, and then if you want to respond, fine, then we'll move on so we don't just loop on this forever. Mm-hmm. So again, my point is just that even if women who kill their children is very high, 40% or higher, that total number of women killing their children is like still less than 1%. And it's hard for me to imagine that there's an evolutionary pressure that's persisted throughout all humans, that it has some tiny, minuscule factor on less than 1% of women. Okay, so that's the first thing.
The problem.
Wait.
Go ahead.
So the second thing I want to say is, and this is kind of my problem with sort of some approach that some people have to evolutionary psychology, and it's something that Dev talked about when he was on, when we talked about people that have foot fetishes, and how why is it that you would have a foot fetish, right? And I feel like someone could come up with some like bizarre evolutionary psychology explanation for, how, being attracted to feet has some sort of health benefit and, therefore is able to create better mates and, blah, 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 blah. But I think the better answer is, well, no, actually it's a sexual targeting error, where it's just that it's evolutionarily beneficial for men and women, but especially men, to be just like super horny. And the biological processes that kind of makes men super horny can also create a selection error in what exactly it is that they're horny about. But the fact that the horniness part of it is evolutionary advantageous, so that keeps getting passed on through generation, not specifically the foot fetish part. The foot fetish part could be like a side effect of something else that's beneficial, right? And so that's kind of my problem with sort of the way that a lot of evolutionary psychology is talked about, is that it's assuming every individual action or behavior is the beneficial thing, when that could just be a side effect of a bunch of other things happening that do have some evolutionary merit.
Okay, your explanation for it is mental illness, and I just fundamentally think, what do we do with that as a society? David Buss's explanation for it being this evolved mating strategy seems like we could have a better chance of curbing the behavior, which is ultimately what we want to do. The mental illness, I don't necessarily know where we go from there, but.
Okay. I mean, if there was, if he was studying the women that killed their children and they weren't sociopathic, they didn't have any of these other things, to me, that would be very interesting.
He goes into the examples and goes into their relationship history and exactly what's going on. That's why it's fascinating.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyway, we can continue.
Look, it's not like a mental illness thing.
Okay. Jan Havy for $20. Thank you so much. Says bad boys are damaged. It's not violence that attracts women. It's the idea of emotionally saving them. In romance, the heroine sees the past violence of the bad boy. She likes him in spite of the violence, not because of it. I think I agree that there's definitely an element or a trope we see where the woman wants to fix the guy or save him. But I do still think, my elephant still thinks that there is an idea that if a person was able to commit violence in the past, that they can use that violence to protect you or acquire more resources for you. So they want to. So I think it's kind of both of those things, honestly. I think it can be both of those things. Obviously, these things are all affected by culture too, because and this is something that we've talked about a lot, there's going to be a massive difference in what women find attractive in honor cultures versus dignity cultures. And so, if you're existing in a dignity culture, it's kind of like, and we had this conversation, remember we had this conversation, Adam, with the whole, do you think Jada Pinkett Smith was happy or not that Will Smith smacked Chris Rock in the mouth?
Oh yeah, she was. She loved that.
Right. See, and you think that she was, and I think she wasn't. And the thing is, that's the classic honor versus dignity. Because if you're operating in a dignity culture, if the woman is operating with a dignity culture mindset, she's not going to be happy that happened. But if she's working with an honor culture mindset, she could be happy that happened. Right.
Yeah, honor culture and dignity culture are directly opposed. In a dignity culture, it's high status to just shrug off slights and insults.
Right.
So obviously what he did from a dignity culture perspective is low status. Well, and a lot of people saw it as low status. Yeah.
Yes.
So, but in an honor culture, you have a obligation to protect your reputation with physical violence if need be. So your what he did in an honor culture is high status.
Right. Exactly. And so, but also there is always the issue because the culture butts up against biology, right?
Right.
And there's always this interplay about which one is going to win out, because oftentimes culture directly contradicts biology because culture is a way of kind of civilizing human beings. So
now, see, for a long time, sociologists only had honor culture and dignity culture, but now a third culture has evolved, the victimhood culture, where the high status thing to do is to go to your Twitter account and try to cancel Chris Rock for making a derogatory joke about your female wife, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Mad Rhetoric for 20 pounds, 20 euros. Thank you, Mad Rhetoric. Says it's all rooted in the timescale mismatch between human and career development in the West, which favors unis and corps rather than individuals and families. We need a secular, please, humanist rework of our culture. I don't disagree. Yeah.
It's all rooted in timescale mismanagement. That's a very Mises term I see from time to time. I don't know if you mean it that way, but the Mises people use it a lot.
Well, I think it's because obviously it's rooted off the back of essentially a male timescale.
Right. Yes. A male timescale that people are not educating women that men and women have different timescales because it goes against their ideology that men and women are exactly the same. Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Which is a real problem. Back to Jan Havey's super chat real quick. I don't necessarily know that I agree with this. The bad boys are damaged and that women want to repair them. I kind of think that's a trope that's not necessarily true. I think high risk, high reward is a thing that we all intuitively understand. And bad boys are more predisposed to take high risks, and those high risks can pay off or they cannot pay off. That's the thing. That's the thing. But I think women are attracted to men that take high risks because they think, well, this could be the jackpot.
Well, I think both those things can be true, though. I think women could be attracted to high risk, high reward situations, but also still want to, quote, fix a guy or change a guy.
Well, but this is why I don't like that framing, because making him not a risky person is literally taking away his ability to be a high earner.
Yeah, but that's why I think it goes again into the vampire werewolf pirate trope I was talking about earlier, where it's like you're going to fix an element of them towards you, but maybe not fix an element like you're going to
the world. Okay, I see what
you're going to kind of turn the woman maybe thinks she's going to turn the wolf into a sheepdog, right?
Right. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Yeah. But turning him into a sheep is not gonna.
That's not good.
That's
No.
the sheepdog is working for a living. The sheep are the product.
And I know that when you said that, everyone's thinking about some recent drama that's happened, and maybe we'll talk about it towards the end of the stream.
Do you? Yeah. Should
I'm
we
sure
talk
someone will
about it? I don't know. I mean, I have a
I'm
question
sure someone will
about
super
it.
chat it at some point. I don't.
It's
necessarily
like
wanna bring
it's the first super chat. What are you talking about? You didn't read the first super chat? Anonymous Coward for $5.
You're right. He did. You're so right. The very first super
You
chat.
knew that. You knew that was coming.
Yeah. Yep. There you go.
That's okay. For those of you in suspense.
For those of you blessed
yeah,
souls who have been insulated from this drama.
this is a Hunter Avalon drama, and we will
Right.
talk about it, but we'll talk about it at the end of the stream.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, there was
I have a
brought up
big,
'cause
I have a huge question on the
Right.
Hunter Avalon drama.
I just brought up
so-
because there was this accusation that, like, his wife, like,
No,
transformed
come on.
him.
We already teased it. We'll talk
You
about it
know.
at the end of the stream. Let's not look.
Okay.
You guys
There
got
you
to stick
go.
around. You want to hear the Hunter Avalon drama? You got to stick around.
Okay. Fair enough.
Yeah, no, I think it's more so for women pick violent men more than men pick violent women.
Based on what?
Our talk was 1,000 times more interesting than this talk here. We literally looked up the stats on women
know.
murderers.
I know. It's so sad.
As soon
It's
as I
so
saw this, I was like,
sad.
well, it's kind of, they don't really talk about anything interesting, but I got a million interesting things to say about this.
I know.
Yeah.
I think you can just I would just say I would guess that it's more common with women because of that study versus like a fringe case. I would be surprised if women got the same amount of letters, but I could be
You
wrong.
might be surprised, but do you feel that sometimes you argue from emotion rather than like concrete facts? I find that when you talk about, and I've watched a lot of your videos, you say stuff that I don't think has much of a backing in reality. It's based on feelings, maybe instead of not emotions, but feelings. You say, I feel this to be true. Do you feel you do that a lot or no?
This is the most ironic thing said in this entire conversation since Ethan is doing the exact same thing.
I know. It's so ridiculous.
Both of them are masquerading that they're talking scientifically, but really they're virtue signaling an ideology.
To the audiences, yes.
I would say I'm a woman, so sometimes, yeah.
Okay. Interesting
But-
defense.
Hold on. Do you want me to find it or no?
Sure. Yeah. I'll give you a minute. That's totally fine.
We're gonna fast forward as they
Replace you. But you do think women are more emotional.
Okay, I gotta find. Hold
Okay, go
on.
ahead. I'll give you a minute. Sorry, I won't click on it. It's fun. I mean,
He
he seems like a nice.
You can send it in the Zoom chat.
The Zoom chat, yeah.
Or you
Oh,
could just
months ago. Yeah.
Thank you. To present feelings as facts. So emotional. Do you think it's bad faith in terms of?
Hold on.
Vile. It's like 7 months ago. Yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate.
I want to get the emotional stuff down. I'm tempted to bring up I have the chart for the social intuitionist model, how it's all begins with feelings and then sometimes self-reflection comes in and we actually look for some facts that might disprove us, but rarely does that happen.
That we'll look into it. So if women are so emotional, do you think it's bad faith in terms of an argument to argue from feelings and to present feelings as facts? Do you think that's a bad faith way to argue or no?
No, I was kind of kidding. I was like,
What
joking.
were you kidding about?
When
That is totally bad faith to present your intuition. And Sitch and I are very good on the show at pointing this out. This is my gut intuition here. It could be true. It could not be true, right? It is bad faith to take your gut intuition and say, oh, these are the facts, right? But Ethan is just as guilty of doing this in this entire conversation. But
Of
for some
course.
reason, he gets a pass because he keeps calling Pearl emotional. So-
Well, it's well, there's two things happening. One, which is that apparently Pearl does this thing where she on her program will just go, I just feel that like XYZ,
Right.
right? So it's just kind of like a rhetorical device she gives in these conversations. So I think it's fair to criticize that. But it's easier for Ethan because since like it's like this interview debate tactic sort of going on here, it's like she's not really questioning, oh, Ethan, you said this, you know, where are you drawing this from? It's more like he says, you've said this, where are you drawing this from? Like the whole thing is just him kind of being the inquisitor prodding things that she
Yeah, that's
said.
a great point.
So it's a very one-sided thing.
Yeah, he's digging in. He's like, I want to know the facts behind this.
Right. When in like, because just as easily you could be like, you know, because she makes the claim about, you know, women are more attracted to violent males, more so than males are attracted to violent women, which intuitively I would be inclined to believe is true. I've never seen a study on that, but I would just intuitively guess that's probably true, based off of kind of the ways our culture and stories and narratives seem to be kind of fixated around. Like, you know, you see the Twilight stories, you know, I don't really see like the reverse Twilight stories from the male perspective, right?
Right. The super violent woman.
Though it's interesting, you actually are starting to see that now, but it's all coming from Japan.
Really?
Yeah, because like it's very interesting. So like you'll definitely see, you know, the whole we talked about the harem animes, which is a new thing. It's not really a thing in Western storytelling, but you know, obviously in Japan you have the whole harem anime where there's like one guy who's basically like Belle from Twilight, who's a slub, who's just not very special, or is special for some convenient plot reason, you know, not anything they've specifically done. And because of this, all these beautiful women are just throwing themselves at this guy. And it's funny because it's a very like, it's almost like, even though it's a guy having a harem of women, like the sex roles are sort of reversed where the guy is kind of like the effeminate one. The girls are always like the hyper dominant and hyper aggressive, and the man is like the passive character.
Nice.
So
And I don't know, whatever you were asking me earlier, you were like, do you, I don't even remember. You said something like, do you think you shouldn't have a platform, or like,
Well, right.
Yeah.
Well, I asked and you said, well, I'm a woman. Of course, I'm going to. I asked you, do you feel that you make arguments based on feeling? And you said, yes, I do, because I'm a woman.
oh yeah, I was kidding. No, I use facts to back up my arguments. Sometimes I'd say I'm wrong. Sometimes I think something and it's not correct, but I would say most of my opinions, I try to at least have a basis of fact. Yes.
Okay.
Some things you just see in reality, right? I mean, like
Some things you
sometimes
just
you're
see.
gonna, yeah, I mean, you know, you can, like some things you just learn from interviewing hundreds of people, you see patterns.
Right. But sometimes when you interview people, you interviewing specific people with specific experiences, you're obviously going to run into a bias.
No, I don't think so, because we do street interviews all the time too. So that's like random people on the street.
so stupid.
Okay, fair enough.
Is empiricism liberalism? I feel like the scientific method is kind of out of the Enlightenment
Sure, of course.
Enlightenment tradition.
I agree.
Yeah.
So there's the red pilled, which are people who see the world for what it is. And then you have blue pilled people, which I'm assuming is someone like me. I don't know. I don't want to put words in your mouth. But what does blue pilled mean?
People that see the world for how they'd like it to be, I guess.
Okay.
But I don't talk much about, I guess, like blue pill, but yeah.
Okay, fair enough. We don't have to focus in on that. So I've noticed that one of the primary focuses of your content is kind of the problems facing men and how there's so much unfair societal pressures or norms or expectations on men. Why is it that you're so singularly focused on the troubles of men?
Because YouTube's primarily men.
Why am I focused on the troubles of men? And that's an interesting way to, I guess, phrase my content. I would say I think it's
You know, there was like this little tiny black spot floating in front of me, and I'm like, what the fuck? Is it like a floater? Like my retina detaching? I was like getting nervous. And I realized it's just this little teeny tiny spider is like dropping down from my microphone.
Oh, dang.
I was like, oh, okay.
Watch out. You don't want
I
a
killed
retinal
it.
detach.
I killed it.
Wow, how dare you?
I'm
Why
sorry,
would you
Aiden.
do
I
such
killed
a
that
thing?
spider. That little teeny tiny spider. It's dead now. Get off my microphone, spiders.
This is, I mean, Ethan kind of nailed her content, and it's strange to me.
What do you say? I was distracted by the spider until I missed what you just said.
Well, the question is over. Her content is basically focused on men's issues and why he's asking her why. And she doesn't even really seem to understand that her content is focused on men's issues, which makes me think, like, how do you have such a giant platform and you don't even really know the crux of your content?
Well, the question is, does she not realize that, or is she just kind of in debate mode? So she's not, like, whatever he says.
Yeah,
she's
that's a
gonna
good
kinda
question right
maybe
there.
take the
Yeah.
opposite stance, because I'm assuming she understands that I mean, red pill stuff is primarily men's issues, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
unfortunate what happens to men in divorce court. So
Okay.
that's probably what I talk about the most. I think that men should have access to their children.
That's not what you
So-
talk about the most. You definitely talk about
Especially with those bitches killing them all over the place. I mean, obviously.
Stop.
Well, look, this would be good science to bring into the court case. If
Your
you're trying to
Honor,
get custody
look at
of your
all
kid.
these crazy hoes killing their own children. I should get full custody.
I should get full custody. I mean, I would try that if I was an attorney. Mr.
Yeah.
Ubercross, I think I have a
good legal
a
argument.
good legal argument for you.
stuff
little
like
skeptical.
pay gap myth. You talk about men want younger girls. You talk about men are just doing what's in their nature. You talk about women who have higher body count are less desirable. I haven't. I'll be honest. I've watched a lot of your stuff, and the vast majority is not about divorce court. It's about this kind of like dating coach stuff.
No, I wouldn't say I'm a dating coach, but okay.
No, but that realm, you know what I mean? Like, I don't mean you're a dating coach, but like that kind of realm, it seems that you're super focused on. So, what is your interest in that manosphere? Maybe
What is the purpose of making a video about women having high body counts if you're not basically making the argument that these bitches are hoes? Like, what? I can't imagine us making a video like that.
That is. Well, you didn't you make a video called "We Should Bring Back Slut Shaming"?
So I explain the evolutionary reasoning behind slut shaming, but I didn't really take an opinion on. The video was called "Slut Shaming is Awesome," so I mean, I did, but
I wonder what opinion Adam.
But I mean, I was completely neutral about whether or not slut shaming was good. Or
It's
not.
just a clickbait title. Is that what you're saying?
That video is awesome. We should look. That video is too hot for present day YouTube. I think it's on Rumble or one of the other platforms. So
one of my big problems with the red pill stuff, which came up in our conversation with Rolo, I have two big problems. One is that he kept saying he's only being descriptive about reality. He's not being prescriptive, and that's just flatly not true.
Untrue.
100%
Yeah,
untrue,
completely
yeah.
untrue.
And it was kind of absurd for him to try to make this argument.
Are you saying that because obviously what I was saying wasn't just? Look, I was making fun of myself. Obviously, I took a position on it. So
No, I know.
Yeah.
That's not, I didn't mean to relate it to that.
okay.
No, I didn't even think that. I didn't even think about that till you said that just now. But no, so yeah, obviously when the red pill stuff comes up, there's a prescriptive element to it. It's not just purely descriptive. And I think
slut shaming. That's the goal.
yes, but I think putting a prescription based on evolutionary biology is a very dangerous road to walk.
Why?
Obviously. I mean, that just leads you down the road to eugenics. Obviously, that's where it ends.
I see. That's bad. A lot of the people who are big in evolutionary psychology, the people studying evolutionary psychology, hate that it's been pinned to eugenics. So they would cringe at what you just said.
No. But here's the problem, and Heidi even talks about this. Right, that was part of why evolutionary psychology was so taboo for so long.
Got a bad
was because
name.
it was pinned to eugenics. My point is, evolutionary psychology is important because it's important for you to understand how humans behave and why they're behaving, right?
Yeah.
But there's two ways to use that knowledge. The knowledge is if you understand why maybe someone, including yourself, is behaving in some way, that opens you the door to potentially change it.
Yeah.
Right? Not just fixing it, but to change it. Like part of the path of having free will is to understand why you're doing what you're doing.
Yep.
Or can be. But I feel like all the red pill stuff is, it's basically just rationalizations for all like the worst behaviors that men could possibly have or want or desire.
Right.
Is to say, listen, women act in this way women act negatively in all these ways for, for what we would consider negative reasons, which are from evolutionary beneficial reasons for them. And so basically you as a man can just act in all these negative ways as well. Yeah. Because evolutionarily beneficial to you. And to me, that's the complete wrong way to use evolutionary psychology, just to justify whatever, negative behavior you basically want to engage in.
Look, it's strange. That's exactly the same logic that's working in CRT too. It's like white people are racist, so therefore we can be racist as fuck.
Right. Yes. Tribalism is some inherent part of reality or nature, so therefore we should just lean into it.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Right. It's like, I don't think that's a good idea.
Pretty funny.
Right. Right.
Maybe that's a better term, manosphere stuff.
What is my interest? I don't know. I just thought it was interesting, so that's what we talk about.
Okay, that's fair. So what is, you say you're anti-feminism? Feminism was basically a mistake. So what is your problem with feminism? Let's start there. That's a good point, right?
I think that feminism wants equality when it benefits us and not actual equality.
Feminism, and are you going back to the beginning of feminism? Like the whole history of feminism, like women's suffrage and everything?
Yeah, no, I don't.
You don't fuck with women's suffrage?
No.
You don't think women should get the right to vote?
These people are excellent communicators.
This is like, I know exactly when you say idiocracy. We have two people of incredibly low energy.
Yeah.
Of, does it just not really communicating their ideas in any sort of interesting or well thought out way. It's just like, what is this?
And not only that, the entire internet is talking about this conversation, and I feel like we're in the courtroom here. Right?
Blah blah. All I hear is you saying blah blah blah. I'm gay. Denied.
Remember, is the other woman that got sent back in time?
Yes. Yeah, the prostitute.
Dude. Like, she just never had anything to say other than like, dude. Yeah, no, this is hilarious.
Well, no, it is kind of shocking to me that, and I've always this with Ethan. I've always found Ethan's podcast to be so boring. I don't know how anyone watches it.
Yeah, I agree.
And like his podcast with Hassan is even so, like, it's so weird because, like, Hassan's like an idiot, so it's hard for me to understand why anyone watches him in the first place. But at least when he's doing his own content, you can say, okay, he's like trying to make jokes, he's trying to be funny. But like when they're together, you just feel like Ethan is like this energy suck, just like,
yep.
He just brings everything so low. And this conversation is like, oh God. And like, how do these people how does Pearl and Ethan have an audience?
They tell people what they want to hear.
I guess.
Look, people just are dying to hear what they want to hear.
And it's so weird. Well, it's even doubly weird with Ethan because his content, he became famous by making funny, high energy content.
Oh yeah, totally.
That's what made him popular. Yes, Vape Nation. Humongous. All this stuff. Him going around doing some wacky shit. Now it's just like, what is this?
Smoking hookah with Jordan Peterson.
Right. And Pearl is just like, oh God. It's just like the worst advocate for all this stuff.
Doesn't she invite a bunch of dumb girls on her show though and make fun of them? I think that's that's the draw for a lot of guys. They're like,
you stupid bitch.
These girls are amazingly hot, and when I see them at the club, I think, boy, I sure would like to talk to them. But then they go on this podcast, and you realize, oh, actually, I'm glad I didn't talk to them now because they're idiots.
Right.
Which that's gotta make people feel good, right? They're like, I could never get one of these girls because they're out of my league, but at least I can know that whoever is hooking up with them is hating their life because they're so stupid.
Of course.
Yeah.
But it's
No,
like,
no, I
it's like
don't.
the freedom student thing.
Yeah, exactly.
You dumb
Seamus knows what's up.
Yes, stop at that.
Okay, so are you serious or are you kidding?
No, I'm serious.
Okay, so women shouldn't have the right to vote.
Yeah.
Why?
No. Because men are signed up for selective service, so they're fined $300,000 if they don't sign up for selective service when they're 18.
Do you think women should be
so I think-
drafted into the army?
I think if we want the same rights, it comes with the same responsibilities.
Do you think
And
women should be
personally-
drafted into the army?
No.
Okay, so
No,
then
that's my
there's a
point.
paradox.
No, but that's
there.
my point. I'm saying, like, let's make it fair.
You don't believe.
How is she so bad at this argument?
Well, it is good that she's appealing to the Fairness Cheating Foundation because everybody understands fairness cheating. So the argument is grounded in something people are going to be emotionally resonant towards.
Yeah, but it's a stupid argument.
Well, I immediately thought, well, wait a second. Don't women do 100% of the birthing new people labor? I feel like that was originally the trade-off. The women were going to do 100% of the birthing new people labor, and the men were going to do 100% of the
Fighting,
safety and security labor. That was like the trade-off. And no one's told me, but I'm assuming women are still doing 100% of the birthing labor.
Well, wait a minute. You transphobe. Okay.
Look,
There's pregnant trans men out there.
The trans men are doing very little percentage of the birthing labor. So I'm just going to take the outliers out of the equation here.
Right. No, but you know what? That's a fantastic, you make a fantastic point here.
Yeah.
Because why is being in the military or the draft, why is that the criteria? Because it's kind of like a random arbitrary thing.
As long as you can pick the criteria, you can make up what fairness is.
Yeah, of course. Because you could say, okay, well, obviously you need to have a military to protect the borders and protect the country. Okay, fair enough. But you also need people to exist for the country.
You need something to protect.
Right. So you need people to kind of, increase and have babies. So why does that not count towards women? Yeah.
It's super unfair that men do 0% of the birthing.
True.
labor.
Yeah. They just listen, their contribution is just, it feels great. And then they're done. Very easy.
It's awesome.
Yeah, exactly. What's up with that? It's not fair.
Yeah.
Well, listen, this is your perfect
So
world.
I'm saying that if we are going to vote, have the same cost, which is that men are put into selective service and women are not. And if I had to pick between the two, then I would give up the right to vote instead of sign up for selective service.
Okay, so you're saying women should only get the right to vote if they sign up for selective service, but at the same time, you're saying women should not serve in the military. So in your world, women are just going to be disenfranchised because they're not going to be able to sign. They shouldn't serve in the military because they're not as good fighters, right?
No, I'm saying for me personally, I would not want to sign up for selective service if I had to pick.
So
I would give that up.
You think women should be given the choice if they want to do selective service or not?
How is this like her position? This is like the worst position.
She doesn't even know her position. Look,
oh my God.
She doesn't have a position.
Women should be able to vote because they don't have to join the selective service / draft.
Right.
And he's like, oh, well, do you think women should actually be in the military? No. So you just don't want women to vote? Well, it's like, there's no well there. Okay. What the fuck? Like, how is this a position? Either just own it or acknowledge it's stupid.
I want to ask her I want to ask her because this is the illuminating question here.
Right.
What do you think society will look like if women are not allowed to vote?
Oh, it'll be so much better.
Yeah, she's going to come up with some utopia, right?
Yeah. Oh my God.
It's going to be utopia.
So much better. Yes. Yeah. We'll go back to like the 1950s. Everything will be perfect.
Yeah.
For some magical reason.
I just have a completely different worldview here.
Well, it's funny because when I was listening to this, I was like, Adam, Mr. Give everyone the votes. Like, oh God.
Yeah, this bugs me because it's so authoritarian. It's like, look, let me make the decisions for society because
Right.
Me, I'm the fucking genius. It's bizarre to me. It's completely
Well, but
bizarre
and
to
why
me.
should it be? And why should it like? I think what you said was very prescient. It's like if you get to create the criteria, anything can be fair to you, right?
Of course, yeah.
And so it's like, yeah, but why is it being in the military? Why is it not owning land, right?
But how do we create the criteria? Through voting, through decision making.
Yes.
What really
exactly.
bugs me is, I guess, like that Vivek Ramaswamy guy, is that his name?
Ramaswamy, I think.
Ramaswamy?
Yeah.
Vivek wants to raise the voting age to 25, right? But he's
Right.
supposed to be this hardcore libertarian who's all in favor of decentralizing power. I'm like, you dumb fucker. Like, how can you be that big an idiot?
Right.
You're like, I'm all in favor of decentralizing power, and then I want to centralize power in the hands of the people who are all over 25.
Well, my problem is with anyone except for you. I'm not including you in this.
Oh
whatsoever.
no. Oh no.
I'm not. No, I'm
Thank
just letting
you.
you know I'm not including you.
Thank you for the disclaimer.
Adam, you are above it all, my friend.
Oh. Well, that's sometimes people think that that's bad too, but go ahead.
But when I hear anyone who's not Adam have like an argument or conversation about lowering the voting age, raising the voting age, making more people vote, making less people vote, I understand that it's all secondary. It's all secondary. Okay. Because the primary issue is, why is it just such a coincidence that when anyone has a position on increasing or decreasing voting supply, it's just a coincidence that it happens to help the political party that they want in power?
I know.
It's just such a coincidence.
I know.
What a coinkydink, right?
It's very self-serving. That's what we call that.
You're like, listen, here's my very deep, laid out philosophical, explanation of why certain people should be able to vote and certain people shouldn't. It's just a coincidence that it happens to completely go that doing that would help the political party I want to be in power anyway. That's just a coincidence, right?
I've actually used this to my advantage, because if you've noticed, a lot of people are starting to catch on to my parents voting for the kids argument.
Right.
Like more and more I'm seeing in the comments, oh, I kind of like this idea. And if I looked into it, I'd think the people that like the idea are the people who know that it would help the Republican Party. So, if we can make it work to our advantage to widen the voting, I'm for it. Why not?
Well, that's what's fun. That's what's been funny about your voting positions, because like if people would take a very cynical perspective, it probably the whole parents getting to vote for children, I would imagine. I'm not sure, but I would imagine it would help Republicans get more votes, because
Of course,
probably having more children than Democrats are on average.
Of course,
I'm not 100% sure about that. So, but it's just so funny to me. That's what's annoying about all these voting conversations. Why I just generally write them all off. It's like, okay, if someone's coming out here with some principal argument about changing the voting radically in one way, and it completely goes against whatever political party they want in power, I'll be like, okay, that's a person who's actually making a principled argument.
Yeah, totally. Well, you understand the principles behind my argument. Most people are not making a principled argument.
Yours doesn't. I said you're an exception because your position doesn't. I don't think you are coming at from any sort of political.
Well, my principle is based on Dictator's Handbook. Widening the selectorate is decentralizing power, and that's important to me. Decentralizing power is important to me.
Right.
Yeah, I do. I mean, it is. Yeah, Democrats want to lower the voting age because they think young people vote for us, and Republicans want to raise the voting age because they're like, young people vote for Democrats. So, yes.
I think if we're going to vote, we should have no choice like the men do.
So women should be drafted mandatory into selective service, you believe?
No.
I got a better solution for you, Pearl. How about this? Women should have mandatory baby service, that every woman has to have a baby before she's 25. How about that?
I don't know if I agree with it.
In order to be able to vote, look, I'm crafting a policy here that she should find utopian.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Men sign up for selective service, and that's how they get the vote. And women have a baby by the time they're 25, and that's how they get the vote. Look, they have to be married and have a baby. How about that?
Right.
There you go. There's your utopia. Look, they can pick whoever they want to marry. It's not like it's authoritarianism or anything.
Well, also her argument is actually like it might be a good emotional argument, but it's a terrible logical argument. Because you're right, she's trying to appeal to fairness, but like, she hasn't given a logical link or a philosophical link. You can give one, obviously. There's arguments you can give, but she hasn't given one in this conversation, linking why having to sign up for selective services entails the right to vote.
Yeah.
Specifically.
Yes. Yeah. Well, and they kind of touch on skin in the game, and I'm like, women don't have skin in the game. Women don't want a safe, clean environment, a low crime, good school, clean water environment. They don't have skin in the game. What the fuck are you talking about?
I mean, women usually have more skin in the game. If you're going to look at it from a purely evolutionary perspective, women generally have more skin in the game.
Right,
by
because
how they
they're
reproduce than men do. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, because being in a unsafe environment tends to hurt women and children more than it hurts men. So
right. Well, and also because men can reproduce by spreading the seeds wide, and women can't. They have to. Yeah, they have to invest.
Women don't
a lot
have
of resources into like 1 or 2 children.
Women don't have the fucking run strategy.
No, they generally don't.
Yeah.
That's
Okay, but don't you see the lot? There's an issue. There's a problem here.
I said, if feminists want the right to vote, right, then it should come with the draft. It should come. I mean, it's not called the draft anymore. It's called selective service. Personally, in Pearl's world, I do not want to be drafted. I do not want to be in selective service.
I know, but I'm asking you, like, in general, in terms of policy. Because obviously, I think it's safe to say women in general want the right to vote, right? And so then, by your logic, women need to be entered into selective service, right? But you don't think that should happen, or you think that's okay?
Yeah, I'd rather not.
Not you. I mean, in general, the women. Because women want to vote. So how do we resolve this issue? Do they get drafted like men?
I mean, I think it's unlikely that women will ever have the right to vote taken away. So I guess moving forward, maybe net taxpayers potentially you could do, but that's a whole that's a whole nother conversation. But
wait, what does that
I think
mean?
if we're gonna vote, I think that we should have the same responsibility as the men and be enlisted in selective service.
I don't want any of you poors voting. Okay.
Yeah, I know. She's just going all over the place here.
No poors allowed to vote.
She has no concept of why voting happens to begin with. So
I know.
I doubt she's voted a day in her life, to be honest with you.
Well, you're probably right. Isn't her? I think
she's in England.
She is. That's a good point. I mean, she could theoretically, if she really wanted to, she could, vote with an overseas ballot or something.
Yeah, she's got rich parents, supposedly.
I was gonna say, aren't her parents like super wealthy?
I think so. Yeah. She's got like some 40-bedroom estate or something.
Right. So it's kind of rich that a kid who grew up rich that didn't do anything to deserve the wealth is like, talking about like the poor shouldn't get the vote. It's like, oh, really? Okay.
Well, and the women.
Yeah, that's true. She doesn't. That's true. She's willing to throw her own vote away, but
the poor and the women can't vote. So only rich men get to vote.
Right. Says she has 9 siblings. Jeez.
Wow. Talk about middle child syndrome.
There you go.
You got like 7 middle children there.
Her parents are the co-founder and former CEO of Davisware. I don't know what that is.
Right. I saw some clip going around where she said something that might have gotten her parents in trouble, I think.
That we're going to see that in this conversation.
We are, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So you're saying women should also have to sign up for selective service when they turn 18, like men.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm saying if you're going to be equal, make it equal.
Okay.
And for me, I don't want to do that. No, thank you. Keep me out of that.
Okay. So right. I understand that's your preference, but I'm just trying to understand like the policy that in your red pill, we're doing the red pill. We're seeing the world as it is.
No, I wouldn't assign that belief to like red pill. That's not really like a red pill belief. That's just mine.
Okay, cool. Yeah. I'm just trying to make a point about. So do you think having women in the army would weaken our military?
Sexist.
Oh, So I found this video that Pearly Things put up on her channel. It's called "My Millionaire Dad Gives Advice."
Sweet.
Okay. But anyway, so I looked at the top comment. Top comment on this video.
Right.
I have to share with you.
Okay.
The first sentence. Pearly, I watched you when you had 50 subs, and even then I thought you had something a little different. You're an average looking girl, but your attitude and outlook on life goes a long way.
That's so painful. Oh.
It's so this is supposed to be a positive comment. Like the rest of the comments are like positive. I'm like, Jesus Christ. Oh my God. It's so funny.
Wow.
Yes.
So then,
The fact that she's totally loaded and still unmarried says a lot. Guys are
Does
only,
it?
yeah, they only care about looks, obviously.
Well, I mean, she might not be actively, looking for suitors or anything.
I think she has been. She's open about that. She wants to
Oh,
get
okay.
married. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
probably don't draft women into the army.
Yeah, but then take away the vote with it.
But you're not giving that. That doesn't seem very fair. You see what I'm saying? 'Cause you say, well, you guys are weaker. You guys are going to weaken our military. So we don't want you in the military. But because you're not in the military, you don't get the right to vote. It's a catch-22. You know what I mean? So what do we do about that?
I wish he would go into why do you think society would be better
Yeah.
if women were not able to vote?
Right.
That's the question we want to know. Who gives a fuck about this selective service shit? Look, that's the
Right.
excuse. That's the
Right.
excuse for the policy that she wants.
Right.
Dig into why she wants that policy. Why do you think that's going to make
crazy, Adam?
Yeah, but why do you think that's going to make society better?
Because hoes be tripping.
I've been convinced.
You've been
That-
convinced?
No, I've been convinced. Well, obviously, hoes be. What would you say? I'm convinced by
Straight
that too.
tripping.
Hoes be straight tripping. I that just goes without saying. Okay, that's like obviously true.
Uh-huh.
But I do think that the people who generally have policy aimed towards giving them pleasing things, pleasing environment, pleasing social policy, all kinds of perks in society, are the people who can vote. And the people who generally get the shaft by society because they have no political voice are the people who can't vote. So I feel like that's a fundamentally true aspect of the world. And I always take that into consideration when I'm talking about disenfranchising people. So other people don't seem to get this. Or they just, they don't
agree.
believe that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what I think we should do.
Go ahead.
No, I mean, it goes back to, I just think that you have to have some skin in the game. And so it's like, if we're voting for a commander in chief, right, that's the person that decides if we go to war or we don't go to war. And so it's easy to, again, I think that if you're going to vote, you should have the same responsibility as the men, and women don't want to do that. It's either we're equal or we're not equal.
Okay, well, just to be
equal,
fair,
if we're really equal, have the same responsibility. But again,
Yeah, okay. First of all, she brings up the skin in the game. It's the first time we've heard her position why, right? Which is silly because obviously women have skin in the game in a lot of areas of life.
Otherwise,
Not all of your voting for governance has to do with, military and warfare. And under that criteria, you'd say, well, why does anyone who hasn't served, who cares if you're in a selective service? If you haven't served, why have you not?
yeah.
Why don't you get the vote?
Look, I signed up for the draft, but I never been drafted.
Right. But secondly, even if you're going to hold this argument, you say like, well, there should be this fairness thing. If men have to do it, women have to do it. You go, okay, fair enough. But then you can't simultaneously, this is what Ethan's trying to get at here, and she just keeps circling around. You can't say that that's your argument if you don't think women should actually be in the military. Okay?
Right. Yeah.
You can't simultaneously say, oh, I think that they should have to sign up for it, but I don't think they should be in it. Like,
Right.
well, that doesn't make any sense.
She keeps treading on the breakfast question when he's like
Right.
asking, so do you think women should be able to serve in the military? Oh, I wouldn't want to serve in the military. No, well, I'm not asking about you.
Let me ask you a question, Pearl. If you were a woman, you hadn't eaten breakfast
How would you feel?
in your military service yesterday. Okay. If a female soldier hadn't eaten breakfast yesterday, how would she feel?
Look, I'm not in the military.
Yeah. I don't want to be in the. I understand that. But I'm just saying, hypothetically, if you were in the military and you were also still female and you hadn't eaten breakfast.
This whole exchange is the breakfast question.
Yeah, but see, I think the difference is I think she understands. It's not like she's stupid. It's just she doesn't want to answer the question because she knows she knows it's stupid, and she knows she put herself in a stupid position.
Right.
So she's gonna do like the play dumb, vague circle game where you just keep repeating yourself and pretend like you don't understand what they're saying.
I hate that.
So yeah. But then Ethan has an even dumber counter that he's about to bring forward.
Right, I know. I can't wait.
Look, you see it. Look at this. This is a perfect pause. Look at his
know,
face.
it's great. He's like, what the fuck is this bitch on?
He's like, when he's about to, when he's looking up the internet for a stupid argument. Okay. Or rather, someone on his staff. I'm assuming someone on his staff is like feeding him.
Oh yeah.
Lines or something.
Messaging him.
Yeah, so it's fine. You can criticize Pearl because I'm sure she's a part of this conversation where she's very obviously being fed information. It's fine to criticize her for that. But Ethan is very obviously also being fed information from his entire staff, so it's not like it's happening on both sides here.
And it's equality when it benefits us.
Well, but your logic doesn't even make sense. I mean, you're talking about, first of all, there hasn't even been a draft in the United States in 50 years. Right. So if there was a draft, maybe we could have this conversation, but it just seems kind of silly. In 50 years, there hasn't been a mandatory draft. It just hasn't happened. So, so why is it a big deal, I guess, about the selective service? But there's not going to be another draft. You know what I mean? There's enough people in the Army. I don't think that there's going to be a draft.
Recruitment is way down.
It's not going to be, listen. Ethan just feels it in his gut. There's not going to be another draft.
Is he arguing emotionally here? I feel like he is.
Oh, maybe you're right. No, he has some data that shows there's not going to be another draft, right?
I just feel like there's never going to be another draft.
Right.
It's just not going to happen. And with the way technology is going, we're going to have autonomous robot fighters before there's a draft. You know what I mean?
Oh, well, listen.
Not according to Sitch.
Listen, there's not going to be... He's seen those Boston Dynamic robots do backflips, okay? So there's not going to be another draft.
So why does it matter? I just don't see the point with the selective service thing.
I just think it's, again, like women want all the rights without the responsibility.
What other ones?
If you don't think that there's going to be a draft, then equally do what the men do. Men are fined $300,000.
Well, they don't have the option. They don't even have the option right now.
Right. So give them the option.
Okay, let's give them the option.
Make it equal. Not the option. It has to be mandatory.
I know, but you saying like women want the right to vote, but they don't want to enter in selective service, but it's not an option. So how do you know what all women want?
This is totally against her side of the argument too, because she's the one making the argument that men and women are different, biologically, culturally different. Yeah.
Right.
But then she's saying, "Oh yeah, they should
be treated the same." Yeah. Right.
I don't know what all women want.
So then why are you saying things that are generalized all women?
I'm saying, okay. Because I'm looking at the policies that have been pushed. And I'm saying the policies are not, like, where are the feminists fighting for equality in this situation? Like
yeah, I mean, again, it's not that relevant, but also no women in the Army is a kind of a byproduct of patriarchy, because women are looked as that they'd weaken the military, as you pointed out. Is that possible that it's men driving that policy and not so much women?
Patriarchy. The dreaded patriarchy.
Yeah.
Is that why women were historically not in military service?
Yeah, it's the patriarchy's fault.
Okay. I mean,
there's a lot of women in the military now, though.
Yeah, obviously there is. Sure. And there's lots of women, you don't have to be in a
it's
combat.
horrible. They're like totally lazy. They don't do anything. They just sit around in the office filing their nails.
I know. Terrible. Eating cupcakes, gossiping.
Yeah, gossiping about the men.
I know. Patriarchy. No, but just the idea that like patriarchy is what kept women out of military service is like,
Yeah,
you know,
Ethan's a
it's
dumb shit.
well, it's such a like a this like one-sided dumb view of history of like, oh, all history was just men oppressing women. Because like, yes, women were oppressed in some ways in the past, obviously, but like so being you can look at like being forced to be in the military as the more oppressive thing, right? Like,
Hell yeah.
is it like having forcibly to serve in the military where you could die? How is that not more oppressive? How is that like that's more oppressive for the men? That's not more oppressive for the women. It doesn't make any sense to categorize this as like the patriarchy.
Yeah.
I
Sorry,
mean, when you
I
have
got
like
distracted by chat.
when you have the common saying of women and children first, right?
Mm-hmm.
What does that mean? Women and children first.
It means women and it means they get to survive, and the men go and fight the war.
Yeah.
Go and save the ship or whatever.
It means men are disposable.
Oh
What it
yeah.
means, right.
But
And
wait,
if you want to say
wait, it's not women. It's not hoes and children first, though.
that's true. That's true.
Like you
But
get
no,
back
like-
on the boat, baby.
Like obviously when you're talking about like strict on the ground combat historically, right? You're going to want men because men on average are going to be significantly stronger than the average woman. It wouldn't make sense.
Right.
So that totally makes sense from like a purely pragmatic position. But I'd say even going further that once military started to evolve so that there were a lot more non-combat roles, you know, over time in history, like it still retained the idea of men being more disposable than women. And that's probably why it was still expected for many years for men to be in military service and women for not to be necessarily. So just to categorize it as like patriarchy, like, oh, it's, you know, these evil oppressing men, you know, were oppressing women by not allowing them to be in the military. It's just a ridiculous way of framing the whole argument.
Right. You sure it's not
But-
gynocentrism?
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Now, I am glad that we live in a society where if a woman wants to serve her country in the military, it's totally open for her to do so.
Well, I mean, if she's really gonna work, though.
Okay. She's not going to sit around eating cupcakes and filing her nails.
I listen to some of these cop channels,
Yeah.
and oh man, the complaining they do about female officers, and they're dying to hire female officers, but the
Yeah.
guys are constantly like, "Oh my god, working with a woman is like having a cinder block tied around your neck." It's like Jesus.
Well,
Now,
part of the problem is like
I got to watch out for the criminals and my coworker.
like I don't have a problem with a woman serving in the military or being in the police or whatever, but there should have to be. I mean, for the military, you could say it's a little different depending on whether you're going to be in a combat role. But for the police, the physical requirements should be the same. You know, the training requirements, everything should have to be
aren't.
exactly the same. Well, that's the problem. It should be all exactly the same.
Yeah,
So,
they are.
I mean, I don't know how the police works in terms of like, you know, they're sticking all women on desk jobs or something.
No, they're out in the field. I mean, there are, I think, places where female officers can be more useful, probably in like domestic
Sure, of
disputes.
course.
And I'm sure officers pick up on that, and they're happy to have a woman on board in situations like that.
Right.
You know, you're dealing with a woman who's a drunk driver. Yeah, let her talk to the lady cop. Obviously, it's probably spill everything. Like,
Well, a big problem too with the physical requirements is like the physical requirements, they go away very like I don't know if at most police stations, if any, they don't have like general upkeep physical requirements for men, which I think is a massive problem too.
oh yeah,
I mean, you see these like big fat cops who you're like, you know, they can't run, they can't really, you know, hold anyone down. You're like, geez, like that shouldn't be allowed. Why is that allowed?
because they have a really good union. You know, you don't know how these things work, Sitch?
I do. I mean, I understand. When I said it, it was a rhetorical question. I understand the answer to that, but I'm just
It's
saying it shouldn't be
harder-
allowed.
Look, it's harder to fire a donut chugging cop than it is to just pay him.
It shouldn't be allowed. It shouldn't be allowed. There should be constant physical upkeep requirements for anyone who is a police officer.
Wow.
I say this as someone who's not a police officer, so suck
Right.
it. But if you don't want
Terrible.
it, listen. If you don't want to be in shape, then you're gonna have to find a new line of work, I guess. I don't know what to tell you.
Look, we need desk jockeys. Okay.
Okay.
I didn't say women drove that policy. I said they don't try to make it equal. It's only equal when it benefits us.
Even if nobody's being actually drafted.
What she's saying is something that I ultimately agree with, even though she's doing it very poorly.
Yes.
That feminism is really often about female supremacy and not female equality. Look, there, I said it. She doesn't have to say it.
Right. Well, yeah, I understand what she's trying to say. Like, isn't it a coincidence that feminists are only advocating for equality, quote, finger quotes, equality in avenues of life where it benefits women? They're not advocating for equality in avenues of life where it does, where it's, you know, would
Right.
be harder or penalty, which is true. Yeah, obviously.
Of course.
Right.
Yeah. So she's doing the same thing with men in marriage. She's
Yes.
advocating for changes in marriage that would benefit men over women.
Right. Right.
I mean, 50 years isn't, you know, that long of. I mean, who's to say? You don't know, but okay.
Who's to say?
50 years. I mean, the last mandatory draft was like during Vietnam, wasn't it? That's pretty-
Do you not think it should be equal? So you think that it shouldn't be?
No, I think what you're saying is fair, but it's not making any sense. Like, okay, sure, let's put women into you know, selective service. Fine. I'm fine with that. I think it's fine.
Okay.
I think everyone should sign up for it. And there's other ways that people can support the military other than being on the front line, right?
And then she'll say, well, men are risking their lives, though, and that's a distinct difference. If women are not risking their lives, then it's not fair. That's why this is so stupid.
I know. But I mean, my position is that I think every American should have to either join the military or join some sort of 2-year program out of high school where they do some kind of state, you know, government state core thing where they're in the military or they're like helping build infrastructure around the country or doing
Boy
doing
Scouts-
jobs no one else wants to do. So
Do Boy Scouts count?
no, Boy Scouts does not count. No.
Right. So, what other rights do women want? You know what I mean? That are contradictory.
Okay, women want the right to not be a mother, but men don't have the right to not be a father. So women can have a which I know it varies state. I'm in the UK, so I forget. Sometimes the US is different by state, but like in the UK, abortion's free up to 6 months, but a man can't opt out of child support. So it's like, why does he have the right to not be a father, but women don't? Or why do women have the right to not be mothers, but men don't have the right to not be fathers? I don't think that's fair or equal.
Sorry, just to go back for a sec. So feminists actually do, they want the draft abolished. So their point is, let's not sign up for the service. Let's abolish the draft altogether. So they are they are fighting for equality. They are against the draft.
Okay. This is literally the dumbest position I've ever heard in my life. Or one of the dumbest positions. Like, that is some serious high-level feminist BS code, okay? Women shouldn't have to join the draft, but I'm being consistent because we should abolish the draft.
Right.
Oh, well, you know, listen, it's very easy when we're in, you know, peacetime to say abolish the draft, right?
Oh, of course, yeah.
Like what an absurd, stupid, that's like the dumbest policy position ever. Let's abolish the draft, everyone. Yeah, let's pat ourselves on the back. Yeah, we're abolishing the draft. Okay. Good job, idiots. You know.
Yeah, well, if we get into trouble.
Yeah, yeah, until we get into trouble, and then whoops, I guess we have to reinstitute the draft again. Like, what's the point?
Well, it's the last time we got into trouble though was September 11th, and so many people signed up. We didn't need to institute.
Yeah, but that
the
wasn't
draft.
like there wasn't a. Yes, I agree, but it wasn't like there was a threat of we have to go fight, you know, a war to protect America's borders necessarily.
That was.
It's not
the
like we were being
threat.
invaded or something. So, I mean, people were sold that was a threat with 9/11 and a war in Iraq and Iran. I mean, in Afghanistan, but obviously that wasn't really the case.
People are asking in the chat why it's stupid to
abolish the draft.
to want to abolish the draft.
Because you have to have a draft for a
Why-
country to.
I mean,
like,
why?
exist. Because what's going to happen?
Right now we have an all-volunteer army. We've had an all-volunteer army for a while.
So what's going to happen if, like, say hypothetically, China decides to invade America?
Well, I
Okay.
think so many people would sign up that you wouldn't need the draft.
Yeah, but what if they don't?
Well, I'm just saying, maybe they
What if
maybe they
don't?
do, and the
But what if
evidence
they don't?
the evidence is on the side of they will.
It
Though.
doesn't matter when you're talking about creating a
Mhm.
policy for the keeping and maintaining the existence of your country. You're not going to put it on a, well, maybe enough people will sign up or not, right?
Right.
You have to put on a policy of like, well, what happens if people don't sign up? Well, then you have to have a draft. And and the thing is why this is even dumber, because yeah, during peacetime, you can abolish a draft, but the second you're non-peacetime, they're just going to create a new law and institute a draft again.
Aren't people, I mean, what's the difference between a draft and conscription? Because right now in Russia, they're conscripting people to go fight in Ukraine.
There isn't. It's the same thing.
Okay.
I think. I mean, I don't know what exactly. I'm assuming it's the same thing.
How would you feel if they started drafting people to go fight the Iraq war?
Yeah, but okay, so it's like, this is the problem. People are making an emotional elephant argument. They say, oh, if you're in favor of the draft, you're in favor of people being drafted to fight the war in Vietnam, right? Which was when the last draft happened, or the war in Iraq or Afghanistan. No, you can be against the individual wars that a country fights, obviously. But I'm saying that having the idea that your country that has to maintain its borders is not going to have some kind of legal institution or law in place that will force men to join the military if they need to is a fantasy. You're living in a fantasy if you don't think that's not going to happen.
Well, I didn't hear an answer to the question.
What was the question?
I asked you how you felt about drafting people to go fight the war in Iraq.
I said, no, that'd be stupid.
So you wouldn't be in favor of that?
I wouldn't be in favor of using the draft in that way, yeah.
Okay.
But you understand that doesn't mean that there shouldn't be the process
You're saying
of having a draft.
you're saying there should be a draft, but you can only use it certain ways.
Obviously, what?
Okay.
Yes.
Well, I think people who want to abolish the draft worry that it's going to be used to draft people to go fight in
but
Ukraine.
Here's the problem. That's a completely different concept. Okay, you saying I don't support a war in some position doesn't mean that your country isn't going to have a legal mechanism to force people into military service should it need to for its protection.
Yeah, I think we should have a draft. I think the draft is a necessary evil, as they say.
Yes, you literally have to. In no country, like there could be countries that say, oh, we don't have drafts, right? And then as soon as there's like their borders are being invaded, suddenly, oh, guess what? They're instituting a draft.
But I understand why it's a controversial opinion, because there was this situation called Vietnam where they were literally drafting people to go fight an ideological war about communism. And I feel like if you're, I mean, that's like,
sure.
How fucked up is that?
But this is, but this is the elephant. This is the problem. I'm not making an argument that every war a country engages in, there should be a draft, or that the country that we live in has utilized the draft correctly. I'm just saying, okay, you have to follow the thread of logic here. So Pearl's position was that feminists are being hypocritical because they're saying women should get the right to vote, but they don't have to sign up for the selective services or to potentially be drafted. Okay. So then Ethan brings up a counterpoint saying, well, no, the feminists are being consistent because their position, the feminist position, is that they should just abolish the draft altogether. Right. And I'm saying that's absurd because that's a fantasy.
I don't think
so
the position is. I don't think the position is that absurd, though. I'm just exploring.
It literally is. It's a fantastic. First of all, it's a fantastical position because it'll never happen. Okay. And if it does happen, it only exists in peacetime until it doesn't. It only exists until it doesn't exist, right?
Well, I'm thinking of the massive abuse of power that took place last time they instituted the draft, which was Vietnam.
Okay, I understand that. First of all, I don't think that's a good argument because we still have the potential to be drafted, and no one's been drafted since then.
Right, because people signed up after 9/11. But if 9/11 didn't happen and nobody signed up, but they still wanted to go to war in the Middle East, they would have to draft people to be able to do it.
Yeah, but see, the draft also adds political pressure to prevent presidents from doing that.
Well, yeah, this is why. Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Well, the vote is the political pressure. So
Right, but that's like it's easier for people, and I think that's part of why the wars in Iraq and Afghanistan could happen. It's far easier for the public to be on board with a war that you don't have to be part of, right? That takes place far away from you, or if you know, like if you're a voter, okay, and you know that your child or yourself have a potential to go to war in some other place in the country, it's definitely going to change you in how you vote.
Yeah.
So, but but what I'm talking about with the okay, what you're kind of, I feel like you're missing with the draft question is like with the feminist thing, the feminist position that we should just abolish the draft. That proves Pearl's point. That's a fantasy position that feminists are advocating for, rather than just biting the bullet and saying, yes, we should be treated equally. We should also have to sign up for selective services.
Well,
like
it's feminist,
easy to
look, there are other people advocating for that position,
yeah,
not
but
just feminists.
It's a fantasy. Okay, it's very easy. My point is, it's very easy to advocate for a position. It's super easy to advocate for a position to appear, to give the appearance, okay, of being politically or ideologically consistent, when you know that whatever you're advocating for is never going to happen, or is very unlikely to happen.
Sure. I just realized. Remember what I said earlier about how the people who can't vote tend to be the ones that get the shaft in society? Any costly externalities are foisted onto them because they have no political way to fight against it.
Right.
The Vietnam War is a perfect example of that. The voting age was 21, and they're sending all these 18-year-olds over to fight.
Sure, exactly. And I think that was part of the big push to lower the voting age.
Yes, definitely. Yeah. They're like, listen, we can't even vote against this shit. Fucking drafting me and sending me to fight in Vietnam? How fucked up is that?
Right.
Oh, man. But wait, we want you to go. Look, you're young and you can go fight our ideological battle for us. You can go fight and die for us.
Yeah,
and you've got no way to fight against it.
Right.
How cool is that?
Yep.
Be careful what you wish for when you talk about raising the voting age to 25. You guys will be in so many more wars. You guys will all be over there fighting some war.
Well, that's a good counter argument to raising the voting age. You're saying, how fucked up is it that, you know, people can go fight and die for the country, but they can't vote? It seems kind of insane.
Yeah.
So, but also, I don't know if they ever come back to it, because I do agree with Pearl's point here, which is that, you know, if we have this mentality of like, it's a woman's right to choose, right, and the man has no say in the abortion thing, if that's the mentality, then should men be able to opt out of fatherhood then?
I was thinking about something completely different. I'm going to tell you something. I want you to take this. Look, I'm saying this in the most generous way. Yeah, I know. I got to like... I feel like you may have a tiny little bias.
Towards what?
And if I have any biases, I definitely want you to point them out in me too, because obviously one of my goals is to obviously work on my biases. But I feel like you might have a tiny, infinitesimal, little itty bitty bias towards good faith for the institutions that exist. It's funny because that is a very conservative bias to have.
I don't have a bias at all towards good faith of institutions. I understand why people, including yourself, could perceive it that way. I have a bias towards the belief that we need institutions.
Right. Yeah, no, obviously they're a necessary
I don't have a bias
evil,
towards of good faith towards institutions. Okay.
Well, the reason why people
are all made up of stupid people that do stupid things.
Right. Well, the reason why people, and it's not just feminists.
What does it have to do with what we were just talking about?
Well, for the draft, you're saying that we need the draft, and I think the counter argument to that is, if we need troops will know this and sign up. We don't need to conscript people literally like they're doing in
I'm sorry,
Russia.
That's fucking stupid. There's no way for me to say it. That's a stupid fucking position, especially since America's never been in that position. in the first place.
Well,
Like being invaded. Well, that's not true. I mean, since obviously.
Look, if
Revolutionary War and things.
if we were invaded, I don't think you would have to conscript people. I think people would sign up voluntarily.
I
do
think
think if you want to fight a war,
that's not true. Okay. This is the problem. This is both elephant talk. Okay.
Oh yeah, we're both going off our gut here.
Like, here's the problem. Like, look at Ukraine. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
We can use Ukraine as an example. Their country's literally being invaded by Russia. They still have conscription. I'm sure there were shit tons of young men. There were shit tons of young men signed up to protect the country. Okay. But there were shit tons of people that just flee the country. There's shit tons of people who, yeah, they might support their country being independent from Russia, but are they really going to be willing to like go out there on the front lines unless someone forces them to do it? Like, yeah, if America is invaded by China, lots and lots and lots of people are going to sign up. But is it going to be enough people when China has like one of the largest armies in the fucking world? I don't think so. I don't think so. People are very willing to pass off the buck.
Okay. I mean,
you agree.
We're both working off of our intuitions here. I'm looking at what happened during 9/11 and how 9/11 basically had so many people sign up for the military that we had a extra large military that they trained on Iraq and Afghanistan. They literally had the troops to do Iraq and Afghanistan because of so many people voluntarily joined.
I understand.
Why? Don't get frustrated. Look, we're having a conversation.
But you're not addressing what I'm saying at all. When you keep saying the same point, you're not addressing what I'm saying.
You are saying, look, I'll steel man your argument here. You're saying that if China invades America, that people are going to run and not enough people are going to sign up to fight that war. That's what you're saying, right?
Yeah, but I'm saying, yeah, and you're saying,
and I'm saying the one time when we had September 11th happened, we had a terrorist event, so many people signed up for the military that we had enough people to go invade another country, which makes me think if China actually invaded America, a lot of fucking people would sign up. I don't know that what you're saying is true.
Okay. First of all, you understand that the number of people that's required by our military to invade a small country like Afghanistan or Iraq is significantly less than would be required if China was invading America.
Okay, well, that's a good point. Yeah, definitely.
Right? Okay. Significantly, significantly more people are going to be needed for different types of conflict.
Your argument is we need X number of people, and you're saying X number of people are not going to sign up unless we do some sort of conscription. I think obviously in situations like Russia and Ukraine, there is another metric going on that we're not talking about that could interfere with people signing up in the military in America. If people think America's a shithole and they're not patriotic, they're not invested in the system. They think my country sucks. I'm not going to fight and die for a country I fucking hate. That's another factor. Yes, of course it is.
How many people, how many kids, how many young men?
But we're guessing.
Far left or far right are going to say, I'm not going to fight and die for my country. It's not even far right. How many people are going to say, I'm not going to, okay, let's just imagine a hypothetical situation.
We're guessing until we can fill these numbers in. Look, I've made my point.
Filling these numbers in. Well, actually, no, there is.
I've made my point.
You'd have to find data regarding countries that are invaded and see what the numbers of people that sign up is and how many there still need to conscript.
Well, if you want to fill the numbers in, feel free, but I don't feel like we can do it in this conversation. So
we could if we really wanted to. I'm just saying, to me, the idea that we can abolish the draft is 100% elephant, 1000% elephant. It's people just upset that America or other countries have been engaged in other wars, and so they're afraid. And I understand this fear, and this is a fine fear to say, I don't want my government sending me over to fight some bullshit war. That's fine. That's totally fine. But it has nothing to do with what I said whatsoever. It's a completely different argument. Whether or not a country in a vacuum needs to have a draft or some legal mechanism like that in the case they need to protect their sovereignty, which obviously they do.
Well, my intuition is that we need the draft. I don't know if that's correct because I don't know the numbers, but this is, so basically we're in agreement. Just on
okay. How many people, they had a draft during World War II, didn't they?
I'm not sure. I know about the draft from Vietnam because my dad was drafted in Vietnam. So
well,
just the situation in Vietnam, though. I mean, that's just so fucked up. That's why my elephant is kind of raging against the
but
draft.
I understand, but
yeah.
you understand that has nothing to do with my point
You understand
at all.
Look, I feel
I
like
know it's elephant. I'm not addressing your elephant, so it doesn't matter.
I feel like I articulated your point perfectly. Did I not?
You did.
We're
no,
literally having a conversation about the numbers needed to determine whether or not this is true or not.
But I'm saying
So why am I getting this? Why are you getting mad at me? Like,
No,
I
I'm not getting
understand
mad.
where
Okay.
you're coming from.
Well, listen, I'm gonna calm down.
Look,
What I'm saying is that the position, what I'm saying is that I think the position rooted around we need to get rid of the draft is not, it's a position rooted in I'm afraid of my country using me in military service in an improper way.
sending me off to Vietnam
fine,
to die for a cause that I don't
Right,
fucking
which
believe
is-
in. I
which-
understand that.
which I understand. And I'm fine with that. Okay. But I'm just saying that's not really what I'm talking about at
Right.
all. Okay.
Yes. You're talking about if America faces an existential threat and not enough people sign up to meet that existential threat, we need some sort of legal apparatus in place to make sure that we conquer that existential threat because
Right.
America is worth fighting for, even if a bunch of communists don't believe it. Look,
Yeah.
we should put the communists on the front lines. I mean, why not, right?
So
We got the
they
least
did
to
have-
lose with them.
They did have a draft for World War II. Even this is after Pearl Harbor. They still had to institute a draft to get enough people for World War II. After Pearl Harbor. So is that counter? So that's a point in my favor.
I want you to read this book, and I told myself, I thought about it during the week, and I was like, I gotta get Sitch to read this book because it's the book that I was talking about a couple weeks ago, the Labyrinth book about the corrupt police in Los Angeles. You got to read the book because I think when I was saying that you have a little itty bitty bias towards institutions that some people
My argument about the draft has literally nothing to do with me having any faith in an institution whatsoever.
Well, a little bit it does.
No, it has zero. It has literally zero.
Okay.
I've said this is why I'm saying that your argument's based on your elephant and has nothing to do with my argument. My argument has nothing to do with that whether a country will use its military correctly. That has nothing to do with my argument at all.
Right. But you understand that has to do with the counter argument.
No, not with my argument. I'm just saying the idea that a country will not have a draft is that a country like America especially will not have a draft is a fantasy. That a feminist using it as an argument to try to say that, look, we're feminists and we're not ideological hypocritical is preposterous.
Look, we're having a conversation about the chained Leviathan, the Pokemon.
Yes.
And you're saying that we can control the Pokemon. And other people are saying, no, we should get rid of the Pokemon because we can't control it. Look, you and I both agree we need the Pokemon. The Pokemon.
I understand that, but I'm not bringing up Chain
us.
Leviathan in this draft conversation.
Right.
If anyone is bringing up that into what I'm saying, they're not addressing what I'm saying.
Well,
they're making a different point.
I'm bringing it in because there's two positions here. There's we need a draft.
Right.
And there's we can abolish the draft. And the people who are saying the motivation behind the people who want to abolish the draft is they're saying that it's going to be misused.
Yeah,
it's going to be misused
right.
and people are going to be hurt. It's the same reasoning for abolish the police. Like I said, I don't believe in abolish the police, but I do believe that we need to be focused on weeding out corruption. And where I'm talking about your bias, your little itty tiny, I mean, it's just minuscule. Okay. I don't want you to get upset at me. It's just, you see institutions where there is in fact corruption. And sometimes I feel like you don't think that corruption is possible or just like
that's
remote.
Not true. Okay. All hierarchies tend towards corruption.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Jordan Peterson.
Yes. Institutions are just a set of hierarchies.
Of course.
That's what, okay.
Yes.
So obviously I believe that all institutions, including the military, okay, including our government, tend towards corruption and have to constantly be reeled back and snap back into place.
Well, I just,
Okay.
this is why.
But no, wait, this is why this is wild to me. My literal entire principle and how I've said a million times about the reason socialism fails is it doesn't account for the corrupt human nature. And the whole point of our system is that we're supposed to, at least in theory, or come up with a system where we're trying to incentivize as much as possible pro-social behaviors and disincentivize antisocial behaviors.
Correct.
And obviously we fail at that a lot because a lot of people with negative, because A, a lot of people with negative reasons get into politics and get into lawmaking, and B, because oftentimes systems are created piecemeal and just end up creating a bunch of negative outcomes that people don't necessarily foresee until it's already like the system has already been, constructed. Okay. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, again, that argument has nothing to do with my position about the fantasy nature of not having a draft.
No,
Okay?
I understand.
It's irrelevant. Now, if I were to actually address this argument about, I don't think we should have a draft because I'm afraid my country will misuse my military presence, the counter argument to that would be what I already said earlier in this conversation, which is that we still do have a draft. We have it. The U.S. hasn't utilized it since the Vietnam War, and I would argue that if you didn't have a draft, I think you'd actually have the military would probably be more likely to be misused, because once you have a draft, everyone has skin in the game, and it's much more difficult for a president to suddenly order people's children to be drafted to go to fight and die in some place across the world.
They made this argument with Iraq. Iraq, they said, would be less likely to happen if we actually had a draft.
I think it would have been.
Yeah.
I mean, actually, it still happened. But I think if we didn't have a draft, obviously, I think it happened, right?
Look,
So
I'm
it didn't
not.
matter
I'm
one way
not
or
for
the other.
defunding the police. I'm not for abolishing the draft. I agree with you that we need these institutions. The only reason why I am bringing this up is because in conversations, I feel like you have a teeny tiny bias towards not digging in deep enough or not thinking corruption is possible just because you haven't really seen it. And that's why I told myself last week, I'm gonna put the thumb screw. So you got to read this book because it completely illustrates inside the Los Angeles. Let me finish. Inside the Los Angeles Police Department, the corruption that takes place. And I think it's very easy to imagine this kind of corruption taking place in lots of institutions.
Okay. What you just said
Mm-hmm.
makes my entire point.
Mm-hmm.
You just said, well, because someone did something bad somewhere else, I can use that to say someone's doing something bad in a completely different location.
Incorrect. This is like human nature.
That is human nature, but that's the problem. I'm saying whenever we have these conversations where people throw up these corruption charges against these institutions, I'm not saying that there can't be corruption there. I'm always saying, well, show me the evidence of your claim. And it always falls short. And it always falls into people just going to the Fields elephant argument.
And this is why I wanted
And I'm just
you
sitting
to
here
read,
like,
look,
no, I don't.
This is exactly. I'm so glad you brought it up.
This is where people are totally wrong here. And it's 100% partisan. It's 100% partisan. Okay. I don't have some elephant here that's like, oh my God, oh my God, institutions are infallible. Okay. Like we talk about so much how institutions in this country have become completely dominated by critical theory and leftist gobbledygook and all this dogma. So the idea that I'm over here saying like, oh my God, all these institutions are infallible. That's not it. It's just that I'm constantly forced in these arguments where people are making conspiracy claims based on fucking their feels. And I'm like, well, give me evidence of what your claim is. And they don't give me evidence. And I'm like, well, what are we supposed to do? We live in a society where we're supposed to have lawmaking and judicial systems and institutions that investigate things and then come to conclusions through a trial. Okay. Does that mean that those institutions could be corrupt? Obviously, but that's how our system works. And until you provide evidence that those things and those investigations are corrupt, you're just blowing fucking smoke. And I don't know what to tell you.
Look,
okay, because you're so partisanly engaged in whatever it is you're arguing about.
Look, I'm having a conversation with my buddy here. I'm not like you. I'm not trying to bring in these other people. Like,
well, no, it's just annoying because obviously you're bringing this up, and I'm assuming you're bringing it up because people in chat are bringing it up.
No, I'm not.
It's literally all based around people simping for Trump. That's all it is. That's literally all it is. That's the only time this institutional claim gets brought up.
First of all, they are like the people simping for Trump. Obviously, they're biased as fuck. Okay, like you don't need evidence for them. They weren't convinced by evidence. They're not going to be talked out of it by evidence. But the reason why I'm bringing up this book and how, like, I'm just like, how do I get you to read this book? Because in the book, it completely revolves around the evidence claims that you're bringing up. Like, evidence is a giant part of how the police system works. But but corruption is designed to hide evidence. And so much of the evidence is hidden in this book in so many ways.
Okay, so
that's part of the corruption.
Okay, what policy are you advocating for?
Mm-hmm. What do you mean?
Like, if the police or the FBI or someone is being corrupt and you think they're hiding evidence, what policy are you advocating for to fix that?
Well, look, I don't need to advocate for some sort of policy to be able to say to you that, no,
you do.
Look,
because the problem is,
I'm bringing this up.
We're having a conversation where you're saying, Sitch, why don't you believe that XYZ is corrupt? And I say, show me evidence. And you say, well, I can't because they hid the evidence. Oh, what am I supposed to do with that?
You should at least understand that there is a possibility evidence is being hid from you.
Of course there's a possibility.
Well,
evidence is hidden from me all the time.
Well, this is why I'm bringing up this book specifically, is because they show the chain of evidence being hidden and certain people trying to get the evidence into the public and other people trying to hide the evidence. Like,
my position from day one with any of this stuff has always been the same. It's been, I'm all for more investigations by as many investigatory bodies as possible.
Right.
Because that's the only solution. Like, with the example of the police, how were they eventually found out? How was all this stuff eventually discovered, that they were being corrupt and doing all this stuff?
I mean, it's not even really resolved.
No, but I mean, like, if they were hiding all this stuff, how did people eventually find out about it?
Through journalism. Yeah.
Oh, okay. So it's good. So you had journalists investigating, right?
Yeah,
other cases of local police corruption where a federal body begins to investigate, which is a very common thing. I think that nature, okay. You can have, House committees or Senate committees investigate, right? That's all. I'm totally in favor of all the fucking investigations in the world. And then when they do the investigations and you say, okay, show me what you got, right? But if they do these we live in a country where it's innocent until proven guilty. So if you're accusing a person of something and you investigate them and you don't find evidence of it, they're innocent, okay? Donald Trump was accused of having a secret connection with Russia, and they investigated him very thoroughly, and they said, we could not find any evidence of this. Innocent until proven guilty, right?
Right.
It was the partisan hacks who said, well, just because they couldn't find it doesn't mean he's not secretly still a stooge of Russia. I'm still going to believe, I still hear this from like family members and friends. They still believe that Donald Trump is like some sort of like Russian puppet. Okay. Even though they couldn't find any evidence of it, just because their elephant tells them so, right? Because that's really what's happening here. Their elephant tells them so. The whole point, and this is what kind of annoys me about this conversation.
Yeah, why are you getting so annoyed about this conversation? Jesus, like,
because listening to the righteous mind. Well, no, it is. It's annoying. First of all, I'm a little annoyed that you even brought up in the first place. But the whole point that I have this policy about show me the evidence, okay,
right,
is because I'm aware of the elephant rider situation and saying, show me the evidence instead of just me relying on it is one of the few ways you can actually attempt to check your elephant. Is to say, I'm going to try to not listen to my elephant. I'm going to try to listen to my rider to show me what is true. You need to provide something. And that's the problem, is that people don't want to do that. They want to listen to their elephant. And when I don't go where their elephant wants, they accuse me of being biased.
Isn't evidence, absence of evidence is not evidence of absence? I think that's what's going on here.
Well, but my position has never been the government or whoever is not corrupt. My position is if you're going to make that claim and you want me to jump on board with it, you need to show me the evidence of that claim.
No,
and people keep coming up, short, right? It's the same thing like with the Twitter stuff, the whole Twitter thing. They kept coming up short. They're like, oh, can't you just make this leap without evidence? And I'm like, no, I can't make the leap without evidence. I want the evidence.
Right, I understand. But when people are saying, look, the whole reason that I brought this up is because I'm reading this book when all this stuff is, when people are talking about the corrupt FBI, and I'm thinking to myself, well, if the FBI is set up anything like the Los Angeles Police Department, well, all this shit is going down. Hell yeah, they're corrupt. They're corrupt as fuck. But I don't necessarily know how I would determine that. And there were so many people high up in Los Angeles that were working towards burying the evidence that I don't know how the public never even really came to a resolution on any of this stuff.
Okay.
Why is it a bad argument?
Because that's literally the argument we've been making fun of woke people and CRT people for years.
Always make absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. Okay,
I understand that. That's not what I'm saying.
Just because you don't have evidence for something doesn't mean that it's not the truth.
I understand that.
But it's very easy for you to say, "Oh, well, I don't have evidence." So the truth is, everyone's like, it's a complete.
No, the truth is, we don't know.
So do you accept
pristine.
That the FBI could be corrupt at this very moment?
Obviously, the FBI could be corrupt. The FBI totally fucked up.
Then we're on the same page. They could be corrupt as fuck.
Of course they could be.
Okay.
And obviously, you had the whole situation. You had the whole scandal with the FBI incorrectly re-upping the FISA warrant against Carter Page, okay, in a hyper dishonest way, right? And the whole, Strzok thing, okay? So obviously, the FBI could be corrupt. Anyone could be fucking corrupt. I'm just saying this idea that we've made fun of, which is like, oh, there's a racist white person somewhere else doing something in some point in the history, means that therefore, if you're a white person and you're male, you're also racist doing something somewhere in history. Okay, that's my problem with that argument.
They're completely different situations, though, because in the CRT situation, we could come up with ways to disprove their thesis like a million ways from Sunday. In the FBI situation, it's a bit more difficult.
We don't have the ability to read minds. Okay, we can never fully disprove.
That's just like,
wait a minute, no,
we're not trying to read minds. We're going for we want to measure tangible behavior.
Wait, it's literally the same, and this is also why this bothers me. The same analysis. This is what annoys me. So when we do it, or when someone on the right is trying to analyze whether someone is being racist or sexist, it's like, oh my God, they want all the facts. They need every sort of piece of fact possible to show that this person is racist. They're going to look through everything with a fine-tooth comb, unless they have the person on record saying, I hate whatever group of people, that person is not racist, and there can be a million reasons to explain their behavior. But if it's the same situation, but it's something against Donald Trump, oh my God, why do you need so much evidence, Sitch? It's so obvious, it's so clear to me, it's so obvious, says the elephant, yelling in their ear. Okay, it's the same thing. We're not psychic. We can't read someone's mind. We don't know if they really do hate black people.
Tangible truth, though.
What my point is, you're saying, oh, the absence of evidence, right? Okay, we could have a conversation with FT Signifier or someone who's like a pro-CRT person, and they could literally say the same thing, because we can't prove with 100% certainty that a person is not doing something because they're racist against black people. Okay, all we can do is look at the evidence that's available to us and make a determination.
Right. Yeah.
That's all we can do.
I don't think it's a one-for-one comparison, because when we're talking about the kind of corruption we're talking about in law enforcement, it's different than making some philosophical claim that society is innately racist and therefore that's why we have desperate outcomes.
I'm just saying that this argument that just because there are cops who are corrupt means that therefore we should look at every other institution of policing as suspect for corruption, that's a fallacy. That's not a good argument. Okay.
That's not the argument I'm making.
Well, it's sort of in the realm, because I'm not
the argument I'm making is that the evidence you have set a bar for evidence that is so high that would be above the ability for evidence to come forward in a lot of situations.
Well,
That's the
then
argument that I'm making.
yeah, but the problem, okay, the problem with that argument is that it's the same bar I use for literally everything we examine. Okay, for everything I use literally the same bar of evidence for everything that we examine,
Right.
including accusations of people being racist.
Right. No, I think we've already look. I don't think people would have. I think if I just asked people, do you think Sitch believes the FBI could possibly be corrupt? They would say no. Sitch doesn't believe that there's any possibility that the
Okay,
FBI
well, those
is
people
corrupt.
are just wrong because obviously the FBI can't be corrupt and has been corrupt in the past.
Okay, well, I think that's good. It clarifies
the FBI literally sent Martin Luther King Jr. a note telling him to kill himself. Obviously, they could be corrupt.
Right.
Okay?
Today they could be corrupt.
Obviously, today they can be corrupt.
Right.
Anyone can be corrupt today.
Sure. Okay. Perfect.
Okay. I guess we'll move on.
There should be, so men and women shouldn't be drafted. That is also equality, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Yeah, okay.
So you accept the premise is wrong on that?
I don't, I mean, it's still not equal the way it is, but yeah, what they're saying.
No, it's not
would be
equal the way it is, sure. And the
Yeah,
feminists agree.
yeah,
Feminists agree with you.
Oh, okay. I've never heard him talk about that, but
Do you listen to a lot of feminist ideology? Do you read books? Do you listen to lectures? How do you listen to a lot of that stuff?
So I talk to feminists all the time.
Right. I haven't seen you talk to an actual scholar once. You just talk to kind of random women.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I mean, that's fair to say. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So when you say you talk to feminists, you just mean like random women off the street, not like a scholar.
That's say they're feminists.
Yeah, but but feminism
doesn't count?
it's like a
It doesn't count.
well, you said you know what feminists believe because you talk to a lot of feminists, but I'm talking about like.
No, I said I've never heard them bring it up. So.
Do you have any interest in talking to feminist scholars who are more aware with like kind of what feminism?
Yeah, I actually, yeah.
I think that would be good.
Send them to the UK.
But they're in the UK.
Mm-hmm. No, I actually tried for some, but then they'll be like, "You're a hateful woman." Da 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 da. There's one that's I can't even remember. Some blonde chick out here. Can't remember her name, but yeah, she didn't want to come on.
Blondes.
No, I'm just saying that was her. That's what she looked like. I don't know her name. I forget.
But like, I mean, my point is like when you just bring a random girl and they say, "Yeah, I'm a feminist," it's kind of like the Steven Crowder "Change My Mind" versus like actually talking to someone who's involved in like the scholastics, the academia of what feminism means historically in modern day and previously. So the level of discourse you would have is obviously different. So feminists are in favor of equality, though. So I don't know if that's interesting you or not. You don't believe me?
I'll take your word.
You can trust me. I'm a man.
Okay.
Okay. So moving on. Oh yeah, we're talking about feminism. So what other? So you were talking about divorce court. Sorry, I know you were making a point. So let's go back to that. You were saying that women can decide to terminate a pregnancy, therefore they can choose to be a mom, but men cannot decide that, and they don't get the choice to be the dad.
To not be a dad.
Right. So do you think that like? Do you not think that the idea that the baby, obviously the reason for that, right, which we both know, is that because the baby's inside the woman's body?
I don't think that matters. Yeah.
So,
I mean, personally, I'm pro-life, so I don't believe in abortion at all.
Okay, so this is actually a far more interesting and complicated question than either Pearl or Ethan is equipped to deal with. Okay?
That's the entire debate.
I know, it's the entire conversation, which is that if women have the right to get an abortion, okay, should men have the right to opt out of being a father? Now, if you look at it I think a lot of us intuitively say yes. And that's where my intuitions lead me to, right? Because that would be what's fair, right?
Right.
So that's where my intuitions initially lead me to. But then I hear a little conservative voice in the back of my head that says, if men can just opt out of fatherhood, that's just going to make fatherlessness skyrocket. Right.
Right. Yeah. The fucking run strategy is going to run rampant, run
Right.
roughshod over the entire country.
Right.
It's going to be like, I'm shooting for 10 kids. How about you?
Right. Right. So
10 illegitimate children.
Right. So my fairness intuition is telling me, yes, men should be able to opt out of, if women get to have abortions and be the sole decider of the abortion, men should be able to opt out of fatherhood. That's where I want to believe that. But then I feel like it would have some sort of downstream negative repercussions if that was the case.
Are they able to opt out at any time? I mean, how do you kind of structure that too? Like, what if you're...
It would have to be before the child is born, I assume.
Oh, that's when you sign away your parental rights?
I guess, yeah.
But what if we get married and the kid's like 2 and I'm like, I got the side bitch is really working for me. Can I sign away my parental rights then?
Well, here's the thing. I think, okay, when people talk about opt out of fatherhood, you can leave in this country, if the woman agrees, you can opt out of fatherhood, right? You can sign away your parental rights. I think when people say opt out of fatherhood, they're referring to the idea that without the woman agreeing, you get to opt out, right?
Right.
So I don't know. I don't really answer that question.
Yeah, this is one of those situations where you kind of have to incrementally tweak society and see what happens because you really don't know. And I don't know that you can do some sort of peer-reviewed study and find the answer to this question.
Right. Gay Ben. Hey, look. It's not Gay Ben. It's Gay Ben.
What? Are you kidding me?
Oh my God, it's Gay Ben. Look at that.
Is that not Gay Ben finally came out of the closet?
I don't know. That's the $1 million question. Did not Gay Ben finally become gay, or is it someone else?
Gay Ben.
Gay Ben for $2 says, "Why are you censoring chat again?" Who's censoring chat? Were you censoring chat? I'm not censoring chat. I haven't even looked at the chat.
I do see 3x3 Nilo has been censored a little bit.
Oh.
But I don't necessarily know why.
Okay. Well, listen, I'm gonna offload that on the mods.
JP Mexican has timed out some people, so.
Okay. Well, I trust JP Mexican, so.
Well, I don't know if I trust JP Mexican, but.
But no, I've not been censoring anyone.
Okay.
Shoe on Head. Thank you so much, Shoe on Head, for the $20. Look at this.
Yeah.
Must have been Shoe censoring everyone.
She brought up the wanting to abolish a draft and being upset that you were not
okay.
really
That's funny.
into that position.
Okay.
I tried to give it a good argument, a good college argument. Like I tried to understand why.
I see. But thank you, Shoe on Head, for $20. Says, I must go back to editing, but good show as always. Well, thank you for the $20.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for dropping by.
Thank you. Daniel Irish, thank you for the $20. I don't know what the message is, but it got retracted. Cameraman 502 for $20 says the majority of American GIs in World War II were draftees, and the majority of American GIs were volunteers. Wait, confused. Majority of American GIs in World War II were draftees, and the majority of American GIs were volunteers. Are you saying the majority of American GIs overall was volunteers? How can they both be?
Yeah, that doesn't make sense.
I'm confused as to what you're saying. J-Mac, our surrogate father, for $300. Oh my God. Happy Father's Day. J-Mac. So generous of you. J-Mac says, lies. Do you know how many crazy miso soup runs I had to do for my wife? At all hours of the day, randomly, from a very specific place. And let's not even mention the breastfeeding classes. Adam and Sis don't have kids. They don't understand this struggle. And on Father's Day, no less. Tisk, tisk. There you go. Good point.
It's true, yeah.
Good point.
Having kids is a lot of work.
Right. Of course. Of course.
I can respect that.
True. True. 3x is not gay Ben, right? 3x is what's his name?
Lord of the Nerds.
Lord of the Nerds. Yeah, that's not gay Ben.
Look, Lord of the Nerds is one of our most vocal critics. Don't time him
True.
out or censor his stuff. He used to be a member. I don't know what happened. I guess Sitch finally got to him. Maybe. He's more of a critic of Sitch than me, but
that's true.
I think he might even, he's got some super chats here, but
sure he does.
I don't know what, I read it and I didn't know what it means. Oh, this is critical of me for $10. See, look, he super chatted $10. Don't censor him in chat. Adam's child voting solves a problem he didn't present. Okay. His argument is to enfranchise kids whose rights are part and parcel already to parents. And then he says, but now we have more kids. Illogical. Look, I don't even, what are you, thank you for the $10, by the way. And I'm sorry, JP Mexican is attacking you in chat.
Uh-huh.
I'm tempted to give him a wrench just so he doesn't get timed out again, but I don't know. He might start timing people out.
Right.
But what does this super chat mean, Sitch? I don't even know. How's it illogical? His argument is to enfranchise kids whose rights are part and parcel already to the parents. And then he says,
I think he's saying that kids don't have necessarily kids. I think he's saying that kids don't have full-fledged individual rights the way adults do. Their rights are already tied to their parents.
Mm-hmm. Well, we literally,
I don't know, whatever. I don't understand.
We literally apportion representation based on the census, and we include children in that census.
Right.
So if California has a million kids, they're counted as a million people towards the representation, and you get more representatives if you have more people. So if you have more kids, you get more representation. So it seems like they're already built into the system. They just don't get voting rights for that representation. And their parents don't get voting rights for that representation either. And I'm just saying, well, why doesn't someone get voting rights for that representation? It seems logical that the parents should be able to vote in the child's stead, since they're not, their brains aren't fully functioning yet.
Right.
Never mind the fact that I don't really, to say that adults' brains are fully functioned, I mean, that kind of goes against my intuitions anyway, so.
True.
You okay, man?
I'm fine.
Look, I think you should blame Shu. She was the one.
It was Shu. That's why she gave the $20. She felt that. She's like, oh my God, it was my fault.
Well, I tried to go.
She's the one that put us down that path.
Look, I tried to go back in the chat, and I feel like she was trying to make a case for why.
Uh-huh.
Look, the case for abolishing the draft
we're not
based on
the conversation.
No, we don't need to relitigate it, but it is based on a worry of corruption, which I do understand. I totally understand.
I understand that, but again, and I'll say this for one last time, and we can never talk about it again.
No, you don't have to say it. We already know your position.
It's nothing to do with my argument about whether it's feasible or practical for a country to not have a draft.
Right. Yes.
At all, but again, it's the double standard. It's like the women have a choice, but men do not have a choice.
Sure. No, I see that there is a sense to that which is unfair.
Mm-hmm.
Although there are a lot of single moms, as you pointed out.
Yeah, that are on child support, not all, but
Well, men have the choice in the sense that they can just wear a condom.
Right.
If they don't want to be a father.
Yeah, right. But women have the choice to go on birth control.
Okay.
Women have the
but
choice
ultimately,
to take Plan B. Women have the choice to get an abortion. Women have the choice to take the morning after pill. Women have the choice. You've like IUD. There's a million pills.
Right, but those will have to do with pregnancy. But I'm saying, if a man,
women also can require men to put on condoms or not put on condoms.
Oh, there you finally landed on it.
Women can also require that the men that they sleep with wear condoms.
Yeah.
Right, but if it's inherent, if it's inherently unfair to men, the easy solution is just it kills all this discussion is men just put on condoms when they have sex. Therefore, That.
Well, you can also say women close your legs. Like,
Yeah, but you're the one saying that it's unfair for men. That's my point. You're saying men
no,
don't
I'm
have a
saying
choice.
I'm saying women have like 10 choices. The men have.
But that's just biology.
The men have condom or no condom, which again is a choice that both of them make, because the women.
This is such a bad argument. But how do we have a situation where both sides are making the worst possible arguments possible in this conversation?
Well, I thought that's why we were watching it, because it is just, I mean, it's like a car crash of a debate.
Like, okay, just like Ethan making the argument that like, well, men could just put on a condom, okay, and then Pearl just has to stop it with saying, well, a woman could say to a man, you have to put on a condom, right? So unless the guy stealths her, she doesn't have a leg to stand on regarding, you know, what happens if she gets pregnant, right?
She doesn't have a leg to stand.
Well, in terms of like forcing, like, you know, if you have a situation where, you know, a guy puts on a condom, I mean, like 99% of the time where someone puts on a condom and they still get pregnant, it's because someone fucked up putting it on or pulling the condom out, right?
Or someone.
Well, usually it's the guy doing that action, okay? It's
the
generally not
stealth thing.
Right, or yeah, right, or someone is stealthing, right? Obviously, you know, condom failure rate for putting on the condom properly is very low. It happens.
Look, sometimes you put it on inside out.
I know it's dark. You're drunk. Okay, you're hurrying up here because you want to get to it, right? I understand how it goes. But no,
I
I'm
don't
saying
think
like
it's physically possible to put it on inside out.
But I'll have to try it next time.
Okay, you tell me
I
how
don't know
that
if I've ever
turned
tried.
like that.
I don't know if I've ever tried.
Oh God,
but
that
anyway,
seems like a terrible. Like,
why would it be impossible to do it inside out?
because you'd have to roll it the opposite way. It'd be like,
Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah,
like what? How?
You'd be pushing on. You're like, what is this not going?
I know, exactly.
That's true. You're like, what's happening?
Yeah, exactly.
Right. That's not.
You have to be
you're
really
right.
short bust to be doing that.
Or you just no. You'd have to be like so steel stiff that you just force it down.
So determined.
You're just so determined. You just force it down. It doesn't matter if it's the wrong way or not.
That's hilarious.
No, but so Pearl can make the argument that like, yeah, okay, so yeah, but women can also. It doesn't make like that's not it's not a tick against a guy to say, well, a guy can just wear a condom. Wait, well, a woman can make a guy wear a condom, right? That's just the end of the conversation. Just bring up and say like, well, a woman has more choices for birth control. It's like, well, okay, but wait a minute. It's true, a woman has more choices for birth control, but generally those choices for birth control are more invasive than simply a guy wearing a condom. So, it's just these arguments that they're putting forward are so bad.
Can require that the men wear condoms too.
Right.
But you're only putting that on the
it's
men.
in the men. I'm just saying.
Once the baby is conceived, right?
Yeah.
Then the man has no choice, where the woman has a choice.
Okay, so let's just talk about that then.
That's why it's called pro-choice. I just figured it out. So
it's your opinion that if a woman is pregnant, the man should be able to decide for her to have an abortion.
I'm pro-life, so I would ban it altogether. My point is the double standard, where a man is legally obligated to pay child support and will go to jail if he doesn't.
Women have all the choices, but I want to take those choices away. Look,
like that?
Men and women both should be forced to have the baby.
Of course.
That's my position.
Yeah.
Let's make it fair.
Well, it's like, yeah, she makes her argument even dumber because by adding this element to it. I don't think it's fair that men don't have a choice. So it's like, oh, so you want to give men the choice too? No, I just want to remove it from men as well.
Look, she did want to give men the choice. She's literally said they should be able to opt out. So
yeah,
look,
her
position is men should be able to opt out of being fathers,
but
women should be forced to have the baby.
I see. Okay,
that's literally if she's pro-life, then she's saying, okay, well, the woman can't have an abortion and the man should be able to walk away.
I see.
Who are you advocating for here?
So this is like the worst of all worlds.
Yeah. It's like, okay.
Okay.
Let's hear it for pragmatism.
Right.
How many single moms are going to be out of these two policies?
You know the scene in The Incredibles where Syndrome is like, when everyone is super, no one will be.
Right. Yeah.
I feel like that's Pearl's position.
When everyone is special, no one will be.
It's like, no, it's like, well, no, well, we can't have an unfair choice, so no one gets a choice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Anyway.
Okay.
But the woman has the choice to not be a mother through abortion.
I know you're against abortion, but I just want to know what you mean. So let's just say we're trying to make it equal for men. So should men be able to decide for women to have an abortion if she's pregnant?
I think that men should be able to sign off on child support.
Okay, so if they say, hey, I don't want anything to do with this baby,
Yeah.
then the woman can decide to have it, but the father will have no obligations.
Yes.
And you think that's better for society?
That's going to push more women into getting abortions, so obviously. And if she's pro-life, I don't know why she would have that position. Like if a man can sign away his financial responsibilities, the woman is far more likely to have an abortion, I would say.
Yeah, you're correct, right?
Yeah.
And it kind of goes against her whole policies building towards strong families position earlier in the conversation.
Right.
That's why I said it feels like the lens that she's operating from is just the sort of more pro-male, anti-female. Because, and I don't know if Ethan ever asked the question that you asked, which would be the pertinent question, which would be, so are you just saying that you don't think, like in Pearl's world, okay, in Pearl's magical world,
Pearl's world,
abortion would be illegal, but then men could also sign off on parental rights?
Yeah.
That doesn't make, like, I don't know if that doesn't make a lot of sense.
It's perfect.
Yeah.
No, I think that's equal. That's more fair.
Okay, so you're more interested in fairness than the welfare of society as a whole?
No, if it was up to me, if we wanted to go what's good for society, I don't think abortion should be legal.
No, I know. We're having
so that's what I'm saying. Like,
yeah.
I'm saying if you want to make it fair, like, I don't think that's fair that the woman, after she gets pregnant, so they both make the irresponsible decision, right? Because you'd agree it's irresponsible if it's an unplanned pregnancy that the woman, had sex with a guy without protection, right? We'd agree? Yes?
Yeah,
no?
yeah.
Okay. So you would agree that's equally irresponsible when it first happens?
Although I guess by your logic, it would be more irresponsible for the men because he has less choices. But yeah, they're both doing something irresponsible.
Well, but yeah, they're both irresponsible. So my point is, after that happens, women have the choice to not be a mother, but men don't have the choice not to be a father. At least, if they don't pay child support, they can go to jail.
Right, because that's for the benefit of the children, which is what's the most important thing.
Yeah, but is it for the benefit of the kid to kill him? Like,
say what?
Dude, it's not for the benefit of the kid. Like the woman can make.
Wait, what do you mean to kill who?
I mean, I'm pro-life, so again,
abort the baby.
So so if we're gonna go for the benefit of the kid, like if your argument is let's do what's best for the benefit of the kid, the benefit of the kid is not killing the child. Right. I mean, and for me, like I believe it's a kid, right? You might not.
Oh, what's that have to do with the fairness to the man? I don't understand that.
You don't understand. It's not fair, again, that men have the choice, that men do not have the choice.
I understand what you're saying, but
women, yeah.
But then, okay, whatever. We're arguing in circles a little bit.
Okay.
Let's talk about abortion then, since you're against abortion. I'm assuming your stance is abortion should be off the table in any situation.
Yes.
So if a dad rapes his daughter, then she needs to give birth to that baby.
That's less than 1% of cases. Why do you guys always bring up? I know,
but that's important, Pearl.
Bring up the most, fringe
because if
shit?
you're going to have a conversation about difficult things, let's talk about the difficult things. This is why the laws exist. The laws exist to protect that little girl.
I'm saying let's talk about the most common thing.
That's
first.
easy.
And
That's easy.
But I'm saying
that's not what's difficult about this.
But I'm saying we can get to the difficult things later. But it's like, why do you guys bring
because
up the
that's the interesting part. I'm telling you, the law is there to protect on those fringe cases.
I'm saying,
I'm telling you why.
Why don't we start with the majority of
Didn't
abortion?
we just do that?
You think? Okay.
What do you want to say? You don't agree with abortion. So, like, if a men and women have sex and they're...
Okay, so to answer her question, why do people always jump to the extremes? It's obviously because they're pro-choice and they're trying to put you in a difficult spot.
Of course.
To
That's
defend
exactly
your
what's going
position,
on.
right? That's
Yeah.
obviously why that's happening. But then you say, okay, but is it fair? Is it a fair thing to do? And I think it depends on the situation. I think in this situation, usually when we have these conversations and someone makes a claim and you're saying, well, let's test your logic or whatever your philosophy is on this by giving you an extreme example. Usually the point of giving someone an extreme example, like, you know, like father rapes the daughter or something, she gets pregnant, is to test it's really funny. This goes perfectly aligned with sort of the Jonathan Haidt, you know, the questions he would give people to trigger their moral foundations thing.
The brother and sister have sex.
Right.
Your husband fucks a chicken.
Right. Yeah. The husband fucks a chicken. Right.
Oh my God.
The vegetarian decides to try human meat from the cadaver.
Oh my God.
That was the other one.
They're so awful.
Right. Because it's funny because on one hand, like if you're making a principled argument where you're saying, I think a child, the second the sperm hits the egg, like they're a life and they deserve to be protected. Okay. If that's your philosophical argument, from an intellectual perspective, there should be no exception for abortion.
Otherwise,
except for the
you're
life
making
mother,
your argument's contradictory.
Right. But the reason that people don't have that position is because the emotional argument, the elephant of, you know, rape and incest is so powerful that turns too many people away from accepting that argument, even if it's a philosophically consistent argument.
Right.
And so that's why that's generally why in these conversations when people ask the extreme things is because they're trying to test to see if, well, are you really operating under a philosophically consistent principle, or is there something else happening in the conversation?
I've seen people pivot to, it's still murder and it's still killing the child, but in some situations you have to do it because it's a lesser evil.
Well, I mean, that could be a totally coherent position for someone to advocate for.
Yeah.
So yeah, you could definitely make that argument.
It's
They're
like
both being
something
irresponsible.
akin to euthanasia type thing.
Yeah, where you have like you have two bad situations.
Yeah.
And you know, which one are you going to choose, right?
Exactly.
Then sure, I understand. You say abortion's bad because we don't want to murder babies. That's not controversial. That's easy to understand. The point of these laws is to protect the little girl who's raped by her dad. These are the challenging are the challenging issues. So this is why I ask you about it, because this is the byproduct of your position.
Yeah, I mean, I think this argument is not accurate.
Yeah, Ethan just is saying basically bullshit, bullshit, bullshit.
Right. Well, he doesn't want to bite the bullet of being a little bit honest about, yes. Well, here's the thing. You could even frame this. He could, if he doesn't want to bite the bullet and say, okay, like obviously I'm trying to test you or test your position because I don't agree with it, right? To test it for philosophical consistency, which is a fair thing to do in these conversations. It's not like a skeevy thing to do. And he could just say that. He could say, well, in these conversations, it's important to I'm trying to weed out what the philosophical principle is that your position stems from, right? And that's kind of the point of this extreme positions. Well, I don't know. I don't have no clue what Pearl's position is on abortion, other than that she's against it primarily. But
I just don't think there's any philosophical underpinnings.
Well, she doesn't seem like a very.
It's basically, I'm just trying to win an argument here.
I mean, I don't disagree. But...
My philosophical underpinnings, I'm trying to destroy you.
Right.
Of no abortions are allowed under any circumstance. So if you're willing to take that position, you can't just dismiss this because you are saying that this girl who's raped by her dad should have the baby.
I just think we spend a lot of time. I just think I will, hold on. I just think we spend a lot of time arguing about fringe cases that are less than like 0.5%.
Those are the important cases. That's why
I don't think those are as important as the 99.5% of cases. And so sometimes I think it's a bit disingenuous to say, here's this extreme fringe case that happened. And I don't think you don't make a law for the exception.
Yes,
like
you do.
You don't make laws. The general law is not for the exception. It's for the rule. Like why would...
I mean, this is a bad argument too, because you make laws for both things.
Yeah,
For
both,
the exceptions
obviously.
and the rules. And I think it's bad to sort of bring up the sort of like, we can't talk about things that happen in low numbers or low percentages. You can talk about them. The question is whether they're indicative of something broader, right? Because if you get
Right.
into sort of the realm of like, we can't talk about things that affect low numbers of people, then they say, well, how many people have trans regret, right? It's a very low number, so I guess we can't talk about it.
I generally separate it out to, if we're talking about the low numbers, we're generally talking about how these policies affect individuals. And if we're talking about the high numbers, we're debating whether or not how these policies affect society.
That's interesting.
Yeah, because
maybe.
the large number of people will definitely have some sort of societal impact.
Right. Maybe.
So I'm a little bit on Pearl's side here in that when we are talking about abortion policy, we should really be talking about, well, what is going to affect, the 95% of people that have abortions.
Right.
I would like to force them to have them early, like in the first 15 weeks, 12 weeks, the first 12 weeks. So that's where my personal preference is.
Right.
But why
That's
would
not
you
an
go through-
exception. Why is that an exception? Or I mean, exceptions are important to the law.
Okay,
That's the
okay,
whole point.
Wait, do you not think it's an exception? Like a 13-year-old girl getting raped by her. I don't know what you can say on YouTube.
Yeah, you can
but,
say
like,
whatever you
getting
want.
raped by-
I don't
okay,
think
we don't.
I don't think raped is gonna.
we stay
trick the
away because
bots.
it's a,
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know. But do you
Well, you have rapists on your show, though, Pearl. Obviously, you're going to stay away from. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. Look, I don't know if Pearl has rapists on her show. Maybe. I don't know.
Has she ever talked to Andrew Tate? Oh.
Oh, wow. And then Sitch just has to take it up to the next level.
Got him.
Like, you're going to get sued for that shit.
This is a joke. Allegedly. It's a joke. It's just a jokes. This is a jokes. Just a joke.
Hashtag parody.
do you not think that's an
It's
exception?
a comedy show.
You and by exception, but
It's
well,
not
she was
common.
raped. What do you mean by
So
exception?
you see what I mean by the kid that's raped by her dad is a situation that is going to obviously be devastating for individuals, but it's probably not going to have a giant societal impact because it's such a small thing.
Right. Like, do you think it's
Wait, I
common?
don't. Say that again?
No, of course it's not common.
Okay.
The case of incest is going to have devastating effects on the individuals involved in that situation, but it's not going to be like a huge society is not going to rise or fall on our policy
sure,
towards
right.
abortion
No, yeah,
on
you are
cases of
correct.
incest. Right.
You're completely correct. Right. This is the question from a cynical perspective. As I said, this is done to try to
It's a gotcha.
dismiss
Yeah.
the argument. From a real perspective, it's to just try to pick out what is the philosophical logic to the position. Right.
It's to basically force you into having a position that most people find abhorrent. You're in favor of rape babies.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally, that's why I brought up the height thing. It's literally just trying to trigger people's elephants, essentially.
You're in favor of rape babies. How
Right.
dare you?
Right.
You're basically pro rape baby. Look, she doesn't even want to say rape. Look, I've said rape baby like 5 times. That sounds much more offensive.
Well, we usually give up on the stream being being. Not
Usually I don't even
demonetized.
try to get monetized if I say rape baby a bunch of times.
Just keep saying it. I like to say it one more time.
Rape baby is a product, is a baby that is conceived through rape and is
In
carried
case
to
in case someone
gestation.
didn't know
Yeah.
what it was.
Yeah.
Okay.
Look, I'm sure you could probably go to YouTube and find a bunch of people that like, I was a rape baby and thank God I wasn't aborted.
I'm
Look,
sure
if
you
I
can find that.
if I was a rape baby, I would be thankful I wasn't aborted. I'd
Of
be
course.
like, thanks, Mom, for persevering through.
Right, I'm sure.
And then I would try to find my dad and murder him.
Well, I mean, yeah, but that's kind of a contradiction, isn't it?
Well, unless Mom was the rapist, who knows? I mean, it's
Well, no, but I just mean in terms of like, even though like if he didn't do the horrible thing he did, you wouldn't exist.
I would still kill him. I mean, geez, look, I have to defend my mom.
Okay.
This sounds like a great story. What if you
are you gonna
found
go
out?
back in time and kill your mother's rapist?
What if you're there and you're about
Yeah.
to kill your mother's rapist?
Yeah.
And he says, "She lied. I didn't rape her. She raped me." Then you'd have to
Oh
go
no!
and,
What do we do then?
then you'd have to go and kill your mom.
Oh,
How terrible.
how terrible!
I would let mom off the hook though.
That's nice. Of
Can
you.
women rape men? Is that really even possible?
Oh Jesus! Oh Jesus!
I mean, I feel like it's an open question.
Adam.
I feel like, look, I have biases too. Sitch.
Adam.
Somehow-
Wasn't there... Yeah.
Somehow all my biases revolve around dating.
Somehow. There was
Uh-huh.
some movie. I'm trying to remember what movie. I just saw like a couple scenes of it, and I was like, "What the fuck is this?"
Mhm.
Where a woman, it's like a guy tied to a chair, and she's like fucking him,
Mhm.
and she's like, "When you orgasm, I'm going to kill you," and she has like a gun to his head. Do you know
Wow.
what movie is this? And like right before she kills him, some other person like comes in and shoots her in the head or something. I don't remember
really?
what movie it was. Yeah, I don't remember what movie it was, but
I mean, it sounds like Crank.
it was not great.
This is such a crazy. Crank is full of crazy scenes like that. Like, I gotta keep my heart rate up or I'm
Yes,
gonna
Crank is
die.
an amazing
My
movie,
heart's
but-
gonna explode.
Mhm.
This sounds like something that would keep your heart rate up.
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's funny because like on sometimes you like some, depending on the guy, right? I
Right.
feel like I don't know if you'd be able to like perform under that situation.
Yeah, the gun to your head thing would make things difficult. That's for sure.
Right. Thursday? I don't know if people are just saying the random name of the day or if there's a movie called Thursday. There's a movie called Thursday. Oh, maybe that's it.
Oh, okay.
Well, there you go. Thanks, guys.
I've never seen this movie, but it sounds fascinating.
Mm-hmm.
That's my point. Like we waste.
Do you think that it's less
So much
important?
time.
Do you think it's less important because it's not
I think
as
it's
common?
more. I think it's more important to talk about the 99.5% of abortions.
That's easy. That's an easy conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Not,
Here you go.
Like, I get you.
It's not easy conversation. You dipshit.
Movie. It's in the movie Thursday. Thank you, chat.
Oh yeah. Did you look it up or something?
Yeah, it's on Wikipedia.
Look.
The character ties him to a chair and rapes him and says she will not kill him until he orgasms and plans to continue raping him until he does orgasm.
Right. Okay.
So there you go.
I like it. What a way to go. Killed by your own rapist.
I don't know if that's the way to go. I don't endorse this position.
How hot is she?
I don't remember. I think
And
who
it's
the actress is. She
it's-
probably is. That's
the
the real
actress
question.
is
How
played
hot
by
is she?
Lizzo.
That's the real question. Yeah, right. That's the real question.
Look at what a dipshit Ethan is. Ethan
What?
Ethan thinks, oh, the abortion question is easy. Look, the 95% of cases, that's easy.
What was he referring to when he said it was easy?
Pearl is saying, I want to talk about the 95% of cases that involve abortion.
Mm-hmm.
And Ethan is saying, oh, those are easy. Those are easy ones to settle. And I'm like, no, they're not, you dumbass. Why are we still having this debate if
Yeah,
they're
obviously
so
it's not
easy to
right?
settle?
Sure. Right.
Oh, everyone agrees on the 95% of abortion. Well, actually, they don't. That's why we just had the Supreme Court ruling that we had.
Mhm.
It's dumb. It's so dumb. Dumbass.
Your position there.
Yeah.
But but
But
listen,
to-
you can
but to
write.
answer- to
but
answer- to answer-
Pearl, you
yeah.
can write exceptions into laws. That's why they exist. Because why should that girl who's raped by her dad forced to give birth to that baby because you didn't want to have a conversation about her?
Yeah, well, I mean, I would still make it illegal, to be honest. Because again, I think you either think it's a life or you don't. So if you think it's a child, you're never gonna encourage killing a child under any exceptions. So
Right.
It's
That's
just-
right, and that's I guess
Yeah.
where the big difference comes between a abortion, people who are for and against abortion, is that we disagree on where life begins.
See, don't let people force you into this, because this is basically using everyone's desire to have a consistency against them. Because this is him using the consistency principle against Pearl. Pearl's been pushed into a position where she has to endorse rape babies.
Yeah, well, okay. Well, it depends. Because on one hand, you know, you could say it doesn't make her look good in the conversation. But on the other hand, I give her credit for being principled.
Oh, do you?
Fun. Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Why do you not? I mean, are you looking at this from like a purely optic standard, right? Maybe not.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think she's honestly in favor of rape babies. I just think she's only taking that position to be consistent.
Yeah, but if that's your position, that if your reason
so
for
you
being
think
against
you
abortion,
have to be consistent?
well, no, you don't have to, because as you
Okay.
said, you could bring up a counter position, which maybe she's just not cognizant of, which is that when you have these two bad situations, you know, I think you can make an argument that, you know, sometimes you just have to, you know, there are times where you don't. It's dangerous-y to make this argument, but there are times where you can make arguments against consistency in certain situations.
Right.
But I don't think Pearl is cogent enough to make those arguments.
Yeah.
I sent you a picture of the woman. So I'll see if you'll decide, Adam, if you'll survive or not.
Okay.
You don't have to bring it up. I just want to hear your reaction.
Why?
I'm just curious to see. Here, will you survive or are you going to get shot?
Let's see. I mean, she's not really my type, so.
Oh, okay. So you're going to survive.
Does that mean I survive?
I guess. I'm just curious. I thought she was going to be your type.
Because we're going for like days and days and days. I'm like, yeah, I haven't nutted yet, baby. Don't. You thought she was going to be my type?
What about this picture?
I mean, it looks like she's got good limbo rings. The picture that you sent me, it kind of looks like she's already pregnant.
Why I sent you a different one? It's a weird angle.
Right.
You see the second picture I sent?
I should bring this picture up just so people who are.
We can move on. I don't want to
Well, I mean, if people are going to want to see the picture.
Okay, you can bring it up.
Here you go.
You can bring up the two pictures. Okay.
Here's
see
the
if people
picture.
will survive or not.
Here's the picture of the woman. First of all, I'm thinking, I mean, that little pea shooter, look, I'm likely to survive.
Oh, really? Okay.
I don't even see any bullets in that. Did she even load that gun? Does she even know how to load a gun?
Listen, unlike John Travolta, okay, they're practicing gun safety.
I guess.
Right.
So, yeah. Now you guys know that's not my type.
Okay. What about the second picture?
The second, she didn't turn into my type because she got in a different position.
See her body a little better.
Oh, okay. I didn't pull it up, but I will.
Right. Did I say John Travolta? Alec Baldwin, whatever the guy's name is.
Read a super chat while I get the picture.
Okay. Mr. Ubercross for $20. Thank you so much, Mr. Ubercross says you cannot opt out as a dad. The state won't let you unless another person takes your place on the birth certificate. Oh, well, there you go. I didn't know that.
Well, this is also
wow, that's interesting.
Also, there's a thing called paternity fraud where women put a different guy on the birth certificate because he seems to be a better avenue to get resources out of, which
right.
Then you get a paternity test later on. You find out, oh man, I've been totally screwed, and you still can't get your name off the birth certificate, which really sucks.
Mm-hmm.
Sitch likes this picture better. This is the first guy she was going to try this with.
Right. I think she's hot, but I don't think she's like super hot or anything. But anyways, don't want to get shot by some crazy lady
who doesn't know how to load a gun.
TDES93 for $50. Thanks so much. Says today's my 30th birthday. Well, happy birthday.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Happy
Congratulations.
birthday.
It feels weird, but I celebrated all weekend, and now I'm chilling down to my favorite YouTube channel. Thanks for taming my elephant and teaching me free will for all these years. Much love to both of you. You're the best. Well, thank you so much, TDES. Really, or Tides maybe, because you have it capitalized weirdly. But thank you, Tides. I really appreciate it.
Yeah, that's awesome. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
Another Gemini.
There you go. Gemini is best class.
It is. Yeah. We're all in agreement on that.
That's
You
true.
can read Daniel Irish's too. It's in the DMs.
Why? How? Oh, Daniel Irish says, better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. Also, one's biases aren't always known to oneself. Of course. That's definitely true.
Yeah.
I don't remember what the have it and not need it was in relation to. Was that in relation to the draft or something different?
Probably the draft.
Okay.
Yeah, I totally agree. Sounds like Daniel Irish agrees with us.
Right.
What are do I have any biases, Sitch? I don't feel like I do. I feel like I'm completely bias free. What would one of my biases be? Well, I'm serious. Look, I want to be unbiased.
You know what your biases is. I've thrown it in your face before.
What is it?
Your bias.
What's my bias?
You don't know what I'm gonna say.
Does it have anything to do with women?
Well, maybe, but that's not what I was gonna say.
Okay, what are you gonna say?
I was gonna say your bias is that you read it in a book.
Well, yeah. I mean, obviously, I'm gonna be biased towards something that I've actually had some experience with.
Okay.
Is that bad?
No.
Look,
Okay, no.
if I would say that that's a bad bias, to rely only on experience, I think is a bad bias.
I agree completely. I agree.
But to rely on experience, I don't think is bad. And the whole reason I wanted you to read the book was because it's like an experience that I don't think I think it would be good for you to experience. I think if the books I was reading were not nonfiction and were like Twilight, if I was like, well, this happened in Twilight, then that would be a lot worse, obviously.
No. Right. But my point is that like you can have an issue because if you read a book on a subject, it's like watching a documentary. Like usually the person has a specific position that they're taking.
Yeah, totally.
And so they're only going to give you the evidence that lines up with their side. They're not going to give you like the counter evidence.
Yeah, that's why I read books from both perspectives.
Okay. Well, that's good.
Sometimes it's hard because you got to read those progressive books that they're like, oh my God, 95% of this book they're full of shit.
Hey, you read all your right-wing economic books that make you crazy.
Oh yeah, those do too.
Essentially.
Right.
But ultimately, what quality of life do you expect this child to have from like a 13-year-old girl who's raped by her dad?
Mm-hmm. Is a lower quality life less valuable? Like that's almost saying if you are in a bad situation, your life is less valuable than someone who isn't. And that's kind of a tricky argument.
Not less valuable, but I mean, if we're
But one should be aborted, one shouldn't. So one should be in society, one shouldn't be in society. I would say that's less valuable.
Well, it's more about.
Okay, here's your train problem, Adam.
Mm-hmm.
Here's your trolley problem. You're conducting the trolley. On one track is a 10-year-old child that's living in a middle-income family with loving parents.
Okay.
Okay.
And on the
With
other track
medium-
is 10 rape babies.
The other track is a 10-year-old child who's living as a slave and has no hope of ever being free.
You go off the slave, obviously.
Okay.
Boom, gone.
There you go. It was very easy for you.
That's an easy problem.
Okay. Well, there you go.
You were talking about fairness. You were interested in the idea of fairness, right? Instead of the welfare of society. So let's talk about fairness. You know what I mean? Is it fair to the little girl that she was forcibly impregnated by her dad?
Right, but is it fair? Is it fair to the child?
Okay. So who's
Like that's like we could talk about
a 13-year-old
fairness,
is a
then you-
child,
then
by
you
the way.
go-
She's 13. She is a child.
Yeah, and I agree, and I think that's horrible, and I think there should be the death penalty for rapists. But yeah, I'm sorry, like I just don't. I don't believe in abortion. And again, to me, I think that's a child, and I just can't advocate for the murder of a kid under
Okay,
any
that's
circumstance.
fair. I understand where you come from. What about situations where like 12% of abortions are related to health crises where there's a chance the woman might die or the baby might die or both? Your thoughts on that?
I don't know enough about those situations to really have an opinion on it. I would probably guess that they would likely both die in those situations. So
Sometimes it's just the mom.
maybe that's an exception, but I don't know enough about that stuff.
Right. Well, we can use our imagination just for the hypothetical conversation where there's 12%. I'm telling you, there are 12% of abortions are related to health crises. So if it's the baby lives, but the mom dies, what do you think should happen in that situation?
I don't know.
Okay.
Wait, what he said? He said if the baby lives and the mom dies, what should they do in the situation? I don't. What does that mean?
They should give the baby up for adoption because the mom's
what is
not
he-
going to be very helpful.
What does that have to do with abortion? If the baby lives and the mom dies, then or is he saying if you have to, unless he's suggesting if you have to choose between the life of the baby or the life of the mom, maybe that's what he's trying to say.
Right.
I mean, usually I've never heard someone say in those situations the life of the baby. I've never heard someone make that argument. Have you heard someone make that argument?
Save the baby.
I haven't heard that argument, right?
Well, I did hear it in
House of
the Dragon. Yeah.
That's true.
I mean,
We did hear it House of the Dragon. That's a good point. Yeah, that's true.
oh, it's so grueling too. He's like, listen, we're going to save the baby.
Well, to be clear, yeah, he made that argument. She was not on board with that argument.
She was not in favor of that argument.
No.
Yeah.
It ended up not working out well for anybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the baby died too. What a bummer.
Yep. I know.
Talk about a reversal of fortune.
That's a nice way of putting it. Yeah.
The reason I'm putting your feet to the fire on this is because you says very specifically that abortion should be outlawed in all situations. So of course I'm testing that.
I mean, so I don't even understand why anyone would have the position that you shouldn't allow abortions if the woman's going to die, right? I don't even understand why you'd have or be seriously injured, because that doesn't violate the philosophical, like, so like the rape and incest thing. You could say, well, it's not the baby's fault. The baby's a life that I say gets to be protected, right?
Right.
So you can have some, that's philosophically consistent. But when you say like, oh, well, you have to sacrifice one life for another, kind of like in the train track example.
Then it is the baby's fault, literally.
Well, it's not like it's intentional, but I'm just saying like it completely changes the situation. You don't need to have that doesn't violate your philosophical ideological position because you're saving one life versus another one.
Right.
I mean, generally, I would think that most people would say that it's better to save the known life than the potential life. I would assume that would be most people's position, but
yeah.
Yeah, I could maybe see an exception for the life of the mother, but I've heard, and I don't want to quote this because, again, it's just something I've heard. I've heard it's not as common as people lead you to believe, and sometimes those stats are manipulated, but I don't.
Yeah, but the commonness doesn't really matter. It's more about I think the exceptions are interesting. I disagree. I think when you say, why are we focusing on the exceptions? I think that's a way for you to try to dismiss difficult questions.
Yeah, why is Ethan so obsessed with rape babies? That's what everyone wants to know. Why is he monomaniacally fixated on all of these rape babies?
Question, huh?
Yeah. Well, it kind of makes you think, right?
Oh, I see.
He's doing a lot of empathizing with.
Kind of makes you wonder.
Rape babies. Yeah. It does.
Okay.
Have you heard the thing about male feminists?
I have, yeah.
Have you heard of the sneaky fucker?
I have heard.
Strategy?
I've heard of the strategy, yeah.
Oh, okay. So then.
Yeah. I just think it's silly when 99.5% of abortions are not the exception. So
So you don't, but that doesn't make sense. I mean, why don't you care about
Why don't you care
the
about
situation
people?
of everybody else?
Why
Because
are
it's
you
not
so...
because it's the exception.
I just think you should spend more time debating the most common thing. So that's, my opinion.
Okay.
She should say you should spend more time debating the more common thing because it has a larger societal impact, and that's obviously more important.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Very good. So we talked about feminism. The problem with feminism is that women want equality, but they don't really want equality. They need to sign up for the military, which feminists want to abolish.
God, let's
the
go back
draft.
to that terrible argument.
And then we're talking about reproductive rights, where the women get all the choice and the men don't. Is there any other ones?
I'm sorry. I was reading something. What'd you say?
Is there?
I'm sorry. This is boring as fuck. Ethan, can you restate your boring ass question?
Any other examples other than reproductive rights and voting / draft that shows that feminism was a mistake or that feminists are disingenuous or something like that?
I would just say there's just a lack. The biggest one I would say is divorce court. 90% women get custody 80 to 90% of the time. I think 90% of alimony payments are awarded to women.
What does that have to do with women's suffrage, though? You said you criticized the whole thing going all the way back to its inception.
I thought you asked other double standards. No.
Well, I asked you what's your problem with feminism in general. We can move on, though. I have a good question for you.
Feminism?
I hear you talk a lot about the pay gap.
Right.
The pay gap is a myth. What do you mean by that?
Oh, because women don't do the dangerous jobs in society. So, I just think the pay gap, the majority.
Okay.
She's so bad.
I know. All the
She
arguments.
doesn't
you're
even
gonna
know
love
the
it.
arguments.
God, what is happening here, Pearl? Come on.
It's
What's
the
happening?
earnings gap. Come on.
Yes, I know.
I just
Not doing
think
the
women
dangerous
don't do the dangerous jobs,
Yeah. Jesus. You know what the most dangerous job in America is?
What is it?
Being a high-paid CEO of
Oh, yeah.
a Fortune 500 company.
Dangerous. Yeah.
Very dangerous.
Look, you fly a lot. Your private jet could crash.
That's a good point.
I don't think you're considering their feelings, Sitch.
You know what? I take it back. You're so right, Adam. How could I miss that?
They all die. They all die in plane crashes too.
That's true. Well, no, when they die, yeah, that's generally why. Yeah. That's true.
The time, the majority is women making an excuse. Yeah, just excuses. Poor me. When
Do you realize you're arguing from emotion right now?
Are you gonna let me finish?
Oh, I just wanted to point that out, but yeah, go ahead.
All right.
It's just important to know.
Think. You asked what I think.
I feel like this is
Well,
like
the
the
pay
worst
gap is more
first
punk.
date ever. Like this is basically like
You're
a
right.
Tinder date.
You know what? You're right. That's the sense that we get here. This is like a really bad, awkward first date.
Yeah, they're trying to make it work. You know, they both swiped right. They're here
like,
at the
"Ah,
restaurant.
This was a mistake.
They've ordered.
They can't leave.
Now they're just trying to get through.
They're both really hungry. Yeah.
Ethan thinks it's going to end in sex, and Pearl is like, not really.
Crete, then. I mean, I asked what.
I mean, when you take into account the number, women work less hours.
Right.
Don't do the
there's
most.
an argument.
Would you say that's true? Women work less hours.
Yeah, statistically, that's true.
Would you say Would you say it's true that we don't do the most dangerous jobs in society?
Okay, stop.
Yeah, statistically,
Would you
that's true.
Would you agree that the majority, if you look at female millionaires, the richest women came from divorce?
Okay.
True or not true?
Yeah, that's true. I guess I think so.
Okay, so what are we complaining about?
What does that have to do with the pay gap? Any of that?
Because all of those you don't think working less hours contributes to getting paid less?
Yeah, but you know the pay gap excuse me, sorry, I've got phlegm in my throat.
Fine.
So what you're doing is you're misrepresenting what the pay gap is. You understand that? The pay gap, when it's analyzed by economics, economists, and the U.S. Department of Labor and such organizations, they do controlled analysis where they eliminate all these factors. For example, ones you listed of women tending to work in lower paid fields. They eliminate women working less. They eliminate for when women take maternity leave, all this kind of stuff. And even when you do a controlled analysis where you eliminate that, there's still a big pay gap.
That's not true.
Okay. Okay.
It's like, wasn't it like 3%? Last time I checked, it was 3%.
Oh, so there is a pay gap.
Yeah, but that's 3%.
So, but it's not a myth if there's 3%.
This is, oh my God. Ethan is like giving the dumbest fucking argument ever here. Oh my God. Like, well, technically, actually, if there's a 3% pay gap, when you control for every possible thing that we can measure, boom, pay gap, you're technically wrong. It's like, okay, really? We've gone from 25% or 75 cents to $1 to 3%, and you think that's the slam dunk for the pay gap? Like, what the fuck is this argument? This is such a bad argument. It's shocking.
2016 called. They want their debate back.
Yeah, well, I mean, first of all, just the fact that we're talking about the pay gap is like wild anyway.
I
But,
know.
but I just, Ethan, this is like the worst this is his worst argument you could possibly make for this. You know,
Right.
technically a 3% pay gap is still a pay gap, so I'm right. There is a pay gap. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, buddy.
Time to completely restructure society for that
Right.
3%.
For that 3%. Yeah, exactly. It's like, give me a break. Okay.
Yeah, but the number they used to push was like 77 cents to the dollar.
But that's what it is without it's about 20%
Correct.
without
Correct.
yeah, the
Correct.
control. Yeah.
Right. And so,
So Pearl wins.
yeah, I mean, when women, like, I just think if we wanted to be equal, then do the same jobs men do.
But there
And
is
we
a
don't
buy. But that's interesting because you
don't
admit
choose to do that.
there is a pay gap. 3%. I mean, I wouldn't want to work for 3% less.
Jesus Christ.
And look, Ethan brought this up too.
I
This is
know.
Ethan's argument here.
He didn't have a better argument prepared for this?
3%, man.
3%.
Yeah, I mean, if you think that's because of gender, but it's also because women are more agreeable. It's like 70.
That's included. That's part of the
women-
control.
That is not part of the control. Okay.
Are you
how
sure?
How can they control for that? You think every single person they studied, they did analysis for their earnings? You think they gave them
Agreeability,
a big 5 personality quiz? You know?
Yeah, that's highly
is not
unlikely.
Yeah, give me a break. That's ridiculous. Who's he? I don't know what. You know, he doesn't bring up whatever it is he's talking about. Supposedly, he has this amazing study where they've literally controlled for every factor known to man that the government has done. I would like to see that study.
Okay. I mean, I don't think 3% you can really say that's just because of gender.
Well,
I mean, Pearl doesn't even push back. Why is she not like, show me that study, Ethan?
She doesn't want to look it up. Oh my.
Show me that study. He's making her. He keeps pushing her for every time she makes a claim. He's like, where's your evidence for that? And he just threw out this wild claim.
I did some research on this. The Department of Labor published an in-depth report. This is under Trump's administration in 2019.
Oh, here we go.
This is from the U.S. Department of Labor. I can link you the study if you want. It's called Gender-Based Pay Disparity Study.
Mm-hmm.
The research team found that the raw gender wage gap was 17.4%, and the medium was 20%. The raw wage gap increased, actually, between 50th and 75th percentile and remains the greatest at the highest percentile. In addition, the research team found that the importance of human capital varied across wage distributions and part-time work, as well as female-oriented occupations. The updated result explained about 20 to 70% of the raw wage gap over the wage distribution, but it left an adjusted wage gap of 10 to 15%. That was in 2019, according to the U.S. Department of Labor.
Yeah. I mean, I'd have to look at that, but the stuff I've seen, it's very small. It's like 3%.
What stuff have you
So,
seen?
off the top of my head, I can't remember, but I can send it to you.
Sure.
Yeah.
But I just gave you a pretty concrete. I mean, the U.S. Department of Labor. Do you consider that a credible source?
Yeah. I mean, if
Hell
that's
no.
true, it's just a lot of times like
That's a deep state.
there are like parts of the study that they don't talk about. So, like even on this is what I was looking at earlier. Like they're saying the stat you gave earlier, 12% of abortions are not done on the surgery table of the emergency room. These cases are overwhelmingly doctors advising abortions ahead of time in case there are risks for the mothers in pregnancy. Also, that 12% number they give is highly inflated. And so it's like it's just a lot of times there's
Someone just sent her something that she just wrote off her phone.
I saw that. It was Andrew Tate.
more to it than just like a number you're giving me. But
Yeah, what does that
know.
have to do with the pay gap? I'm confused by that.
no, the point is that like a number you gave me earlier, like there was more to it.
Which number? Which one? I'm sorry. Go ahead. We'll unpack that.
Oh, did you see that? She tipped
What?
the phone back and you could see it said Rolo.
Did it really? Wait, I can't. I was looking away. I'm trying to find the study Ethan cited, and I can't find it.
She tipped the phone down.
Confused by that.
No, the point is that
Pause it.
like a number you gave me earlier, like there was more to it.
Which number? Which one? I'm sorry.
Damn it.
Your light is nothing. You can't see what it says. Get out of here.
It said Rolo.
You're just fucking with me.
It said Rolo Tomasi.
Yeah. Okay.
It had his picture
Okay.
at the top of the study.
I bet.
Go ahead. We'll unpack that.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, but
The 12% of abortions are not done on the surgery table of the emergency room. These cases are overwhelmingly doctors advising abortions ahead of time in case there are risks for the mother in pregnancy.
That sounds reasonable to me.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, a doctor is qualified to say this baby is going to put your life at risk. I would trust the doctor to say that, wouldn't you?
Yeah,
Like, why
but they're
wait till the-
saying,
why
they're,
wait
saying
till
it,
the-
they're saying that number's inflated.
Who's saying they didn't say that? That what you read did not say it's inflated.
No, I said also that 12% number they're giving you is highly inflated.
Based on what? Because what you just read to me doesn't disprove what I said at all. It actually makes perfect sense.
No, but they're saying it's inflated. I don't know.
They did not
So-
say that.
Who's they?
Yeah, they didn't say that. So here,
Who's they?
It's just someone I do research with. So it's
So just
It was Rolo.
interesting.
It's just someone I do research
Right.
with. She says it's Rolo later on. You remember?
She said she didn't. I don't know if she said specifically that she's talking to Rolo, but she does mention him at some point.
just someone.
yeah. Don't.
that's good. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Don't push, right? Here's an interesting analysis. I thought maybe you'd be interested. Women don't do the dangerous jobs. Women are overrepresented in healthcare. You know that probably, right?
Yeah,
You're familiar.
it's the number one employer is nursing.
Then hopefully you can explain to me why, when you look at the pay of women versus men doctors, look, you can see this graph. There's a huge disparity of the average wage of male doctors versus female doctors. You can see here, and even this is from 2022, last year. This is again from the physician compensation report. Male doctor.
Okay, I can't find this specific thing that Ethan was citing.
This
I found no. This is a different thing, which I'll talk
Okay.
about in a second. Because I did find this, and this is really stupid what he's citing here. No, he said in 2019, the Department of Labor study that like controlled for everything. Okay?
Right.
Because the only thing I could find from 2019 from the Department of Labor, it's like they control for the different variables, but not all at the same time. So they'll have like one thing that says like, here's men and women, that are full-time workers, and they'll compare full-time workers, right?
Right.
And here's men and women compared by age. Here's men and women compared by educational attainment. But they're not saying like, if I do a control so that everyone has the same level of education and everyone's working the same hours, this is the difference in income or earnings.
They're just
I don't
controlling
see
for
that.
one factor at a time, not multiple
and
factors.
Right, and that's the thing that he claimed to see, and I don't see that. So
And when you control
know
for
what you're talking
multiple factors together, that's when you get the 3%, right?
That's what my understanding was when I had seen studies that tried to control for everything possible. I haven't seen 3%. I saw one that was like 6 to 8% or something range, which is what I saw. So
this one, women physicians have consistently made less than men in primary care.
right. So I did find this thing, which is funny when I went and looked it up. And it's funny because when I went and looked this up, the citation was itself, which was kind of fun.
Well, that's a little circular. How's
Well, no,
that,
it was
how's
two
that
things.
work?
There was some data that it cited that was somewhere else, but then the chart it cites itself because the guy made the chart. The chart is not from the study.
Okay.
But no, this study or this data that they're showing, this isn't controlled at all. There's no control here. It's literally just comparing female physicians and male physicians. There's no control by age,
hours
or anything.
Okay, so it could just be hours worked.
Well, I would think it probably also age too.
Right.
The longer you've been a doctor, generally, the more you're going to make.
So the doctors are older because the women go off and have kids or something?
Usually, yeah.
Yeah.
Because I remember there was a study, I don't have it offhand, I remember seeing where they did compare older women in college degree required fields that never had children were making on average more than men were.
Right. Yeah.
In the
That
same
makes
field.
sense.
Right.
People want
Doctors
those career women because they're highly attentive to detail. They're really detail oriented.
Right.
Often more so than men.
Right.
On average, 285,000 per year. Female doctors make on average 228,000 per year.
Mm-hmm.
So this is the woman's field, and yet they're still making significantly less than their male counterparts.
Okay. Does it say why?
No, this is
says
just raw data. This is just raw data.
I mean, you'd have to look at why. So
we could justify this by saying,
I mean, if women work less hours.
no, but work less hours.
That's what I'm asking.
This is controlled. They're working the same hours. They have the same qualifications.
So that's not
true.
That's not
That's
true.
completely not true. No,
Okay.
that's not true.
Gleason's just pulling that out of his ass there.
Well, he thinks this is, I mean, maybe that was whatever even the other one who kind of misunderstood the controls in the other one. At least if the one I saw was what he was looking at.
No, this study's perfect. You have to be a feminist now, Pearl.
I see.
I pulled up a study on the internet. I win.
Course. There you go.
Okay, well then
Sexism.
maybe they are in that field. I don't know.
Okay, so the wage gap is
Well, also in this one, like, how would that explain, like, a lot of general practitioners, right? Like,
GPs.
yeah, a lot of GPs. You know, they either start their own offices or they work alone, right?
Sure.
So they're controlling how much they make themselves.
Well, that's what I was thinking. I'm like, I can imagine, and various doctors do this. They do kind of the pro bono work. I don't know what they call it in medicine.
Mm-hmm.
He talks about, look, here's the book bias again. He's the guy that wrote the book, The Price We Pay, about the medical industry being way too expensive, the healthcare book. He talks about how he always does a certain amount of pro bono work. Well, it seems wrong. That's like a legal term, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I can imagine.
I mean, I don't know if it's specifically a legal term, but
well, I can imagine women doing a lot more pro bono work, like charity work, and a lot less paid
on
work.
average,
Yeah, sure,
Right.
because they have bigger, giant hearts for the world, right? And that could be a factor,
average,
a giant factor, right?
Right.
Like if the guys are like, nah, charity work is not really for me.
Well, I mean, part of the issue, and I think Pearl does bring this up, which is good that she brings this up, is that if it was true that you could just pay women less for being a woman and they just put up with it, right? And it wasn't based on hours or age or qualifications or something like that, you know, people would be so desperate to hire women.
Oh yeah, this is a common
wanna-
argument that they use.
Right, because they would just want to pay them less.
But women there are a lot more women in the medical field, so maybe that's exactly what they're doing.
But there isn't actually. There's a lot more women graduating from med school currently.
Right.
But I don't think there's more female doctors overall than male doctors.
I think there's more female nurses.
Oh, in nursing, yeah, that's true. That's obviously true.
So maybe they are doing that.
Well, I think that's an interesting. It's so tipped in one direction. I think that's primarily.
Well, I do. There obviously is a selection bias going. Women want jobs working with people and caring more, obviously. So I think there is some selection bias going there, but that doesn't put the selection bias towards paying them less money out to pasture. I mean, maybe that's going on too. Who knows?
I don't agree whatsoever. I mean, I think male nurses have only been increasing over the years, not decreasing.
Right. Well,
so
I think the wages for nurses are pretty good. So
I think they can be. And I think it's just because there's a cultural stigma. Like the word nurse seems to be a female word in our minds.
Right. Yeah, nursing is sucking on a.
There you go. It literally describes an action only women can do.
Yeah.
Right. And so I think that cultural bias against men being in nursing is probably the primary factor. I don't think hospitals are like, we're only going to hire women so we can pay them less.
What's a new politically correct term for nursing? Caregiver. That's it.
What do
Caregiver.
you call a male nurse? They still call them nurses.
Oh, they do. Caregiver, I think, is more like nursing home. Nursing home.
Well, here'd be an interesting question. In other countries, if they use a different word for nurse that's not so gender specific, is the male-female breakdown different or is it the same in America?
Wow.
If
that's a giant effect, then
I don't know.
That's one for the social constructionists there. I don't know if I'm happy about that. It's
well,
true.
obviously, it's not a win for social construction. I mean, obviously, society and culture has a massive impact on people's behavior. Obviously,
right.
I mean, it's silly to say otherwise. It's just that usually the people on the left think that that's only the factor, and they kind of think biology is just non-existent. So,
is this why there's so many cowboys are men?
Well, it's in the name.
Exactly.
Yeah. Well, actually, wait, see, cowboy is a contradiction because cow is a female animal.
Oh, you're right.
It's an oxymoron, and boy is boy. So it's a cow. It's a female cow, but also a boy. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
Unless, listen, here's the answer to the question. Here's the feminist position. Obviously, cowboys are all men because since all of society is just a power struggle where men want to exert their power over women, this allows them to exert their power over female animals in a socially acceptable way.
Well, wouldn't you call it boy cow? Put the boy first?
No, that sounds stupid.
Oh, okay.
Boy cows? No. Because that sounds like you're saying the cows are boys.
Bull girl.
That has a completely different connotation.
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Look, we're creating our own language here.
There you go.
When are we going to talk about Burger King French toast?
We're not. A couple more hours.
Oh,
we'll
damn.
Get to Burger King French toast.
Okay. I should have got some this morning.
Complicated, perhaps, than saying it's a myth.
It's possible. Okay.
That's nice to hear. So I would recommend, though, when you go out and do these shows and stuff, because when you talk about the wage gap, you're very adamant about it. Like, oh, this is a myth, and this is why, and you extract a lot of meaning from it. So I would recommend potentially approaching that topic with a little more nuance in the future.
Look, he's mentoring her. Sitch, isn't this great? He's like pulling her up close. Here, babe, I'm gonna give you some advice. When you talk on your channel to all these woman-hating men, you tell them the wage gap is real.
No, he's saying, listen. He's like, listen, honey. Listen, doll.
Listen, babe.
Listen, babe. Before you go spouting off
on
your channel about shit you don't know about, girl,
Broad.
broad, like a broad, like a bimbo,
Mhm.
okay, you should get educated.
Yeah.
Do some research. You know what you're talking about.
Do some Googling like I did for 5 minutes before the show.
Yeah, exactly. It's preposterous, but like Ethan over here is pretending like his position is so much more from
Oh, yeah.
A well-researched position.
So firmly placed. He has a STEM degree.
Especially if you're saying, well, yeah, maybe I'm wrong about this. But here, I mean, here's an excerpt so we can kind of see how you talk about these issues. Here it is.
I think in 2022.
Well, and also, it's very Ethan's being like as hyper uncharitable in this conversation as possible, because like if someone in a conversation, like if we're having a debate with someone, and someone says, "Well, Sitch and Adam, here's some study that you're unaware of that I think shows you that you're wrong on some issue," and then we say, "I don't know, maybe we'll have to look into that study." And they can't then turn around and say, "Well, you should be more educated on this study that you weren't even aware of existing until I brought it up. When next time you talk about this subject in the past." You're like, wait, what?
Yeah.
I can't go back in time and read the study you think contradicts my position.
Don't mentor me, you buffoon. I might read the study and you might be the one who's wrong here.
I mean, that usually tends to be the case anyway.
Yeah, totally.
To any girl that complain, I'm not talking about race because that's the first thing people always bring in. I'm talking about female to male. I think in 2022, if you're complaining about the pay gap as a woman, you're probably just lazy. I have never had a problem getting the same pay as a guy. One issue is that women don't.
No. So you.
That's why she's popular. Because she says things like that, and the people in chat go, "Oh my God, waste! Lynched and red pills, destroyed. Women are lazy."
Do you disagree with that? I mean, I felt like,
waste. I don't think the.
I agree with what she said.
I don't think you actually do. You think the earnings gap exists because women are lazy?
Well, I think women who complain generally are lazier than women who don't complain.
I think what happens is that there's an earning gap for many complicated social reasons, which we've talked about: age, children, different interests, agreeableness,
right?
That all come together that create an earnings gap. But that's a complicated idea. And so people generally on the left who are trying to push a political narrative, especially feminists, look at this number and they say, "This is because of sexism." And they write a million articles about this, and they try to basically pollute people's minds and think that this is like we live in some massive sexist society, because if they push the sexist narrative, they view this will help them get more votes in the election, essentially.
And if they only voted for more Democrats, all that would change.
Exactly. If we only voted blue, no matter who, all that wage gap would just disappear.
It would just melt away.
Right. So I think that's why this stuff gets pushed. I don't think it's laziness.
Yeah, I agree with that, but she's saying that if a woman is making less money, it's probably because she's lazy.
Which I don't think is true either.
Well, I mean, if you're boiling it down to an earnings gap and she's working less hours, I mean, you could make an argument that she's working less hours because she's lazy.
Yeah, but is she working less hours because she's lazy? Is she working less hours because she has other responsibilities to take care of?
I mean, she could have other responsibilities.
Right. She have to raise a child, right?
Right. Okay. So
like
it's hard to if she's basically got two jobs, homemaker and working, then it's hard to say that she's lazy.
Right. Exactly.
She might not have the time to put into it. Pearl,
Of course.
why didn't you consider that? Look, not everyone is unmarried with no kids like you, who has infinite amount of time to work.
Right.
Yeah.
You kind of agree that who complain about pay are just lazy?
Yeah, the majority of the women complaining about this stuff. Yeah,
what do you mean majority?
Women,
What do you mean majority of women?
oh my gosh, the majority of the women complaining about this
Based
stuff.
on what?
Are
Majority
just
of women.
whiners. Just what I see, whiners,
What you
big
see?
whiners. Yeah, I mean, because women, it's like go.
You're arguing from emotion again.
All right. Okay. Is that what you're going to say every time you don't agree with me?
Oh no. You literally
time
are
you do
just
that.
saying stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not that I disagree. I'm just saying if we want to have a conversation about this stuff, it'd be better if we don't argue from emotion and say, I feel that all women are complainers, because that's not a productive point. right? You see what I mean? Yeah.
No, I still think that most women that complain about the pay gap are just whiners. They're big whiners. And I have never had trouble getting a job. I've never had trouble getting the same pay as a guy. And I think that in 2023, it's just a bunch of excuses.
So what's your experience in the work? You use your own experience as an example of why women pay gap doesn't exist.
Yeah, I'm not blind.
Well, hold on. What's your experience in the workforce?
I hate the whole, this is the thing that came up when we were talking to Brianna Wu. Like, your lived experiences of your work doesn't mean that it's a national trend. Right?
Yeah, totally.
Like, because she's experienced or perceives to have experienced sexism in a specific industry doesn't mean that that's the reason the industry doesn't have enough women in it. So I always hate these arguments. Well,
yeah, totally. My personal experience, yeah.
Which especially with, I don't know what jobs Pearl's, right, and I don't know what jobs Pearl's worked too, because has she worked for her parents?
Right.
Right. Obviously, your work experience working for a parent is going to be significantly different than working for not your parents. So.
I worked for my parents, and they paid my brother the same amount as they paid me.
Yeah, exactly.
Checkmate.
Now I don't know if what her job experience is. She doesn't say exactly in this conversation, but
they paid all 9 of us the same amount.
I always had a job from after high school in the summers. And
I worked doing stuff.
Worked in corporate America, and then I did.
How long did you work in corporate America?
A couple of years.
Couple of years.
I'm only 26.
Right, you're only 26, and therefore I wouldn't put you in and you have maybe 1 or 2 years working in corporate America. Do you think that your experience is ample to say I've seen that women get paid equally to men? That seems disingenuous based on 1 year or 2 years, and you're only 26 years old.
What does that mean? I worked in corporate America. I mean,
she
fold shirts at the Gap, and you're working for corporate America. Right?
That's true. That's a very broad category.
I have no idea.
Right.
Yeah. That's just my opinion.
Right. Okay. Okay, but I think we've established.
How's she so bad at articulating her positions? Isn't this like what she does on YouTube constantly?
You just say incendiary stuff, and you get popular.
Yes. I don't follow enough for content. Does she just exist in like a hug box all the time? So she never gets challenged. She never has to figure out, if I'm talking to someone that disagrees with me, this is how I'm going to argue my position and interact with them or something.
Aren't most of these shows constructed just by bringing strange people on and letting them do the talking? I feel like that's most of her content.
I don't know. Maybe so. That would make sense.
Fresh and Fit, whatever style podcast where you just you're inviting people on and the other people are the content. You're not necessarily the content. You're just kind of facilitating the content.
Yeah, but usually now I haven't seen a shit ton of that stuff. But usually when I have seen whatever podcast, Fresh and Fit, all the male hosts,
those guys are pretty smart. Yeah.
Yeah. Even if I completely disagree with their arguments, they have some argument that they could lay out, I feel like, to Ethan or to someone that's challenging them.
Yeah.
And usually in the shows, they give some kind of argument to whoever they're talking to or to their audience in a more cohesive or coherent way than Pearl is. Now, I don't know, maybe Pearl's just very nervous. And so she's too anxious. And maybe it's just a really bad showing for her, right? I don't know. I don't watch any of her content enough to know if that's the case or not. So maybe it's just a really bad showing, but it's not doing good in this conversation.
Yeah, we should watch more of her content.
Should
do
we?
the total deep dive on Pearl?
do I don't really care enough to do that. But Ethan's doing a really poor showing himself this conversation.
Oh, he's
making terrible arguments.
Completely phoning it in.
Yeah, and he feels like he's half asleep here. He's like, okay, Pearl, don't you think it's just disingenuous I'm looking at this doctor study here.
Let me give you
Like,
some
what's happening?
advice, girl.
What is happening in this conversation?
Nothing.
Drink
Established a li-
drink some coffee.
Yeah.
Get amped. You got to train. It's called off the rails. You got to train in the background that's derailed and on fire. Okay. I want yelling. I want shouting. I want verbal punching in the face.
This does not seem off the rails to me. Our
Did you-
argument was more contentious, and we're fucking friends.
I know. Did you see Conor McGregor? He punched out the Miami Heat mascot.
Really? This happened recently?
Yes.
Wow.
I think it was Miami Heat, right?
Let's bring that up. That sounds interesting.
He was supposed to punch the mascot. Like, there's a sketch where he was supposed to like fake punch out the Miami Heat mascot.
And he accidentally punched him for real?
And I guess he, but I mean, when you see it, you're like, how did he like not think that was gonna like hurt that guy? Like, he throws a punch.
Well, those mascot outfits are kind of hard to tell where the person's real head is.
I
Right?
guess. I mean, maybe he thought that mascot head gives you more padding than it does or something. I mean, I you think you just kind of like throw a tap out there. That's a,
Well, he knew he had to get through the mascot helmet.
Okay. He's also being accused of rape at the same game, I think. So.
Rape?
Yes.
What?
It's totally a crazy story.
How's that possible?
Some woman, it's like a long story. Some woman is accusing him of rape. He's saying that it was consensual. Kind of strange. It's one of these like weird circumstances. So, anyway,
Wow.
hit it up.
A little bit, at least. You've conceded a tiny bit to me that the wage gap is perhaps more complicated than yes or no.
If what you're showing me is real, you did this to someone else, but then there's like something else to it. But if what you're showing me is true,
Yeah, it's all true. This is all sourced.
okay.
Yeah. And I mean, you could easily look this up yourself.
Can I see the parameters for the control? I'm just curious.
Sure. We can do that. You can pull up the U.S. Department of Labor one.
The doctor one. Could I see?
By the way, we've long since moved past, but I did find.
What does that mean? Am I just stupid? I don't know what that means.
What?
The parameters for the control?
Right.
What does that mean?
She wants to look at what the control group was.
There was no control group. It was just comparing men and women.
Oh, you're right.
The fuck is that even? I don't know what that means.
You're right.
I mean, if she wants to say like she wants to look at like some aspect of the methodology of the study, okay, but I don't know what the parameters of the control means.
Yeah, there was
don't
no
know what that
control
means.
group. They just compared men and women.
I mean, does she mean like she wants to see like what? Because Ethan wrongly made the claim. Maybe this is what she meant. Ethan wrongly claimed that doctor study controlled for age, hours, education, blah 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 blah, and that's not true. So maybe that's what she means. If I were to give her some level of charity here, which I should, and she's saying, well, she's like, let me make sure to check if that actually is the case.
Find that study in the Rollo Tony video, the Swedish study from several years ago about Swedish prison system. I'm not sure. We can loop back to.
I mean, my problem is, who really cares if women make less money? I mean, why are we even talking about
Women
this?
care. What do you mean? What kind of question? What are you talking about?
Oh, okay. Well, I don't care. So.
Well, I'm glad you don't care, Adam.
Well, I'm assuming you don't care either.
Well, it depends.
You're like,
am I going to find some nice sugar mama to take care of me? Then I definitely can.
right. Obviously, if it's your sugar mommy, you don't want her to be making less money. But
Yeah, of course.
But I mean, if
Here's
it's
the
your
real question.
if it's your coworker, though, aren't you
Well, then
happy
I want-
she's making less money than you?
Well, then, yeah. What? Listen, any
Okay, so yeah, look,
yeah.
Ethan is just doing this to virtue signal. He doesn't care.
Okay, here's the
either.
real question. What is the wage gap on OnlyFans?
Oh, it's giant. I was going to say that. Why aren't we
That's the
talking
real
about the
question.
porn wage gap?
Yeah. What's the wage gap for OnlyFans? That's the real question, folks. We need to get to the bottom of this.
It's
Okay.
giant.
Wage gap for OnlyFans.
Yeah.
To that.
Wait, what was it? What was it? I'm unfamiliar.
Here, I got a bunch of tabs open. Where did it go? In the meantime, here I'll send
Oh
this
my God, there's an answer to
in
this
the
question.
Zoom chat if you want
Just
to take a
memeing here. I
look.
didn't think there'd be an answer for this.
What is it?
Okay, it says 70% of OnlyFans content creators are women. Which is
Okay.
surprising. It says 29% are men, so I guess there's 1% that are non-binary or something.
Oh, interesting.
Okay.
I wonder what the
I'm actually
wage
shocked
gap
it's only
between the
1%.
non-binary and the women is.
It says 60% of OnlyFans users are male. I would have thought it'd be way more than that. Only 60% are men?
40% are women?
I guess so.
Wow.
Or non-binary. Okay, it says 85% of the top 10% of OnlyFans earners are women.
Right. That's pretty giant.
Right. So that's a pretty big wage gap.
But there are men in the top 10%.
There are, but only 15%.
But are those men being looked at by women or men?
Probably men. Well, I don't know. It says 40% or 40%.
Stop arguing your feelings. Look, I need statistics.
It doesn't say the answer to the question. Well, here's the thing. It says 40% of users are male, right? But I would. Here's my feelings. Okay, here's my
60% of users are male. 40% are women.
I'm sorry. Yeah. 40% are women. My intuition tells me that if you were to break that down by people that spend money, that the people that spend the most money are all overwhelmingly male. I would guess.
Yeah, that's interesting. Are they breaking it down by people who have an account and have logged in, or
right? Because I'm assuming when it says users, what does that mean? Does that mean that someone who just made an account, right?
Well, and are the 40% of users that are women, are they the ones with the OnlyFans accounts? Like posting the pictures and stuff?
Oh, that's a good question. Yeah, that's a good question. Right.
Users? Well, what the fuck does that mean?
Well, also, I mean, as someone who doesn't have an OnlyFans, I can't answer this question. But I'm sure a lot of people sign up for an OnlyFans and then never put their gender, right?
Okay.
And so that wouldn't get counted in this study. That'd be like 60%, because it doesn't say how many are unknown. It just says 60% are men.
Right.
Like how many are unknown?
This study seems terrible. OnlyFans is hiding the truth.
That's true.
All the users are men. All the posters are women.
Right. Terrible. Hit it up.
Well, can you open it? Because I don't have
a couple more.
It's
like, what is your solution? Like, if you seem to think that the wage gap is
from the study. Okay. It says women earn 78% more than their male counterparts on average on OnlyFans.
Women earn 70% more?
78% more.
What? 80% more than men. Yeah. That's a giant wage gap.
There you go. Wage
3%.
Gap. Wage gap officially destroyed. Right? There you go.
Yeah.
That balances it all out. Everything is balanced by this one statistic.
It is.
Why are there fireworks going off for Father's Day? That's kind of weird.
It's based. They should.
Yes, but it sounds like I'm hearing fireworks in the background, but it doesn't sound like personal fireworks because it's like a lot.
Wow.
Unless it's like a Juneteenth thing or something.
Is it Juneteenth? What's that mean?
Tomorrow. It's just June 19th is Juneteenth, I think, right?
It's June 19th. I always see Juneteenth and I wonder, what day is that? I can't.
I think it's June 19th. Juneteenth. Yes, the 19th. I don't know. It's for commemorating the emancipation of slaves, right?
Juneteenth is what they call June 19th?
Yes.
Okay. It doesn't have a like 4th of July thing where it's just obvious that Juneteenth means the 19th.
Yeah, unlike the 4th of July, it doesn't say what the exact date. Yeah, but
they should call it the 19th of June.
Right. Most holidays, well, first of all, the 4th of July is really called Independence Day, right?
Sure.
But we just refer to it colloquially. I don't know why. That's a good question. Why do we colloquially refer to it as the 4th of July? Because that's the only holiday that we do that.
Yeah.
What other there's no other holiday that I can think of that we
Cinco
refer
de
to.
Mayo.
Well, that's true. It's not like a government holiday, like official American holiday. Right?
Oh. Yeah.
There aren't really other holidays that we do. I don't know. It's a good question.
fun.
real, right? And that women, do you think women are discriminated against?
Yeah, definitely. Absolutely.
Because what barriers do women have today in
That's a good
2023? Like, I just genuinely
it's not
don't
about
understand
barriers,
what's
right?
stopping you.
It's not about barriers. It's about norms. It's about like patriarchy. It's about
He said it again,
social, the
Sitch.
way that we perceive the value of people. It's not about barriers. There's no laws that say women can't do this and that, obviously.
Okay, so there's no barriers.
What is that based off, Ethan? What is that based off, Ethan? Is that just your feelings?
That's just your emotions? Are you just arguing from emotion?
It sounds like you're arguing from emotion, Ethan.
This is your conscience, Ethan. Shut the fuck up.
Right now?
No, not that I could think of.
Okay.
Pay transparency. So, I mean, I agree that in general, you know.
Because,
Go ahead.
sorry, go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Look, they're having a go-ahead off.
I do think that there's a bit of discrimination going on. I do think that behind closed doors, when there's no transparency in payment, this presupposition, by the way, that you putting forward that women are lazy and just making excuses, that doesn't help. That honestly, it's hard. I don't know how to explain it, but I know it exists, right? I know it exists.
You think
I don't know how to explain it. I just feel it's true.
Yeah.
you think the bosses behind closed doors say we should hire less women?
No, it's not a conscious
Or
thing,
like-
right? It's systemic.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then do you have it? Like, do you subconscious?
If anyone says to you, it's not conscious, it's systemic, that person doesn't know what the word systemic means.
Yeah, obviously.
Okay, because that doesn't mean anything. Systemic just means there's a disparate outcome that's being produced. Okay, so that doesn't answer. It's like a complete non sequitur. You can have a systemic outcome that is produced, that's disparate, that is a conscious choice.
Yeah, it's called affirmative action.
Right.
Consciously pay women less?
I don't think so. No.
Okay. So
Yeah.
then wouldn't you, okay.
Okay.
So
I'm
because
just
I don't
thinking
pay
if, like,
women
if
less,
you- if
then
you-
it does that.
Well, I'm
that,
just thinking if you think there's this like subconscious thing,
Yeah.
like then you
well,
I
but
would
it
think
does
have it.
exist, right? I mean, we
Maybe
can
ask
look
for,
at the
should the
studies.
women ask for raises at your
Well, we're
place?
talking about you saying it's a myth, okay?
Yeah.
But it does exist. That's what's interesting.
I don't think there's anything stopping you today. You could maybe argue I can't even do it in my soul. You could maybe argue like 50 years ago, but I just think in 2023 there are no barriers.
Didn't you say earlier 50 years ago wasn't that long ago? In regards to the
Maybe
draft?
100 years ago. Okay, fine, 100 years ago.
100
I was
years
just
ago.
I'm saying in the past you could argue, but in 2023 I just don't think there's anything stopping you.
It's too bad she's such a bad advocate for this, because I agree with what she's saying. I think when it comes to women making, whatever money they want to make, I don't think there's any systemic barriers really stopping women from making anything in our society financially.
Yeah.
So I assume you agree with that.
Yeah, I totally agree.
And it's funny that Ethan's just like, no, the patriarchy is still strong.
Yeah, Ethan talking about the patriarchy is the biggest cringe on the internet right now.
The patriarchy.
I had no idea he became a patriarchy theorist.
Yes.
I just was hanging out with Jordan Peterson and smoking hookah. What happened?
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure he's called Jordan Peterson a Nazi or fascist recently.
Yeah, but now he's talking about the patriarchy.
Well, that's why, obviously.
Oh, okay.
Whenever I hear someone talk about the patriarchy, I think of Crocker from Fairly Odd Parents going, patriarchy! Remember I put that in my video with Anita Sarkeesian?
Yeah.
She'd say Gamergate.
It's great.
Back when I used to make
Patriarchy.
videos.
We still make videos.
I think it's like very much a victim mindset to tell women, like to go up telling us that we're oppressed. Like I think that I can do anything minus like the physical stuff, but I think I can apply for any job a guy can if I want. I can go after any job that I want. I can ask for more money if I want. And I don't think that men are out there discriminating against women.
I know.
True.
See, she's
That's
promoting an internal locus of control for women.
Right. Great.
And
Wonderful.
you've got this dickhead,
Right.
member of the patriarchy over here,
Right.
trying to promote an external locus of control on women to keep them down.
External Ethan.
Yeah, totally. And bottom line is he thinks he's being helpful too, but he's not.
No, he's not.
I don't think that men are, if men, like men.
You'd actually like, Scott Adams says he's been saying some wacky dumb shit recently.
Oh, nice. I should listen.
Right. But I mean, first of all, he's always says wacky dumb shit sometimes. But he did say something that I think was really smart and you'd agree with, which is that he's saying that what is true and what is helpful are not always the same thing.
Very true.
And, you know, he's saying like, if you tell a person, nothing can stop you in life, that's not necessarily like 100% true.
No, it's a bold-faced lie, but I think it's more helpful.
Yeah, you could walk outside and get flattened by a truck. You've been stopped. Okay.
Yeah.
But if you tell someone nothing can stop you and you live your life by that and you believe that, not, you know, on average, you're going to actually not be stopped and do better.
Right.
So.
Totally agree.
They're such capital. They want to make money. It's like if women were so much cheaper, they would just hire all women.
Right. It's not how it works, but I've never claimed to have a solution, right? I'm just saying there is a problem, which you deny.
I'd also say, you know, I grew up in a family business too. So my dad hired people all the time. Like he had over 200 employees.
Wasn't your mom the president? Was she the leader of the company?
What was you're researching my family now, huh?
Well, that's all public.
No, my mom, I mean, I don't know what they titled it. Like, I don't
Your
think
mom
really
was the president, I believe,
yeah,
based on an interview.
I mean, they might have titled it one thing or another. My mom did more of the marketing sales side. My dad did the engineering and the software.
Okay.
I think they wanted to get some grant. So I think like they might have had her like, they did that to get some grant from the government or something. I don't.
She doesn't. This is a question. Ethan didn't.
What are you doing?
Ethan doesn't follow up on this.
Pearl, stop!
Well, no, she realizes she shouldn't be saying this, but
What are you doing?
do you know why? Do you know why? Look, the logical reason why her mom would be put in the president or CEO position, even though she's not actively running the company, is because the government wants to give grants to companies that have women CEOs. So it completely plays into this feminist ESG argument.
Right.
But I don't know if she stops making the argument because she's worried that her parents have committed some sin, or because like it literally makes the argument for
there's
feminism.
another reason why people also can hire family members to high-ranking positions and jobs.
Oh, because they make a salary even though they do nothing. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So how do I distribute money to my family and get them to pay less taxes? Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Right. Because
So
remember,
could
this actually
be one of those.
Right. Could be. Now I don't know if that's the case with her mom. She sounded like she was saying her mom was actually doing something of some nature.
Of course.
Remember this came up in the conversation regarding.
Sounds like her dad run the company though.
Well, it seems like her dad created whatever this software product was, and her mom was doing sales and marketing. Which
Well,
is
he
like
said
a real
his
thing.
dad was in his dad was in charge. Her dad was in charge of hiring 200 people.
Right. She definitely, yeah, I understand that. But this came up in the Kyle Rittenhouse situation, because remember, the car ownership, the car lot was owned by the family, and yet one of the kids who supposedly had some high position in the job seemed to have no information relating to what his job was, as he was supposedly in charge of all these cars.
Right.
So now that could have just been him claiming up because he didn't want to say anything in the court, which is possible as well. But,
I do remember that. Yeah.
yes. They'd ask him all these questions about the car lot, and he'd be like, I don't know. I don't remember.
Well, I'm just saying this goes against, like, if the mom is CEO because in order to get the government grant, they're more likely to get it with a woman CEO of the company. And everyone knows this.
Yes. Right.
It goes completely against what Ethan is saying about how being a woman is what's holding you back. Literally, you need a woman CEO to get this grant from the government.
No, that's a great point. Yeah. It's hard to make broad claims about unconscious secret bias against women when you have literally in our legal system and in our
The
government.
opposite.
Yeah, there's all this incentives literally for women to be in these positions.
Yeah.
Right. Right. That's a great point. Yeah.
But neither one of them makes the point or digs in deeper on the point.
Well, she very dumbly says something she shouldn't say. She could potentially get her family in trouble if it was true.
If it's for tax evasion reasons.
Well, no, even if it's just, even if the grant thing is like if her mom was assigned to some position for bullshit reasons to get a grant they don't deserve, I mean, I'm assuming you get in trouble. I mean, it'd probably be hard to prove that. You could get in trouble for that.
Yeah.
Right. So
I remember, but
well, and also like, okay, I don't know. I've never been in a situation where, you know, my family owned and ran some business, but I would think if you grew up,
we need CT to be CEO of our company.
there you go.
We need the gynocentric grant.
That's true. We need to get the grant for that for YouTube. But no, I don't know, but I would assume like if I grew up in a family and my father, you know, owned and created some business and my mom was also in that business, I think I would know like what their job positions were. I wouldn't be kind of like iffy about it, right? Like it's weird that she doesn't know. Isn't that strange?
Nah, not necessarily. If she doesn't care about the family business or whatnot, obviously.
I don't know. I think you just know. Like you'd be like, oh, my dad's the CEO, my mom is the president. Like, I don't know. I just feel like this is something that come up in conversation at some point.
Look,
you know, where you go visit them in the office and you see their name on the door.
Not everyone has this relationship with their parents that you have, Sitch. I mean,
where they actually talk to their parents about things? Oh, okay.
I mean, I'm under the assumption you talk to your parents a lot more than I talk to my parents, but
probably. But
I think you've had
I don't think
hours and hours of conversation.
It's not a question of the amount of time you talk to your parents. It's a question of like, I guess, what do you talk to your parents about, right?
Yeah.
Like I always talk to my parents about like news and politics and shit.
Yeah, my parents.
Which I understand that's not what people
can't
talk about.
Stand it when I talk about news and politics.
Well,
and
I
they
know
try to
that,
shut
but
me up. They're like, listen,
I understand that, but
talk to that with your friend.
Let me ask you a question.
We don't care about that shit.
Let me ask you a question. When you were a kid,
yes.
Okay. So when you were living with your parents, you're a child.
I remember.
Okay.
It was painful.
Right. When you would sit down at the dinner table, I'm assuming that my experience and your experience were similar in that our parents would often talk about the work situation, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. I was just assuming like I would hear my father talk about his job, right? So I'm just assuming that's like a normal process. So I would think that if your parents were both, you know, in charge of some big company, I don't know. I expect you, I mean, maybe not, maybe because they work together. They talk about all the work stuff together outside of the earshot of the children or something. I don't know. It just seems weird to me that you wouldn't know what position your mother and father were for the company that they run and started. I just think it's a little weird.
Well, my parents and I ate dinner together when I was very young.
Yeah.
But once I got, I mean, just a little bit older, we stopped eating dinner together. Like we rarely ate dinner together when I was.
Oh, that's terrible.
I mean, I was basically a latchkey kid. Look,
That's awful.
I was part feral. I mean, I was raised by my friends.
No wonder you're a pot smoking hippie.
This is normal for people, okay? Normally, you disassociate from your parents as early as possible.
No, wait, my mother intentionally was like, no one's allowed to watch TV instead of eating family dinner. Like, we need to have a family dinner time. She made sure we need to have a family dinner time where the family interacts with each other. That was a conscious effort. Because, yeah, obviously when I'm that age, I would much rather take my meal and sit down in front of the TV and watch whatever, obviously, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lot better.
Yeah, but don't
right?
you think that it's better?
I think there was some eating in front of the TV that went on. Yeah, I think that happened.
Okay. Well,
Yeah.
my mother made sure that didn't happen.
I was always much more interested in politics than my parents, and
That's
I would
interesting.
ask my parents questions about politics,
Right.
and they wouldn't know the answers. And I was
Why do you
like,
think that is?
because they didn't give a fuck about
No,
politics.
I mean, why do you think you were interested in politics?
Well, it's because I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Because I always assumed like both my parents are pretty interested in politics, but my dad's like hyper interested in politics, and I assume that's where my interest came from. Because like they would talk about it when I was growing up, and he instilled it in me. I assume, right? So it's kind of interesting to me that you're very interested in politics, but it, like, where did this come from?
I
guess
got
that's just natural.
zero. I got zero. I inherited zero interest from my parents. My parents are
Interesting.
not interested in politics. They're not
Right.
interested in
In art.
philosophy, art. Well, my mom is a
Wow.
little bit interested in art.
Okay.
My mom did take me to museums and stuff like that when I was a kid.
Right.
But her goal wasn't really she's into art. She just wanted to get me interested in something. And I mean, it worked. I got totally interested in art through going to museums and stuff in Los Angeles. But yeah, I remember asking my mom one time
Right.
what the difference between the Democrats and the Republicans were. And she said that she didn't know. And I was like
That's
so
so fascinating.
frustrated by that.
Right.
I was like, what the fuck?
That's fascinating.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, because my father was very interested in politics. My mother was very interested in evolutionary psychology.
But my
Um,
parents, I always did very well in school, and my parents were always
Right.
very pleased that I would get all A's and B's, and they'd be like, "Oh our kid's smart. He's really
Wow.
like." I remember one, like, God, it must have been
I
like,
thought you were the troublemaker. I was the troublemaker.
well, no, I did my share of troublemaking, but I
Okay, you were
always did
getting all
good in
A's and
school.
B's like a nerd. Look at this
Look,
guy.
I was having this conversation with
A
my
nerd.
wife just the other day because I guess, my nieces and they're a bunch of pot smokers and shit, and everyone loses their minds. And I always thought, wow, well, I was kind of a pothead too.
He got it from me.
Well, no, I just, as long as I did well in school, nobody came sniffing around. So it was like, I feel like kids get in trouble doing drugs because they don't do well in school, and people are like, well, if they're not doing well in school, what's going on here, right? But if you're doing well in school, nobody goes asking, like, they just assume you're doing something right. They don't go digging.
Right.
Yeah, but I remember, I think maybe 5th grade or 6th grade or something, I had done some, might even been 4th grade. They wanted us to do analyze some election or something, some political election.
4th grade? That's weird.
Yeah. And we had to get all the ballot initiatives or whatnot and examine them and write stuff for different perspectives and stuff like that. And I just fucking cleaned house on that. And my parents were
Nice.
so,
Look at you.
yeah, they were so basically just proud of me that I did such a good
Wow,
job.
look
And
at you.
my teacher was like, oh my God, he's going to be an amazing citizen. All these other kids are retarded.
That's so funny.
Well, maybe that's why I became interested in it, because obviously I still remember that to this day.
Oh, because you did well and you got such like
I got
praise
praise.
for
Yeah,
it.
exactly.
Wow,
Isn't that
maybe
why
you're right.
anybody does anything?
Yeah, you know what?
Yeah.
You could be right. You could be completely right.
I did some book report later on that was on like the Falkland Islands War, which you don't remember because you're way too young. But and that I completely cleaned house on again, and the teacher was all just, oh God, she just was all over me.
Mm-hmm.
She's just, this kid is amazing. Yeah, I know. So I always did good in school.
I wasn't born.
None
during
of
the
it I
Falklands
got.
War. Okay.
None of it got. Do you know what the Falklands?
I know what
War
you're
is?
talking
Yeah.
about. That's a lot. You know what's funny? I actually the thing that alerted me to the Falklands War was when I was very young. My father had Bloom County comics. Do you know what Bloom County is?
I mean, no. What's
It was a comic in the American newspaper.
Oh, okay.
It had
Yeah.
you know, with Opus the penguin. Is that familiar to you at all?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah, it was a political comic, and they had the whole arc about the Falklands War. And that's how I learned about the Falklands War.
Wow.
The first day.
I lived the Falklands War.
There you go.
I was 10.
Right. There you go.
Yeah, so but nothing. There's literally nothing. My dad is even kind of anti-science. Like, I don't think he believes in evolution, which is a little scary.
Jeez,
Yeah.
that's hilarious.
So if I want to have a conversation, look, I can't go to my parents for these. Why do you
Right.
think I come to you, man? You're like
True. True.
I'm able to have these conversations with someone, or
That's
they
funny
would just
'cause,
drive
like,
my parents insane.
Even though, like, I can see a lot of my interest could like I'm sure a lot of it's genetic too. It seems to make sense, but I can see a lot of it. You know, I got my politics from my father. My mother was always prompting me to think of things in evolutionary psychological ways. My father was really big into movies. We watched a shit ton of movies growing up, and would talk about them. And so it probably drew my interest in movies and storytelling. But it's funny because like when it came to school, I was the exact opposite. I never wanted to ever do any homework or reports or like if I was in class, I would pay attention and I could do well by retaining the knowledge there. So I could do good on tests as long as I was like learned about it in class. But when I got home, I didn't want to do any work. So I was always like the problem. I was always a troublemaker because I never did any homework.
Yeah, I never did. I never did any of the reading and stuff like that. Okay. So yeah,
but that's just
obviously I'm like dyslexic, so the reading was always difficult.
Right. So I'd always be like, oh, like I always get the teacher like, oh, your kid's getting a C or a D, and it's because they're lazy. And I'd be like, yeah, I mean, you're not wrong.
Oh wow, I got A's and B's. I made the dean's list in college.
Well, look at you. Yeah. Look at you. Well, you're very highly internally motivated.
Yeah, I always have been. Right. My mom, I swear my mom is like a genius. My mom is really, she's
well, you have to get it
from
someone. Yeah.
Yeah. She is super smart, and my dad has real good like spatial memory. So
that's interesting. Do you think
that's why I get the art stuff? Yeah, exactly.
Well, I don't know because wait, what is the spatial memory specifically?
It's just memory for where things are in space, and that's for drawing and stuff.
Because I have really good spatial memory as long as I can look at the picture. Well, I guess that's not spatial memory then, right?
Do you know perspective?
No.
Yeah. Gotta know perspective for drawing.
So no, you know when they do, and I've talked about this a million times. You know when they do the thing where they give you the shape, and they say, if we rotate this shape, what's the one like if you rotate this shape, what's the next thing?
Yep,
and like shape in my mind at all.
I can hold it
if I look away. So I guess I guess that's spatial memory, is the ability to hold the image in your mind, right?
Yeah.
Anyway.
All right,
so
let's get back.
Is that a crime?
Yeah, you probably shouldn't say that on air. Parents might not like that.
Yeah, Pearl.
So
is that a crime? Is that a crime to list your mom as the CEO of the company so you can get a grant?
I mean, if it's not true.
I guess maybe if it's false statements.
Yeah,
I guess again we're kind of hitting a wall on this topic. But what I would say is this: is that I don't claim to have a solution. I'm rebutting your claim that the pay gap is a myth, because it's not a myth. It exists. I don't know how to fix it. I'm just saying it's not a myth. That's an oversimplification, and it's dishonest.
Yeah, I just don't. I think most of the pay gap you can attribute, and you even agreed to this, the 77 cents to 3%, like, is very different. I think the majority of the pay gap, 3%. You can.
Oh, you mean the uncontrolled?
Yeah.
It's more than 3%, but I agree that it's lower. Yeah, it's a lot lower.
And even with that, like, I just would guess there's more to it, because I just don't see.
Is there anything else you want to guess at today?
I don't think that men have this evil. I think it's silly. It's silly to think that men have this evil coalition where they just unconsciously discriminate against women.
I agree. And that's not what's happening. Yeah. That's the oversimplification.
The OnlyFans pay gap is not a myth either. I wonder if he has any postulation on why that gap exists.
Yeah, obviously, right. Well, no, but this is the problem. This is like, OnlyFans, prisoners, garbage men. Like when this is why I hate the whole systemic sexism. Like, just because there's a disparate outcome that a system produces doesn't mean that there's some inherent bias, against men or women or whatever in the system that's producing that outcome.
That's the part you got to prove.
Right. And this is why, I mean, Ethan's making an incredibly weak argument that she should attack, which is that, okay, so if there's a pay gap exists, as Ethan says, and it's 10%, right? If we accept the 10% number, and you don't know what to do about it, then okay, then who cares? If you don't know how to change it, or if it should even be changed in the first place.
Yeah, why are you even having the conversation?
Yeah. Because and this is why it's just so, what he's saying is a total punt, because usually when people bring up the pay gap, what they mean is women are being paid less because of sexism or patriarchy. right?
Right.
That either there's a conscious or unconscious bias in the hiring process or some unfair process in determining pay that has something to do with some idea rooted in sexism. That's generally what people talk about when they talk about the pay gap.
Yep.
Vocation part. Oh, speaking of coalitions, what do you think about the Jews? No, I'm just kidding.
I don't have any.
I'm
no
just kidding.
opinion
I'm
on
just
that.
kidding.
Keep me out of
I
that.
was just kidding.
Look at that.
That's not a serious question. Let's talk about some of your really interesting ideas on this one here. You say men want younger women. This is something I've heard you say quite a bit a few times here. I'll play this clip to set it up.
The person that will get me at 40 years old, at 50 years old, is getting a different version than he had when I was 18, 20 years old.
But it's a less valuable version to men.
No, that's not the right man for me because
no,
he
it's
will
not.
see the
It's not.
value.
It's not the right man for you. It's how men can't help what they're attracted to. No, it is all men. They can't. If you survey men between the ages of 20 and 80, they're all the most attracted to 22-year-olds. I peaked 3 years ago, and you guys did too. At 20, 22, 23, and this is men between the age of 20 and 80. So what men value is purity, youth, and fertility. And so
there's a big problem with what she's talking about, and I don't think Ethan brings it up. When you look at these studies, that she's sort of like misinterpreting the studies, or rather, she's probably repeating other red pill people that have misinterpreted these studies. Okay.
Bro.
So it's true. Like, because here's the problem, and here's what you have to weigh in your mind. Generally, when people are in relationships, the age gap is only like 2 to 3 years on average, right? Or it's like, I think it's like 2 to 4 years. I think the average age gap between couples. Okay.
2 to 4 years, huh? Wow.
Yeah. And I think it's usually the woman that's a little bit younger than the man.
Yeah, of course.
But so you say, well, wait a minute. So how does that statistic mesh with this idea that men are attracted to women that are younger in this 20 age range, 20 to 23 age range that she's talking about? And the thing is, like, yeah, when you look at these studies that they've done, like, yes, a lot of guys on average will look at, women that are that age range and say like, oh, like that's like the most attractive level of like physical attraction they're looking for, right? But that's not the only criteria. Most people, their only criteria is not just like what the person looks like.
Right, for getting in a relationship.
Right, there's a whole host of criteria. That's just one of many different things.
I can't imagine going out with a 22-year-old.
I
have
know.
nothing in common with a 22-year-old.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so that's like, so for her to just bring up like this age, this is kind of the problem. This is kind of probably how with Rollo and sort of the way that they use evolutionary psychology. They literally only look at it like the only thing people look for in relationships is like breeding capabilities.
Right, yeah.
Which we know for a fact is not true.
Right.
That has an effect, but that's not like the only, obviously that's not what everyone's just looking for, just like breeding capability.
Kindness, I think, is kind of important, but
sure.
To be able to offer to a guy.
So that's something I've heard you say.
Hey, that was Seamus.
You strongly believe that, right? That women who are past the age of 22, their value goes down, and
fact based.
Well, because that's the thing, like you could say for some men, maybe the physical attractiveness value might go down. But first of all, I'm outside that range, so I can't comment on that. First, for personal experience. Okay.
Men's status usually goes up as they age. Women's status usually goes down.
But see what I'm saying?
That's like
I don't
a
think
fact.
that's. Yeah, but what I'm saying is in terms of relationship, as you just said, you couldn't imagine dating someone who's 22.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
And so that's what I'm saying. Like, it's not true for her to make a blanket statement to say women's value drops as they get older. Because it's like, well, maybe it does from purely looks, right? But not in terms of ability to make money, not in terms of personality, right? Not in terms of being a responsible partner.
Right.
Not in terms of probably not cheating on your partner. Like I'm sure there's a whole host of criteria of positive traits that a man would want in a woman that get better as she gets older.
Yeah, if she's super hot, super attractive, but she's sleeping around every other night, then that's probably not a good mate choice.
Of course.
Yeah.
Or an idiot.
Yeah.
Right.
Stupid is really like I've gone out with some girls that are just, I'm thinking, what am I doing here? This is terrible.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So yeah, no, obviously there's a lot of different criteria that go into dating.
Sure.
But I think as an overall kind of sweeping generalization, I don't think, and it feels like Ethan is kind of trying to deny this, that women gain a lot of their social status from their physical attractiveness.
Yes,
It
I
ain't
agree with
fair. I don't think it's fair at all. And there are ways around it. I mean, obviously you can be rich, super intelligent, some sort of genius. There are lots of ways that you can gain status, good at sports,
Right.
all kinds of different things. But generally men place a high value on physical attractiveness, and that's where a lot of women get their status from. Men tend to get their status from competency and ability to earn money, those kinds of things.
Yeah, resource acquisition. Right.
Resource acquisition,
Yeah.
Being entertaining, funny, smart, witty, all these different types of things. And those things that men usually gain status from tend to accumulate over time. The things that women gain status from tend to diminish over time. So I think as a general rule of thumb, women will be their highest status when they're, most able to attract and keep a mate when they're younger.
Right, but here's, I agree that women, and we've talked about this, women are more valued for their appearance, and men are more valued for what they do.
Right.
And that's kind of why with Donald Trump, it's viewed as socially acceptable to make fun of his appearance. But if you make fun of a female politician's appearance, ho, 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 ho.
Yeah, it's the third rail of politics.
Right. How dare you? How dare you? Right. You can say that Donald Trump is fat, has small hands, and a tiny penis. But if you say that, Hillary Clinton is ugly or whatever and
Right.
old, you're like, how dare you?
Well, because you're directly attacking her status. It's just the equivalent.
Right.
This is good because it is kind of the equivalent of calling Donald Trump stupid or dishonest because you're attacking his
it's
status.
sort of it's sort of the equivalent of trying to call him like, well, I don't know, because on one hand you could say be more the equivalent of calling him like incompetent, which people obviously do.
Yeah.
But then again, you can't really deny his ability to acquire resources because he's so wealthy.
Right.
So.
Yeah.
But okay, so it says according to some study, it says between married couples of heterosexual relationships, the average age gap is 2.3 years.
Really?
Yes.
Hmm.
So here's my problem with sort of the argument that she's laying out. If it's true that like age is such a massive factor for this, you would expect there'd be a massively wider age gap than 2.3 years. Would you not?
Oh yeah, totally.
So.
I mean,
now obviously you can say, and this is an argument in favor that obviously men do care about this, where you generally see the big age gaps are very rich older men dating younger women.
Oh yeah, that's only really high status men can really only pull that off.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right.
But this is the weird thing about the red pill stuff because I don't necessarily know when Pearl has that conversation with those women, I'm just going to tell you how it is conversation. I don't really know what the motivation is for that. I think maybe if the women are kind of delusional about their mate value and they think, they're waiting for Mr. Right, and she's kind of telling them, well, that's going to be difficult from the position that you're in, finding Mr. Right. Well, maybe they need a wake-up call. So maybe she's doing some good in the world there. I don't know.
That's not I'll tell you, I know what the motivation is.
Okay. What's
the motivation? Is for her to get clicks and views from her red pill audience that wants to see her own women.
Well, telling some women that are about, they're losing their ability to get anything other than short-term mating opportunities out of men. Letting them know that the situation. I don't.
Yeah, but
I
no,
think
but that's what
helpful.
that's what her audience wants.
Right.
A lot of this is like revenge,
dunking on the women.
dunking on women and revenge against women. Porn, right?
Right.
That's what because that's how you want to like describe.
Oh, I guess you're kind of right. I guess you're right.
Right, because you're looking at this from like, well, is she providing some utility for women
Right.
to understand how to
you're
like
right.
navigate dating spaces? It's like, no, of course not.
I'm looking at it completely incorrectly here.
Yes.
You're exactly right. They're basically set up to be the fools for men to
laugh at.
To laugh at, yeah.
Right. You stupid bitch.
For a large variety of reasons.
Yes.
It's sad. I feel like, I don't know. Where are young people getting? I guess, look, they'll figure it out. I think the problem, we look at these shows like this,
right,
and I feel like we're just seeing outliers. I feel like most people get it. They're like, I want to find somebody I care about. I'm going to get in a stable relationship. I'm going to get a good job, have some kids, live a happy life, that kind of thing. I mean, I see that. Well, I have a lot of friends and family that obviously have done this. They haven't fallen into this trap where they're like still trying to get a guy at 40.
I mean, listen, I would hope that the things that are discussed in these shows are outliers, obviously. I hope that's the case, right? And I hope it's people that believe some of the stuff that are the outliers, because I think these beliefs are not only not true, but I think are ultimately detrimental to the people that hold the beliefs and to society overall.
Right.
So, but we'll see.
All men just want young girls.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess what's the message behind this? What is it? Who are you speaking to, and what is it that
I mean, it's just true. Men do want younger women.
Well,
I mean,
right.
Okay.
I want to ask you this before we get into that. What is your message? Who are you speaking?
See, I could actually see this being like, if you're a guy who has constantly tried to get a girlfriend and none of these girls stick around because they're always like going off to the next potential, perfect man.
Right.
It's got to be somewhat satisfying to see these women that have done that and are really just run up against ultimately living their entire lives alone because they've made every bad decision possible.
I agree completely.
If you're the guy that's going, look, I tried to start a family with you and tried to settle down. You were the one, and you decided to leave me for some other schmuck. Like, fuck you. Of course you should be in this position.
Yeah, no, I agree.
That's got to feel great. Look, I get the show now.
Right. I agree. But here's the thing. I don't think that's the main audience here. I don't think the main audience is guys who were dating someone and then that person like dumped them for like traded up.
Right.
I think the primary audience are people that are not getting dates in the first place.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So back to the David Buss, they're in the situation where they were just nice to the girl and it never panned out.
That's what I think is the real thing here.
Okay.
That'd be my guess. This is obviously my intuition here, but that'd be my guess.
Well, if it never works out for them in the relationship department, it must be satisfying to see people who also it never worked out for.
Exactly. Yeah. Or to see people that have women that have been in relationships.
Had opportunities and fucked it up.
And worked out not well for them, yeah.
Right. They're looking at, these are the girls that picked the bad boys and ended up screwed, right?
Right.
Now I get it even more. I get it even more. Yeah.
Right.
I don't think Pearl knows that this is what's going on. She's just kind of like
that's a good question.
Winging it.
Does she know that? Does she know what her audience is? Right.
She knows if she says one thing, the subscribers drop, and if she says another thing, they go up.
Are you saying that Pearl is like she's like a chat bot? She's like a machine learning algorithm?
Kind of. I think a lot of people are kind of in that position. Look at Ethan. How is Ethan in this? Look, Ethan is not some kind of brainiac here.
I agree. I do agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's funny.
What is it you're hoping that they take from this?
I mean, I just believe in speaking about things that are true. And I think a lot of times as women, we're told that we can just wait forever, get married at 35 and have a bunch of kids. And that's just not true.
Who's saying that?
Ethan,
I just think
you
it's a
are.
message that's pushed by the media and culture today.
No, see, I think that's a good point. I think I agree with that. That is a good point. And that is a problem that women face. We talked about earlier, is that this idea that men and women are on the same time scale, but obviously they're not.
Ethan pushes for that time scale in this entire segment. Ethan is literally pushing that ideology, and he doesn't even know it. He's pushing a harmful ideology that literally harms people, and he doesn't.
Well, I don't
even
know if they've
realize
talked
it.
about this. I don't know if he's talking about this specific thing. Yeah.
Look, he continually is trying to gaslight women into thinking, "Oh, your looks don't matter." It's all he does through this segment. What are you talking about?
Okay, I guess I understand what you're trying to say. I understand what you're saying.
Look, she's trying to deliver the real reels here.
The rereads.
Women, look, you've got an opportunity here. Your status is higher than it ever has been. You should use it to get the best possible guy that you could get.
That's not the message.
Who's like the kindest person that's going to have your back, you know, in the buddy system type way that A-Team is always talking about.
There you go. That'd be nice.
Someone
if that's her message, then I'm agreeing with it. Listen, if her message is, hey, ladies, you shouldn't fuck around when you're younger. You should look for, you know, positive, stable relationships, and I'm all on board with Pearl. That's the message she's promoting.
Yeah.
I'm skeptical that that is the message.
That's not the message that Ethan's promoting. Ethan here is a mouthpiece for promiscuity and feminism.
There you go.
And he doesn't even know it. He's not even smart enough to know this.
Right.
He needs to have a conversation with Humongous. He needs to sit down with someone who can fucking slap some sense into him.
Okay.
So
the media is telling women to get married at 35.
I mean, what have you ever seen? Like, what's a homemaker that's on TV?
You mean like in a sitcom, or you mean like in a
No,
reality show?
but I'm saying like we don't have them in the media and the culture.
Oh,
like family
where's our
really isn't.
homemakers?
It's really family really isn't pushed. And so I'm not saying it to dog on women, but I just think a lot of times like we're lied to. I mean, we have men are called ageist if they don't want younger women. You know, men are constantly shamed when they have a standard. So it's not, I mean, that's like a conversation from a 3-hour episode. I don't remember the context.
I've heard you bring it up a lot. I know that.
Yeah, because it's true.
So
and a lot of times as women.
You're speaking to women. You're saying past 22, your value is going down. And,
yes,
and your message,
to men, your value on the sexual marketplace. So your value, like that doesn't mean like your personal worth. I'd like to just clarify that, but yeah.
And so your message to them is nothing. You're just saying that because it's true. I mean, why not just say the sun is hot?
I mean, don't wait till 35 to get married. Get married as young as you can.
Right, get married as young as you can.
Yeah.
Now, you seem to offer a lot of advice.
Well, wait a minute. Again, this is sort of contradictory positions here, because isn't it the statistic that the younger you get married, the more likely it is the marriage ends in divorce?
Yeah, totally. This is the rub here. And God, it's so unfair. Whoever wrote this simulation is evil. Because like I said, women's highest status, is probably in their early 20s, but you do run up against the problem that if you're
you have to stop saying that. That's not true.
Okay,
that's not true.
Well, for only in the realm of dating. I'm not talking about.
I don't even think that's true in the realm of dating.
So you think a 40-year-old woman has the same dating value as a 23-year-old woman?
No, I'm saying that the age is a factor, but it's not. First of all, I don't even know if it's this primary factor you're making out to be, because if it was, we would see massive age gaps, which we just don't see. The average age gap is literally 2 years.
Okay.
Right? But I'm saying if the primary
you're saying
value for a woman,
you're saying a 40-year-old woman
That's not
has
what
the
I'm saying.
same.
Don't straw man me. That's not what I'm saying.
Well,
Okay.
I'm asking you, does a 40-year-old woman have the same chance of getting a mate as a 23-year-old woman?
It would depend on what other factors about the woman. You understand a 40-year-old woman could be hotter than a 22-year-old woman, right? You can understand
Right.
that a 40-year-old woman could be richer than a 22-year-old woman. A 40-year-old woman could be a lot more interesting to have a conversation with than a 22-year-old woman.
Don't you think a big factor, though, is how many other eligible mates are available to the person? How many eligible mates are available to a 23-year-old woman, and how many eligible mates are available to a 40-year-old woman?
No, but that's okay. You're only looking at it from one side.
I'm looking at it from like marriageable material.
So if women, from the red pill perspective, if women are supposed to be looking for this sort of like beta bucks, alpha fuck strategy, right?
Well, I'm not looking at it from that perspective.
Well, wait a
I'm
minute.
just saying simply.
Wait. I'm saying if women are looking for like, if women's primary thing is not age, but it's ability to acquire resources, right?
Yes.
Who's acquiring more resources? The 24-year-old guy or the 40-year-old guy who has a stable career and probably has a lot more money?
And a wife and kids.
Maybe not. What do you mean? Why aren't all these women going out with a 40-year-old guy who's been divorced, right?
Well, look, there are 40-year-old divorcees. There are 40-year-old men who've never been married. But I'm just saying that a lot of people in their 40s are married with kids. So therefore, you've got a lot less dating options because a lot of people are taken.
I understand that, but it's sort of like this perpetual cycle thing. If this was the case, okay, if we live in a society, if it was true that women are just motivated primarily by who has the most resources and men are motivated primarily by, I want younger women, okay, that effect would keep growing and growing and growing in society every year until you would see a massive wage gap form between married couples, right? But we don't see that. So I'm saying it's too simplistic to say a woman, primary status for a woman is when she's 22 in terms of mating and people dating, because that's obviously not the case.
I think we're having two different conversations here. I am saying that when you are in your 20s,
right,
and you can actively date other people in their 20s, most people in their 20s are not married. So therefore, you have a lot more opportunities to find somebody and get married. I'm saying when you get into your 30s, more people are married. So therefore, there are less single people available for you to find a mate. I'm saying when you get into your 40s, the problem gets even worse.
Well, first of all,
I'm talking just about the numbers game.
What do you mean? I'm strictly talking
you're talking about what other people desire, what people are looking for.
Well, that's what you mean when you say status. Status is entirely about how other people perceive you.
Right. Yes. Yeah. Well, I think that's kind of a separate argument that the women have their highest. There's two factors here. There is the factor of there are less available people on the marriage market, and also there is the less desirability to the people who are on the marriage market. And I think people on the marriage market, men generally on the marriage market in their 40s, are highly desired because they have resources, which you would admit that's the case.
They can be, yeah, right.
Women,
on average, right,
who are in their 40s and on the marriage market are in a worse situation because they're lower value as attractiveness status to the 20-year-old. And they're also
depends what the guy is.
There is a lower number of people in their age.
Okay.
Look,
we're just going to loop the conversation.
I understand what you're saying, that they only need one guy and it could be the perfect guy. I'm talking about it just being a numbers game.
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay, what are you saying?
Okay, I'm saying when you look at these studies that I've seen, I don't have them at hand. When they ask people about attractiveness, okay, in terms of mate selection, it's true that yes, men and women will often rate younger people in their 20s is like peak age of attractiveness. That's true statistically. But that's one element of it. When you ask them overall questions about who they want to date, they don't usually say, the average person who's in their 30s or 40s, when you ask them, say, who do you want to date? They don't give you an answer. I want to date someone who's 22. They usually say someone around their age. That's the most common answer people give. So unless everyone's just lying, right, on these surveys and studies, that's what I'm just saying.
We're still having two completely different
we're not.
conversations.
I'm literally only addressing one single thing you said.
Okay.
Which is that you said, if you want to say that women...
You're saying women in their status, women in their 40s are high status. I see what you're saying.
I'm saying for you should not say, oh, women lose, women are losing all their status when they're outside of this like age range of like 22, right? Because it's not true.
They are. They literally are.
Okay. We're just flipping them, I guess. But we can,
look,
we can move
if
on.
you line up women from 23 to 45 and you get a bunch of guys together and ask them, which of these women would you most likely like to date? And we're going to give these women status based on which guys want to date them the most. Who is going to come out on top in that game?
Okay. We're
the
just
40-year-old?
We're just lipping the
conversation. Is it not? Am I wrong? What do you want to pin status to? I think maybe you're offended by me saying women gain status from looks.
I didn't. No, I literally agreed to that in the beginning of the conversation. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll say this once and then we can move on because we're just looping. And I've made this argument like 10 times. I don't understand what the problem is. Okay. First of all, everyone gains status from their attraction, from how they look. Women gain more status from how they look than men do. Okay. Mm-hmm. We all agree on this point. My problem is when you make it out like that looks or age is literally the one variable that's guiding people's decision and who they decide to date, when that's obviously not the case when you look at the average age gap in dating and in marriage.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What is guiding? Yes, there's a bunch of factors.
There's a plethora of factors. Right. So my problem is if Pearl's position, and this is where I think you're getting mixed up here, okay? If your position, Adam, is to tell women that are in their 20s, hey, you shouldn't fuck around with a bunch of fuckboys, okay? You should try to find stable relationships. I agree. That's a fantastic thing to say. But that's not really what Pearl is saying, okay? Pearl is saying it in her clips, in their conversations, saying like, oh, all guys just want to do is choose young women. That's what a guy wants to do at the end of the day. So you're basically fucked. Which isn't true because that's not what the data and reality bores out.
Right.
Okay?
Guys want to choose women their own age.
Yes, they'd want to choose women around their own age, on average.
And if those are unavailable, they're fucked.
Women around their own age are unavailable?
Right.
Well, I don't even know what, then I guess they're going to choose whoever they find, meets their criteria after that point.
Right. I mean, there are older women that just date younger guys because they're the ones that are available. No one's available in their age range. So
sure. And this is part of the thing that there's been a big shift in terms of people being attracted to MILFs now, obviously, which wasn't a thing until recently.
Do you think those guys want to marry the woman, or?
I don't know.
I guess if they're a physician, maybe. Got yourself a nice sugar mama on the.
Yeah, if they're not a physician, if they want a sugar mama, it's definitely possible. Yeah.
I mean, if the woman's a physician.
Oh. Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely.
To who you're mostly giving advice to women, would you say?
I wouldn't really. Okay. I wouldn't really.
Excuse me.
I guess sure.
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I think I've heard you say that even. And then so men.
I wouldn't say I'm like an advice channel, like do this, do this, do this. I mean, it's more talking about the state of relationships today is a better way that I would put it.
So as men get older, not like super old, but their value goes up. And as a man's value on the sexual marketplace goes up, they're looking for younger, virgins, right? That's important. And so any woman who's not
Well, historically, virginity has always been a prerequisite for marriage. Like 100 years ago, 85% of women didn't admit to premarital sex. So, you know, it's more abnormal now that women are not virgins anymore.
Do you know what an appeal to tradition is? What we did 100 years ago doesn't predict anything.
Well, I'm saying the outcomes are better for women. Like the outcomes are obviously better. We have more women on antidepressants than ever before, and it's tough because there are studies.
I mean, okay, it depends what the argument's being made. Because it sounds like she's just making arguments saying that's what people want. She's not making a logical argument that would be like a better thing morally. So I don't know why Ethan brought up that's an appeal to tradition.
I know.
Like, what are you talking
Total
about?
debate, bro.
Yes.
Both ways when it comes to female happiness, but most of the ones that I've seen indicate that women are unhappy over a certain age without children, that most women wanted to have kids at some point in their life. And I just think, and you can see what happens in front of you. Like, you're not blind. Women are happier with a family.
Again, you're doing the I'm not blind. I see this, which is like, again, it's kind of an emotional argument. Antidepressants didn't exist 100 years ago.
You just want to call me emotional today. That's just your go-to today.
Well, I'm trying. It's hard to have a conversation with somebody who says
the sexism I face in this country. I just get called emotional.
Right. Well, it's hard to have a conversation with somebody who just says, "I feel this." You know what I mean? It's like, how do you address that in a conversation? You say, "I see this. I'm not blind." I mean, that's not really a concrete.
Well, I listed before that.
Let's talk about those. Antidepressants didn't exist 100 years ago. What relevance does that have on the happiness of women then and now?
I mean. We're seeing them get more and more on antidepressants.
Well, men are on antidepressants too. I think those are
but we're not talking about men.
But if men and women are getting on antidepressants at the same rate, then it doesn't.
Why can't we have a conversation about women without talking about the men?
Because
it doesn't. It's like 90%. I can't answer questions if you keep interrupting me when I'm trying to answer you.
Go ahead.
So it's like 90% of women are on contraceptive or have been on contraceptives at some point in their life. 1 out of 3 women has, 1 out of 4 women have an STD. 1 out of 3 women has had an abortion. It's like, these aren't good numbers. Like, do you genuinely think that sleeping around is good for women?
I don't think, in my opinion, mass sleeping around, like you're talking about, like 100+ partners, isn't good for men or women.
Okay.
That's my
do you
opinion.
think women sleeping with multiple partners is good?
I think it's completely fine. I don't think there's an issue with women.
Did she say 1 in 3 women had an abortion? I don't think that's not true, is it? That seems way too high to be true.
We looked up the numbers on single moms, and like, it was not enraging like people think it should be.
Yeah. Wait a minute. How many? Wait.
To hear people talk about single moms, you'd think like 1 in 2 mothers is a single mom.
Yeah. Okay. Where does this claim come from? Well, I just want to say, I look into this. It's weird because, like, I agree with her overall point, but I don't agree with, and Ethan brings up a really stupid point in response to this, that obviously I think the goal of society should be to try to, and I think I talked about this on last Tuesday. The goal of culture and society should be to cut down on promiscuity.
Promiscuity? Really?
Promiscuity. Don't you think?
Well, I mean, that's not going to be good.
Yeah, I know
me,
that. Okay. Who am I talking to? I'm talking to Coomer, Brain, to Adam. Okay. I forgot what that.
Like, the promiscuity thing kind of worked out good for me. So.
Yeah, I'm sure. I'm glad it worked out good for you. But you would, I assume, acknowledge from a societal perspective, right?
I do. I'm in kind of the Anna Kasparian position now, where I feel like, look, this promiscuity thing probably is not a good idea.
Right.
And I contributed to.
Yes, I understand that. You're reformed, okay? I understand. You feel like a hypocrite.
I do feel guilty. I
understand.
I do feel a bit guilty,
right.
Yeah.
But putting that aside, as a society, we should be trying to clamp down on promiscuity.
Yes,
we should be trying to advocate for people to at least attempt to form and find stable relationships as opposed to just fucking around.
Do you want me to bring up my slut shaming is awesome video? We
There you
can
go.
play
Grab
it
the slut
together.
shaming is awesome. Yeah. So I agree entirely with that point that she's at least from that element of whatever she's trying to make. And then Ethan is kind of making this weird argument where he doesn't. I don't know if it's because he's debate brained or if he's just literally like whatever. People should just be able to fuck around, which I mean they should be able to by law, but I don't think it's. I don't think you're going to produce socially or psychologically healthy people if all they're doing is fucking around all the time.
Have you seen Ethan's 22-year-old producer on the show?
No. Why does he have some like hot 22-year-old
Yeah,
producer?
he's got a totally hot 22-year-old producer on the show.
Uh-huh. You think that you're accusing him of having sex with?
Well, I'm just wondering why he would hire someone who's so attractive just to sit
see.
across from him all day.
I see.
So young and attractive, you know.
I've only seen the producer as a guy. I don't know who you're talking about.
10, 15 years younger than his wife.
Who's this
Who's
person you're talking about?
His producer.
What is their name? How do I find
I don't know. She's in the video sometimes. She's popped up before. We've seen her.
Okay. The only producer I've seen regularly from this is the guy. His
Yeah,
name
I
is
know.
Dan.
Look,
Yeah.
he's trying to throw the scent off. He doesn't want just pearly things. They don't cut to her a lot because he doesn't want to get in trouble. He knows. He's like, oh my God, I shouldn't have hired this woman.
I see. Okay. I remember once we watched some H3H3 video and it's like it cut to some young woman, but she looked like she was in like a different county, like in some like phone booth somewhere.
Yeah, that's where
Is that what you're talking
Gila
about?
makes her.
Gila's like, you can hire this hot girl, but she has to be in a different state.
Yeah, she has her own apartment that Ethan pays for in Bakersfield.
Oh wow! Now we're getting to the Goodfellas territory.
Do you think it's good for them? Do you think it's good for women?
I think it depends on the person and the relationships. I mean, the premise is neutral. The premise doesn't imply, you know, people, men and women have good and bad relationships. Some benefit them, some don't.
Overall, multiple partners. You would say good for women or bad for women?
Bad.
I literally cannot
average-
answer that question because it makes no sense.
But this is like such a weird. Okay, does he actually believe this, or is he just in like debate mode?
He's totally in debate mode.
Because I mean, it's like, come on, really?
He's debating things that are completely self-evident.
This is kind of ridiculous.
Contrast for $2 says, Adam pulling the promiscuity ladder up behind him. That's right, bitch. I got mine.
Got mine. Yeah, fuck you, got mine.
That's so sad. That's
Listen,
so sad.
listen. Sometimes when you get older, you realize,
Yeah, young people make mistakes.
right? Things got to be a little different. Okay, I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you guys. Okay,
Look, I'm talking from experience here.
there you go.
It's relationships. But let's say this. I'll answer it. I'll say I think it's good to get more experiences in life and to have multiple partners. I think it's good.
Okay, that's terrible. Well,
He's like, I think it's whoring out is really the
Yeah.
way to go. Let me just say this. Whoring out. That's what you guys should do.
Yeah, I think it's not good.
Why?
So,
Why?
I think because it leads to more heartbreak.
Heartbreak?
Yeah, like women sleeping with multiple people. I don't think that's a good thing.
You
I
can get heartbroken
don't
without
think it
sleeping
brings-
someone.
Yeah, but yeah, that's true. But I just don't think it's the same. Women attach through
You think
sex.
it's not the same. Men attach through sex too, by the way.
Yeah, but we're not talking about men. I'm talking about women.
But you so
I don't think sleeping around is great for men either. But I don't.
well, I mean, first of all, why is this conversation framed? And maybe this is why, maybe this is part of why Ethan is so like brain broken on this situation. Okay, why is it framed only on women? Why is she not just saying, I think men and women should not be sleeping around, right?
Yeah. That's my position.
Yeah, it's I don't know, it's weird. But I mean, obviously, just look at how like I think a lot of the societal problems that people are facing is because of the sleeping around attitude.
Promiscuity,
right?
yeah.
And promiscuity, yeah.
I do. I think that's the chief complaint most people have about the marriage market, obviously.
Yeah. So, I mean, I don't think, to me, it's not like a question of like heartbreak. Like, that's too simplistic.
Right.
I think it's the same for men and for women.
Hold on. You keep saying, let's talk about women. And I just want to say, if there is a communal experience, then it's worth bringing up. Like you say, more women are antidepressants. But if men are on antidepressants in the same trajectory, then that would imply that it doesn't have to do with anything to do with women being promiscuous. It's more of a societal thing that affects both genders equally.
No, it's the men are on antidepressants because they're not getting any. And the women are on antidepressants because they're getting plenty, but no guys committing. So,
well, you can make that argument, but
yeah.
I
mean, that's my read on the situation.
Right.
So.
That's not my read on it. I think people on antidepressants isn't, I think to relate it just to sex would be the incorrect thing.
Right. Yeah, obviously. So. I mean, I'm going to relate it to that, but that's my own personal bias. So.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Wait, say that one more time. I'm sorry.
If men and women are both on antidepressants at the same rate, then that would suggest something on a larger societal issue, and not because women are promiscuous. So I think that is worth bringing up.
I mean, you could argue a lot of societal issues have come from women being promiscuous.
Okay.
So, I mean, you could if 85% of women were virgins 100 years ago and everyone's on antidepressants, maybe
so was society perfect 100 years ago?
Maybe it doesn't have good outcomes for women.
Society was perfect 100 years ago when women were virgins?
I didn't say perfect, but there was more intact families, which I think
life expectancy was like 50 back then. Just so.
Everyone in the chat agrees with me. I think we're halfway to starting a red pill channel, Sitch. I think we're getting close. I got a good read on this situation here.
Oh, so you mean you're selling out? Is what you're saying?
I mean, I'm not opposed to grifting. Look.
Okay, so you're just like, oh, well, the grift. So
is it? Look, if I'm giving solid advice to people,
wait, agrees with what?
Like nailing the situation and just spitting truth here.
Yeah,
I'm smarter than this dumb bitch. Why the fuck don't we have 1 million subs?
Because we're stupid in that we don't grift. Is the answer to your question?
I guess you're right. It's the anti-grifting policy. We need to have a company meeting this week. I think
we do. We need to listen. We need to just say.
We need to have a conversation.
Grift? Just be a little grifty. Okay.
Yeah. How do we open ourselves up? Look, you're good with arguments, Sitch. Come up with an argument why it's okay for us to grift. That's what we need. We need a solid argument.
Hey, I did not say, I don't know, what does that have to do with anything?
Well, you're saying the quality of life, things were better back then?
I said we had more intact families, which I think is important.
Okay. Let's talk about, where were we? We were talking about, we were on the topic of men wanting younger women. Here, did I finish this clip?
I just learned a lot from them, so I would love to hear this side.
Oh, this is the pay gap one, sorry. Men want younger women. We watched this whole clip. So I was just trying to basically apply it to your life if I can. It's like, so older men, when they have money, they have status, they're going to want a younger and more.
This is such a tiny percentage of cases. It's just, like I said, it's interesting in how it affects these individuals, like people who get into this, what do they call it? Sugar baby, sugar daddy situation. Mm-hmm. But that's not the predominant number of people in the marriage market. Focusing on that is stupid, I think.
Right, but why are they focusing on?
I have no idea why they're focusing. I guess they're focusing on it because Pearl's premise that men just want younger women. He's trying to debunk that premise. So
right, I'm saying they're focusing on it because again, a big point of Pearl's content is critical revenge theory.
But she doesn't. He's kind of smuggled in a premise about older men, when I think she's kind of saying men in general are more attracted to
I see what
younger
you're saying.
women.
I see what you're saying. Right, right.
Which includes young men. I feel like the point that I keep making is you have a better shot at forming a long-term relationship when you're in your 20s than you do when you're in your 30s and when you're in your 40s. And you should just take that into account. You should be like, here's my shot. Take advantage of it, right?
Well, okay, but I said this before on the show. And I remember, I haven't seen research on this recently, but I remember when I went to psych classes, okay, this was the research. The research showed that in times of certainty, men were more attracted to younger looking women. And in times of uncertainty, men were more attracted to older looking women.
Really?
More mature women, yes.
MILFs, huh?
The MILFs. And since MILFs have become such a big thing, and we're talking about a time where men are uncertain and sad, and feel lost in society, that completely conforms with that idea.
It does, yeah.
Right. So that kind of throws another big monkey wrench into this whole thing about, men just looking for the younger women thing.
Right. They're looking for mama.
Of course. I mean, that would be the easy psychological explanation.
Yeah.
So.
Wow. My mind just exploded.
Or virgin woman. So I have a bit of a question, and I'm being honest here. Is it possible and you look at men, right, in terms of like their viability. You look at men and say, he's a high value man, he's a medium value man, he's a low value man, right? I mean, we could say that. We can put men into those categories. Okay. So let's say you're in the dating field, right? You're looking for a partner, right?
What do you mean?
I mean, you're single essentially, I guess, and you're looking for a significant.
Maybe, maybe not.
Okay.
Okay.
So, if you're looking for men, if a man who is willing to settle, let's say you're not that old, but you're 26, and you say that anyone over 25 is like almost damaged goods or getting worse and worse.
No.
It's less valuable. It's less valuable.
Correct. Yes. I would say I was more valuable 5 years ago. Yes. In terms of the dating market. Yes.
So do you think that how can somebody who's older and not a virgin and less valuable, how can they get in a relationship with a man and not think they're a loser? Because if you're a low value woman, then in a sense, you be judging the guy who's quote unquote settling for you because he couldn't get a higher value woman. So in a sense, a guy that you would settle for would be a loser by your own metrics. Low value.
Well, what are men supposed to do? 95% of women aren't virgins on their wedding days. You could be a multimillionaire and not get a virgin.
How do you?
I think that's why you see more men walking away from relationships.
This argument completely
baffles you.
Yeah, well, it's kind of weird because most people don't really seem delusional about their mate value. And even in here, Pearl says, look, I'm a 5. Like, she seems to, like, accurately assess her situation.
Well,
so.
If you're going purely on looks, right.
Right, but I think the question is...
But she's really rich.
The looks-wise, I think, is what she's focusing in on.
Yeah, but that's all that she's focused on because her brain has been rotted by red pills, though. Okay.
Why don't... I think she knows she's probably a 10 in the resources department. And like,
yeah, but she doesn't make that distinction.
No, she doesn't. But I think, look, and I've said this before, you got to accurately assess your mate value and try to get yourself in a situation where you're with someone who's of your equal. Otherwise, your relationship is probably not going to last. So, but Ethan here is saying, no, people should be delusional about their mate value. Right? I mean, that's kind of the argument he's making here. He's like, if you think that you're low value and you're going for a guy who's similar value to you, aren't you basically calling him a piece of shit for being low value? Shouldn't you both look into each other's eyes and say, well, I mean, evidently love takes over, and that does happen, right?
Mm-hmm.
People do say you're the one for me. I couldn't see myself with anyone else.
Well,
That's
go back for a second.
Look, that's
I
the
got
beauty
distracted.
of love.
Right.
Virgins on their wedding day.
Oh, that was what I was talking about. Okay. To me, this is like a baffling fucking point. Like, I don't think there's like.
Oh my God, Vanessa, you're so cruel.
What?
Vanessa in the chat says, she's not a 5. That's generous.
Okay. But
mean.
I know, very mean. But no, like, I mean, are there really that many guys walking around like? She said that she thinks guys are tapping out of the dating market because they can't find a virgin.
Well, I do think there are
Really?
there are a lot of guys that want virgins. Definitely, if they're going to get, they only want to marry a virgin. That's like,
don't buy that. I'm so sorry. I don't buy it. I really don't buy that.
you don't buy that there are guys that only want to marry a virgin.
I'm sure there's some people that do. I don't buy that number is high enough to have any statistical output on any of these topics that we're talking about.
Really?
Yeah. You think that there's higher than 10% of men wandering around that are like, I'm not going to marry someone unless they're a virgin? Now, there could be guys that say, like, if you ask them, like, would it be a plus if they're a virgin? I'm sure they'd say yes. But I don't think they're going to be like, oh, well, if they're not a virgin, I'm not going to bother.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, I would just be going off of my feelings if I.
That's what we're going off of. We're going off of our feelings.
Well, if I'm going off my feelings, I'm saying it's like 85%.
Mm-hmm. You think that's what 85% what? Care, or 85% that's a major criteria for getting married?
85% care and 95% say it's a major criteria.
Okay. If that's the case,
look,
no one's getting married.
I know.
Okay,
look, I think
a lot of people having sex.
I think my intuition is off here. I'm willing to say,
I
but that really is my intuition.
Okay. Yeah.
I feel like most guys, you know, if they're gonna marry someone, they want to know, they want that purity. They're like, oh yeah, this woman that I'm casually having sex with, obviously she's not the one I'm gonna marry. I'm going to marry the special virgin one.
Well, no, well, wait, there's a difference between you have casual sex with someone. You're not looking at them as like, I'm going to marry the person I'm having casual sex with. I agree with that. But
yeah, well, men do this. Men are like, men have.
But wait, that's different. That's different than saying like you might say, I don't want to marry a woman who just has lots of sexual partners. That's different than saying a virgin. Because it could be like, well, I'm going to marry a woman who she's dated people in long-term relationships before me, and depending on how old she is, right? Like
right.
if you marry someone in your like early 20s, okay, you can maybe get someone who is a virgin or who used to like the first, like you're both your first partners, right?
Mm-hmm.
But once you get past a certain age range, unless you're dating, going back to, you're gonna just look for really young women, right? Like once you get past a certain age range, you're not, it's like your chances of like marrying someone as a virgin, like,
it's impossible. Yeah, it's astronomical.
Right. It's gonna start dropping and dropping and dropping over time, right? And so
you got to marry your high school sweetheart. It's like,
and I don't know, like the idea that like there's always guys. Well, she said like there's always guys dropping out of the fucking dating market just because they want to marry a virgin. Like I don't buy that for a second. Like, and it's also like, why do you like? To me, that's like preposterous too. Why the fuck do you care? Like, I understand caring, like, if you don't want to marry someone who's like, oh, I fucked. Like, remember that scene in Clerks?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Where
she sucked 100 like, dicks.
Well, yeah, okay, you skipped ahead because it was like, oh, she said like, oh, she's only had sex with like 2 or 3 guys before.
Uh-huh.
And they're kind of discussing like whether that's an acceptable number. And what's the guy's name? Is it Randall and whatever, the main character, I forget the character's name. From Clerks, and they're like, oh yeah, 2 or 3 guys, that's not so bad, right? And then she's like, oh, did you ask her like anything else? And he's like, what do you mean? Like, well, maybe she did other things that wasn't sex. And he's kind of like dismissive, and then he asks her, and she's like, oh yeah, I've like sucked like 20 dicks or something. And he's like, what do you mean you sucked 20 dicks? Like, so that's what I'm saying. Like, obviously people care. I think both men and women care, there's some like big number of people that they've had sexual partners with, right? But I don't think that many people are walking around carrying like, oh, she must be a pristine virgin. Like, I want on my wedding day when have you seen that like that video for like the Christian propaganda?
Yeah,
Like the wedding day,
those
and the guy like,
look, those are the people I'm thinking of.
yeah, the guy like he's got like the shoes, and he's like, here's my pristine white shoes, and then she holds up her shoes embarrassed, and they're all like dirty and scuffed because she's not a virgin. Right? Like, I don't know. I don't think that many people like that's a primary factor that's really true. Like motivating them is like, oh, you had sex with one person before me? Well, we can't go out.
The dirty and scuffed shoes. That's such good religious propaganda.
It is. It is. Oh, your vagina has touched another penis. I can never go out with a vagina. That makes me gay. If my dick touches where another dick is touched, that practically makes me gay.
They bring out the shoes that are all ratted and holes, like totally torn apart. Right. These are you.
Yes, like give me a break. Like I don't buy it. I don't buy it for a second.
I mean, it's good propaganda.
That's true.
Guys, it's undeniable that guys place a high status on women that have not slept with a bunch of people. I mean, that's
a bunch of people, right? But that's very different. I think everyone does, but it's very different than saying virgins. Like that's to me, that's a completely different thing.
But a virgin is higher status than someone who slept with a few people.
I don't know. I don't think that.
Oh, the few people is a higher status than the virgin.
No. What I'm saying is, I don't think. I would wager, and I'd be curious to see some stats on this, right? Like that if a guy is like, "Oh, I'm dating two women," but one of them is a virgin, and so like that's the thing that's going to make me like want to be with her as opposed to the other person. Like I think that'd be very low on like why you would want to maintain or marry someone would be like their virgin status.
Look,
versus all the other factors in the relationship.
This is why I'm hesitant to go by my gut intuition, because I could see guys going, look, I have two women, both of them would probably marry me if I popped the question. And one of them has slept with like 5 guys.
Mm-hmm.
And one of them is a virgin. And looks wise, they're similar. Personality wise, they're similar. I feel like guys, different guys would make different decisions, obviously. Okay. Yeah.
If we have some like impossible scenario where a guy is choosing between two women and it's literally like every factor is the same, but one's a virgin, right? Then obviously, okay, that could definitely weigh into the thing. I'm just saying, I just don't buy. I have to see some sort of data on this to buy the idea that like men are really placing that much marriage, or relationship, pressure on, not pressure, like in terms of who they choose is based on their virgin status.
Well, now that I think about it though, I think the virgin is probably the bigger risk, because you're going, listen, because the girl who's had sex with 5, like you've probably had sex with her a bunch of times, like, if you're physically compatible.
Right.
But the virgin, obviously, by definition in this thought experiment, you've never had sex with.
Well, that's sort of the weird part too, yeah.
But you probably you might have screwed around enough to know that like you're just, oh my God, I want to have sex so bad. So that might, cloud your judgment long enough that you're like, but then when you do pop the question and you actually get married to her and you do finally have sex for that first time, I mean, you better hope it's good. You better hope it worked out. If you go into that and then all of a sudden you have sex with her and the girl who you've had sex with, the 5 guy girl, it was like way better sex, you're just fucked. You're like, oh shit, what'd I do?
Well, but that's another thing too, is like sort of this question of sexual compatibility, which I think is important in relationships.
Yeah, totally.
I think it is. Yeah, I mean, definitely, I guess you can make it work, but I think before you marry someone, you'd want to see if you're sexually
you're like, oh my goodness, we need to work on this. Right. You're like, oh, yeah, this is obviously, these interactions take place between everyone. So
right.
That's why I don't know that you can make hard and fast decisions. I think there are general rules that you can establish in the world that will help you make better decisions in your in your dating life, but
I can't really find. I was trying to find some kind of like stats on men prioritizing virgins. I can't really find that information.
and there's some societies that don't. I mean, they really don't prioritize it at all. Which I mean, they have to have.
I think we live in one of those societies.
Yeah, I think we probably are closer to that society than the. But that's the thing. Most of the conflict in society is because people they have these very strong moral intuitions, and they assume other people have those same moral intuitions, even though they don't.
Right.
So you have a very strong moral intuition that people don't care about fidelity.
Well, no, my
purity.
It's not a moral
I don't know.
intuition.
What is this?
It's not a moral intuition because I'm not basing off of my morality. I'm basing off of the behavior that I see in life, and then I hear people talk, and I see replicated in movies and television shows. And it's like we have such a culture where everyone feels so pressured to have sex. This is my thought process. We have a culture where everyone feels so pressured to have sex, right? Now, that pressure is significantly greater on men than women, but it still exists on women. There's this massive pressure for women to have sex.
Huge pressure.
Right.
Yeah.
There's some statistic, like I think, like most, like most women, I believe, have sex in college, don't leave college not having sex. So the idea that like there's all these men wandering around like that are so, like being a virgin is so important. I'm like, well, then I don't know who the fuck these men are in relationships with, because I just don't think I don't think that's like a massive thing.
She was back for our dating advice here. She says, one night stands, hookups, whatever versus relationships, I think is the big factor. If he's had 5 girlfriends before me, that's fine.
Right.
If he's banged with 5 random women, that's a huge red flag.
No, that's a great point too. You're right. That's another great point. Is what is the like? Well, I was kind of like intrinsically like putting that in my mind. Like, what is the generally when you say like, oh, I've been in like 5 relationships, you're thinking like these are over a period of time, not like 5, hookups.
Well, for me, the huge red flag, and the reason why I think it's an important distinction is the red flag for me would be this guy's addicted to like one night stands. This guy's addicted to random
and obviously,
hookups.
yeah, and obviously it would depend on their age, because if it's like if you're going out with a 22-year-old girl or 20, let's say you're going out with a 20-year-old girl, she's like, oh yeah, I've been in like 5 relationships with 5 guys, and I had sex with all 5 of them. You're like, oh, okay, at 20, like, okay, I mean, that's a lot, right? But if someone's like 30, you're like, oh, okay, that makes sense, right? Like it's not like that doesn't seem like a lot.
Well, this is another reason why I'm talking about the age thing being a factor.
Yeah, of course, right. But I'm just saying age definitely changes, obviously, like, the acceptable amount of partners. But anyway.
I do think there is like our society doesn't teach our society, because of feminism, has a propensity to teach women that you can find Mr. Right in your 40s without giving them the reality that it's going to be harder. It's definitely going to be harder.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
I definitely agree with that. Yeah.
A lot of people get divorced, in their 30s and 40s, and they realize, oh my God, this is like a nightmare. So
Sure.
I just think that reality people need to understand it and deal with it. Obviously.
Agree. Try to get through this video.
Guys, you could be a multimillionaire and not get a virgin.
How do you?
But I think that's why you see more men walking away from relationships.
No. How do you enter a relationship and not think that he's a loser because he's low value?
I don't really know how to answer that question.
I don't
But it is
either.
interesting,
it's a terrible
right?
question.
Because, in a sense, only a low value man. And I'm sorry, I'm only framing this in your worldview. Let's say a medium value man would decide to settle on somebody like you, who's a little bit older, not as fertile. You are not a virgin, and also I'll tell you something else. You like being in the foreground, which is not good for traditional marriages. I mean, he's looking for someone who wants to build a home. You don't know how to cook.
Yeah,
either.
I don't expect to be with like a high value guy. I think that's silly.
Okay. What's your
like when I think of high value, I think of like top 5% of men.
So what value do you think
Very-
you'll be settling on in your own personal life?
What?
This is such a bizarre conversation because it just,
Why is this bizarre?
Because it implies that
Yeah.
you know you should be a 5 and going for 10s, and that you know I think this is kind of the problem with people. People need to have a realistic understanding of their mate
I see what you're
value.
saying.
Yeah,
Right, right.
I think you set yourself up for failure if you go into the world thinking I'm a 10 and I'm only gonna settle for a 10. You're gonna die unhappy and alone. Like, do you disagree?
Well, I agree and disagree at the same time.
Okay.
Maybe because we just talked about this. We said, you know, there are, like, on one hand, it's simultaneously true, okay, that you don't want to like be overconfident, set yourself up for failure. But if you're underconfident, we just talked about this. If you believe that nothing in the world can stop you, you're more likely than not to find success, right?
Okay,
So should you really be setting up women for failure?
I guess this is a completely different situation here. I understand what you're saying because we were saying earlier, you know, it's better to have an internal locus of control and think, you know, maybe we're lying to people when we say everyone can be president, anyone can be president of the United States, right? That's not necessarily true, but
yes,
but
it's a useful fiction that can help people.
Yeah, okay. People do figure it out though because they figure out, you know,
I agree.
I am getting a certain reception from some people and not so great a reception from other people. So I think they kind of zero in on their mate value. But the way that Ethan is framing this, it makes it so, it just sounds so awful.
Well, what she could say, which I mean, it is sort of like a rude conversation, but I think it's fair because she brings this stuff up all the time to other people.
Mm-hmm.
What she could say is kind of like, which I think is what she is saying, is, oh, you know, I have low mate value, but that doesn't mean it's untrue, right?
Right.
But that's the thing. I don't even, you know, she's not, listen, Pearl's not the hottest person on the planet, right?
Right.
And personality-wise, she's not.
According to Vanessa, I mean, I'm not really weighing in here.
Right. Oh, okay. You're being nice, I guess.
Well, look. I don't think it's for me to decide. I like the game.
I'll be so cucked at.
I don't want to disparage anyone who might have a chance of having a long and loving relationship with Pearl. Nobody wants to go into a marriage thinking, oh, everyone thinks my girlfriend is fucking beat. Like, nobody wants that.
Obviously, right?
Look, I'm trying to facilitate happiness in the world.
You're trying to help Pearl get some, is what you're saying.
Look, I don't want to.
Look at you. Look at Adam, the matchmaker here.
Well, most people, I think, they realize the reality of the situation, right? They realize how attractive they are. They start dating people who are of equal attractiveness. Maybe they.
I know. I think some people. I don't know. I think some people don't. I mean, I see a lot of guys that are like doomer pilled, and you like look like, oh my god, I'm never gonna get a girl, and you look at them, and you're like, this guy's not ugly. Like, I don't understand.
Well, guys have a better advantage there because flexibility wise, women do kind of get the short end of the stick.
No. But your point was that, like, you're saying people have a good. You think people have a good ability to judge themselves. I don't know. I think some people are, and some people aren't.
Well, some people, I think, if they're doomer pilled, they judge themselves too harshly.
Right.
Well, men have an advantage because if you're not really, you know, hitting it in the looks department, there's a lot of options that are open to you. Like, you can become athletic, you can, you know, you can work harder, you can work out at the gym. Like, there are all kinds of different things that you can do as a man. I don't necessarily know, like, women, I guess women can do the same to some extent, but men are more monomaniacally fixated on looks. Women will overlook looks if someone is funny or has a good job or is smart. They're all
Well,
types of different ways that men can
so-
raise their mate value.
Well, first of all, like, women can raise their mate. I agree. Men care about looks. Well, I agree that that's more factor for women, even though, again, as I said, women can definitely raise their mate value.
Yeah, makeup and whatnot is how.
Well, I mean, in ways that are not just appearance.
Oh, really?
But I know you disagree. But no, it's funny because I saw an entire video from Brittany Venti.
On
You know
Pearl?
the video I'm talking about?
Talking about how Pearl is terrible with her makeup and stuff. I saw that video. Yeah.
Yes, she did a whole video about how Pearl is like, terrible with her makeup.
I 100% agree with Brittany.
Right.
And she didn't even belch once in that video. I actually made
That
it
is
all
not
the way
true.
through
She
it.
probably, she probably did.
No, she doesn't. She didn't belch in it.
I don't believe that for a second.
No, I after that video, I subscribed to her channel, and then I watched something else, and she belched, and I unsubscribed. I remember specifically.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say a video where Brittany Venti doesn't burp. It just doesn't seem like realistic.
It doesn't. Yeah, but it is. She doesn't in that video.
Okay. Anyway, so I forget where we were going.
We got to get through this video.
We gotta get through this. I know. I keep getting sidetracked.
It's just such an interesting topic. It really
I
is.
know.
Yeah.
What value will I be settling on in my personal?
What man do you think is reasonable for you to pursue?
I just kind of, I think that's a bit of a inappropriate question. But
That's interesting because you spend all day talking about this stuff.
It is inappropriate, you fucker.
Well, but wait a minute. If she wait.
Sorry.
If she's literally
My
there's clips of
elephant
her-
took over.
I know, but wait a minute. If there's literally clips of her talking to other women like your mate value has gone down because you're older, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then it's free game. She's the one bringing this shit up.
Fair point.
It's
a fair point. It's a completely fair point. Yeah, if she's
It's
out
like,
there
what
on
the
the
fuck?
internet saying, "Bitch, you old and a hoe."
Yeah, exactly. It's like, well, listen.
You're never gonna get anyone.
Right. It's good enough for the goose.
How many of these podcasts end up in suicide? That's what I want to know. Jeez, this is some harsh shit.
I find that it's really interesting to have you put this analysis into use. Why is it
because the way
inappropriate?
you're framing the question is a bit disingenuous.
How?
I think most women
How is it disingenuous?
Yeah, I think it's a bit disingenuous.
Why?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Why? Why is it disingenuous? I'm analyzing your viability by your own metrics, which you do all day to other women and men. Why is that disingenuous?
I don't. Okay.
I think it's fair to say, because we're talking to women about expectations and men about expectations based on their value. I think it's fair to say, okay, well, what's your value of man you're looking for based on your own?
What's my value to a guy that I'm looking for?
What value of man?
I wish I don't know what you want me to say. I wish I was a virgin. I should have waited.
No.
I don't know what. I don't. Most guys don't expect that in 2023, unfortunately. I think men adapt to the market, but I think to say that you should just sleep around is a bit silly.
That's not what I'm asking. I'm asking.
Well, that you were saying that that more partners is good. I think that's a bit silly.
No. Okay, but hold on. I'm talking about you, Pearl. I'm talking about you. Your value by your own metrics is going to be not super high. So
yeah, it's less high than it was 5 years ago.
But it's not even just the age thing. It's like you are working. You're in the foreground. You don't know how to cook. These are not good things for your scorecard.
Hey, I'm actually pretty good now. I've gotten.
You have a
lot better.
Okay, good. You're working
better.
towards it, but unfortunately, as you age, those things are going to bounce out.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you start in a certain place in life, but all you can do is improve and get better.
That's interesting. I agree. So what is the point of telling people that they're...
Because a lot of times we're lied to. We're not even told what men want. Being told that men want younger women is crazy, even though that's
not true, by the way. That's not true, by the way.
Men don't want younger women. They want, okay, who's hotter? A 50-year-old is equally as hot as a 20-year-old, just based on looks and nothing else.
According to Sitch.
Yeah, it could be. I mean, it could be.
Mm-hmm.
But like, how do you meet a guy that
Wait,
you
he's gonna bring up. You've seen this conversation, right?
Yeah, I listen to
He's
the
gonna
whole
bring
thing.
up the porn. He's gonna bring up the porn conversation.
I know, it's awful.
Okay.
You're like,
Facts,
you believe
because-
him on the MILF metrics? I don't know where they're getting these metrics from.
From Pornhub.
Oh, okay.
I looked it up.
It's all correct. You're like, any excuse to go to porn.
There you go. Any excuse. Any excuse. We'll talk about it when we get there, I guess.
He's settling on you. Don't you see that there's a paradox here?
I mean, if you respect men, you don't like.
But how are you going to settle for a low value man? Because like that, it's like, dude, come on,
A low value man.
a low value man.
I think if you get married, you're lucky to get married. That's my opinion.
Okay.
So I would feel very lucky. If I was married, I would feel.
So
lucky
you'll
to be
take
married.
anything.
No, I won't take anything.
So
a bit
cruel.
silly.
Your
I didn't
standards
say.
are quite
I didn't
low.
say. That's not what I said, but okay.
You said I'll be happy if I get married. I don't, you know what I mean? Hey,
Yeah.
anybody
I didn't
who
say
marries
to
me would be great.
I didn't say to anyone.
How would you? So,
I-
where's your value as a woman? Would you say, like on a scale of 1 to 10?
Oh, no. Here
I
it
give
is.
myself like a 5.
A 5? Yeah, that's fair.
Mm-hmm.
I think. I mean, based on your metric, I'm not saying one way or the other.
Based on your metric. I know. Harsh.
Well, that's the thing. But again, she's just doing it by looks. If you were to include the fact that she's probably stinking rich, right?
Mhm.
Doesn't that put her higher than a 5?
I don't know.
You don't think?
I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know. Do you think
So we're looking.
What?
like eligible bachelors, they've got Pearl on one hand, who classifies herself as a 5. Some people say that's generous. But she's stinking rich.
Some people are telling me. I'm not saying it, but
Right.
I've heard some people are.
Some
telling
people
me.
are saying, I've seen it out there.
I've seen it being said.
And you've got a girl who is a 7, but she's dirt poor. I feel like a lot of guys are just going to marry the 7.
Well, it would depend. I'd say it probably depends on what the guy's situation is, right? Like, does he have stable money?
He's dirt poor.
I don't think so.
He's still married. I still think
No,
he's
I don't
marrying
think
the
so.
7.
I don't think so.
Okay, well, I mean,
Buy
my
that.
gut intuition is different than
Yep.
your gut intuition.
There you go.
I think men place a high value on looks.
I don't
all of
disagree.
society is like,
I don't disagree.
yeah. Well, okay.
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 Yeah, I think I'm a 5.
So you're saying that all men want to have sex with younger women. This is kind of interesting data, but are you aware that the MILF category is like the most popular? It was the #1 most searched term in 2018, MILF.
2018, Sitch, you're living in the past.
I know. I looked up. I got up the more recent ones.
Yeah, men like to have sex with older women.
So okay, wait. You want to know? So I looked up. I think the most recent one I could find was 2021.
Okay.
You want?
Let's hear the numbers
You want to hear what?
for science.
Guess what the top search term? You're never gonna guess this.
Stepsister.
No, that actually was high though. I think. Wait a minute. Where was it?
How
That stepmom was high up there.
That's so sad.
Yeah. Well, no, but that's hey, listen, that's a point in my favor. So it's my argument, okay?
So you think people are looking to marry their stepmoms?
No, but I think attractiveness, as I said originally, in uncertain times, men seem to be more attracted to like a more motherly like figure.
Yeah, I just, it's like, I think who you're searching, the terms you're searching for to jack off are
Right.
different
Doesn't
than the
necessarily
terms that you're
translate.
searching for to marry somebody.
No,
Like,
it doesn't.
yeah.
But we're not talking about that. We're talking purely about like mate value for attractiveness.
Right.
So then it definitely does relate more directly than even marriage does.
Sure. I mean, to
The
some
number
extent.
one search term according to Pornhub in 2021 was hentai,
What is that?
like Japanese, like cartoon porn.
Oh, really?
Is that weird?
Cartoon porn.
Yeah, number one. Search term.
What is the appeal to cartoon porn? I've never even really looked at cartoon porn.
You'll have to look at it and make
I'm
that
not going to
determination for
do
yourself.
it. No.
I'm very surprised by that. I'm very, very surprised by that. But that was the number one term.
That was the number one term, or
yeah,
that I don't know why it's the number one term.
I don't know. There you go, chat. Can you explain to Adam why people will look at hentai? I feel like you could explain it better than I could.
Well, if they're looking for a certain body type that's impossible for women to achieve, like they want those pointy, phallic-like ears or something. You know, they want
2D,
a devil tail.
Listen, 2D is superior to 3D. Okay, I thought you understood this.
Well, I guess evidently to some people it is.
Okay, it's fine. The number 2 search category was Japanese.
Japanese women are cleaning house.
It just says Japanese.
Wow.
There you go. The number 3 term, lesbian.
Really?
Yeah, that's surprising.
Wow.
Lesbian.
I guess they're not doing the POV question.
No,
unless they are lesbians.
That's true. The number 4th highest term was MILF.
Wow.
So there it is. MILF's number 4. So here's the thing. This is worldwide. I would actually like to see this by America, not American.
Right.
It says it says the next one is Penny, which I've never even fucking heard of.
What is it?
Just Penny.
Penny?
Pinay. Pinay. Which is supposedly means a Filipino woman. Just such a that's very specific. But okay.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, I never heard of that. After that's Asian.
Maybe the Filipinos are just searching up a storm and they're really racist.
Maybe. Or the Japanese. After that's Asian, and then after that is stepmom.
Stepmom comes in before teen.
You want to know what the craziest thing is? Teen is not even on the list.
Wow. Because they purged it from the site to get rid of all the pedos.
This is like the top 25 or top 20 or 25 terms. Teen's not even on the list.
Wow.
That's very interesting. Because I that used to be, I thought, the highest. I don't know what year it was. Seen some chart that was like the top search was teen, and then the second top search was MILF. And now teen is not even on the list, which is kind of interesting. But so there you go. There's your porn in review.
Wow. Hentai.
I'm like, I got to do some research.
I'm not going to do it.
On hentai. He's got to get to the bottom of it.
No, thank you.
Oh, wait. Here, there's one for 2022.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's see what's 2022. See, it's the same thing. Yeah, it all looks exact. Oh, actually, wait. 2022, hentai is still number 1, which is very interesting. That's strange to me. But Japanese is number 2. MILF has moved up to the number 3 slot.
Wow.
And then it's lesbian, Pinay, Asian, and then stepmom. Teen is still not on the list. Though there's been a big jump at the bottom of the list, top 25. Lesbian scissoring. Big jump up on that one.
Lesbian scissoring.
Jumped up 65 spots according to this guy statistics. That's interesting. But all right.
I know exactly what lesbian scissoring is, even though I've never heard that term before.
How have you never heard that term before?
It's one of those words that seems obvious what's going on here.
Yeah, well, obviously, yeah. I'm shocked. How have you never heard that term before?
It's bizarre because you would never do that with scissors. You would never take 2 pairs of scissors and like interlock them. What would why do they call it scissoring?
It's just because that's how it looks. Theoretically. Hypothetically. Right.
That's hilarious.
There you go.
Notice how Ethan is changing the subject as quickly as he can to get away from the 5 rating thing. Even Ethan feels horrible about this.
It is weird that teen isn't on this list. The fact that hentai is so high up there is strange to me.
Yeah.
I wonder if something else is going on there.
Yeah, I feel like they have some feminists that are playing with the algorithms or something.
Well, I mean, to be clear, this is just Pornhub. This isn't like all pornography. So I don't know how much information you could derive from this anyway. But
Well, you can derive that a lot of people love MILFs on Pornhub.
well, that is true. And it furthers my argument, so I agree with that. Anyway, so let's finish off this video. Let's polish off this video.
Okay. No pausing. We have like 30 minutes left.
But why is it the most searched for?
I'll be right.
Yeah,
They're looking for MILFs, and when they watch porn.
Are you saying porn is the same thing as marriage and relationships?
You say men want to have sex with young girls. Why then are men, when they're fantasizing?
When you say young girls, that's a bit.
Okay, 22. I mean, what do you want me to say? Okay, young women, 22-year-olds. Why then are they going to Pornhub and looking up MILFs if they just want to, if they prefer? And this is the most searched. Wouldn't they be searching for like teen or something? 2018, yeah.
You know, men aren't that picky. You know what I mean?
No. It's not about picky. It's about preference. They looked for the MILF.
Okay, so I have a question. Why do you think like the number one, like they swipe right on younger women?
That's just the thing you said.
Do you think it's equal, an 18 or 22-year-old versus a 50-year-old woman in terms of looks? Now I'm asking, do you think it's equal? Are you equally attracted to the average 55-year-old versus 22-year-old?
I would be more equally attracted to someone closer to my age where I am in life, I think.
Okay. Yeah, I would
maybe
say,
like -5 years.
Yeah, but younger typically.
Typically.
Ethan makes my argument though because he's married. Or is he? I mean, I'm seeing a lot of rumors that he might be divorced, so probably over all the hot 22-year-old producers he's surrounding himself with at his work.
Older.
Well, I mean,
it's
plus or
interesting
minus
that you said
5
that.
years.
Younger.
Plus or
Yeah,
minus.
younger. Right.
Plus or minus 5 years.
Okay, you said younger first, but
I'm telling you, plus or minus.
Okay.
There's no take backsies. No take backs. You said younger. Yeah, but so how do you explain that?
Most women want to date 5 to 7 years older. I think men go like 5 years younger.
Is there any way to explain why MILF is the most searched category?
Guys like to watch, a hot mom have sex. Yeah.
More than a young girl have sex, apparently.
Are they the top porn stars? Because I thought those were younger women. I thought it was like the ones that, I mean, I don't actually watch that stuff, so I don't know.
I don't know the stats, but I'm just telling you based on search that people are looking up MILF way more than teen and stuff like that. So that is interesting, though.
Do you think it's better for a woman to get married at 35 than 22?
I think it's neutral. I think it depends on a lot of things. I do think women who get married young have a higher rate of divorce.
Yeah, it's like below the age of like 21 or 18 or something. I don't remember.
So that kind of disproves your thesis, doesn't it? If younger women are getting divorced.
I would say overall.
Yeah, can't women be mothers at like 22? I mean, what does MILF even mean?
I'm back. I came back to what does MILF even mean? So I don't know.
MILF means mom, I like to fuck, right?
I can't believe you just said that.
Isn't that what it means?
Yes, that's what it means.
Okay, so but you can be a 22-year-old mom, and that's a MILF, right?
Shh.
What is look?
Jesus, really? Is that the argument you're gonna make?
Well, I mean, does MILF mean they're 40 years old?
I mean, it generally means the person is older, right?
Okay, I don't know.
Okay, I don't know. I mean, hypothetically,
But they could be 25.
I would never
in the
know
MILF
because I've never looked at
category.
MILF porn in my life, obviously. But
I think you have more experience with it than me. You should be laying down the law here. You should be
yes,
telling us.
you generally, if you go to
What is the
porn site,
age
you type in
range?
MILF.
Okay, if I were to search MILF on Pornhub, what would be the age range of women?
I can't tell you the age, but they're definitely going to look older.
30s?
30s, 40s, 50s.
50s?
Yeah.
That's more like a GILF.
It could be.
Where's this GILF come out at? Where's
There
the
you
search
go.
term for GILF?
It's not on the list. Someone actually sent me, thank you, Fondue. Fondue sent me the American version.
Of the
American
searches?
list.
Well,
Yeah.
what's that say?
It's pretty similar. The top is lesbian,
Really?
Yeah. Second is hentai, so hentai's still up there. Then it's ebony, Latina, Asian threesome, and then stepmom.
Asian threesome. Not just Asian. Asian threesome.
No, Asian is one, and then the next category is threesome.
Oh, okay.
And then the next category is stepmom.
Stepmom.
MILF isn't on the list for search terms, but it is on the list for search categories in America. Right. It's the 5th highest category. Top categories are ebony, lesbian, threesome, transgender.
Let's say I like
and
women,
then MILF.
Let's say I like women who have substantially different size boob from like left to right. What do I search?
I can't help you there.
What is the search term for that?
I can't help you there.
Lopsided boob or something?
That is a very specific category.
Does that category exist? Are people into
very
that?
Specific. I don't know. I'm sure someone is somewhere. So here's interesting. So it says on trending searches, this trending search is up 396%.
What is?
Reverse cuckold.
What is that?
I don't know.
Is that like the woman?
Reverse cuckold?
The woman watches you screw a bunch of other girls? Is that what happened?
Maybe. I'm not actually sure what that means. You can Google it and let me know, Adam.
No, I'm not going to do that.
You don't want to look that up?
Look, I generally don't type cuckle into a search engine.
Okay.
Not without some YouTuber's name.
Okay, let's keep going.
All right. I'll be right back.
Younger is better than older.
But if
overall.
younger women are getting divorced more, and you're
the youngest, not younger. But we also wait to get married. The average age of first marriage in the UK is like 31.
Yeah, but our life expectancy is like double what it was, so it's not really a fair comparison.
That doesn't change biology. Like, so when it comes to children, like women are still the most fertile when they're younger. So, I mean, we can have a cultural shift, but that doesn't change your biology.
Well, we have a scientific shift too. We have methods of making it easier for older women to have babies.
Yeah, but Ethan,
Yeah,
Ethan, if she's trying to make an argument about evolutionary tendencies affecting people's attractiveness, I don't know if the technology of in vitro or anything of that nature would have an impact on any of that.
Like the cultural is matching the
IVF.
scientific.
You're talking
IVF,
about.
it's not just IVF. There's fertility treatments you can get. I've done it with my wife. It's less invasive. It's like taking hormones and stuff, and the science.
I can pull up the numbers, but the majority of IVF fails, especially over a certain age. I can pull it up. So I think it's expensive too. It's like the average IVF is like $30,000.
Yeah, most fertility treatments isn't IVF. There's less invasive, less impactful, less expensive things that you can do that are really effective.
Right. I mean, you can, but again, most people are living paycheck to paycheck. They can't afford a bunch of fertility treatments.
Okay.
Like, I think that's easy for you to do, right? You're in a great position.
It should be free. I agree.
But no, I don't think that you should pay for other people's decisions. I think if you want to make that decision, you should pay for it. But I just think that's an easy thing for you to say when you're in you do such great numbers. I'm sure you do really well income wise.
Thank you for saying that. We shouldn't pay for what other people do. Should we pay for prisoners or should we execute them all?
Those are my only options.
Well, we shouldn't pay for
either pay for prison or execute them.
Well, okay, right. That's extreme.
Either the two.
In a sense, though, I'm trying to make it like somewhat
because that's a tough question.
Well, prisoners cost on average like $30,000.
Is that a tough question? That doesn't seem like a tough question to me. Should you pay for prisoners or should everyone be executed? It was a pretty straightforward question, but okay.
$1,000 a year for the average prisoner.
Yeah.
Or even more now, probably like
significantly
40,
more. I think it's like closer to 70,000 or something like that.
70,000?
Let me look it up. I'll look it up so we have the right number.
That's crazy. Because the IVF is obviously way cheaper than that. So what do we do about them?
To execute or put them in
or what else? I mean,
well, okay. So this is kind of dumb because like it depends what you're trying to incentivize. So obviously, it's basically impossible to have a society where people who commit crimes are not incarcerated or punished in some capacity. That's kind of something you have to pay for.
Right.
Where it's only been recently in society that birth rates have gone down to a point where you actually need to incentivize people to have children. So if you actually care about increasing birth rates, then yes, you should be in favor of the government supporting things like paying for in vitro fertilization or anything kind of similar like that as a means of trying to incentivize people to have more kids, right? But that would be the position to take. What is your goal here? It's not a position to take like, well, I don't want it to pay for other people's decisions. It's like, well, you pay for other people's decisions all the time in society. The point is really, what is the end goal? What is the behavior trying to incentivize or disincentivize?
Yeah, that's a good point.
No, what would you do with prisoners? We're spending $45,000 a year. What do we do with them?
Execute them.
Yeah, the average is it looks like 45,000.
45,000. IVF probably costs like 10,000.
What are they in prison for? I don't know much about. This is kind of a different, topic, but I do think we should execute.
Well, they're all
rapists.
costing us the same amount of money, 45,000.
We can execute, and murderers. Yeah, we can. The rest, I don't really know. I don't have a strong opinion.
It's weird that she's saying that she thinks that we should execute rapists, because I would imagine her position would be that there's like a huge number of men
false accusations. Yeah,
accused of rape. Yeah.
We should execute all those people who are wrongly accused of rape.
Yeah.
Or falsely
I'm assuming
accused.
she would say like, well, if it's like, super evidence, but like, okay.
I'm cool with executing people for shoplifting. So
there you go. Isn't that worse than rape?
Just hang them high. Yeah. Just as kind of a different kind of rape.
What's worse, shoplifting or rape?
It's kind of capitalist rape.
What is a worse crime? Shoplifting or rape?
Rape, obviously.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought you were gonna have a hot take on that.
No, of course not. Come on.
Yeah,
well, IVF, let's say, costs 10,000.
I guess prison would make a bit more sense because you want a safe society, so that's something everybody benefits from.
Wow.
But I don't benefit if Susie down the streets waits till she's 35 to get married.
But then her family will be stronger. She's less likely to get divorced. The kids will grow up in a stable household.
Or she could do that when she's
have
younger.
A flipper baby.
Again,
right, but that's not how it works, and you know that. You look at the stats. Younger people are more likely to get divorced. Young people don't make as much money. Younger people have less time to spend.
What do you mean by young? So I think the stat I saw was under the age of 21, but it's like between. Above that, the divorce rate's very similar.
Do you think women under 21 should get married?
Yeah, if they want to. I think, people, I'm not forcing anyone to do anything, but I think more time you can spend with a husband rather than just like out on the dating market, I think that's better. I think less experience is better.
So here is an interesting analysis regarding men wanting to sleep with younger women.
The top.
So I've been trying to source that figure.
How old is Abella Danger? How old is she?
How old is Abba?
She's 27.
She's 27. That's pretty old in your world, isn't it?
Lana Rhodes, Riley Reid. Yeah, but that's not a MILF.
No.
I think, and for us, it's like 18 to 28.
Lana Rhodes is
26.
26. Yeah.
Yeah.
But again, the most searched. But like
18 to 28.
Just because they're the most popular doesn't mean it's the most popular category.
Also, their 26 is over the hill, right?
I got the top categories I have is ebony, lesbian, threesome.
I don't see any 22-year-old head large mainstream porn stars.
I mean, 22 versus 26. It's not that. Like we say 18 and 28 is a woman's peak.
20. What is the woman's peak?
Between 18 and 28. I mean, 28. It slowly declines after like 22 or 23. It slowly declines, but 18 to 28 is a woman's peak.
Peak as in what? What does peak mean?
Peak like looks wise.
Okay, looks wise.
Mm-hmm.
So I've been trying this claim that men between ages 20 and 80 want to have sex with 22-year-olds. I haven't been able to find any source for that. The only source I've been able to find is from this
Can we
book.
put the prisoners to work?
Say what?
Can we put the prisoners to work?
They already
that.
do. Yeah, they
That's
do.
exactly what we do
They're
currently.
slaves already. They work for like 10 cents an hour.
Yeah, but only
To profit
yeah, but-
private corporations, by the way. It doesn't benefit you at all.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not a
So
good
wait,
system.
okay.
I mean, don't we get cheaper products because of it?
Wait. I should look this up. Is this true? I feel like this is not true. I feel like this is just not true. That prison labor is primarily for private corporations?
That is true, actually.
Are you sure?
My joke was kind of distasteful.
Okay, wait a minute. Okay, here's the ACLU. Okay. ACLU says only 1% of workers. Wait, this is no, wait. Was this for Yeah, this says only 1%, less than 1% of incarcerated workers are assigned to work for private companies.
Oh, okay.
It says
I'm glad you looked
wait,
it up.
oh, wait a minute. Now I'm confused. Okay.
Always
More than
getting
80%
confused.
of prison laborers do prison maintenance work, which offsets the cost of bloated prison system. So it says more than 80% are doing work to maintain the prison that they're currently in.
They work for the prison,
Right.
which is a private prison. So,
Well,
therefore,
okay, come on. Right. But that's not what like maybe that's where the stat comes from, but that to me, if that's a private prison and that's what you're including, that's kind of dishonest, right?
right.
Because I think no one really has a problem with prisoners working to maintain the prison that they exist in. It
Yeah.
says many prison workers are assigned to general janitorial duties like sweeping or mopping, while others are assigned to ground maintenance, food preparation, laundry, etc. It says another 8% of incarcerated workers are assigned to public work projects such as maintaining cemeteries, school grounds, parks, roadwork, construction buildings, clean government offices, clean up landfills, hazardous spills, undertake forestry work, and more. Says state-owned businesses employ 6.5% of incarcerated workers and produce over state-owned businesses employ 6.5% of incarcerated workers and produce over $2 billion in goods and services annually for the state. And then it says less than 1% are to assign for private companies.
Okay.
So yeah, I don't think Ethan is being factual here when he says this. But.
Okay. I mean, I've heard a bunch of lefties say it. He probably heard it from Hassan.
Well, it could be, as you said, they could maybe futz with the stats. I don't know how many private prisons there are out there, but if most prison work is to maintain the prison, then technically you can say, well, they're working for a private company, right?
Sure.
This is so funny. The ACLUs complain they're like 70% of prison wages cannot be used to afford basic necessity. Well, they're in prison. I don't understand what the fuck.
We're spending $45,000 a year on just
That's the
taking
point.
care of them.
I don't think prisoners should get paid minimum wage. That's the fucking point. The fuck? Is that wrong?
It offsets their living expenses.
No, it said 70% said they were not able to afford basic necessities with their prison wages.
Right. Yeah.
Well, they're in prison. What basic necessities do they have?
Supposedly
outside? They mean outside of prison when they get out?
The basic necessity. Well, they can't get
They have to, like,
commissary.
Is
They
that
don't-
what they're talking about? Like buying like treats and shit?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think so. Cigarettes and
Right.
paying for their
Yeah,
kids'
but you're in
college.
prison.
Well, they should be able to pay for their kids' college, right?
You there? Okay.
Look, it's totally fucked up the way
Right.
we treat incarcerated people, but that's because they broke the law and they
Well, that's that's the point. They should get. I'm sorry, I hate to break
keep
it to
your
you, but
ass out of
prisoners should
prison,
get
right?
fair wages. So.
What happens though if we go after someone who really hasn't done anything wrong? Let's say they've just
Sure.
taken a bunch of souvenir documents from work
Mm-hmm.
and the government chases after them and sets
Are you
them up.
okay? Are you asking if Donald Trump should get paid a fair wage to make license plates for the state?
I'm
of
just
Florida?
saying some people are
what you're
are shanghaied and don't really deserve to be in prison.
Well, of course, obviously, right? That people could be falsely accused people can wrongly be put in prison all the time. I understand that. But I don't know if the rules around prison should be for prison labor should be based around that idea.
Yeah.
So
look, I'm not a bleeding heart progressive,
right.
So I don't necessarily know the situation.
I said prisoners have to pay for soap in prison. That's weird. I think you should be given soap. I don't think you should have to pay for soap.
I thought they made them pay for everything, basically. All kinds of shit.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I agree. If that's the case, prisoners should not have to be. I think if you're spending 45 grand a year on a person, you can buy some fucking soap and toothpaste.
Look,
and shit.
this is how it works, though. The prison gets $45,000 a year per inmate.
Right.
And the prison has to turn that $45,000 into room and board and all that.
I
kind
understand,
of stuff.
and
they
pay
do
for
that
it. Right,
by charging the prisoner for just about everything. So
I think soap should be included. That's
they
my
should
hot
get
take.
free soap.
I think prisoners should get free soap. Okay, that's my hot take.
Okay.
You can buy them a free bar of soap.
You think the government $45,000 should go towards buying soap for the prisoners?
I think prisoners deserve soap. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's my hot take. Prisoners deserve soap.
Okay.
Very knowledgeable in the prison system.
Soap on a
I'm
rope
not
specifically.
I wouldn't call myself a prison expert.
Yeah, and that's fair. We don't need to. I don't expect you to be. So, in terms of sourcing, this claim that old men want to have sex with, not old men, all men want to have sex with 22-year-olds around that age.
See, he corrected himself. Thank goodness.
Right.
The only source for that I could find.
So they find that the most attractive.
The only source for that I could find was a book called
Can you look up
Identikit.
what's the Okay, yeah.
The way that these numbers are sourced is pretty poor. So it's not really that high quality of a source. But I'll read you the results. It does say that men 20 to 50 find 23-year-olds most attractive. But in the same study, it says, but women that men find they're most interested in are women of their similar age.
But they found the 23-year-olds the most attractive.
But not the most.
How did they source?
Here you go, Adam. I found it. I found something that you'll like.
Let's hear it.
Because it's from David Buss.
Better be good.
In a major study of human mating done in 1989, evolutionary psychologist David M. Buss found that in each of the 37 cultures he surveyed, men preferred to marry younger women by an average of 2.6 years.
2.6 years. 2.6 years younger than them?
Yes.
Nice.
That's it.
Sweet.
So that kind of, it doesn't mean that they're necessarily, according to Dave Buss, doesn't mean they're going out there like the 50-year-old, 40-year-old guy is looking for the 20-year-old, right?
Yeah, this is not my argument. Like, maybe it's Pearl's argument.
Right.
My argument is just it's a numbers game.
Okay. It seemed like you were sort of defending that position earlier in the conversation.
That people...
That men are just going around, like, looking to be with, like, very young women.
No.
Okay.
My position is that younger people have more mating options because they're more single people.
I mean, obviously that's
Yeah.
true. I would assume that's true, yeah.
Yeah.
Of course, interested, desirable.
I think
How
it means.
How did they just ask them?
The whole
I'm just-
study
I'm
is
just
pretty
curious
bad.
how they-
It wasn't even really a study. This was a book. And I'm sorry if this isn't what you got your statistics from, but it was the closest thing that we could find to the stats that you were laying out. And it did, again, it has shown that 20 to 50 men, when asked who they find the most attractive, the answers generally fall in that range, 20 to 23. However, this wasn't really a study. This was a book by the CEO of OkCupid, and he was basing all of this off of analyzing the raw data from OkCupid. And
So people were giving Pearl shit because she was obviously getting messages from someone.
Mhm.
But I mean, Ethan's got like a whole staff here. Like, let's be real.
Of course, yeah.
You got a whole staff here doing fact checks and shit. So, fair is fair, right? I don't think you give Pearl too much shit for someone sending her information.
And this was in 2014, so it was about a decade ago.
But they're most interested.
Right,
in women
and
up
they
there.
found the same conclusion that Ethan just pointed out, that though they may find younger women more attractive, who they are interested in dating falls generally much closer to their own age.
See, it's dumb that they keep going back to who people are more interested in, because
Right.
I think the question is availability. Sure,
understand.
people can be as interested as they want to be, but
Right.
are those partners available? That's the question. Is there a wide selection?
But if you have a better source on that, I'd love to hear it, because we
Or
looked.
even if you look at dating app data, like what? Because it all starts with
That's
looks
what this
for
is.
men.
This is dating.
But I'm saying it
app dating.
starts with looks for men. You're not going to get in the door unless you look a certain way.
Yeah,
So
women
I mean,
make it be attractive.
there's some older women that right, that look good enough to get into the door, but it starts with swiping, and that starts with looks. So if they find the 22-year-old's the most attractive,
I think there's this like overemphasis for people on the internet whenever they talk about dating and relationships. It's like all they talk about is like dating app culture. Because she said like swiping.
Yeah.
Like, there's other ways to meet people besides dating.
My marriage didn't start with swiping, so.
Of course.
Yeah.
But maybe that's why people are so doomer pilled on this shit. Is because like everyone's like so fixated on dating apps as being the way to meet people.
Yeah. Well, it's tough because I think for young people, they think meeting someone online is really the only way to start a new relationship, I guess. I mean,
Except, yeah, I mean, I think people think like that, but I think that's the wrong way to think about it. Because obviously, as you said, people have been meeting other people for thousands, if not millions of years before a dating apps.
yeah, no, that's what but I met people, like when I was in college, I met people in my college classes.
Right.
Like there was, you could meet people through friends, you could meet people at parties, you could meet people at, there was constantly shows. There's like all these different people, but you were always conscious that, if you're in a place where you could potentially, get a phone number or a date, you would have, you have limited time to like make a move.
Sure. And
So-
there obviously is something going on here, because it's like there has been an emphasis on convenience that is new in our society.
Right.
That's probably affecting things here, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Is that still like a thing people do though? Do people go like meet people out at places, or is that like a thing of the past?
I don't know.
Well, no, my wife and I will be out. Like my wife and I will go out and have a meal or something, and I will notice people that I feel are, obviously on a Tinder date or something. Like they're obviously having their first date, but it appears to be.
Well, how do you know it's a Tinder date?
Well, I don't know that. Like they could have met at work or something, but I feel like a lot of people meet online and then their first date is after they meet each other online. Which may be like
that's
a
definitely
better, more efficient way to do it, honestly. I mean,
obviously there's a mass amount of people that meet people through online dating.
right.
I'm just saying that there's going to be certain behaviors and culture that will evolve around the delivery method of online dating that could be doomer pilling people, as opposed to, going out there in the world and meeting people through the more old fashioned ways,
Right.
through the swiping thing. Because it's like, there is going to be a certain amount of ideas of like if you're just like on an app, right? That's going to massively promote looks, because you're not actually interacting with the person. You're just looking at a picture of them.
Yeah.
Where in the real world, you could meet someone in a job or a concert or a club or an activity of some kind, right?
Yeah.
Strike up a conversation. Hey, look, we have some chemistry here, right?
Yeah. Yeah. If you're not embarrassed to do that. I feel like people today are kind of like, oh my God, meeting someone. Scary.
Well, I think, yeah, and I do think that's an issue.
Right.
That's happening here. Is because I think a lot of socialization is kind of being kicked off onto the internet.
Right.
So
if I was single, I don't know that I would go to the internet to meet people.
right.
Yeah.
I mean, I love it because I hate talking to people, but I understand that that's
Do
probably not
you?
good for the
I
average
mean,
person.
yeah.
That's get in the door first. It's not to say that every woman over the age of 30 or 35 is like done for completely, but it's going to be a lot harder. And I think it's dishonest to say it's going to be equally as easy to date when you're 35 versus 22.
Yeah, I didn't say that.
No, nobody brings up the reason though, because more people in that age range are already in relationships. It's a pure numbers game. Has nothing to do with
Well,
this,
listen,
who
divorce
people
rates
are
are
attracted
increasing,
to.
so that's gonna go away.
Well, yeah.
Be happy.
A lot of people who are divorced are weary of getting remarried, though, so they're not necessarily in a situation where they're like, "Yeah, I want to get married." A lot of people are like, "I'm divorced. I'm just gonna screw around for a while."
Mm-hmm.
You're saying men.
Men tend to, in general, like younger women.
But
Find younger women more attractive.
But
I don't
not
think
who
it's
they're
accurate to
interested
say
Right, but
they
it
like
starts,
younger.
but everything
interested.
starts, but men, it starts with looks. So you don't get into the door unless you look a certain way.
I think
Do
you're
you
making a big
disagree?
generalization about all men.
Okay, do you just
See this? I just feel like Ethan is simping for women so hard, just playing the feminist game here. Well, no, man, it doesn't. Looks don't matter to men. It's like so obvious. But he's just
are men more picky on these dating apps or less picky on these dating apps for looks? I know men will often shoot their shot much higher than women do.
right. Well, I think they're less picky
I
for
think they're less picky though.
one night affairs, but not
Sure.
necessarily for getting married and like shacking
Right.
up for the rest of their lives.
I mean, I think I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know if this is true, but I wouldn't be surprised if men are just less picky on looks overall. But that's just my guess.
I think women are more picky on status, but less picky on looks.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I wouldn't disagree with that.
Yeah.
agree with that? You don't think it starts
I think
with
a lot
look?
of men have a lot of different preferences, and I think a lot of men's consideration of what attractive has a huge variance as well.
Okay.
So when you say good looks get you in the door, I mean attraction is pretty subjective, don't you think?
I think that it starts with looks for men.
And looks
I
is
think
pretty subjective, wouldn't
I
you
would
say?
say no. I would say it's not. I would say men tend to find the same things attractive.
Beauty is objective.
Based on
That's
what?
an interesting take. Okay.
Based on what?
Now these guys are just, I mean, they're fucking high. Now he's saying, oh, beauty is objective?
Subjective, he said.
Yeah, but no, she's saying that that beauty is somewhat objective, which, duh, no shit.
Right. But well, the problem is that they're both half right, because there are obviously like objective measures for beauty that everyone agrees on. But then every individual person generally still has their own subjective things on top of that.
Look, obviously there's a range.
Right.
But I think we can, if we went to the internet right now, we could probably pick 10 pictures and be able to say how most people would order these pictures and probably get it right.
Yes. No, I agree. But here's
so
what's
you're measuring on some objective criteria. What is it? What are
no.
we measuring?
I agree with you, but there's a difference. It depends what you mean. Okay. And this is sort of like, I think people are very good at like pointing out like, oh, this person other people would consider attractive, but they're not necessarily my type. Right.
Sure.
Because when I talk about like the objective things about attractiveness, a lot of it has to do with like facial symmetry, right? And facial shape and body shape and things of that nature. But then that doesn't necessarily mean that like that's going to be the thing that gets you excited.
Look, you're kind of saying something different. Look, if you...
Well, no, I'm not. Wait. I'm not. I'm saying that...
Look, I'm not saying pick what other people are going to pick. I'm saying if we got 10 pictures and I said pick which of these women you think are, you know, order them in attractiveness by your own personal preference.
Right.
I think if we gave those to 100 guys and measured the results, we would notice a pattern, a rather obvious pattern.
No. A pattern would exist, right? But I don't think it's not going to be like 80% are all going to choose the same, like 5 women. Okay?
It might be as much as 80% choose the same 5 women, depending upon the pictures we take, right? Look, if we take a picture, you know, of some fat, way overweight, totally ugly woman, and
obviously,
it depends upon the pictures that you select. If we pick pictures that are kind of like, oh, these girls are very similar in attractiveness.
But no, this is okay. I don't know why we're arguing about this.
I don't either.
Some argument. Okay.
Look, the reason I'm arguing it is because it seems obvious that there are objective measures of attractiveness.
I didn't disagree. I said that they're both sort of half right because there obviously are objective beauty standards, which everyone agrees with. Most people, except for the people that are into like the fat chick thing is like a fetish. Most people are not into obese people. Okay.
Well, no, but these guys are literally saying it's completely subjective.
Stop! Don't interrupt me.
Okay.
But on top of that, okay, people do have individual preferences.
Obviously,
certain types of attractiveness. That's all I said.
Look, the reason I brought it up is because these guys are saying, oh, so beauty is objective? Ha ha, snicker, snicker, snicker. There's no objective measure of beauty, which is dumb, stupid, retarded, completely idiotic.
I agree. But I'm assuming what's having this conversation is that no one here is really defining what they mean. So I don't know what the fuck they're talking. I don't know what either one's talking about. When she says beauty is objective, I don't know what she's talking about. And when he says it's subjective, I don't know what he's talking about either.
It's totally debate brain.
I agree.
There are objective measures of beauty, and to say otherwise is just stupid.
Okay. Obviously.
All men like limbo rings.
Yeah,
it's science.
Okay. First of all, I don't care about limbo rings. But secondly, it feels, wait, what is she, let's go back a second here.
The door. I mean, attraction is
we're not even supposed to be pausing.
I know.
I think that it starts with looks for men.
And looks is pretty subjective.
I would say.
And he's saying looks are pretty subjective.
Looks is subjective.
Here's what triggered me. The other guy says, oh.
Okay, wait.
So looks are objective now. It's like, no shit, dumbass.
Calm down.
No, I would say it's not. I would say men tend to find the same things attractive.
Beauty is objective.
Based on what?
That's an interesting take. Okay.
Beauty is objective. That's an interesting take. Like the fucking dumbass that he is.
Right. I understand. That guy's an idiot. Hey, everyone in this conversation is a fucking idiot.
That's totally
We all know that.
Oh, that's an interesting take.
Right.
Yeah, because it's true, you dumbass.
Well, okay, whatever. You don't agree. You don't know what Pearl means when she makes that claim.
That there are objective standards of beauty that we can look to? I'm assuming she probably means, you know, that are based on various health cues and whatnot.
Okay, well, that's an assumption, but I wouldn't give her that benefit of the doubt here.
I would, because she's basically just a hand puppet for Rollo Tomasi, and that's what Rollo Tomasi would say.
Okay.
Based on what?
I would say dating app data.
Which ones?
I don't know off the top of my head.
She's like, what would Rollo say? What would Rollo say?
I mean, this one from OkCupid said men are most interested in men of their own age.
Women of their own age.
Men are most interested in men of their own age.
Right. But here's the problem. Ethan is in debate brain. He's either an idiot or he's in debate brain mode, or both, by the case. Okay. Pearl can't defend anything that she's saying because either she's just too nervous or she just doesn't have the prerequisite knowledge, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because you can even you don't have to even bring up a study. You could say, okay, Ethan, do you think what you posed to me, right? It seems to be a well understood knowledge that there's a conventional attractiveness that's understood in our society, right? Now, that's why I brought up the tasting. Everyone's gonna have a little different taste, but that's why I said I think what would be a better way to measure this is to say, not necessarily what you find attractive, but who would you rate as a person that either you find attractive or you think other people would find attractive. And I think you'd basically get really across the board results that all line up, if that was the question you asked people.
Because
even if you see someone that you go, I don't think this person's attractive, personally, I think I understand that other people would find this person attractive.
Look, I understand what you're saying. It's for me, it's not that complicated. I really do not think even taste is all over the place. If it was, we wouldn't be able to have things like movie stars or conventionally attractive models. Like they all seem to form around a certain kind of look.
I don't know. Most models, I don't think are really not attractive.
Okay, well,
because they generally make them they're generally like super skinny to make the clothes. You know, they look like Skeletor. You know, to wear these clothes.
Well, maybe the taste is not to your liking. Maybe the conventionally attractive taste that 95% of men find attractive.
No, but wait a minute.
Personally, don't find
except
attractive.
This can't be true. Okay, because if we look at the difference between people looking at MILF versus teen, these are very different modes of which a woman can look. So obviously, it's not like there's just this general thing that everyone agrees with is the attractive thing, right?
Yeah, you're right. It's completely subjective.
Why are you being in bad faith? I literally don't understand what's happening in this conversation.
Look, okay.
I don't understand it, but we can move on. You're not listening to me, and you're really fixated on being like, oh my god, these people are fucking idiots. Pearl's right. I'm like, everyone in this conversation is fucking idiot because no one's explaining anything. And this is the gray area here. And you're like, no, Sitch, there's no gray area. And I'm like, that's not true. You know that's not true. Like, you're being the fucking debate brain in this conversation with me, and I don't fucking understand why.
Well, it's triggering me because we're talking past one another. I keep saying
we're not, but
that there are certain metrics that we can look at. Let's talk about weight, okay? One single factor. If we pick a model who's 400 pounds and we pick a model who is 100 pounds, okay?
Yes.
We can probably determine which most people are going to say is the more attractive one, right?
I said from the first fucking thing I said in this conversation was Pearl hasn't defined what the fuck she means.
Well, but
what is an objective standard of beauty? And they're not defining what the fuck they mean when they say a subjective thing. So I would guess that if we actually talk to both of these parties and we parse it out, they're talking past each other.
Well, you and I are talking past one another because I keep talking. We are, because you keep bringing in the range of personal preferences. And I am not talking about the range of personal preferences. I'm talking about the wide factors that people look at and gauge attractiveness on, like the difference between a 100-pound person and a 400-pound person. Okay. And I understand that there are people who like 400-pound women.
Okay, here's the problem, and maybe I haven't verbalized myself correctly. Okay, there are obviously objective markers for beauty. It was like one of the first things I said in this conversation. I brought up facial symmetry, which you poo-pooed for some reason, which even though it's like one of the most classically defining traits for beauty is symmetry in face.
Yeah, but there are many overriding factors with facial symmetry.
Let me finish. Okay. So my point, the thing I was trying to allude to is when Pearl is talking about attractiveness, I don't think that's what she's talking about. That'd be my guess. I don't think that's what she's talking about.
What do you
think she's talking about something else. I think she's talking about some dumb red-pilled fucking view of the situation.
The red pill. I'm literally talking about the red pill view.
Okay. Well, that's fine. We can move on. This is gonna
look. The red pill view is the beauty factors are tied to like fitness. Attractiveness is tied to physical fitness and reproductive fitness and all. That's the red pill right there, which is the one thing the red pill is right on. The reason why people generally don't find 400-pound women attractive is because they're not fit for reproduction.
That's okay. The entire conversation we had with Rollo was about how his inability to tie down fitness, that they were looking at fitness through this incredibly narrow lens. So I don't know why you're saying that you think they get that right.
Well, they generally tie down fitness to, they generally tie down beauty traits to physical fitness. Anyway,
okay, but then how
let's
do we
let
define
them
feminist?
represent themselves.
Women
Yeah,
at
but
their own
it
age.
said, but it said women. They find women the most attractive at 22 or 23,
Yeah,
right?
but they
And
want to date.
my argument
They don't want
is
to
that
date them though. They don't
my
want to date them.
argument,
Yeah, they find them more attractive.
Can I? You guys don't let me finish. Is my argument is you need looks to get in the door.
Mm-hmm.
So like,
What does that have to do with being 22?
Find that the most attractive. Men tend to find younger women more attractive.
I think you have a really.
I think it's like dishonest to say. Do you really think it's equally as easy to date for a woman at 35 versus 22?
Again, nobody said that.
Yeah,
Okay. Okay. Do you think it's harder for the 35-year-old in general?
I think there's less options as you get older.
Yeah, of course. I think
For men
that's
too.
very
For men
intuitive.
too.
And yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
it's
for
harder men
both
too.
Yeah, but
partners.
do you think it's equal? Do you think men have less options equally as much as women?
As they get older,
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, who fucking knows?
No, like,
What a dumbass. What a fucking dumbass.
no, I'm asking your opinion.
You're asking my opinion. My
If
opinion is
women-
that it's probably similar. Probably similar.
If women, yeah, see, I disagree because I
Based
saw
on
a
what?
different dating app that the most. No, I saw a different. I think it was either OkCupid or Plenty of Fish. I can't remember which one, but it was like the most swiped right on age for women was 18, and the most swiped right on age
Well,
for
that's
men
just
was.
volume, dude. I mean, there's way more younger
50.
people on dating apps than older
for
people.
sure.
Like if
By a
you
lot.
looked at age
Well, I mean,
distribution,
and
it'd be
you
a
could-
vast majority of younger
Yeah,
people.
well, and when they asked men what age they preferred to date, I think it was like 5 to 7, like 5 years younger was the average, and women it was 5 to 7 years older. So even if we just go off of women's preferences, like men would have more options when they get older because women want older men.
Thank you.
That's all just, you're just saying stuff. I mean, you're just saying stuff based on what you think is real. I don't think any of that is necessarily true.
I mean, I could find it. I mean, I don't have like a team like you guys have.
Yeah, but no, well, you
No,
say this
but-
stuff all the time on your show.
Again, what she says they want older men. What is the age range we're talking about here? Because the way that they have this is the problem. And this is where I don't think you are appreciating. The way that she's having this conversation is she's making it sound like 40-year-old men are exclusively trying to bang and date 20-year-olds, and 20-year-old women are trying to bang 40-year-old men. That's not the world. That is not reality. At all. And Ethan's not asking these questions because he's making assumptions or he doesn't care.
You're saying men and women are usually trying to date people close to their own age.
Yeah, that's just literally facts. Is women are the facts are man is generally looking for and in a relationship with a woman somewhere in the range of 2 years younger than him, 2 to 3 years younger than him, and it's a woman generally in a relationship with a man who's generally 2 to 3 years older than him.
Right.
Okay, so yes, it's true. Men are more likely to be with a younger woman, and women are more likely to be with older men. But the range is pretty close. She's making it sound like there's this massive age gap here. It's just not borne out.
Okay.
So I would expect you to be somewhat familiar with the.
I mean, it just depends on, like, sometimes you forget which one.
Sure.
You know.
You want to name a couple it could be from?
Give me a second. I'll find it. Man.
Did you know that the number 5 porn star of all time is Lisa Ann? She's 51 years old.
Mm-hmm.
Brandy Love is number 8. She's 50.
Well, I mean, first of all, I don't know how old Lisa Ann was when she became popular. I don't think she was 50 when she became popular. Like, I think she was always like a quote MILF, like porn star, but I don't think she was 50.
Right.
Men they like MILFs, man. Men like MILFs. They like experienced women that know what they're doing. They like men like that.
Do you think that men want that for relationships?
Do you think men want to date a child for relationships because they're more attractive
I think men prefer younger women in general.
in relationships?
Yes.
That's just, I'm sorry, but that's not even backed up by your own data. It says
I
men
would
are
say
more
younger than them, typically.
younger than them. That's a different. That's not men want to date 22-year-olds.
This is just so fucking stupid because I think if you looked at every single marriage, the man is generally older than the woman. Isn't that the data that you just pulled out?
Yeah, right.
Right.
But again, her problem is she's making it sound like there's some massive age gap here when there isn't a massive age gap.
Right, but now Ethan is saying that the age gap is the other way, and it's 2-year older women marrying 2-year younger men all the time. It's like completely ridiculous.
Well, I don't know if he's just saying obviously people are attracted to the males for whatever reason. But,
yeah, what's stupid?
well, I mean, people are.
I think
I don't know if that's bearing out in terms of like relationships.
If you looked at society, like if you asked Ethan, you know, are women in our marriages generally older than their husbands? And Ethan said, of course.
Right.
You'd be retarded. Like, okay.
No. Okay.
What a
but
dumbass.
Okay, but that's not what that's not what we're not talk. That's not what we're exactly being talked about in the conversation.
Right.
Kind of being talked about in the conversation is this all started when she was talking about like what makes someone attractive.
Right.
Right. So that's really what's being talked about here, is the attractiveness level.
Well, I think you could make a case that younger men are looking for older women for sex. I think that's obvious, but
okay. Well, I mean, I don't know if that's obvious. I mean, I don't think
necessarily know that they're looking. I don't know that the older women are looking for younger men to marry. They're probably just looking for sex. So
maybe, but I don't know if Pearl would accept that that it is a thing that men are looking to just have sex with older women.
Mm-hmm.
A 50-year-old.
They're the most attracted to 22-year-olds, and looks gets you in the door.
Yeah, but it doesn't
just
get you in the door. That's just step one.
You're saying different things. In this culture, if a man is walking around with a 22-year-old, people are going to think that's weird. People think it's weird. 2 out of the 5.
It says 2 out of the 5 top porn stars in Pornhub are 23 and under, and all of the people that you're listing started young.
Oh, so they're old now.
Yeah, they built their fan base.
I don't think it really works that way.
But they're old. They shouldn't be. They shouldn't be hot.
Don't you think the overall theme that Ethan is putting forward here is older women are valuable and attractive and amazing? Don't you think that's the overall message that he's putting forward here? That he's arguing in favor of?
No, I think the overall thing he's putting forward here is he's just taking the opposite position of whatever she took.
Right. But it is effectively that older women, I mean, it is the feminist perspective.
Maybe.
Your mate value is eternal, girl.
No, I think here's the problem. This is why this conversation is kind of frustrating me. I feel like Pearl is very incredibly extreme in one position, and Ethan is very incredibly extreme in the other position.
Right.
Okay. And they're both just saying things that are just flatly not true, because they're both just having these extreme positions. And obviously the truth is somewhere in the middle here. Okay. That's where I think the conversation is.
Right. Yeah. They're forcing each other into extreme positions.
Right.
She's being forced into the position that men only have eyes for 23-year-olds, and he's taking the position that women never lose any mate value ever.
Right. Yeah, I agree with that.
I don't think it works that way. You guys are in media. You know damn well that you build a fan base.
Bro, what do you think? They're YouTubers? They're not doing Minecraft Let's Play. They're naked.
How about that?
Come on.
I don't find that analysis very interesting, and apparently you don't either, because
Sweetie Fox 22.
Yeah, there's porn stars who are 22.
Yeah, of course.
The majority are younger.
Yeah, but not the popular ones.
The most popular ones are younger. Most popular ones are younger.
They're like in late 20s, you know.
My dog's barking. 1 second. I'm quiet.
The thing that's so triggering is if you can't say in general, younger people are more attractive than older people. It's like we're participating in sophistry here. The reason why people don't like getting old is because they know they get less attractive.
Sure, but I don't think
it's just so stupid.
I don't think that's what anyone in the conversation is saying that, though.
I feel like, what do you think Ethan is saying if that's not what he's saying?
because okay, she makes this is I don't think that you're appreciating this. She comes out of the gate making a very extreme claim about how, all men want is this like young woman, okay?
Right.
And then Ethan responds to that saying, well, wait a minute. Oh no, she said are attracted. The claim she made, you have to follow the thread. And this is, I think, the number one problems of talking past each other and argument breakdowns. Someone says something and then everyone kind of interprets it in a completely different way, and they lose track of what the original thread of logic was that the people in the conversation didn't, which is that her original point that spawned this entire conversation was her talking simply about saying men are attracted specifically to women in this age range, okay? And then Ethan said, well, if that's the case, why are so many men looking up MILF porn, which is something that's based purely on attraction level, right? And not about dating or marriage, just purely on attraction, right? You have porn, you can look up whatever you want. Why are men looking up an age range outside of that, okay? Mm-hmm. Which is a fair question. Why are they looking up that? If it's true that men are just so attracted to women in this age range, why are they looking up MILF porn?
Yeah.
All right. I let her outside. It's kind of hot in here.
I want to ask you.
The number one porn star is 23.
Who?
It's either, let me see, it's Eva.
Who's the number one?
It says,
I just don't think it really
the number one
refutes
porn
either
star
point.
on Pornhub is 23.
Who?
Eva Elfie is 23.
She's not number one.
What I'm seeing is number one.
I don't even know who these people are.
But
I must
even
be
if
old.
that's true, I don't think that refutes anything. I mean, it's possible that number one is 23. But
you said,
she's not
just
number
said
one.
it, you just said it. You just said it refuted it if that the number one search was MILFs.
Right. Well, it counters your argument. Okay, let's move on.
According to your numbers, though, Sitch, people are more attractive to cartoon characters.
Yeah, yeah, it's true. What does that mean?
So, yeah.
I don't know what the fuck that means.
Yeah.
Right.
That's a little weird.
It is weird.
I don't know. How does that
Well, it's
fit
not weird to
into
me that
this?
people are looking at cartoon porn. It's weird to me that that's literally the highest ranking thing. But see, that's why I speculated. I said, I'm wondering if there's something else happening there.
Yeah, my speculation was the areas of attractiveness you can pump up in a way in cartoons that you can't necessarily pump up in the human being.
Well, that's not what I'm thinking. I'm thinking, for whatever reason, people could be specifically going to Pornhub to look up cartoon porn to that specific website for that reason. So it would be a mistake for us to imply that that has something to do with attraction overall. And that could be true with any of the porn categories.
Right, because Pornhub is just the place where it is.
Yeah, well, or like maybe people, for whatever reason, they say, oh, if I'm looking up cartoon porn, I'm going to go to Pornhub. And if I'm looking up something else, I'm going to go to a different website.
Right, okay. MILFHunter.com.
Yeah, right, exactly. Exactly.
There's just argument in circles here. I want to talk about this a little bit more. Higher body count doesn't...
They said the 2018 poll, citing a 2018 poll and the 2022 numbers show that the MILF drops.
The MILF drops, but it's...
Citing a 2018 poll and the
Put this link out,
2022 numbers show
the
that the
MILF
MILF drops.
It's top 5 most searched. Number 1 in UK, Southern Asia,
We
Canada,
did say
Netherlands.
that it was 2018.
Yeah, the 2018
Yeah, but
one.
I'm saying it says the 2022 one that dropped.
Oh, so men became
Like the
less
MILF
interested in
drop.
older women in the last 5 years, I guess.
Well, this year,
Well,
MILF,
hold on.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, go ahead, Olivia.
MILF was #1 search term this year in the UK, Southern Asia, Canada.
Who's this,
Oh,
Sitch?
there it is. There's your producer.
What's going on, Sitch?
God, she's a little, that eyeshadows. What are you doing there?
Well, how old do you think this girl is? 22?
Mid-20s, maybe.
19, maybe?
Why is she wearing, like, clown makeup?
Is her name Love? Is that what's on her monitor?
I
there?
don't know. Maybe.
Look, he literally hired a 22-year-old production
Uh-huh.
assistant named Love.
Uh-huh.
What does this say?
There you go.
You think that makeup? You think that makeup is to make her attractive at work?
In my, I mean,
and
that
Netherlands.
makeup makes her look less.
And
I
it
don't
was
know
in the
what's
top
going
5
on
most searched for terms in Paris, Italy, Mexico, Spain, Poland, Ukraine, Argentina, Sweden, and Belgium this year.
And Lana Rhodes is #1.
Here's what's going on here, Adam. This is why Ethan is fighting this so strongly. He's trying to push away, you know, the susness from him.
Of course, that's a whole. Look, this is. Everyone knows this is the case with male feminists. We've known this for centuries.
Okay.
This is a sneaky fucker strategy right here.
Well, no, this is not. No, wait. Sneaky fucker strategy is not this. Sneaky fucker strategy is a person pretends to be the nice guy feminist in order to get with a woman. Ethan would be like if he's the boss. That's not a sneaky fucker strategy. That's just the old as dirt, climbing the hierarchy strategy. Right?
Well, it depends upon if your wife knows.
Sure. Then it's sneaky fucking in a different way, right?
And she's 26. But whatever, who cares? Let's move on.
Okay.
I disagree. Listen, I disagree. There's not a lot of data on this. Like, there's really no data to make a conclusion. So again, I just don't think it's fair for when you talk about these things to say, oh, science says this, data shows this, but there's no data that shows any of that. I mean, it's just, again, you feel that way. You feel that to be true.
We just talked about that men find 22-year-olds the most attractive.
Yeah,
so
but
you
not
can
the most.
You can interpret the data differently than me. That's fine. Like we can.
It's not really data. That was some random blog from a book.
We can. I mean, there's also dating.
Sitch, who's hotter, the production assistant or Pearl? Look, Sitch doesn't want to answer. He's too afraid. He's like,
Oh, I didn't realize I was sorry. I muted myself. I didn't realize it.
it's too obvious.
No. Obviously, the production system's hotter, but it's not because of age or anything.
Right. So, but if it's obvious, you're basing it on some sort of objective criteria, right?
Of course. Again, a million. I mean, I could just keep repeating myself until I'm blue in the face, and I guess it just doesn't matter.
Right.
App data, and then you guys interpret it differently than me. We can interpret it differently, and you could come to one conclusion.
Let's agree to disagree on this one. So tell me, we didn't really get to flush this out, but I find this topic interesting. Why is a woman with a high body count, and high, I guess, is like 10 plus? What is high?
Well, it depends. It depends what guys you ask, you know.
In your opinion.
I mean, in my opinion, I really think it's best to be a virgin when you get married. So I didn't do that. I wish I did, but I think it's best to be a virgin.
Okay, but like, what would you consider a high body count?
How many guys are going to get in a relationship with a girl, going to date a girl for some long enough period of time to figure out you want to marry them, that they're going to say, listen, I'm not going to have sex with you until we get married? Who's going to put up with that?
Well, that's the problem.
That's what I said. No one's going to put up with that. This is what she's saying doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, that's the problem.
I mean, I don't know if it's a problem. That's just reality.
Women need to understand collective bargaining, because they're competing against one another, and it's making them all. It's driving the costs. It's driving the cost of sex down to nothing.
Okay.
I'm sure it's right. I mean, obviously, the reason why they're forced to have sex is because someone else will have sex and they'll lose the dating opportunity or the potential marriage opportunity.
I understand what you're saying. I don't think that's the cause of the situation in the first place.
You don't? What is the cause of?
I think, and we talked about this with like birth control. I think people want to fuck, men and women. Men more than women, but women still want to fuck. Okay. And there was a massive cultural pressure to prevent people from just willy-nilly fucking, and that's gone away. So now people be fucking.
Right.
And it's easier generally, I think, for women to ask to have sex than for a man to have sex, on average, if she desires it.
Yeah.
general when men are looking such a thing?
It seems like the body count studies that I've seen, it drops around like 5 to 7.
5 to 7.
I would say-
Okay, so what is inherently less desirable about a woman with 5 to 7 partners?
I mean, one, what value does that bring to a guy?
Well, it's neutral.
Yeah, I mean, I just think
I asked you what devalues it, not what values it.
Because you think she's a slut, Ethan? Why? Okay, this is like retarded. Why is she unable to answer this question? And why is he even asking this question in the first place?
Yeah.
This is such an obvious fucking question.
Right. Fidelity is important in the relationship. You worry about this. You worry. Well, it's a cue to whether or not she can be faithful.
Yes. Bingo. If you're like, listen, this girl banged 20 dudes before you're like, what the fuck? This person has a very high sex drive, or is a slut, or is completely not faithful, and they don't treat sex with any sort of seriousness. I'm not going to, why would I trust them in a relationship? When they say, oh, no, trust me. All those, like the 20 guys I had sex with over the last 3 years, it was all while I was not in a relationship with anyone. Or it was all, it was all various monogamous relationships. Like, why would you ever trust to be in that relationship with that person?
Yeah.
That's the answer to the fucking question. And that's also, that would be the red pill answer too. Because if you want to try to cite like an evolutionary psychology thing, you'd say it's for mate guarding and mate protection.
He was my boyfriend for like 3 days. And then this guy was my boyfriend for a week.
Yeah, exactly.
And then this guy was my boyfriend for like a night.
Right.
And then this guy was my boyfriend.
There was some, I don't remember who it was. There was some character. I don't think she was in the show. In the Game of Thrones books, there's some prostitute, and she'd only have sex with people that she was married to. So they'd have like a marriage every night. The prostitute would like be temporarily married to whoever she'd have sex with.
They do that in Islam. They do that in the Middle East.
Oh, I guess that's what they were citing. I guess that's what George Martin was citing.
Yeah. Yeah, they have like a little, you're married to the prostitute, and then you go have sex with her, and then it's over. You're unmarried.
Yeah, right.
It's annulled. Next guy.
Right.
That's a good system. Look, you can just say, look, I don't have sex outside of marriage. But
there
really,
you go.
you've banged like 100 prostitutes.
Yeah. I don't know if that's a good system. I'm going to be real.
It's a good for gaslighting people.
Yeah, it's a good for gaslighting people's system.
I have like 600 ex-wives.
I'll have 600 wives, please. He like approached the counter.
What devalues it?
Who knows?
I think that you have more exes to compare your current partner to.
Oh, so it's insecurity. So you would be insecure.
If you want to label it that way, but it's like, why would you want someone with more exes?
5 to 7 sexual partners means that there's too much to compare me to, and therefore you might think that I'm in.
Look, if your significant other is a hoe, you should be insecure. Like you literally.
Of course.
That's the proper way to feel.
Yes.
Yeah.
Why is she fucking so much?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look, most people get into a relationship for security.
Right.
So if your significant other is saying, like, I'm going to screw other people, and you don't want that, then yeah, you should.
Yeah, but this is,
feel
I mean,
insecure.
this is right. You want to talk about Ethan being fucking stupid. I mean, this is the dumbest thing he says in the conversation.
He's like, it's just insecurity on your part.
Yeah. And
look, Ethan will let his wife just sleep with other guys. Like, look, we're not having sex. We're just sleeping together. Oh, good. I'm not insecure. She's sleeping with the pool boy. It's okay.
Yeah.
Look,
he's going to take the Vosh, a handshake approach.
I'm not insecure. Look, Ethan, stop letting Gila sleep with the pool boy, okay? I think
just
something might be going on.
What's the difference between him shaking hands with that producer and him fucking her? There's no difference.
That's what Ethan's looking for.
Yeah.
Inadequate because you've had better partners.
Well, it's also like the rate. Women are happier when they're virgins on their wedding day. So
That is just something you said.
no, look, I mean, you can look up the studies on body count. Again,
Women are happier.
Yeah, we can
when they're
fact check that. It
virgins.
just seems like something you just say.
it's like from the Family Institute,
The Family Institute.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's not biased.
something in Family Institute.
Okay, but so while we look that up, let's say
Well, first of all,
so women are.
I mean, I could believe that. If you're waiting to have sex till marriage, you're going to be much happier on your wedding day than the person who's already
Because
had
you
sex
finally are
before.
having sex.
Yes, I do believe that. That does make sense.
Women who are virgins are happier on their wedding night. Oh yeah, that does make sense.
They're like fucking dying.
Finally,
Finally, yes. Jeez, that makes perfect sense.
the dry humping is over.
Happier, but
The more
but
sexual partners a woman has, the less happy she tends
I'm
to be when
asking
she's
you,
married.
what is less attractive? Because you talk about men are looking for women who have had less sexual partners. So what is less attractive? What makes them less attractive?
What makes them less such? Men don't want hoes.
Safe. Yeah.
Men don't want women that have slept with multiple people.
Well, we're talking about 5 to 7 partners. Why don't men want hoes?
It's so stupid because it's like paternity uncertainty is the
Yeah, I
answer,
know.
but nobody is. Look, this is idiocracy here. Nobody wants any sort of scientific answer. They want a virtue signal as if they have the scientific answer for whatever personal position they have, but nobody cares.
Well, how does she not have this answer?
The paternity uncertainty answer,
This
I
is
know.
like a classic thing. That,
Rollo
you
would
know,
have it
is-
instantaneously. Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah. But he would say, "You're just insecure. Look, your kid looks like the pool boy. Just get over it."
Okay.
Do you want a woman with a lot of bodies?
5 to 7, I don't consider. I think that's totally like.
Well, I think most men would, pray for that nowadays. But what
Do you mean most men would pray for it? Because the number I looked up is 10% of women there's only 10% of women in the United States have more than 15 partners. The average number is 4.2.
Did that study was for women? It included older women too, though, didn't it?
25 to 44.
Yeah, yeah, I just think it would probably be more accurate if you kept women under like 35, but
So what makes a hoe?
I don't-
What does a hoe mean?
Kill
I
the
mean,
hoe.
it depends on who you ask.
I'm asking you, clearly.
What do I think? I mean, from a historical perspective, really a virgin.
Jesus
Like I think you should be a virgin on your wedding day.
Okay.
That's
Oh my God, this is so painful.
Well, what's that have to do with men being attracted? You said men don't want to date hoes. I just want to unpack that.
Mm-hmm.
Men don't want to date hoes. I don't know what that means, if I can be totally honest with you.
Oh my
Men would
God.
prefer a woman with less sexual experience than more.
Oh, less? Well, so I gotta disagree with you. I just don't think that's true. I don't think men care. I don't think men care how many sexual partners their women have had, unless it's like 100. But that's true of men. Men who have had 100 sexual partners are also pretty.
Do you think women care?
Unless it's like 100. 80 is good though. 80.
Well, that's like that 5 to 7 range. Like, how old are we talking about? As I said, someone's like 20, and they're like, "I've had 5 partners." We're like, "Oh, really?"
At 20.
Yeah, you're like, "That's a lot for 20. That's
She's
higher than
like-
the national average." At 20, that's pretty high. You're like,
She's like, but it's okay. They were all on the same night.
"Oh, that makes it so much better." Yeah, right.
Don't you
So,
feel
like, I
better
mean-
now?
Yeah, of course. Like, oh, that makes it so much better. I'm glad. It was just one crazy night, right?
Yeah.
Listen, what she's like, listen. It was just for the money. It was for an OnlyFans video. It wasn't for love. Okay, I just had 5 guys run a train on me for an OnlyFans video.
Right.
Okay, I was well compensated. I mean, of course, I had to pay the 5 guys, right?
Right.
To do it.
Nobody's going to bring that video up at your bachelor party. Oh my God. Oh, that's
You don't think
terrible.
they're gonna bring that video up? The bachelor.
Care about Drake's body count?
Why?
Like women want to sleep with Drake and like other celebrities. Do you think they care about their body count?
Are we talking about Drake or are we talking about general pop? I mean, Drake's a celebrity.
But men are.
But oh my god! And then why did she fuck it up too? This is why I said like this is the fucking the red pill. Well, maybe it's just Pearl. I don't know if it's a red pill like brain damage or Pearl. If a guy is like, yeah, I fucked like all these women, obviously the woman's gonna have the same fear as the guy is. Like, what the fuck? This guy's gonna be sleeping around.
Yeah, he's gonna be cheating on me. He's gonna have
Yes.
like a whole nother family across town.
Right. Of course. It's the same issue for both people.
Right. Yeah.
Men are lining up to date like Lana Rhoades, Mia Khalifa, and like actually
You
marry
fucking
them.
crazy? Dude, are you crazy? Do you really believe that? Dude, men would, there's quite literally.
There are
people
men that would literally give their
Come
life
on,
to do that.
you can't believe that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You think the
men
men
would
with the
die for
most
that.
options, that's what they want to
Men
do.
would give their lives to marry a
Men with the
porn
most
star.
options want to do what?
I don't think that,
We're not talking about men with the most options. Are you talking about women with the most options when it comes to Drake? Or are you just talking about average fans?
I'm talking about Drake does not have a problem getting laid because of his body count. I would imagine that
Right.
porn
That's
stars
not-
would have
yeah.
I would imagine that porn stars would have a hard time getting into marriage with a man that they respect and admire.
Aren't you the one that's always been like, let's not talk about fringe cases? What's the point of bringing up Drake? That's like the most extreme example.
Didn't Ethan bring up Drake? I thought Ethan
No, she brought up Drake.
Oh.
He said,
you agree?
do you think women care about body count for men? And she brought up a celebrity.
Right.
It was a stupid fucking thing to bring up.
Women definitely care about body count.
Of course
for
they
men.
do. Yeah.
I mean, we could even go into like normal dating. I think it's
That's more
silly.
important. Yeah, let's
Like
do
this
that.
is I just think it's silly to argue that men want to date women with high body counts.
No, they don't want to. I'm saying I don't think it matters, especially the number you gave me,
Care
5
one
to
way or
7.
the other,
Yeah.
yeah.
5 to 7. I don't think men care.
He's just okay. He found out that was above the national average. So that means it's kind of unusual, right?
Sure. Totally.
About that in general. I just don't.
I mean, you could argue 15 to 20, 25. Like, I don't know exactly what point, but usually there is a point for most men.
Sure,
Where it's
and
like-
women. I mean, and women. I don't think women want to date someone who's like slept with.
I just don't think, I don't think it's equal.
It's not equal. Because Drake.
No, not because of Drake.
Because we should remove like celebrity and outside kind of influences from this because that obviously creates unusual, fringe cases, which we don't like. We don't like to talk about those.
So then what about the abortion one
I was
earlier?
just parodying you. I was just
thought you
kidding.
liked.
I was just kidding. I was just joking. Yeah. All right, one
dare
last
you,
thing.
Ethan.
I see that we're getting exhausted here. It's fine.
Mm-hmm.
Drake saying, "I want a girl with a future and a past." That's a lyric of his. He wants an experienced girl. Even Drake's talking about it in his damn lyrics. Drake doesn't want a virgin.
You just said no celebrities. That's crazy how you just threw that out the window now.
You don't want to talk about it. Drake wants a girl with a future and a past.
Oh, stop. His simp pandering music to women. He makes money off of that. Women are like, come on.
Drake! All right, let's talk about one
Drake also
last
seems
thing.
like a creepy, probably. Yeah.
One
And I
last
do
thing.
thank you for being
Finally.
here. You know,
Woo!
it's combative, but
We made it,
I
Sitch.
think
We
it's a good
survived.
conversation. I wanted to
Did
ask
we?
you about one last thing.
One more thing.
This comment I thought was interesting, and tell me what you think about it.
This sounds similar to the slavery stuff too, because that's literally the founder of, or the guy who made Roots said, I wanted a myth for my people to live by. So they often, but that's what they do is they embellish, and I'm not trying to say it wasn't horrible, it was.
Right.
But they want to make it like more horrible so that they can.
So it's interesting. This is the first time I've watched the conversation. I only heard this before. Look at Ethan's face. Okay.
So they often, but that's what they do is they embellish, and I'm not trying to say it wasn't horrible, it was.
Right.
But they want to make it like more horrible so that they can control people.
So, in what way was slavery made to seem more horrible than it was?
So on one hand, I think it's totally fair to ask someone, you have an interview with them or / debate with them, you want to ask them about all their hot takes. That's fine. But it's very obvious that this is like a
Gotcha.
a gotcha dunk attempt, right?
Oh yeah,
He's got
he's
this
loving
big
it.
smile on his face. He's like,
He's got the Lance from the Surf's grin going.
yes,
He's
right.
like, ha ha, look what I did.
Right. Now, I am
Got you,
curious,
bitch.
she doesn't answer the question. Spoiler warning. Because I don't know what the fuck she means by this either.
Well, and she's, for those of you that are listening, you might not know, but she's talking to Nick Fuentes
Oh,
in the video.
yeah,
that's
that's another good
More
point.
horrible so that they can control people.
So, in what way was slavery made to seem more?
You know, he doesn't bring that up, and to me, that would be the key thing to bring up in the first place.
right.
You're talking to an overt white nationalist about how slavery is like was portrayed to be worse than it really was.
More horrible than it was.
We were talking about, and I don't really want to go into this too much because we're kind of past this, but I was quoting a Thomas Sowell book.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Okay.
Who's that?
Yeah, so Thomas Sowell's an
Look, proves himself dipshit of the century. He doesn't know
who Thomas
He
Sowell
doesn't
is.
know who. Look, the guy looks like he's in his 40s. He doesn't know who Thomas Sowell is.
Thomas Sowell.
What a dumbass.
Sowell.
author who talks about the history of slavery. So.
So, but do you
look? Ethan is googling Thomas Sowell.
Well, I don't even know what does Thomas Sowell even say?
Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I don't trust
Look,
Pearl's interpretation of anything in this conversation.
I doubt Thomas Sowell is making the argument that slavery wasn't that bad. I've read a lot of Thomas Sowell books.
Right.
And that would literally jump off the page at me.
Right.
When as soon as Thomas Sowell starts making the quackademic agent argument, I'm going, whoa.
Well, I'm sure he's probably talked about saying that there was some ideas that are part of a trope that aren't true. I'm sure he's probably talked about that. But I don't know what exactly it is. That I'm curious as to what that is, though.
I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if James Burnham made this argument. That would not surprise me at all.
Right.
And I've only read one James Burnham book, but it seems like he kind of borderlined on this argument in that book. But Thomas Sowell, I never heard Thomas Sowell make this kind of argument.
Well, yeah, but no. You're sort of jumping ahead here. You're saying you never heard him make the argument that slavery wasn't so bad. That's not really what she said. Well, it's actually, that is kind of what she said, but she wasn't very clear, right? I'm sure Thomas Sowell has talked about there being myths to slavery, but not necessarily that there was that it wasn't so bad.
The myths to slavery? Well, I mean,
let me see. Let me look it up.
She's saying that the myth about slavery is that it was horrendous. Like they've basically made it mythically worse than it actually was, which I'm assuming all of the horrible things that people have pointed out about slavery are in fact true. And there are all kinds of horrible things that people have pointed out.
Right.
So
okay,
sometimes people will say, like the quackademic agents of the world will say, you know, but that was only a small number of slaves, and most slaves didn't get that kind of treatment. I think if you're living in a situation where you know that kind of treatment could happen, I think is probably a level of terror that most people don't want to live with.
Right.
Even just things like, you know, they can split your family up at will is pretty terrorizing.
So it's funny. Okay. So in Black Rednecks and White Liberals,
he doesn't make this argument in Black Rednecks.
He doesn't make this argument. He makes an argument that Pearl or someone stupid could brain fuck themselves into coming away and saying something very stupid to Nick Fuentes. He makes the argument that there is a myth regarding slavery, which is that the myth is slavery was primarily one racial group enslaving another racial group. He talks about how he talks about who through most of human history, it was people of the same or similar racial groups enslaving each other. It was only when technology grew great enough that they could start going to far enough places that they started enslaving people of other races and other, ethnic groups.
That is nowhere near saying slavery is made mythically worse than it actually was.
I understand.
In black rednecks and white liberals, he's saying specifically that whites were slaves as well.
Yes. Yeah. He's saying that specifically the idea that slavery only existed among
interracial
one race
groups,
enslaving another race. Yeah, interracial
is
groups
false. Most of the slavery in the world is
intraracial.
The same race enslaving other people of their own race. Yeah.
Well, it's funny because she obviously misunderstood this or heard someone else misunderstand this, because he does the myth thing. This is where she's talking about. He brings up the whole thing with the roots person in this section of the book and talks about the myth, but he's talking about, again, only in regards to the myth of like the race thing.
Whites. He's talking about the myth of whites only enslaving blacks.
Right.
Yeah. That's not talking.
Right.
So it's odd. Okay, so it is from that book. Yeah, he does not make this argument in that book at all, and it would completely jump out to me if he did make that argument. No. And I would no longer recommend that book to people like I constantly do.
Right. Though I don't think Thomas Sowell is being out even remotely fair, though, when he criticizes the creator of the Roots, Alex Haley, when they say the quote is, and I'd be very curious what the full quote is because he only has like a little section of it. He says, challenged on the historical accuracy of Roots, Haley said, "I tried to give my people a myth to live by." Well, the historical accuracy of what element of it, though? What, like, specifically are we talking about here? Because I don't think the Roots guy. I mean, I seen Roots a million years ago. I don't remember them making some point about slavery and Roots being entirely just white people enslaving black people, and that was it. Well, I'm trying to remember.
I don't think the depictions in Roots were factually incorrect either.
Well, that's why I'm curious. What are they talking about? Are factually inaccurate? Like, maybe I could look it up. Roots enslavement scene, because I thought in Roots you see like black people enslave Kunta Kinte, and he's sold by other Africans. So I'm curious as to what is the issue that he has specifically with Roots.
Yeah, you see that in Roots.
I thought so.
I mean, I haven't seen it in a million years, but it is the black slavers that sell them to the white.
No, I just looked up on Google. It's black slavers kidnap him and sell him. There's a white guy there, so maybe there's like a white. Oh, okay, wait, here it is. So we have, actually, it's kind of funny. He's enslaved by a very multiracial group of people.
Oh, he is. Okay.
So maybe that's the complaint. There's a black guy, a white guy, and a Middle Eastern guy.
So, okay. That's probably the
everyone's
complaint.
involved.
The complaint in black rednecks and white liberals is that their progressives are promoting myths that demonize white people in ways that are historically and factually incorrect. But that complaining about that myth is far different than saying
it wasn't as bad.
Yeah, slavery was not as bad for blacks as it obviously was. So,
of course, well, it's absurd that she's saying this. That's what she either like kind of half heard this, or someone explained it to her and they didn't explain to it properly, or whatever. So,
right.
Yeah,
to create anti-white stereotypes, they've made this myth that whites are the only ones participating in this.
Right.
Yeah.
But then to create anti-black stereotypes, you have some people who are trying to say, well, slavery wasn't so bad.
Right. Totally.
Like, well, I mean, what are we talking about here? Really? And obviously, to be specifically, we're talking about the chattel slavery that blacks face in America. Obviously, slavery throughout the years has had many different sort of permutations, some significantly worse than others. So
do you agree with that premise that slavery was embellished, or no?
I think that there are parts that are under embellished and there are parts that are over embellished. I think it just depends what we're
That's
talking
so
about.
interesting. I've got to know what was over embellished about slavery. Just like one example, I'm dying to know.
Yeah, I just rather, I mean, I was talking about a book that I read, and I think to understand the context, you'd have to read the book.
But you just said some parts were embellished, some parts were under embellished.
I just, again.
Are you retracting that?
I'd really just rather not.
Okay. Dude, no, but slavery being embellished, that's so interesting. I don't know how you embellish it.
There are certain facts that we're not allowed to talk about.
Like what? I would love to. We're doing the taboos. We're mixing it up. It's red pill, baby.
It's red pill, baby.
Taboo topics.
I genuinely want to know how it's embellished.
Yeah.
What can't we talk about?
I'm dying. I'm actually dying.
I mean, I could show you the video I was quoting, but it's just I'd rather not get into this. So.
Wait a second. It went from I read a book to now it's a video I was quoting.
He probably saw the video that I pulled up when I Google searched Thomas Sowell and slavery.
Oh, really?
Which is an excerpt from Black Rednecks and White Liberals that I was scanning through the transcript to see what his argument was.
That's a great book. It's a really great. Have you read that book?
No.
It's a good book.
I read his housing crash book and it triggered me. So, but I should probably read the Black Redneck and White Liberals.
Look, the next book that you're going to read is about the Los Angeles Police Department. You're going to love it.
I'm so not interested in reading.
I think you need to. I really do.
I don't think I need to. I think I believe and understand that there is police corruption in the world.
It's interesting the way there's intersections of wokeness in it.
Really? Well,
that go way, way back.
Mm-hmm.
Because a lot of the problem comes in, like he basically, the guy who is struggling to get the information that he has, well, there's basically an investigation that he wants to do, but higher ups are preventing him from doing that investigation because they believe it's going to lead to police officers were involved in the murder of Tupac Shakur and Notorious B.I.G., or at least involved in covering up the murder of it. So they don't want him to follow up these leads. So finally he's like, fuck, I'm going to leave the police force. Like he's just discouraged by the whole system being corrupt and against him. And even, I mean, the police commissioner is basically stonewalling him and fighting him along the way. And they're turning him into the bad guy inside the police department. So he goes to the LA Times and he's going to dish it all to the media, right?
Right.
And the woke fucking media gets it completely wrong. It's completely demoralizing. They want to make it a race thing. They totally want to make it a race thing.
Oh, that's funny.
And then the race grifters get involved. Oh God.
That's so funny.
It's the cops. The dirty cops are all black.
Right.
Yeah.
So they want to make They want to make it to LA. What year was this?
1997.
This after Rodney King? What year was Rodney
King? Yes, Rodney King. Yeah.
Right. So
they're trying to clean up their reputation. Yeah.
Right. Exactly. And the media wants to make it like, no, see, they're still racist. Yeah. Rodney King 2.0.
Yep.
That's hilarious.
Which there's so many intersections of things that we are talking about today that I'm like, holy shit, this woke shit goes back to the 1970s.
Of course it does to an extent. Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. It's a fascinating book, but it's like reading that book in the wake of all this, everyone talking about how the FBI is corrupt and all this stuff. I just think,
okay, I'll listen to this book.
Maybe it is corrupt. I don't know. Like I want a good book on the FBI, but all the books I look at are either by some conspiracy nut
or someone who was in the FBI.
Or someone who was in the FBI. Yeah.
Yes, right. That's kind of the issue.
So, but this book is in a unique situation because it's based on a detective inside the Los Angeles Police Department that was basically a homicide detective that was working on all of these cases and kept getting, shuffled around and
Right.
gently prodded into not looking into certain areas. It's just like, it's so fucked up. Yeah.
I mean, even Durham, who said that the FBI was doing things that were wrong, he didn't think anyone. I believe the conclusion was, he didn't think anyone should be charged. He didn't recommend any charges and didn't think there was like a conspiracy.
Right.
So.
Yeah, I don't know. Because it's
that's coming from Durham, who everyone on that side sucks off anyway.
Yeah. This is just a unique situation because it's one detective, homicide detective, that is just basically like a whistleblower on the whole thing. And I don't even know, like, they didn't even follow up all the leads that the book. I told you I was not, last time we talked about it, I hadn't finished the book, so I didn't know how it ends. They don't really come to any resolution. Like, he ends up leaving the force. He's forced out of the police department. Some stuff comes to light, but they never get to the bottom of the Tupac Shakur Notorious B.I.G. homicides. And those cases are still unsolved to this day.
Yeah, well, I know that they still have unsolved the Tupac shooting. I knew that. But...
I mean, a lot of people believe it's Suge Knight, and Suge Knight is in prison, I think, on other charges. So
yes, we talked about that. Yeah,
it's interesting, very interesting. All right,
sounds like a blue pilled attitude to me.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping this was like a good faith interview.
Wait, what's bad faith? I'm literally showing you clips of you saying stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
Wait, hold on. I'm sorry. What about this interview has been bad faith?
I just think you're kind of trying to push an agenda, and you're not. Yeah, I just think you're trying to push.
That's a clip of you saying that. You can disavow it. That'd be super easy to say I was wrong.
Interview where I'm quoting somebody. Like, if you watch the full...
Misquoting somebody. Our beloved Thomas Sowell. You bitch. That's so awful.
Yep.
Thomas Sowell.
She's misquoting.
A black author.
A black author to a white nationalist.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
The slavery was, kind of made it worse than it was. Like, well, that's not what he said.
Terrible. Okay. Terrible. You should disavow it, Pearl.
Right.
This is a good opportunity to disavow it. But see, this is the thing. I'm wondering, like, how much overlap does she have with the Nick Fuentes audience? How many of those guys are red pillars? I don't know.
Right.
Like, I feel like you get to 1 million subs because you're doing some major ass kissing of some audience, right?
I'd believe that. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, come on, she's snookering up to that white nationalist audience. She doesn't want to send them the wrong message here.
Oh my God, Dealwolf! I just opened Discord. Dealwolf drew this picture or finished this picture.
I brought him up already.
Oh, of us with our JoJo picture.
I snuck them in, yeah.
Oh, they're so good.
Yeah, they're nice.
Oh
we'll
my
talk
God.
about them. We're almost done here. So
especially mine. I look awesome.
Especially yours.
Yeah.
I mean, I look pretty good, but
whole interview, I am quoting somebody, and now you're trying to pin me down about a topic that I don't dive into.
Hold on.
So it's like,
hold on,
that's not the point of my channel.
Okay,
the point of my channel isn't.
I know, but you said it. How is that bad faith? Hold on, let me see.
Okay, because I was talking about how the founder of the Thomas Sowell talks about how the guy that made Roots talked about how it was a myth for his people to live by. Okay. That's what the guy who made Roots said, Alex Haley.
Okay.
So, and I can't even talk about that on a podcast without being canceled by the internet.
Yeah, but mythology, myth doesn't necessarily mean it's a lie, right? Just because mythology is like a culture,
right, but I'm
history.
saying that doesn't mean the way it's depicted in the movie was how it actually happened.
I mean, myth does kind of mean it's untrue. I mean, unless he believes in Greek mythology.
Sure. Well, myth, yeah, right. But you could, right. But it depends what the context is, because you could say something like, that's why I want to know what I'm trying to find the original quote that Alex Haley said. Because if he says, I want roots to be a myth for African Americans to understand, you could say like George Washington, like a lot of things like regarding George Washington and the founding fathers and how like they kind of formed the country, like that's a myth, right? It's not like 100% real. It's kind of like we have this kind of like hyper realized, hyper exaggerated version of the founding fathers. That's kind of like the myth that Americans hold in their minds, right? You could say that slavery and roots is supposed to be kind of like that version of a myth. Like not every person is going to be enslaved the way Kunta Kinte is. Not every person is going to go through the experiences that Kunta Kinte is, but it's supposed to be sort of like the slavery myth that, that he wanted all African Americans to be able to kind of like hold in their mind as kind of like the platonic form, if you will, of what slavery was for Black people in America.
Right.
Right.
Myths, I looked it up. It says a traditional story accepted as history serves to explain the worldview of a people.
Well, see, that's interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting.
Because that would be even not fictional at all. It's supposed to be like history.
Well, it's agnostic on whether it's fictional or true.
Right. Well, like a good example of this is it's a myth, is part of the Jewish cultural mythos or Jewish historical mythos that the Jews were enslaved by the Egyptians.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And that was a myth that was passed down for, thousands of years. And only recently they're like, I don't know if there's any evidence to back up that claim.
Right. Yeah. I had no idea that myth was agnostic on the truth value.
I didn't either.
But I
that's
guess
very interesting.
that's the case. So
that's very
interesting.
And that's what he was talking about on the book. But again, I was quoting a book, and you're trying to like pin me down on quoting a book.
Let me watch this again and see if I'm doing that.
Stuff.
She even says in the clip, though, that slavery is horrible. So she should just lean on that talking right now.
Right. Well, I think she does. But the question is, well, then what specifically was she talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Here's what I think happened. Okay. And I'd be curious. Maybe I should have done this to bring up the full clip. Because it sounds like she's just trying to do some little bit of simping to Fuentes.
Right.
And Fuentes' audience. And she doesn't really have a real point there.
She's loving it.
Right.
Fuentes is loving it. Oh, yeah.
Sure.
Didn't she get in trouble for talking to Fuentes? Is this when she talked to Fuentes and got in trouble? I don't know. I never watched
I don't know, but I could believe it.
Look, we have to track that down.
I can believe it based on this clip.
Rollo gave her a hard time for talking to Fuentes.
Right, because I don't think, it's not good. Rollo is...
It's not good PR for Red Pill, yeah.
Right, Rollo's not stupid. He's like, why the fuck would we want to tie Red Pill in with, like, race nationalism?
Right. Look, they all want trad con wives.
Too, because that's literally the founder of, or the guy who made Roots said I wanted a myth for my people to live by.
Yeah.
So they often, but that's what they do is they embellish.
So then you say, but here's what they do.
And I'm not trying to say it wasn't horrible.
I'm not trying to say it wasn't horrible.
Right. But they want to make it like more horrible.
But they want to make it more horrible.
That they can control people.
So that they can control people.
Right, but
Nick Fuentes agrees, by the way.
Wait, oh my gosh. 5 minutes before I say Sowell talks about this in his book. So I'm communicating in the interview that I'm quoting an author.
You're not being honest. You say they do this to... Okay, so you disavow. Just disavow it then. That's easy. Just say, I don't think slavery was embellished. I mean, that's super easy.
In the book, Thomas Sowell is saying that they want to blame slavery on the whites. That's the argument that he's making. And he's saying you can't necessarily blame slavery on the whites.
Right.
It's just not like a categorical thing you can do. Whites are the only ones responsible for slavery. When whites have enslaved whites, blacks have enslaved blacks. That's the point that Thomas Sowell is not making an argument that slavery wasn't abhorrent, evil, and terrible.
Right. Obviously. Right. Okay, I found the full quote in the video that she probably is referencing. It doesn't even have Thomas Sowell's full quote because he actually explains specifically what he's referring to. He says, Roots has a white man leading a slave raid in West Africa where Kunta Kinte...
See, we nailed it. We totally nailed it.
I know we did. Was captured, looking bewildered at the chains put on him as he was led away in bondage. Moreover, the village elders likewise appeared perplexed by the sight of these white men who were carrying their people away. And he's saying that that's not, and he's complaining that that's not accurate, that in West Africa was a center of slave trading far before the white men arrived and, continued, afterwards. And that was all he was talking about. He says, the myth that he was complaining about was the gross misconception that slavery was about white people enslaving black people. So when he was talking about he was criticizing the myth of roots, he was specifically talking about this one aspect of it.
Yeah, exactly. He's not talking about the act of slavery. He's talking about.
He's not talking about the
who's
depiction of once.
responsible.
Yeah, he's not talking about the depiction of people's behavior once they were enslaved. Yeah.
Yes.
Easy. That's like a layup. Do you agree? You know what I mean? It's like, just say you don't think slavery was embellished.
I think there are certain facts that you're not allowed to talk about. I don't really want to talk about it.
Yeah, what are those certain facts though, Pearl? I mean, I'm a little on Ethan's side here. It's like, obviously she doesn't know the situation here. So does she believe in her heart of hearts that slavery was not that bad and that it was made to seem worse? And
this
really
is what
it was
I would
all
guess.
just tea and crumpets?
This is what I would guess what I said. I think she was talking to Nick Fuentes. She was trying to simp a little bit to his audience.
Mm-hmm.
And so she just kind of like vaguely remembered some vague thing she heard about a myth in slavery and Thomas Sowell, and she kind of all like came out in a very stupid way. That'd be my guess.
But what does she think now, though? What is her position now? Does she believe that roots, when they're beating Kunta Kinte within an inch of his life, she thinks, oh, that's all made up? Like, that's what I want to know.
Right. She's not going to answer that question.
Because we narrowed it down to very, like, the scenes of the movie, basically, that are inaccurate and are inaccurate in a way to create, to forward negative stereotypes that white people are racist, pieces of shit colonizers. That's the point of that.
Right. That was a uniquely white thing and a uniquely race thing.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
But that roots was what is a myth?
I again, there are certain facts you're not allowed to talk about, and I don't really feel like getting into it today.
Thomas Sowell compared Barack Obama to Adolf Hitler. Do you like that analogy?
Did he really?
That's the author you're quoting.
Well, first of all, that doesn't surprise me at all. Because
that's kind of fucking ridiculous.
Thomas Sowell, it seems like he would talk about Barack Obama as an authoritarian, and obviously Hitler is the biggest example of an authoritarian.
I mean, I don't know. I think people doing any of these.
First of all, I'm skeptical that happened. Obviously, Ethan has Googled Thomas Sowell's name, and the first thing that has come up is this. Like, that could be on Vosh's subreddit, right? Who knows? Who knows who made this claim that?
Well, I'll see if I can find it. Well, first of all, I should say too, just because Thomas Sowell has a bad take on one thing doesn't mean he has a bad take on everything. And it's a fallacy and dishonest for Ethan to just say, like, you quoted Thomas Sowell here, but he said something else that sounds bad.
Right.
And these could both be things that, like, Pearl took Thomas Sowell out of context. Like, why didn't but here's what's interesting. Why didn't he just research that? It took me 2 seconds. Type in Thomas Sowell slavery and find out what he was talking about.
Right.
Why didn't his research staff just look that up and say you're misunderstanding what Thomas Sowell said?
Because that wouldn't end in a gotcha. Then
yes,
he would
it was.
be explaining
That's the gotcha is you just fucking said something. You just made it up. You keep saying, "Oh, I didn't say this. Thomas Sowell said it." That's not what Thomas Sowell said. This is your like wacky interpretation of Thomas Sowell.
Right.
It's even like it's almost like a bigger gotcha. Instead, they somehow found out this like weird Hitler thing.
We got to get to the bottom of that.
Okay. Do you think that's a fair analogy?
That's a quite one-sided way to write his whole work. But he wrote like 100 books.
Oh, I'm just asking you, do you agree with that statement?
I found it.
Barack Obama
Thomas Sowell
is
did not
comparable
write
to Adolf
100
Hitler.
books.
I found it.
Look, Sitch, you're amazing. How do you do it?
It's the first thing that pops up when you type in Thomas Sowell, Obama, Hitler. Okay.
Look, whatever I search, the first thing to pop up is always hentai. I don't know why.
Well, now we understand how that number is getting where it's getting on Pornhub. Okay. Now we know. Okay. We got it.
What's the down low? Is Barack Obama the equivalent of Adolf Hitler?
Right. Let's see. Well, here's at least one. So I don't know if he does it more than once. He says, Thomas Sowell said, no national leader ever aroused more fervent emotions than Adolf Hitler in the 1930s. Watch some old newsreels of German crowds delirious with joy at the sight of him. The only things at a comparable and more recent time were the ecstatic crowds that greeted Barack Obama when he burst upon the political scene in 2008. Elections, however, have far more lasting and far more serious or even grim consequences than emotional venting. The actual track records of crowd pleasers, whether Juan Perón in Argentina, Obama in America, or Hitler in Germany, is very sobering, if not painfully depressing.
Wow.
Now, here's a question. Why is this possibly one of the dumbest fucking things Thomas Sowell has ever said, looking back in today's world?
I don't know why.
Because this could also be applied to Donald Trump.
Oh, you're right.
No national leader ever aroused much more fervent emotions than Adolf Hitler in the 1930s. Watch some old newsreels of German crowds delirious with the joy at the sight of Hitler. The only thing comparable in recent times were the ecstatic crowds that greeted Donald Trump when he burst upon the political scene.
When he came down the golden escalator.
When he came down that golden escalator in 2015, the MAGA crowd, oh my God. Like, you could literally make this exact thing to Donald Trump.
Yeah. Well, at least you know Thomas Sowell is not dumb enough to come out and say, Barack Obama reminds me of Adolf Hitler.
Well, he kind of did. He kind of did. He's not quite saying it, but he's sort of, it's a stupid thing for him to say.
He's saying that leaders often stir emotion to various different responses.
He's saying that whenever there's a politician that comes out that's some kind of like massive crowd pleaser, he's equating it to being like Hitler, right? Which under that criteria, Donald Trump would completely fall into that criteria as well.
Right.
So not a smart thing for, listen, they can't hit every time. Okay.
Right.
Gonna be some misses there. So that's a pretty big miss, especially in retrospect.
What book is that from?
It doesn't say.
Maybe it was an op-ed.
I think it was in a National Review article.
Oh yeah, he writes for National Review.
Okay.
No.
Okay. See, it's not hard. It's not hard. That's awesome. That's easy to do. You also said George Washington was viewed from his slaves like a father. I guess that's part of what the part of what the myth, I guess, is that not all slave owners were evil. Some were father figures like George Washington.
This is so cringy.
This is fucking just silence.
Sitch, what's going on here?
It's so funny.
Look,
What's going on here?
This is a fucking struggle session right here.
It is. It is. Yeah.
You said that George Washington was
He's holding her feet.
George Washington's slaves looked up to him.
Yeah.
How do you respond? George Washington is the one that freed his slaves when he died, right?
I don't remember.
I think he like left him the plantation or something.
Right.
Which, you know, could have freed him a bit earlier than that. Why not, right?
Sure. Did
you say that?
I would hope so.
I don't remember.
I'll pull
I
it
think
up.
like if someone's a great
What, you don't remember it? Here, look, I'll pull it
I
up.
just like don't remember it. Here's the clip.
Oh, this is totally, oh man. Now I know why Vosh had that video talking about how he was praising Ethan so much for what he did. Because he loves all this shit. I can see Vosh watching this and just being yeah, this is great.
I mean, Pearl definitely comes off looking like I think that everyone in this conversation was a fucking idiot, right?
Oh yeah.
But that's because I'm like a high-minded, magical and centrist. If you're like on the left, you're gonna be doing backflips. Yeah, it's true. If you're on the left and you're watching this, you're gonna be doing backflips and masturbating vigorously and sucking yourself off.
To this part, yeah.
Well, to the whole thing, because Pearl looks like a fucking idiot throughout the like. Ethan is dumb and wrong, but Pearl looks way more dumb and wrong if you're not really like thinking about what's actually being said in the conversation.
She's telling this to. She's having a live stream with a black guy, and she's telling him about George Washington, how his black slaves looked up to him. That just seems really wrong to me. Sitch, I don't know.
You don't like that? You don't like that move?
How do you
know that
about
the guy didn't agree with her? Maybe he's telling her.
Well, hopefully we'll find out in this clip. I don't remember how this turns out, but
okay.
And I only listened to it, so I didn't know there was like a black guy sitting there having to take this from Pearl.
Right.
Pearl should tell this to FD Signifier and see what he says.
Jesus Christ.
That would be great content, wouldn't it? I don't think FD would take kindly to this.
I gotta reach out. We gotta finish our black culture conversation.
What, we were having a black culture conversation?
No, with FD about why. What does he think the utility is of tying culture into race? Because that just seems like such a bad idea to me.
Yeah. Politically, it's good for the Democrats, so obviously that's why they do it. Okay, here, let's see.
And powerful man in history to the point like they're talking about him hundreds of years later. He didn't have any kids, but
didn't he own slaves?
What?
Did he own slaves? George Washington.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, no, real man to me. I'm just saying.
No, it's actually interesting.
What did he say? I missed it. He said what?
Okay, so she says that the most powerful man.
No, wait. He said, did George Washington own slaves? And she said yes. And then he said,
I'm just saying that he's obviously got kids because he fucked the slaves. That's the implication.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
He's saying there are plenty of Washingtons running around. They're just not white.
Well, okay.
And Pearl doesn't even acknowledge it. Now Pearl is going to say the statement I think Ethan has set up here.
Right. Yeah, but okay. But just to be clear, every black person running around with the last name Washington or Jefferson is not
they are all related. They are all related to George Washington.
If people took when they were freed, they took those names. Okay.
Wrong.
They chose to take those names.
Wrong.
Okay.
Sitch.
Wow, Washington.
You obviously don't know how history works.
I guess not. Yeah.
Is this look? So hold on a second. The black guy who's watching this is doing a response to this crazy panel.
Right.
So she's not telling this to that guy. But she is telling it to another black guy who's sitting in the room with her.
Right, because the original video for this was probably deleted from the internet by Pearl.
Of course. Yeah, trying to save herself from this.
Right. Look at Ethan's face.
Oh, I know. He's like, oh my God, got her here. No wonder she rage quits.
Right. Yeah.
I was like, well, oh man.
The name of the video is "Can Pearl Tell the Truth?" You see that at the bottom?
Oh, you're right. We got to pull this video up. I honestly do just think Pearl is kind of slow. I think Pearl is.
Wow.
Well, no, I think Pearl is being. Well, maybe she's not. Maybe she knows what she's doing. Maybe she's just saying this stuff because she knows it'll gain her audience share, even though it's completely incendiary.
I mean, listen, I don't disagree with you at all.
Okay. I mean, we figured out more in this talk than either of them have.
Of course.
Here we go.
George Washington.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, no, real man to me. I'm just saying.
No, it's actually.
Look, every black guy in the room understood what that guy was saying. But Pearl didn't understand.
Interesting. He had a different, like, he inherited his slaves, and it wasn't as simple as he could have just like let them go, because the debt that's incurred on them, like, you can't just release them. And so his slaves actually, like, he had a really good relationship with them, and they considered him like a dad.
Mm-hmm. I mean, is that true?
What's your source for
This is the
that?
first I've ever heard this.
That was from a Thomas Sowell book.
Now that was from a Thomas Sowell book too.
Thomas Sowell talked about George Watt. Okay, now
I've read a lot of Thomas Sowell books, and this is just this is not really
George Washington,
syncing with me.
slave, Thomas Sowell. Okay.
That's from a Thomas Sowell book too.
Right. He has a video. There's a Thomas Sowell video called "The Truth About George Washington Owning Slaves."
Okay.
So maybe she's right. Okay. Maybe it's not crazy.
Okay.
Oh wait, no, these are people like reacting.
Reacting to Thomas Sowell.
Let's see if I can find it. Yeah, keep it going.
Thomas Sowell's the man. Thomas Sowell wrote a column about supporting segregation in public schools. George Washington.
You want me to apologize? Like, you want me to talk about every single one of this man's opinions?
No, I just want I just want to know what you think. Do you think racism was embellished? I mean, it's so easy. I mean, just say no.
I think okay. There was a time where I started to read accounts from actual slaves. So these were like.
Notice how he changed it to, do you think racism was embellished?
Yes.
I think racism was embellished.
Do you think racism was embellished is a much different claim.
Right.
Than do you think
slavery
was embellished?
Right.
Yeah.
That's the subtext of the entire conversation. To be fair, she said she thought slavery was embellished to control people, whatever that means.
Right.
So.
I mean, it's so easy. I mean, just say no.
I think okay. There was a time where I started to read accounts from actual slaves. So these were like in like and I can't really talk about this. Like, even if I talk about this now, they're going to clip it. They're going to say things I didn't say. But it's like, I used to read actual slave accounts, and I was surprised how many didn't say bad things about their owners after they were free.
Oh God.
And it's terrible because it's totally selection bias. First of all,
from a Thomas Sowell.
Well, first of all, if you're reading accounts from slaves, firsthand accounts, obviously the slaves can read and write, which generally most slaves could not read and write.
Right.
Do you know the ones that could read and write by any chance, Sitch?
They're house slaves.
Yeah, totally. So obviously they're more likely to have glowing things to say about how good their slavery was.
Well, maybe not glowing, but better than than average, sure.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not to say like slavery was a horrible institution, but I can't talk about that fact without getting canceled. I can't say, hey, these slaves had a good relationship with their owners without getting canceled.
Because it's not true. Because it's just not true. It's not true. George Washington was not a father figure to his slaves.
Well, if you look up like I think it was Booker
47. Let's see, 47 of George Washington's slaves tried to escape. Would you try to escape if you loved your master?
Maybe that one was wrong. I don't know. This was like a little bit on a podcast months ago. I don't really remember, but and I said I wasn't sure if it was Washington either in that interview at some point. But
well, George Washington
the whole I'm bringing up is I'm not even allowed to have this conversation without.
What do you mean not allowed?
That, but I mean, we're giving you the platform.
I mean, I got months of backlash for this. I'm now like you guys are kind of trying to do a gotcha moment.
No. I didn't know about the backlash.
Like, I
promise.
I'm not really.
He didn't know.
I'm sorry, but that's a blatant lie right there.
You don't think you don't think he didn't know?
He can't do this much research and not know about the backlash from this conversation.
Listen, when she said slavery wasn't as bad as people make it out to be, he just couldn't predict that there was some backlash associated with that take.
He's like, I have to find this clip on some nobody's channel. Like, why isn't this on Pearl's main channel? Why? Right. Oh, she must have got backlash for it.
Right.
Come on. He knows what's up. I didn't know about the backlash. Bullshit. Bullshit.
I didn't know about the backlash. I promise I didn't.
I had months.
I just want to know what you think.
Like, I had months of people like, it's like if I have this conversation, I had months of people calling my employees slaves. Like that's what they call like
that's horrible. Yeah, I disagree.
Horrible.
That sucks.
Horrible.
But at the same time,
and like even the guy, and you know this because you watched the video of that guy.
Mm-hmm.
The reaction you just like you got you're acting oblivious, so I didn't know that, but you do know that because the reaction you just watched was my former co-host who insinuated that my employees were being colonized.
Oh, I didn't know that. I promise.
So
I just wanted to get your take.
There.
Well, people say, I just wanted to know what your thoughts are on this. That's all.
Yeah, I'm not.
Backpedal. Look, he's completely being dishonest here. He knows what he's doing.
So according to this
Look,
video,
I didn't know Sam Cedar was waiting off camera. Steven Crowder? Yeah. Look, I didn't know he was even here.
Listen, we all know Ethan is not a trustworthy person.
Yeah, exactly.
So apparently this is also an extract from Black Redneck and White Liberals. So I don't know if you remember those.
Another one?
Apparently, it was according to this video. They say he talks about George Washington and slaves. You remember any of it?
No. What's up?
Oh, okay. Well, okay. So he repeats the whole George Washington said in his will that when he dies, all of his slaves. He
wanted to free his slaves. Yeah.
Right. However, I found a counter source saying that that's kind of not true.
Okay.
So that supposedly it did say in George Washington's will to free his slaves, but it also said that the slaves should be inherited by his wife first. So he didn't really free his slaves. He just transferred ownership of them to his wife.
But are they going to be freed once his wife dies?
I don't know. I'm not there yet.
Oh, okay.
It says accordingly, she didn't free. It said only one person was freed right after his death, and it was some guy named William Lee, who apparently was famous for something he did during the Revolutionary War. She didn't free other slaves until later in her life when she was convinced they were plotting against her. It doesn't say what the
they were going to kill her in her sleep. She's like, I'm freeing these slaves. Jeez.
The 153 enslaved people who Martha had inherited weren't so lucky. They were divvied up between her children when she died in 1802. So they weren't freed. None of Martha's children freed more than a few of the enslaved workers or their children during their lifetime. And Martha never freed the single enslaved man she outright owned, even willing him to her grandson.
Wow. Okay,
George Washington's views on slavery may have been advanced for the time, but his family apparently did not share them. So, because they also talk about how George Washington always looked at slavery as like a bad thing. But George Washington, the reason I like George Washington is that whenever you read what his like thoughts, he's like the eternal pragmatist.
Right.
In like everything. And so it seems like his opinion was basically that slavery was like really fucking bad, but he understood that if you just abolished it overnight, like it would be really fucked up for everyone, because then all the white people would be basically afraid that the black people would attack them, and so then they would attack the black people, and it would just be like this big fucking disaster. So I can sympathize with people.
Well, I don't know that it would be a big disaster. I feel like.
Well, no, I can. That was George Washington's thought, that it would just, if you just snapped your fingers and abolished slavery, it would just cause all sorts of problems.
I think he was wrong about that.
Okay, I disagree. I think it would be a massive problem if you just snapped your fingers. I think it would have to be something that had to be done in stages.
Okay.
I think if you have any sort of like horrible thing like that, now obviously morally, it's just that you snap your fingers and you make it, free overnight. But George Washington was looking at it from the stability of the country perspective. So.
Right.
But anyway, let's continue.
Well, there's conflicting sources on whether or not George Washington freed his slaves.
He didn't free his slave. Well, he sort of said to, but he didn't in like reality.
If the second source is correct, and it's not just a contrary source that's just trying to.
That's true. I'm assuming the second source is correct. Though Thomas Sowell claims, and this doesn't even address this, so maybe this would be another thing. He claims in his book that Washington said that slaves that were too old or sickly should be cared for by his estate.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. So that would directly contradict this other second source.
Okay. Well, I understand that there are two motivations here. There's a motivation to bolster the myth that George Washington was the father of America and hated slavery and freed his slaves when he died. And there is the motivation to paint America as an irredeemable racist hellhole that never did anything right. And
right. Well, let me be clear.
Source,
let me be clear because I can already feel the out of context clip coming. Okay. To be clear, before someone tries to clip me out of context, obviously slavery should have been abolished when George Washington was alive.
Yeah, I was trying to help you with that.
No, I understand. Yeah. I'm not saying you were. Okay, I can see that. Yeah, obviously slavery should be abolished, as George Washington was alive. But even if you did it, I am sympathetic with the idea that if you just snapped your fingers and abolished it, it's going to create all sorts of problems in society for everyone involved. Now, you can make the argument that whatever problems arise from that would be worth it, and maybe that's true.
Well, I do think the way that I look at it, yes, I understand that the Civil War was this huge thing.
Well, I'm not even talking about that, and George Washington wasn't talking about that either, because obviously that was, not when he was alive, right?
Well, I'm saying that if you snapped your fingers and like the same thing followed as the huge calamity of the Civil War, I think getting the Civil War over 200 years earlier, or actually not 200 years earlier, but 100 years earlier.
Well, like 50 years earlier.
Okay. Getting the Civil War over 50 years earlier, I think would have been a good thing. Because I do honestly think slavery held the country back. And who knows, we could actually have that colony on Mars. Because we'd be 50 years ahead right now.
Right. What I'm saying is I'm sympathetic to George Washington's position that he thought it was going to, he didn't think it was possible in the time period that he lived in.
Yeah.
Which I'm sympathetic to.
Right. But I think it was incorrect, but.
Okay. I mean, I think that was a common, I'm sorry, it was really.
It was common too during the Civil War. Like,
late 80s.
Lincoln held the same opinion. And he literally did free the slaves.
Okay. Maybe you're right.
Yeah. But anyway.
Like, my channel isn't about.
I don't know how we're going to reconcile those two sources, because it's like.
We have to find more sources on it about whether.
I know.
Whether,
Don't you hate that all these histories are being driven by politics?
Yes.
Out slavery. That's like a fringe.
I know. I want to know about you.
But I'm asking, like, why are you bringing this up when that's not really what my channel is about?
He's bringing it up to make you look like a racist piece of shit, Pearl. Is that not obvious?
Obviously.
Come on, Pearl. Call him out on it. Tell him, look, you're bringing this up to make me look like a racist piece of shit. Which, I mean, Pearl, just say slavery was terrible. It's easy.
I can only ask you things about. This is interesting. I want to ask you about it. But I can only ask you things in a confined space about your channel?
You can, but you understand how that looks to me. It's like you're just trying to pick out every single.
Listen, Pearl, to be fair, to be totally fair, you could just say, I don't think slavery was embellished.
Like you were
like
just
that's
talking
super
about
easy. That's a layup for most people.
I was quoting a book. That's the crazy part. I was quoting a book.
By a black.
Do you agree with it?
Look, I was just quoting Evola. What's the matter? What's up? Look, it was in a book.
Okay, I found two more sources here.
I was quoting a book.
I know.
I don't look.
Looks Adam. Wait, what do you mean? You can't say that. You read it in a book. She read it in a book.
But the difference is whether or not it's true is what matters.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's
in a book.
Here, I found two sources that say Washington's slaves was the subject of the longest provision in the 29-page will, taking 3 pages, in which his instructions were more forceful than the rest of the document. His valet, William Lee, was freed immediately, but the use of the remaining 123 slaves was bequeathed to his widow until her death. The deferral was intended to postpone the pain of separation that would occur when his slaves were freed. The pain of separation that would occur when his slaves were freed. I don't know what that means. But their spouses among the dower slaves remained in bondage. Oh, he's saying
the families might break up.
Gotcha. Right. He's saying that. Okay, that makes sense. Well, it sort of makes sense. Kind of doesn't make sense. I guess I don't understand.
Well, I don't know how the free thing works.
Yeah, because couldn't they just still work in the same area? But you
I
just have
don't
to pay
know.
them. Like, I don't know, understand how it worked. A situation which affected, well, maybe they wouldn't want to pay them. I don't know. A situation which affected 20 couples and their children. It is possible Washington hoped that Martha and his heirs would inherit the dower slaves, would solve this problem by following his example and emancipating them. Those too old or infirm, but that obviously didn't happen, right? But that didn't happen. Those too old or infirm to work were to be supported by his estate as mandated by state law. Oh, that's interesting. In the late 1790s, about half the enslaved population at Mount Vernon was too old, too young, or too infirm to be productive. Washington went beyond the legal requirements to support and maintain younger slaves until adulthood, stipulating that those children whose education could not be undertaken by parents were to be taught reading.
Wow, so he did teach them to read.
Right. Reading, writing, and other useful trades by their masters, and then be freed at the age of 25. He forbade the sale and transportation of any of his slaves out of Virginia before their emancipation, including the Dandridge slaves who were to be emancipated under similar terms. More than 160 slaves would be freed. Although Washington was not alone among Virginian slave owners in providing for the delayed freedom of their slaves, he was unusual among those doing it so late after the post-revolutionary support for emancipation in Virginia had faded. He was also unusual for being one of the few slave-owning founding fathers to do so. Other founders who freed their slaves include John Dickinson and Caesar Rodney. Washington's actions were ignored by Southern slave owners. Let's see. Martha felt threatened by being surrounded with slaves whose freedom depended on her death.
Wow.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
And here we go. And freed her late husband's slaves on January 1st, 1801. The action by Martha was not a violation of his will, which did not require her to keep any slaves in bondage. Able-bodied slaves were freed and left to support themselves and their families. Within a few months, almost all of Washington's former slaves had left Mount Vernon, leaving 121 adult and working-age children still working the estate. Okay, so that second source completely made it seem like this was not the case. That she didn't free the slaves at all. So that's pretty dishonest. The second source. So there you go.
What is this source from?
This third source is from Wikipedia.
Oh, okay.
But they're sourcing an academic paper that I kind of pulled up and
I got
made sure it was real and existed.
But it makes sense he freed his driver immediately because that's probably the guy he hung out with most. That's like his bodyguard, man.
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
He's like the one he's most friendly with.
So it says he died in 1799, and so she freed her husband's slaves in 1801. So it took 2 years.
Okay.
Right.
Well, she kind of freed him under duress. It's like, bitch, why would you say they're all free after I'm dead?
Yeah, what the fuck? you put a hit on me, yeah. There you go.
Terrible. Maybe he wanted him to kill her. Maybe he didn't like
you bitch, that's what you get for nagging me so much.
Exactly.
What's his statement though?
Do I think overall it was embellished? Some parts, sure.
There it is. Which parts?
Some parts.
No, please tell me which parts. Tell me.
I think that you can't. I think that certain slaves had good relationships with their owners. Not all, maybe not most, but I think some did.
And that just
and there are accounts of them saying this.
So some slaves had good relationships with their masters. Therefore, slavery was embellished.
You know how this is going to go for me. Like, I don't know why you're doing this. You know I can't have this conversation without them painting it a certain way.
Well, just own it then. Just do it. Just say what you want. You know what I mean? Just be red-pilled about it. Who is they? I don't know who's they. Just your haters or someone?
Your audience, Ethan.
The left.
The left.
Do they have parentheses around the they?
Like, I mean, you even came in like you.
Wow, did you catch that?
Yeah, made it Jewish.
A Jew thing. Oh.
Yeah, I've seen that before. That's totally distasteful.
The echo quotes.
Well, no, the them, like, and they're highlighting who them is.
research like my family? Like that's weird.
How's that weird? It's all
They're
public.
public
It's stuff
figures.
you talked
Like, you're
about.
researching.
You literally
about it all the
talked
time.
about it. It's called preparation, which
No,
you
I
clearly
didn't.
done none of.
I didn't.
Like, you
talk
literally
about if
do
my
no
mom-
preparation, and you talk
about.
like,
I
dude.
didn't talk about if my mom was the president of like the company.
Where did we
You
find
would
that?
Find that on their
I
website.
just looked it up. I said I googled who
Yeah,
are your
but that's
parents, and it popped right up.
Is that
Yeah,
that's
They're
not
famous.
weird?
They're relatively famous.
I didn't send a
He has
private
interviews on
investigator.
YouTube. There's all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, I didn't send a private investigator to your house. I just did a.
Who are Sitch's parents? It's still kind of stalkerish, but whatever.
Little bit
Why
of
did
research.
you look
Public
it up in the
information.
first place?
Like,
What?
Yes. I mean, why do you look it up in the first place?
Yeah, because you want to do a hit piece on them.
I guess.
Let me bring facts about your parents to
You,
this interview.
dude, you
It's
knew you
like-
were coming to talk to me for weeks.
Could have easily done that.
Like, I
You're
know,
welcome.
but I thought we were talking about the issues, not like my family.
We didn't talk about your family.
Family.
I was
yeah,
not-
I mean, you were even implying earlier.
First of all, it is relevant that your mom is the president when you're
Bro,
talking
but
about.
you didn't know any of the backlash I got.
Well, who cares? You said it. Just own it.
No,
Be red pill.
I'm asking. You didn't know any of the backlash
I didn't.
got.
I didn't know about it.
No idea. Even though you got that from a video that my ex co-host made about me.
Don't fall for it, Pearl. He did know
right,
about the
right.
backlash.
See, like this is dishonest. It's not honest.
But what's the problem? You're getting backlash for something that
No,
you
but,
think.
but I'm
that
saying,
you think.
so you're like.
Look, she totally nailed him, and he's like, "Oh yeah, that's true."
You're
not-
think that. You brought your parents up when you were talking about hiring people, didn't you?
I said, I think it's a bit
You talk about your parents all the time. You talk about how your dad is rich. You did a tour of his whole barn with the bowling alley and fucking recreational
Did.
stuff in it. Like, why am I not allowed to
But I'm
talk
saying,
about
like, you.
Oh, that is true.
I know.
She's the one. She had a video entitled, interviewing my millionaire father. So it's kind of like.
Yeah. No.
You even just said that you knew, like, because you got that clip from an like.
Okay, who
We're
cares?
not here to protect your reputation.
Yeah, I mean, who cares?
We
Let's
don't
say
care.
I did.
Okay, well, so wait a minute. So he got her, right? But then she nailed him right there, but he interrupted her, so you couldn't really hear what she said. She said, "You got that clip you were pulling from. That's from a person attacking me."
Yeah.
And then he pivots to, instead of saying I didn't know, to saying, "Well, it's not my job to protect your reputation." That's pretty dishonest with Ethan, right?
Yeah.
Like, just admit, like, yeah, I mean, listen, you said some crazy shit, and I get to challenge you for it. That's fine. You can say that, but
That's what I would say.
right.
Didn't know about it to the extent that it was such an issue for you, but let's just say it was. I mean,
I do have to go though because I have a show coming up. So.
okay, let's just end on this note.
Mm-hmm.
Slavery was embellished because some masters had good.
You think like, oh, let's end on this note. Well, thanks for coming, Pearl. It's thanks for coming to talk to us. No, it's like, let's end on this note. Slavery was embellished.
Yeah.
You're a racist.
He's the tenaciousness.
It's pretty rough.
Relationships with their masters. Some slaves had good relationships with their masters.
All right.
But don't you see how easy it is to just say, I don't think it was embellished? I don't think it's a secret.
You guys act just like Abba and Preach.
Like,
you
Pearl,
act just like them.
Wait, Pearl, I don't think it's a secret that some masters had good relationships with their slaves. I don't think that's a secret. There's been a whole diverse.
Thank you. I really appreciate you having me on. But I'm gonna go. Thank you.
George.
Thank you.
Okay, I appreciate you. Okay.
Have
a good night. Have a good night.
Oh, I guess love is just the background that they have for Zoom.
I guess.
Or is that no? That's probably someone else in the call's name.
Yeah, that's the producer.
Well, we don't know that. She probably had the stream on her computer screen. I don't know if that's her name.
No, that's her name.
Okay, I know that you want that to be the case for your
Ethan-
theory, your fan theory. Here.
Ethan Klein's hot producer. Love. Oh yeah, it is Love. Oh, hold on a second.
Okay.
I type in Ethan Klein's hot producer, and it populates Twitter, Reddit, on Spotify, on YouTube.
Hot producer.
Joe Lass Coltieras.
Okay, I didn't get anything that you're. I don't know what the fuck you're referring to. It did not pop up for me. You're just making shit up.
That's what populated for me.
Okay. Anyway, let me read some super chats. Finally got through this fucking travesty of a conversation between two very stupid people.
Oh, we're not going to listen to the end of it?
This is the end of it. What do you mean?
Oh, okay.
She left.
Yeah, I know. That was great. Sitch, I had so much fun. My favorite part was arguing with you, though. I think that's the best part. That's the best part of every show.
I'm glad you appreciate that.
It's true. I love it when the popcorn emojis come out. Everyone's like, oh, they're going at it again.
Of course, of course. Fondue for $20 says, Sitch, I sent you an article on USA porn searches. Well, thank you, Fondue.
Yeah, thanks. Fondue's the best.
Fondue is the best. Sir Reefer for $20 says, I love your guys' coverage, but this video is between two people who should not be having this conversation. That's true. As for the whole search term, most men lack a proper maternal figure, so they turn to fantasy, whether this is for hentai or MILFs. Well, that's an interesting theory of why guys would be attracted to MILFs.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if that's the case, but it's interesting. I mean, it's like there's an intuitive sense there that I'd understand.
Yeah, you can't even get cartoon girls in real life.
Right.
It's impossible.
Well, okay, obviously.
You have to turn to the internet. That's the only thing you can do.
Well, now that's a good point. You're saying a good counterpoint that Pearl could have said is, well, if the #1 search term is hentai, right, and that's presumably not something that a person can replicate in real life, you shouldn't use porn standards as an example of what men are looking for in women in the real world.
Mm-hmm.
Right. That would have been a good counter example, a good counterpoint for Pearl to bring up.
I think most porn is women in their 20s anyway.
I would assume,
so
because I'd assume women in their
20s
would be more likely to be willing to film pornography, right?
So all those other search terms like lesbian, I think is probably women in their 20s. Threesome is probably women in their 20s. People are, it's a search term because people are
default
like,
is like someone in their 20s.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, that could, I mean, that's another good point.
And that's why the search term, like Asian, is probably someone in their 20s. Like,
well, okay, but here's the question. If teen specifically used to be a highly searched for term and it's not anymore, why is that? That's kind of interesting.
Yeah.
So, Shikari Leto for $25. Thank you. Says, fully agree here on marriage and security. Thanks for the response to my dono a while back about DeSantis and furries. I had a good time. Currently making a response video to it. I found Sitch during Gamergate and have been listening since stream number 40.
Wow.
Well, thank you.
Nice.
Thank you. Okay, so I guess, should we talk about the first super chat? Anonymous guy for $5 says, are you going to cover the Hunter Avalon Cope / Cuck spiral? Maybe he should adopt his buddy Bosch's ideas about jealousy.
Right.
So I tried to avoid this story.
Right. Why?
I didn't want to know about the story. I don't want to know
Right.
anything about this story.
Look, you knew people were going to ask us about it, though.
Yes. Well,
So give me, look, I don't know what's going on. What's the rundown?
Well, no, wait, you looked into the story before I looked into the story.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying for people in the audience that might not know what's going on.
Well,
what's going on, Sitch?
I want to hear your
you're so
understanding of the story.
Way better at explaining things.
No.
Everyone knows. Look, your name comes first on the show for a reason. People want to hear your explanation.
Wait, I don't understand. Why are you hesitant to do this? I don't understand.
I'm not. I think it's funny. I want to hear you explain.
Because here's what I'm curious about. I want to hear your interpretation of the events first, and then I will give my interpretation.
Okay.
That's why I'm asking this.
You can fact check my interpretation. Well,
not fact check. I'm just curious as to sort of how you interpret the event.
So my understanding of what happened was Hunter Avalon came out one day on Twitter and said, my wife and I are getting divorced. don't bother us. and not many people knew what was going on. And they were just like, oh, that's sad. They're getting divorced. And then later on, some other events came to light that kind of complicated the story. And right now we're kind of in the he said, she said phases of it, but a gentleman that supposedly was sexting behind the scenes with Hunter Avalon's wife dropped a video and explained his side of the story. He didn't want to be taken out of context or misinterpreted. And he, dropped a bunch of logs. I didn't read the logs or anything. Mm-hmm. But just to make a long story short, it appears that Hunter Avalon's wife wanted to be in an open marriage. And Hunter Avalon said, I'm not really down with that. And tried to basically cut it off. That's this kind of short version of what was going on. Is that your interpretation of the situation?
That's my interpretation of the events. Right.
Well, I don't look even in the super chat, and other people have been.
Well, there's more to it. There's a lot more to it than that.
Right, but in the super chat, he says, "Are you going to cover the Hunter Avalon cope cuck spiral?"
Right.
Is it fair to call a guy a cuck when his wife wants an open marriage and he basically says, "No, honey, I'm leaving you"? Are you a cuck if that happens?
Okay, so
I mean, I feel bad for the guy.
All right, so let me add some elements here.
Okay.
Okay, so you were saying Chubb went over this morning. I haven't seen Chubb's video on it. So if I'm getting some of the information wrong, let me know in the chat. I'm basing this off of, I was able to, so the original guy who made this claim, whose name escapes me at the moment, I was able to find his video on Twitter. It had been removed from YouTube. Okay.
Right.
And his claim was that he sort of developed this relationship with Hunter Avalon's wife in DMs.
Right.
And they became friendly. And when he, for some time, and when he told her that he was in the adult porn industry, that she became interested in this, and she became interested in potentially being involved with it as well.
Right, yeah.
Okay. And that, now again, this guy seems super fucking shady. So I would take everything he says that is not based in, that he does not have a DM for, I would take it with a grain of salt.
But he does seem to have DMs for
he does
everything.
Know, like he does, well, not for everything, because it's DMs for some things. Okay.
Okay.
Well, he made it.
Does he have DMs for the gangbang?
Well, actually, I don't know, because I saw screenshots of DMs that he doesn't show in his video. So I don't know. Maybe there are DMs for everything. I'm not sure. But because he makes this claim, that's a very wild claim, that supposedly he claims that Hunter Avalon's wife told him that she heard from someone that Destiny was planning on leaving Melania for Lauren Southern.
Mm-hmm.
And that there's that's why there's been this whole weird thing about is Lauren Southern's baby really Destiny's baby? There's this whole bizarre element of drama that he's suddenly now roped into with this.
Well, first of all, this is third-party hearsay from an unreliable protagonist. So I don't buy any of this shit.
Well, here's the thing. I think the guy is very shady, and I think Hunter's wife is extra super shady.
Yes.
On top of it. So I think she's probably a insane, fucked up person. But anyway.
But look, facts on the ground though. What do we know? Okay. Do we know that she's had an OnlyFans?
Wait. Okay. So we learned from Hunter, supposedly. Hunter claims that she did get an OnlyFans at some point while they were married. Okay. Right. Hunter also said that while they were married, he and her did some kind of sex act on their OnlyFans.
Right.
Now he made it sound like when on her OnlyFans, no one knew it was her. Their faces weren't in it.
Right.
That's what Hunter made it sound like.
Right.
Okay. Because he said that he was potentially threatening to sue this guy, because by releasing the fact that there was them, that would be a violation of their privacy or something. Hunter claims that she did not have sex with any person while they were together. Okay.
Right.
And this is where I think people are getting the story wrong. It seems like people are assuming that she was fucking a bunch of people when she was with Hunter, which it doesn't seem to be the case, even from the guys telling. It
She was
like
talking about fucking a bunch of people.
she was talking, right. She was, right. And that's not, I mean, that's why I think she's a psychopath. She was talking about wanting to be in an open relationship with this guy at the DM show, and that Hunter wasn't into it, and she wasn't happy with their marriage from really any avenue. And then she wanted to up her sort of game in the porn business. And in late May, it seemed like, when her and Hunter were about to sort of end their relationship, because I think Hunter declared the relationship was over in June, but in late May, so it's probably, and she said, like, you know, he was saying that it seemed like their relationship was, you know, over, even if they hadn't declared it publicly. In late May, she asked this guy, and this is the very, like, salacious part, she asked this guy to help her set up a gangbang scene. Okay.
Right.
So she's still technically married to Hunter Avalon, even though they're probably about to get separated. And she's apparently looking for a lot of money. She thinks she has some guy lined up that will pay her, I forget what the amount was, thousands of dollars, essentially, to film herself getting fucked by 5 black men.
Right. And she asked this guy to set it up.
To set it up.
Right.
If she would pay him to set it up.
But he is skeptical that she will even go through with it. Like, she's
right.
She's evidently confided in him that, like, she can't even really hook up with a guy on Tinder.
Well, okay, so that's what's interesting too, that everyone leaves out because they want to dunk on Hunter here.
Right, they want to make it sound like she's a slut and she's been screwing like 25 other guys.
Because in the DMs, he is skeptical that she would even go through with this herself.
Right.
Because he's like, what the fuck, you know? And he's like, really? Like, you know, you're going to make me do this work to line up 5 guys to fuck you? I don't think you're going to go through with this.
Well, he's trying to get physical with her, and, like, it's not really happening either.
Right. Yes. True.
I don't think this guy has ever had sex with her. Like, he's seen, she sent him a bunch of dirty pics that he's been really.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. So it's weird because he frames that as, like, pornography coaching. Not necessarily like maybe they're trying to hook up. He did actually say hadn't had sex ever. And he seemed kind of upset by that.
She was supposed to fly out and have sex with him, but she never did. She ghosted him instead.
Right.
Yeah.
So anyway, Hunter's now ex-wife, while they're technically married, but on the way to being separated, is trying to set up, supposedly, a 5-person gangbang film.
Well, what better way to get at your ex-husband who's just cut it off with you than to do a gangbang?
I mean, I guess, does that really get back at your husband? You're just like, oh, I'm glad I'm divorcing you because you're a fucking psycho and a slut.
I think in some women's mind, that might be a good way to get even.
I guess. I mean, I guess it would depend on the guy. I'd just be like, oh, wow, I'm glad I'm getting out of here now. Thank you.
Yeah.
You're an idiot.
It's totally, yeah. I made the right decision.
Yes, exactly. But anyway, okay, so then the story continues. The guy gets upset because after she asks him to set up this 5-person gangbang, she starts ghosting him.
Right.
And supposedly, according to him, starts ghosting him, not responding.
He's like, I got 5 friends that want to fuck you.
Yes.
And now you want to respond to my calls.
I went through so much work to get 5 guys to have sex with you.
Right.
Now
I mean, I texted them the pictures and they all said sure, but
right, exactly. Yeah. So anyway, so then this is why this guy is so weird, because his response to this is so bizarre. So he's getting ghosted, right? And then he says he hears from, like, a random person and he doesn't know that Hunter Avalon or the wife is gonna, like, start shit talking him specifically.
Well, I think they did start shit talking him.
Yeah, but what did he say? Okay, did you? I tried to find that. I couldn't find that clip. Did you find that clip?
No. I
Oh,
only
okay.
watched.
Man,
I watched
someone
2
chat
videos
knows?
on this. So
Right. If someone in the chat knows, maybe Chud covered it. So he claims. So this is what he claims. He claims someone he didn't know told him randomly that Hunter was gonna like attack him. And then he also claims that he then found some clip of Hunter attacking him or saying something ill towards him, and that's why he decided to release all this information. Which to me doesn't really help his situation at all. Like, this is why this whole thing seems bizarre and shady, because it sounds like he's just made the situation worse for him, especially if he's outed the fact that they were doing porn and that was a secret, and there's some liability there for him now.
right. Well, was she? What? I mean, Hunter had to know what she was doing on her OnlyFans, right?
Yeah, well, Hunter claims that they were doing OnlyFans together.
Right. Which how? I mean, no one's gonna find that out.
Well, I guess if your face isn't on it, I mean, it's possible, right?
I guess. Sure. I mean,
Anyway.
I don't know.
Anyway, so that's the Hunter drama. So pretty bad. Hunter's wife definitely seems pretty crazy, unstable.
Well, I was trying to get her on the show a long time ago because we actually ended up getting Hunter on the show, but I can't remember. I can't remember why I was talking to her, but it seemed like she was moderating on Modern Day Debate for a bit.
Really?
Yeah. And she DM'd me something about a debate or something to set up a debate on Modern Day Debate. And I knew that she was married to Hunter, and I was like, you and Hunter should come on the show. We can talk to you guys together.
Well, she's now deleted her Twitter, and I wouldn't be surprised if she doesn't. She's going to not show up anywhere on the internet for a long time. Maybe she'll pop up in like a year or two now. But
okay.
Stoney says Hunter claimed the OnlyFans was anonymous. However, you can see his wife's face in some of the videos. Really interesting. Wait, did people? If you could see her face in some of the videos, why was no one talking about? Were people talking about this before? I don't ever remember hearing people saying Hunter Avalon's wife is doing porn, right? Like, I feel like that would have been a thing everyone was talking about.
Why don't OnlyFans is not necessary? I mean,
or did people just not realize who she was?
OnlyFans can range from hardcore pornography to like Playboy. I'm just posting pictures of my.
I get that. What I'm asking people in chat is: were people saying before all this stuff came out? Were people saying? Was it like a known thing that Hunter's wife was doing at OnlyFans? Was that like a known thing?
I don't think it was.
Okay. That's what I'm questioning. So.
Yeah, she was a moderator on Modern Day Debate. She was on Modern Day Debate a bunch of times.
Steph, I didn't ignore your super chat. Steph Lear for $10 says, explain it to the folks at home. But that's what we're doing. We're explaining to the folks at home, Steph. But thank you for $10. Aussie Yar for 10 Aussie bucks says, the funniest thing about this is that Hunter had recently had 2 debates with Red Pill creators where he used in the debate, he boasted about his trad life, trad wife. Well, I think that's why so many people are like reveling in the situation is because, you know,
hypocrisy. Yeah.
Right. Although she did start posting thirst traps in lingerie on her main. Oh, really? Interesting.
Did she?
The nudes were public, so there's no case on this. I'm actually curious. I don't know what the situation is. If you sell nude photographs of yourself, but your face is not in them, and then someone exposes who you are, is there any liability there for that person? I don't know the answer to that question. Thank you, Steph. I love you, Steph. I don't know. That's an interesting question.
Is Carissa Avalon a MILF, though? Because they technically have a kid.
I don't even remember what she looks like in my mind. I have to go look. What is Steph? Or not Steph. What is your wife's?
Well,
Carissa,
I don't think she's. I think she might be 22. She seems very.
I don't
young
think
to
she's
me.
considered a MILF. I don't think she's considered a MILF.
Right.
Right. Yeah, she's not bad looking, but she definitely seems to be crazy.
Since your wife comes to you and says, "Listen, I got a proposal for you. We have an open marriage." What are you going to tell her?
I'm gonna say,
How about I
No.
have a counter offer here?
I have a counter offer. No. That's it. See, that's a very scary thing.
I have a counter
actually have
offer
a
for you.
conversation.
How about a divorce?
Right, that's what I'm gonna say. I was about to say that. That's a very scary thing to throw at someone, because if you say no, you're gonna be now you could be completely secure that like my wife isn't gonna cheat on me, right? Or my
Right.
husband's not gonna cheat on me. And then the second they ask you for an open relationship, you're like, you've just opened the door.
Of course.
And now they're gonna always think, oh my God, are they cheating on me? They asked for an open relationship, right?
Well, yeah, and you're going to be thinking the whole time, "Oh my God, I need to start cultivating backup plans here."
Right, yeah. It's weird that people ask, like, you gotta be real fucking careful if you're in a relationship and you ask someone that. Like, it's weird. We always
Oh,
hear
it's
these
over.
stories.
It's like over.
I know. We hear these stories about people asking it, like, not thinking it's a big deal. It's like, well, of course it's a fucking big deal. What are you crazy?
You're like, this relationship went from being rock solid to like, I think I'm looking for a way out.
Yes. Yes.
Thanks for
People
giving
want
me
that security, as they should.
thanks for giving me a heads up. I thought we had
Yeah.
something completely different going on here.
Right.
I didn't realize you were looking for a 5-guy gangbang on the side.
And I do think a lot of this is, I think there's some young women out there
Mhm.
who listen to fucking idiots like Vosh and other idiots in, these online relationships who are like,
Sphere. Yeah.
who are like, open marriage. Oh yeah, that's just like a common thing that people do. It's like, that's really not a common thing at all. Like, it's very rare, actually.
Yeah, guys are not, they're open-minded about that. They
Yeah,
want to
okay.
be in an open marriage with you. Look
Oh,
at
I'm
Destiny.
sure. Yeah, okay.
Look at Destiny. He makes it work.
Okay.
Look, this is what all social media influencers do. They all have open marriage.
I'm not sure. I don't buy that Melania's happy with the Destiny open marriage situation.
I've seen a couple videos that make me think, nah, she's not happy. But
Every time it comes up,
I hear
don't know if she
conflicting
just
reports,
seems-
though.
Yeah, well, she keeps saying that she's in favor of it. But,
Right.
like, I don't know. Like, it's just like whenever it gets brought up in a conversation, you can just see like there's like a tone shift.
Right.
There's some shift in like everyone, like the energy of between them shifts, and I don't know. I've heard things where she just says things that are like, it seems like she's trying to hint at things here, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, which I don't blame her. I mean, she should be worried, right?
Melania?
Of course. Why would
I
she not be
mean-
worried?
Why doesn't she just bring home like a cuck baby and say, listen, you got a new son, Destiny?
Right. I mean, I think people are naturally jealous. If you have a guy who's like very open about like fucking all sort like women constantly, like, I mean, shit.
What's going to happen? Like, what happens to their marriage if she brings home another guy's baby?
Yeah, but I mean, that's probably over. But I don't.
But
that
wouldn't she get like child support and stuff? Like they're married.
Well, it depends if. Well, I'm sure they have a prenup. Or actually, I don't know if they have a prenup. I don't know if they've ever talked about it.
I mean,
So
she's
here-
got a
I'm
lot.
assuming that-
She's
I
got a
mean-
lot of different moves that she can pull here.
Right. Well, I don't know because listen, I would imagine that in a prenup, a very standard stipulation is if you bring home a cuck baby, you don't get child support.
Right. I mean,
I'm sure that's a very common thing that people include in a prenup.
if she really wanted to get Destiny, she would just say, listen, Destiny, this is not your baby, but I'm going to put your name on the birth certificate. That would really, that's the way to fuck with
Yeah,
him.
but you just do a DNA test.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Once his name's on the birth certificate, the DNA test does nothing.
I don't know if that's true.
It is true. Look up paternity fraud. There's a bunch of videos on it.
Really?
Yeah.
So like, wait, a woman could knowingly put the wrong name on the birth certificate, and the guy just has to suck it up.
Yes.
That's
100%.
insane if that's the law.
Yes.
Jesus, that's fucking crazy.
It's called paternity fraud. There's tons of videos on it. Yeah. Look, why would a woman put the deadbeat who doesn't have any money's name on the birth certificate?
No, wait, hold on. I
Look, you got Destiny
understand-
who says all the time he's wealthy.
Okay, pause for a second.
Mm-hmm.
I completely understand why a woman would lie on the paternity. Okay,
Right.
What is shocking to me is that if a father finds out that his wife did that, that just the fact of her putting his name on the thing and tricking him suddenly locks him into some sort of like legal situation. That is what's surprising.
You are about to be disabused.
Okay, that's really fucking horrible if that's the case.
There's videos of guys trying to get their names off the birth certificate after a DNA test, and they're like, nope. The judges will literally say, we think it's in the child's best interest if you are the father. And they're like, but I'm not the father.
Right. Well, I mean, that's pretty psychotic if that's the case.
Welcome to the American legal system.
Well, there you go. You've made me red pill that.
This is what the red pill guys are literally talking about.
Sure.
There's one video I saw online. Oh God, it's so bad. The guy calls in to some radio show and he basically tells the story about how his daughter and him kind of sensed that they were not related biologically. And they both,
because they were attracted to each other.
Sitch, why do you got to go there?
How do you sense that? I don't know.
So
I don't
disgusting.
understand. I don't understand what that means. They sense they weren't related. Like, that's a weird thing to sense. I sense you're not really my daughter. Like,
well, maybe she doesn't look like him or act like him, or they had multiple kids, so they have one kid that it's like, oh yeah.
Well, the difference if you say you don't look like me versus I sensed we had I sensed I felt in the force that we weren't.
Look, this is the way he's describing it to the people on the. Look, he's the one saying it.
I'm giving you shit.
Right. But they decide that they're going to do a paternity test, which is like kind of like me and my daughter have come to the realization that I don't think you're my actual biological daughter. And we're going to do a paternity test behind mom's back. Mm-hmm. And you know what they find out? Jim, you are not the father.
Right.
Yeah. So, and then they basically confronted mom, and mom had to completely come clean. Oh yeah, I had an affair with this guy and I ended up pregnant.
Right.
Yeah. That's literally a cuck baby.
No, obviously. Of course, literally, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm just curious. Well,
go down the paternity fraud rabbit hole on YouTube.
Yeah, I found it. It's called disestablished paternity.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Is it possible? Let's see. It's funny when I was just looking up for my state specifically, so you know who's looking up the terms. They're very localized terms. Let's see. Under Florida law, a father can file to disestablish paternity using this form. If successful, the disestablishment of paternity will remove a man's parental rights and parental responsibilities. In the overwhelming majority of cases, a petition to disestablish paternity is filed by the child's father. Florida does not take these types of cases lightly. You cannot choose to disestablish paternity for any reason. A man must prove the following two things. Number one, the man must prove that he is not the biological father of the child.
Right.
Number two, the man must prove that he found out this fact recently through newly discovered evidence. He cannot have known about the true parentage of the child when paternity was established.
Right.
So they're saying like, oh, if you know that it's not your kid and you agree, then you're essentially locked in. It's only
if you're on the hook.
Right. If a man knew he was not the biological father of a child, but failed to take immediate action to disestablish paternity, then he will lose out on the right to do so. Well, okay, so here's the question. What does immediate action mean, right? Because I can understand someone like mulling that over for a while before they... Like, how immediate
you don't
does
have
immediate
long.
have to be? So
you have 1 year.
Well, 1 year
to
is
get your
more than
name
enough
off
time.
that birth certificate.
Okay, 1 year is more than enough time. I'm thinking like, a few weeks or something, like a month, like, because obviously it's a mass, like depending on how long you've been in a relationship, it's going to be like a big. decision. But if it's like you have one day, it's like, wait a minute. In Florida, a man filing to disestablish paternity must submit a sworn affidavit that states he recently found out the information through newly discovered evidence. Blah, 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 blah. Okay. Well, I guess the question would be, what is the statistic?
For why? Oh, you want to know?
Well, no.
how
So, but wait a minute.
common it
So at
is?
least in Florida, it's not true in Florida that just if a woman lies to you and puts your name on the birth certificate, it doesn't lock you in like automatically. There's a way to get out of it. At least in Florida.
Mm-hmm.
So
Funny how Sitch is only looking in Florida.
well, no, I literally Googled it and it's only showing me results in Florida. I didn't type in
okay.
Florida. So there's a thing. I don't know if you've noticed this. When you
Local
Google
search,
things.
yeah.
If you Google a search, if it's something legal related, often it will select via your state automatically.
Right.
Unless it's a nationally talked about issue, which is obviously not nationally talked about. I could look up in Florida. I mean, in California.
Mm-hmm.
Let's look up California laws. Maybe California's cooked. Okay.
Certainly is. I mean, of course.
Can you sue
Let's
for
be
false
honest.
paternity in California? Yes, a man can sue the child's mother if she lied about him being a father. The statute of limitations in California is 5 years to do this.
Okay, cool.
Okay, that says the sue though. Can he actually like not be responsible for the child though? I assume if you could sue. Disestablishment. I don't know why I keep adding the mint. Disestablished paternity in California. Let's see. One of the most popular topics on the syndicated talk show Maury is paternity testing and the big reveal of the test results. Okay.
Look at this. Actual Justice Warrior has a
On
video
this
from
topic.
3 months ago.
Yeah.
On paternity fraud. Woman
Well, there you
jails
go.
man for 5 years in paternity fraud case.
Jails who? A man?
Yeah.
Why was a man jailed?
I don't know.
Disestablishment is easiest in California court system when parentage has not yet been established. In these cases, a paternity test can be requested.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Anyway, so it looks like you can get out of it, but it's a hassle essentially, which I guess makes sense because I don't know how else you would handle this from an institutional perspective, right?
Yeah.
So there you go. Be careful. Be careful when they put your name on the birth certificate.
Paternity fraud. The truth. Every man must watch this video.
Okay. Anyway.
We should watch some of these videos, man. These could be good.
There you go.
The red pill, raw files, paternity fraud, false accusations, and the pay gap.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's KCJ.
There you go.
She's the one that did the red pill movie.
Okay, anyway.
So is
Loser Dope
Hunter Avalon a cuck? Did he sit in the corner? Well,
No.
It's unclear whether or not Carissa has even banged another guy.
No one, including the guy, has made the claim that she was having sex with someone when they were together.
Right.
No one's making that claim involved. So people are just not a cuck, but obviously his wife is like attempted cuck, maybe. Is that what you could say it? His wife was attempting to cuck.
Well, that's the thing. If your wife comes in and says, "Listen, I want to do a cuck thing," and you go, "No, fuck you, I'm getting a divorce." Are you a cuck?
Well, no, because then you're getting out of there, right?
Yeah, you're like, "Thanks for letting me know. Bye bye."
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. So.
Yeah. If you're gonna go along and sit in the corner, I think, okay, well,
yeah, you're
kind of a cuck.
Yes. Right. There you go. We've ruled Hunter, not a cuck.
Yeah.
His wife a hoe though.
Attempted hoe.
Attempted hoe.
His wife. What's more embarrassing, being a hoe or an attempted hoe?
Obviously, being a hoe is worse than being an attempted hoe at. Okay.
How do you like try to just someone you met on the internet?
Right.
You're gonna discreetly set up a 5-dude gangbang and think, oh, no one's ever gonna No one's ever gonna publish these DMs.
Well, okay, so right.
What the fuck?
And here's the thing I'd wonder too. I mean, there's no fucking way you could anonymously film yourself getting gangbanged by 5 people, right? Like, that's impossible. Unless he thought like this guy was just gonna like keep the video for himself and she wasn't gonna put on her OnlyFans or something. Maybe, I don't know.
Well, I think that's probably the deal. But you know,
why would you think that this? Okay, listen. I don't have a lot of experience. Wait, I guess I don't have a lot of experience dealing with like perverts,
pornographers,
with pornographers or perverts. I don't have a lot of experience with that.
Right.
Okay, my perversion level is nowhere near the level at which I would pay someone thousands of dollars to make some custom pornography video. Right? So I don't really have experience with this, and I don't know anyone that's done that. But here's the question: like, if you're Hunter Avalon's ex-wife, if you're Carissa, that's her name, right? Carissa.
Yeah.
And you're trying to remain anonymous and still do porn. Would you really trust a guy who's willing to pay you thousands of dollars to get gangbanged by 5 black guys? Would you trust him to be like not leak that video?
Of course not. Look,
Yeah,
I wouldn't even be trusting the guy I'm like having this DM conversation with. It's just coaching
Why would you
me.
trust this random fucking guy
Right.
you've only known through having an internet debate with, and then you know him through DMs, that the 5 guys that he's going to bring are like not going to have STDs and not going to like be violent or something, right? Like, why would you trust anything about the situation?
Yeah, this is what you're worried about in your significant other, that they're just completely stupid.
Well, first of all, if your significant other trying to set up a gangbang of 5 guys, being stupid, you're concerned about, but that's definitely on the lower tier things to be concerned about. Trying to set up a gang.
I mean, I guess you're right.
I'm just saying that's an extra issue.
I'm saying, look, it's high risk behavior. That's the problem here, right?
Yes. Yeah.
And that high risk behavior can manifest in a lot of different ways.
You know what? You're
Sometimes it comes down to like, I went to Vegas and I gambled all the money away. And sometimes it comes down and I got in a gangbang with 5 dudes.
That's a good, that's a great point.
Yeah.
We shouldn't be thinking, wow, she's really stupid in how she's handling the 5-person gangbang, because just doing the 5-person gangbang already shows that she's not thinking things very intelligently.
Yeah, of course.
That's right. 5 guys, burgers, and fries. There you go. It's all just a big misunderstanding. She just wanted a burger. There you go. True.
Oh, maybe that's it. Maybe when she said 5 guys, she was talking about having dinner.
She was like, listen,
I think
it's all a misunderstanding. She said this guy was going to pay her thousands of dollars because he was really into videos of watching women eat burgers. Okay. And she's like, listen, I need you, guy in a different state, to set up a video of me just eating tons of 5 guy burgers. And then he misunderstood it because he's like, oh, you want me to find 5 guys? I gotcha. Wink, wink. Right?
Hey, yeah, totally.
There you go. Yeah, okay, I agree. Listen, Steph.
Why is someone? Vanessa has the crying emojis. What's going on here?
I don't know, but hold on, because the situation is dark. Okay, here's the thing. Change the subject, okay, but still related.
Good.
For years, everyone fucking hyped the shit. Everyone hypes the shit out of 5 guys so much. 5 guys burgers, not gangbang. Okay, everyone hypes the shit out of 5 guys burgers so much, and it's like it's fine, I guess. I don't understand why people hype it up so much. It's like it's okay. It's slightly above like McDonald's tier grade burger, but it's nothing amazing.
They have they have a big, huge shake collection, which I think is the best part of the place, but that's about it.
Yeah, I don't get it. I always heard people like hyping the shit out of 5 guys. And I'm like,
I forgot.
Fine, I guess.
This is the part of the stream where Sitch and I are both starving.
Talking about food, yeah.
Like right now, I mean, 5 guys, I would eat a hot dog from a gas station. I'm so fucking hungry.
I mean,
right
yeah,
now.
I would eat a 5 guys burger very quickly now because I'm starving. But I'm just saying, it's not like Fuddruckers significantly better than 5 guys.
Fuddruckers is amazing compared to 5 guys. Yeah.
Steak Shack, Shake Stack,
Freddy
Shake Shack, whatever the fuck that place is called.
Freddy Fuddfuckers.
significantly better than Five Guys. It's like a lot of places, way better than Five Guys. I don't get it. And the fries are terrible. At least the ones down by me, they're just like soggy mess.
Fries are awful.
Yeah, the fries are terrible. Just a soggy mess fry, which is disgusting. So I like my fries crispy.
You know who has amazing fries?
What?
Kentucky Fried Chicken.
They don't have fries, don't they? Have the potato wedges, don't they?
They have fries now that are like,
oh really?
Kind of seasoned breaded fries. It's kind of they're delicious. Yeah.
I know. I haven't been there in forever.
Right. They're like the crispy on the curly fries.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Like, yeah.
They're that kind of. They're like Checkers. They look like Checkers fries, but like crispier, which is probably tasty. Yeah.
Amazing.
Right. Anyway, let's read through super chats because
we got to get this. Look, this stream is.
We're gonna hit 12 hours.
Are we gonna get cut off this time?
It might.
We haven't done a 12-hour stream in forever.
In a while, yeah.
12, like 3 fights, 3 Sitch and Adam fights, 12 hours long.
True. Anyway, let's get through it. Okay.
We spent a long time on that first fucking super chat.
We did. Well, that was intentional. I knew we were talking about that for a while. Fed Zeppelin for $20 says, A team don't entertain the game. S class might give it a pass. There you go.
Okay. Seems viable.
Credo for $2 says, I hope you guys enjoy my artwork. Oh, is Credo, are you the person?
Yeah, I think Credo did the stands.
Wolf?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fantastic. It's so cool. Just bring it up again.
It's up right now. What are you talking
about? Okay, nice. I can't see what's up, so.
That's okay.
On my end. Anyway, but yeah, no, they're fantastic. They're so cool. Especially mine. And look, I have the cool S earrings. That's a fantastic little reference there. Okay.
Look at your stand.
Yes, Credo is the wolf. Fantastic. Did I ignore your Lucifer? I did ignore yours. I'm so sorry.
Good.
Lucifer Doberman for 22 Canadian. I started to read it and then Adam interrupted me. Lucifer the Doberman for 22 Canadian says, Happy Father's Day. My stepdaughter and I watched Chud's breakdown of Hunter's drama. It was a great teaching experience on how to not ruin your relationship. True.
Yeah,
True.
I got to check that out. Chud's a pretty smart guy. I'm sure he knows what's up.
Yeah, see if there's some elements we missed. Anyway, the Wooster for $10. Thank you. Thank you, Wooster. Said, did you guys receive my Twitter DM of Dave the Distributor's talking shit? He thinks you're both anti-SJW trolls, not worth engaging. I think Dave is wrong and is deep in the dissonant worldview. I didn't respond to it. I did see your DM, Wooster.
I responded. I think I said like Dave is cringe or something like that.
Oh, okay.
But I went and listened to it. Yeah, I went and listened to it.
What do you say?
Well, he's talking mad shit. He's just like,
yeah,
totally delusional.
Dave the Distributus, Chad.
Yeah, Dave the Distributus, I think is delusional. Yeah,
right.
He comes up with this argument that like, oh, when when we lay down our arguments, they don't know how to respond because they're so just completely bewildered by them. We're so correct. He just seems delusional to me.
Okay. I mean, first of all, listen, Dave wants to talk smack about us. That's fine. We talk smack about Dave often. Not like regularly, but we've talked about him, smacked about him whenever someone's brought him up in the super chat. So if you want to talk smack about us, that's fine. I don't care.
Actually, Z is Z Wooster?
Yes, Z is Wooster.
Okay, yeah.
Right.
Z sent me the thing. I saw it. Look, and I responded. Cringe. And he gave me a happy laughing face emoji. So.
I didn't respond, but I didn't watch it either. But
it's not. I mean, I don't know. He's got us in like a list of he's responding to all different things.
Fair enough.
And he's just like, he basically said we were grifters.
What does that mean?
That's the thing. I'm like, look, our goal is to have fun and entertain people, okay? Your goal is to create a political revolution that ends up in segregation, okay? You got a completely different goal than us. Like, we're accomplishing our goal, I feel.
True.
Yeah. So I don't. How is it grifting to say, look, we want to have fun and make people laugh and talk about politics and try to be somewhat informative.
What was the grift accusation levied at?
I see. That's the thing. I don't even know. It wasn't. It was unclear. Yeah.
Okay.
And he seemed to be making the.
Wooster, what was the grift accusation levied at? I see Wooster in the chat.
He seemed to be making the accusation that he had a bunch of devastating arguments for our worldview that we knew about.
Oh, I see.
Just too devastating for us to acknowledge.
Gotcha.
Right.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
I understand. Okay. We couldn't just disagree. Like, we just have to hide. I got you. Okay. John R. for $2 says Pearl versus Ethan, Grifter versus Grifter. Please be brutal.
Totally.
There you go. Agreed. I read that one. Credo for $5 says, Sitch, check your DMs on Discord. Your JoJo stands are ready. Yes, thank you. He wrote like a whole long explanation of their powers. Did you see that?
My stand is Iron Maiden.
Right.
Yours is one step closer.
One step closer to the edge, and I'm about to break. The Linkin Park lyric.
Oh, okay.
Or song name. Let's see. Sitch's stand, one step closer. Strengths, close range combat. Action reversal. Passive stand ability, OSC. When an enemy takes a step, they lose a portion of their attack and defense prowess. I like this. When they do, their attack is 5% less powerful and loses 5% defensive capabilities. This debuff orbits a radius of 5 meters around one step closer. Look at you. This is so clever. I love it. That matches perfectly with one step closer. If the person were to lose 100% of their offense and defense, a simple finger flick would break bones. That's cool. Stand ability, the final masquerade. This ability affects the enemy's stand. One step closer can swap places with the enemy's stand, letting Sitch's stand surprise the enemy with an attack. This ability can be used to rapidly switch between stands. However, this ability can only be done within sight of the stand user. I love all this nerd shit. I feel like Adam doesn't, but I love it. Stand ability.
Of course I love it. Come on, what are you talking about? It's amazing. Okay. Read mine. The Iron Maiden.
I'm not there yet.
Damn it.
Stand ability for my guy. What I've done. This ability allows one step closer to retrace its step so that any damage incurred will reverse itself with each step taken backwards. It will erase an action taken by one step closer during a step and will erase the memory of that action for the enemy's memory. A maximum of 10 backward steps can be taken. Wow, that seems overpowered as shit. Oh my god. That's amazing. I love being overpowered. Okay. Requiem stand ability. In the end. There you go. Perfect. The Requiem ability is an evolution of one step closer. It is a tracking ability that targets an opponent's consciousness. So whenever an opponent takes a step or have a will to action in their mind, it will affect them. This depends on the magnitude of the theoretical action. If someone thinks I'm going to move my arm compared to I'm going to attack their blind spot, these statements made in the head will have different magnitudes, leading to different damage outcomes. The damage outcomes will range from a paper cut to complete erasure from existence. Damn. I'm overpowered as fuck. I love it. One step closer. I love it. I guess I'll read Adams now.
Yeah, that was boring. Read mine.
Okay. Adams. Adams is called Iron Maiden. Strength, range combat, stealth, superheating. Passive stand ability, sun and steel. Iron Maiden can touch any object, and he can make that object superheated. The heat can only be felt once the object is touched by an opponent. Touching the superheated object will cause severe burns. If touched multiple times, it will cause death by shock.
Touch my heated object.
Touch your rod.
Touch my rod,
touch my
baby.
Rod. Yeah, there you go. Stand ability, Flight of Icarus. There you go. There's your other reference. When Iron Maiden faces an opponent, a miniature sun appears in the sky. As time progresses, this miniature sun will approach the opponent, making the surrounding climate hotter and hotter, which will cause heat exhaustion, dehydration, and then death. You flew too close to the sun, Icarus.
Yeah.
That's cool. I like that. That's neat. Stand ability number 2, Flash of the Blade. When Iron Maiden activates this ability, the sun converges and it becomes rapidly unstable. And after a minute passes, or when Adam presses his stand button, it goes supernova and explodes, affecting a 5-meter area.
Wow. Look at that. I'm blowing you apart.
I mean, that's pretty overpowered. Wow. In a 5-meter radius, you feel the full force of a supernova. Okay.
That's
I like
crazy.
it. That's pretty powerful. Requiem stand ability, hallowed be thy name. This ability is the evolution of the flash of the blade ability. It has the same process, except instead of the sun going supernova, it collapses under its gravity into a black hole. Adam can enter this black hole where his body will converge into a singularity. Adam in the singularity can defy entropy by breaking the laws of physics. He can avoid undesirable chaos and be transferred to an alternate dimension more fortunate to him. Jesus. Okay. There
That's
you go.
awesome.
I love it. That's pretty badass as hell too. Now here's the question. Who's going to win in a fight?
Mm-hmm. I don't know. Who's going to win?
One Step Closer or Iron Maiden?
Iron Maiden, obviously.
I don't know.
Look, you're going to be moonwalking while I'm hitting you with my solar
Supernova.
eclipse.
Your solar eclipse? You mean your supernova?
My supernova.
Yeah, but if I'm moonwalking, I'm erasing the damage from your supernova.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
I just noticed that if you hit the alternate key,
yeah,
it selects things in the chat for you.
What does it select?
Icons for timing out, for trashing, or for...
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's
that.
amazing. Holy shit.
I'm a speed moderator now.
Now you can
Don't use
moderate
my secret.
everyone.
Let me see.
Interesting.
I got to time one of you out. Sorry about this.
No, don't do it. Don't do it.
I won't.
No,
I'm just kidding.
Anyway. Well, thank you, Credo. Those are cool. Those are very cool. I like that you put all the thought into the powers.
Great job.
Oh my god, are you corn?
No.
Is that why people? I was like, why are people putting corn in the chat?
No, really? Oh, they did.
Yeah.
They caught me. Damn it.
Okay.
Adam, do the corn voice. Here comes Butters again. Butters
Thanks, Butters.
needs to take Butters, you've been here for 11 hours, okay? It's okay for you to take a nap. I know that you're tired.
Listen, Butters is a true fan. Okay.
Butters constantly does. I think Butters does the yawn emoji when it's time for us to move on.
Right. He does.
Yeah.
What's your first thought for 11 Canadian? Says part 1. Oh, well, I'll just say I'll read them together. For 22 Canadian, thank you. What's your first thought? Says, I can't tell if Pearl's being obtuse or is just retarded. She talks with such authority in her statements, but basically has no receipts to prove what she's saying. Sometimes it proves the opposite. How does anyone actually listen to her? Or Ethan, you can really make this statement against both of them. True.
Yep.
True. Credo for $10 says, I made the stand so that they would cancel each other out, LOL. Adam can escape Sitch's ability through his black hole, but Sitch can theoretically destroy Adam through his Requiem ability. Well, there you go. I like it. Perfect.
Look, I do think
Right.
if you're running away into a black hole, that's a little gay. I mean, let's be honest.
I think it's pretty awesome to
I'm
do
just
running
going to disappear into my black hole.
We're going to go into an alternate dimension. That's pretty,
Oh,
I think
okay.
that's pretty cool. So.
Fun.
Yeah, but how does your stand help children vote? That's the real question. Question, right?
Yeah. Look, I know what I'm going to do with that supernova.
Mr. President, if you don't sign this bill to make it so the children can vote, I'm going to supernova the White House.
Look, I might use it on Vivek just for fun.
Oh, no,
just
wait.
because he's threatening to...
No, here's the answer. Adam goes into the black hole and he emerges in an alternate dimension where kids already have the vote.
Oh, yeah. You
It's
mean
an alternate
parents have
dimension
the
more
vote.
fortunate to you. So there you go.
Look, kids, their brains are kind of fucked up. We're giving the votes to the parents.
Oh, okay.
I really enjoy the idea that parents are going to vote for candidates that their kids are really opposed to. I think it's going to really up the teen angst quite a bit.
Okay. Let's try to get through this. Dr. Dealer for $5 says, A-Team has daddy daycare on repeat in his house and uses a woman's bathroom to make it dirty so that the women will be jealous.
I don't think I've ever seen Daddy Daycare. Isn't that a Adam Sandler movie?
Yeah. I've never seen it either. But you do go in the woman's bathroom to make it dirty.
Use the woman's bathroom to make it. Nope, no, I don't do that.
Okay, I'm skeptical. Jan Happy for $5 says, Pearl is the male feminist, but opposite, showing women in bad light to pander to men. Brittany Venti, an authentic observer, ripped up her arguments. True. Right. Common People for €5. Thank you. Says, Happy Father's Day to the first father, Jennifer Lawrence.
Wow.
I don't get it. What is that a reference to?
I know who Jennifer Lawrence is. She's an actress.
I understand that, but what does that mean as first father?
I don't know. Did she play George Washington or something in a play?
I'm not sure.
Zero
Fucks for 9 months says, Ethan versus Pearl is like a flat earther debating a triangular earther. It's nice to see the Special Olympics have a debate club.
True. Good analogy, too.
John A. Thank you so much, John A., for the 10 gifted memberships.
Very kind of you.
BMO for $10 says, what if we could get Lauren Southern to debate Pearl? I think it's even possible. I mean, Lauren Southern, I feel like would annihilate Pearl.
Lauren Southern is a lot smarter than any of these, than Ethan or Pearl. Yeah.
Right. Jennifer Lawrence was the first female action lead. Oh, okay. According to her. I get it. Peter for $5 says, Adam.
Ripley? I feel like Ripley.
No, but Jennifer Lawrence said it about herself. Right?
Oh, okay. Well, I feel like Ripley was a female action lead before Jennifer Lawrence was even born.
I mean, only if you believe in linear time.
Right.
Credo for $5 says, Adam could superheat molecules or dust particles for a sneak attack, Sitch. Oh. Yeah, but, I guess that's a question. I have to touch it. Right.
Yeah,
Can you touch a molecule? Like, is that how? I mean, that'd be over. Like, if you could touch a molecule, superheat it, and
don't be daft, Sitch. Of course you can touch a molecule.
No. But I mean, like, if your power worked so precisely, right, that you could touch a molecule of like air and superheat it, and I just like walk into it, like, yeah, that'd be pretty devastating.
I'm gonna make it so you breathe it in,
or you just breathe it in. Yeah, that'd be pretty devastating, right? That'd be very devastating.
It's gonna burn through your lungs.
Jeez.
Be like, ah.
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna be amazing. The show will be over though. That'll kind of suck, but
that's true. Well, here's a question: if my stand reverses damage to itself, does that reverse damage to me as well? Because I'd have to moonwalk away from inhaling your particle of superheatedness.
Have you ever done a hot rail?
I don't know what that means.
Don't. Let's move on.
Okay. Sounds gross and sexual.
No, it's not sexual, but
okay. CT for $2 says, "Don't dox my house. I worked hard on those studies." There you go.
Really?
Adam could superheat a bunch of molecules so that turns into a gas. That's true.
Mm-hmm.
Calvin Pafford for $2 says, "Why are marriages failing? Because of two people." True.
Yeah. Well, I don't know that that's the case. Like if your wife comes to you and says, "I want an open marriage," is that your fault?
No. Marriages are failing because the gays.
Oh, is that?
CT for $2 says, "Just FYI, Pearl is not married. What a loser." There you go. Metalworks 41190 for $5 says, "How much do you want to bet Carl would agree with banning divorce?" I know Carl agrees with banning no-fault divorce because we talked about it. I don't know if he agrees with banning divorce overall. I think that's ridiculous. That's the case.
Maybe.
Miss Sparkle says, I know what it means. Adam is a bad boy. Uh-oh. What does it mean? I have to Google
Miss
this.
Sparkles knows what a
hot rail?
Oh,
Is that what
no.
you called it?
That's why I wanted to move on. I was like, I shouldn't have said that.
Hot rail. What is a hot rail?
Uh-oh. Look, Miss Sparkles is a bad girl if she knows what it means, so.
Hot rail is practice of snorting vaporized drug fumes through a pipe, superheated at one end.
Well, all this talk about superheating
Adam.
things.
I can't.
Sorry.
Terrible.
Well, don't knock it till you try it, Sitch.
Okay. We here at the Sitch Am Show do not endorse
Hot rails.
or hot rails. Yeah.
Very different than Hot Wheels, okay?
Yes. Oh, CG just sent us a Biddle, made a very cool picture. Bring that up too. Okay.
Look.
What?
Mad rhetoric.
Yeah.
If you're doing that, just be careful that you don't get the red hot too close to the stripper's butt.
Liam S. for 11 months says, Pearl has a feel for issues, but is an idiot regarding the solutions. I think I could convince her a purge night would solve the debt ceiling if I wanted.
Really?
There you go. That's funny.
I think you could. I think you could gaslight her into believing that.
Right. C. Paffy for $2 says, that stable home base bit Sitch said made me sad. I'm sorry to hear that, C. Paffy. I'm sorry to hear that.
Stable home base bit?
Where I was saying about how psychologically, all psychological studies show that if children have a stable home base, they generally have better psychological outcomes in all areas. So,
yeah.
Sorry, C. Paffy.
I had like spotty stability. So.
Yeah, but we're talking about averages here, right?
Yeah, no, I mean,
you were such an internally motivated person that I don't think you're like in the norm.
Well, no, but I do remember sensing when things were spotty in my home life, thinking, oh, fuck. Right. I mean, it definitely made me worry about my situation, obviously.
Right.
And as soon as as soon as the situation became stable, I was like, yes.
Right. Well, there you go. C. Paffy for $5 says the divorce rates are because we see marriage as an adventure you go on with someone rather than a duty you have to everyone in your life. I agree with you. Now, I don't know if I would prefer people look at the marriage more as an adventure rather than a duty, honestly. So I don't know if that's a bad thing on its face, but obviously if you view it as a duty, you're just going to be significantly less divorced. So.
Well, it should be both, really.
I mean, you can look at it as like a duty to your children, right?
Well, and to your...
It's complicated. It's complicated.
It's the buddy system. I'm telling you. You have a duty to your buddy. Otherwise, you're like, you make a commitment.
Obviously, I think people should try to make marriages work, right? Generally.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But sometimes there's irreconcilable differences. Okay.
Right. Sometimes someone wants to have an open marriage, and
that's right. Sometimes they want an open marriage. Sometimes your partner just a dick. You know, I'll tell you. C. Paffy for $2. Thank you, C. Paffy. Says looks like another rip my bank account stream. Oh, thank you, C. Paffy. I appreciate it.
Well, don't get yourself in too much trouble. Obviously, I don't want you guys super chatting if you can't afford it. So.
Of course, obviously. PC for 9 months of discipline equals freedom. Thank you so much, PC. Says, is there a reasonable case to make getting married? Is there a reasonable case to make getting married harder? So only the serious try. To get a green card, my wife and I had to provide evidence of a relationship, both when applying and then 2 years later. It depends what your goal is, right? So like, if your goal is to make less divorce, there could be a psychological effect where you actually, if you make it harder to get married, I would imagine divorce rates would drop. But marriage rates would drop too. So I don't think that would be beneficial to society overall. That'd be my guess is what would happen if you made it harder to get married. So Zombie Squab for 11 months says AI Sitch and Adam show win.
What does that even mean?
We'll have listen, we're gonna have to have a whole show where we just have ChatGPT generate responses to content. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. When the ChatGPT gets good enough, right, that it can like watch a video and just respond very quickly. I mean, you can probably set this up now, but it'd be too much work. We'll have like a deep fake for most of our voices. And we'll set up a thing so that it listens, that it can listen to the video and then create responses for us and see what it says. That'd actually be really interesting to do
I like to make my own responses.
Well, no. I'm just saying it'd be interesting to see what it comes up with, right?
I would like to have a conversation with a AI me.
Okay.
So I could see how accurately close the AI could get to me.
Right. That'd be very dangerous because if you get the AI pretty close, you know, you'd like start phoning it in.
You'd start what?
You'd start phoning it in.
Let the AI do it.
Let the AI do it, yeah. Or you'd basically try to tweak it so the AI is like things you would say, but just better, right?
Sure.
You know what? That's going to be the future, right? The future is going to be everyone's going to have AI on their phone. Like, you know, people are like, oh, you know, Pearl and Ethan, they're getting like responses from their staff. The future is everyone's going to have the staff on their phone. It's going to be AI. And the AI is going to be like providing you with arguments. Oh my God. I just realized the future is going to be insufferable. Okay. This is going to be the future. I'm predicting in 10 years maximum. Okay. You're going to have AI on your phone that you can push a button that will listen to any conversation you're having.
Mm-hmm. And give
any
you
debate
feedback.
you're having. And any debate you're having with a person, and it'll start giving you like all the argument, all the internet debate bro arguments. So literally everyone's going to have the same arguments they all got from AI and any conversation they ever have with anyone, not just on the internet, but in real life.
Talk about NPCs fighting NPCs.
Yep. That's the future, baby. NPCs fighting NPCs.
Ugh.
Christopher Keaton for 10 euros says, if you break the marriage contract for no reason, no fault divorce, and your partner doesn't want to, the law will throw your partner out and make them pay. Why should anyone sign such a contract?
Well, because you're in love and you want to get married.
Right. No, he's saying if you got rid of no fault divorce, it would actually lessen marriage rates, maybe, but I don't know. I'm sure there's some studies about that, but I think when people get married, they don't intend to get divorced. So maybe, I don't know how much no fault divorce would have on that, though I do think if you made divorce illegal, that's just so extreme that it would have an effect. But 3x3 Nilo for $5 says, what does a room full of abused women have in common? They just don't get it.
I'm not sure I understand that.
I'm gonna be real. I don't get that joke.
I don't either.
I don't get it. I'm sorry, Nilo. I don't get that joke. Orion9191 for 13 months. Thank you so much. Says happy Father's Day.
Happy Father's Day. Yeah.
Father's Day. Nilo for $2 says Pearl's position would increase the murder rate. Probably.
I think so.
Probably, yeah. Girl Sarah for $5 says to mitigate divorces without banning it, we should double tax divorces. They have reduced taxes while they were married. Now we're taking the money back.
Oh, that's a good idea. That's a great idea.
That would definitely disincentivize divorces. There you go.
I mean, a lot of people stay together because of the economic outcome of divorcing.
Right. Lives in Devswell specifically for $5 says, I think in culture, women can't initiate divorce. I think in cultures where women can't initiate divorce, in abuse cases, the woman's male relatives will persuade the husband to leave through kinetic means.
Right. Okay.
Sure.
If the woman can, if the woman has family that will come and beat up her husband.
Right.
I could see that happening.
Right. I could, you sure, but obviously we don't want society to have to rely on like vigilante justice.
Of course not. Yeah.
Oh, we got to. So, FD Signifier did a whole video about the Into Spider-Verse movie.
No way, really?
About whether it was cop propaganda or not.
No way. You're kidding.
Yes.
Me.
Right?
Oh my god.
They have like the weirdest take on fucking Into Spider-Verse and like thinking that it's like an anti-cop propaganda movie. And I'm like, what the fuck movie did they watch?
They thought it was anti-cop?
Yes. And I was, or well, no, they sort of said it wasn't clear yet, but that they thought it was leaning towards anti-cop propaganda. And I'm like, every cop in that movie is basically portrayed positively.
That's pretty bonkers, yeah. So did he like Into the Spider-Verse or didn't like it?
Yeah, they liked it a lot, yeah.
Oh, really? Okay. Did he do a live stream on it or did he do an edited video?
It was a live stream video.
Okay.
Not on his main channel. And without, I brought up because I was rubbing at CT's face where I said both FD and the person he was talking to, whose name escapes me, they both thought that Hobie, the character we were talking about, is like a leftist anarchist, a positive leftist anarchist. So.
They weren't doing the eye rolling. They were going, yeah.
Yes.
Look, it is capitalism.
Right. But, and I'll say this, I don't want to spoil it, so I won't spoil it, so don't worry. But they come like there's a part in the end regarding Gwen's father and something that he does, and they like completely, their interpretation of it was like so wacky to me. They like completely misunderstood the scene, and it shows you how when you're coming at something through an ideological lens, it's going to ruin your ability to, I think, analyze story correctly because you're looking at it through your political lens, which you should try not to do.
Can I guess? Everyone plug your ears. I want to guess.
We'll talk about it after, or you can just DM it to me. Well, there's only one thing that happens with her father at the end of the movie. So
no,
you know
I know.
What the action is, right?
But I can guess why they think what they think the motivation was when that totally wasn't.
Oh, right. Yeah. They misunderstand what the motivation was.
I can guess why.
Credo for $5 says, I think I'm going to mix together some stand sounds and videos so that you guys can have it if you want to use it at a stream moment, ma'am.
Oh, okay.
That'd be cool. I mean, that's Adam's. That's Adam's. Oh, okay. He's not going to actually do that.
What? Sitch, how dare you?
No, I was gonna warn you, Credo. Yeah, you can do that, and that could be cool. We don't generally use, as I'm sure you're aware of, we don't generally use soundboard sound effects or anything. But if you have some cool video, I mean, I can have it looped in the background or something. So.
I have a sound effect right here. Let me see. I just have to find Andrew Clark's DMs. Where is my Sitch saying A-Team reigns supreme?
Oh, okay. There it is. Yeah.
Damn it. I can't find it.
CT for 2 Canadians says, if FD signifiers agreeing with you is a point against you, nerd. I mean, that's a fair argument, CT. 18 reigns supreme. Thank you, Andrew. Adam Unfriended. Look at that. 18 reigns supreme. Did you find it?
What's that?
Did you press it? Is that what just happened?
Of course.
Okay. I could tell you were giggling. So
it's great.
Yeah.
It's so enthusiastic. Right. You're so enthusiastic. I wish you'd do ATM Reign Supreme like that every time.
Okay. Adam Unfriended for 5 months says, Better Bachelor is an excellent Red Pill guy, and Raging Gold Eagle and Mr. Sandman are OG Red Pill people should watch.
I've watched some Better Bachelor videos. Have you ever watched a Better Bachelor video?
No, I'm unfamiliar with the guy's channel.
Yeah. He seems like a really reasonable guy. Yeah.
Okay.
He's got good takes.
It's Raging Golden Eagle who... I think I'm thinking of someone different.
Have you ever watched a Mr. Sandman video?
I don't think so.
Mr. Sandman has a term that he uses quite often that is hard to escape once you've heard it. It's called the cock carousel. What? It is kind of funny, isn't it?
It's a funny term. Yeah.
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Well, his term for girls who are hoes is he says they ride the cock carousel.
I see.
Which just gives you the image of like thousands of dicks going up and down.
Yeah, we all
like.
get
Have
that
you
image.
ever been on a carousel with the horses? How many horses are on a carousel?
You know, it's funny. When we were writing Supervillains Anonymous, there was a constant creative struggle between me and Adam. I want to make things subtle.
Right.
Adam wants to make everything so explicit.
Well, you
have to leave zero room for subtlety and anything. He's like, he called it a cock carousel. I'm like, that's funny. I understand. And I was like, but do you really understand it? I mean, like, paint the most graphic picture possible to really make sure you understand.
Well, look, I love
I get it. I understand what it meant. You said it and I instantly knew it. I instantly understood the concept. Okay?
Too many people.
No, it's like Hades. I get it. I understand the concept. Okay.
Too many people. And this is particularly first-time writers. Too many people. Too many first-time writers. They're too subtle. They think subtlety is...
I understand.
They're like, oh, this would be so great.
Sure.
And I'm like, yeah, no one's going to get what you're talking about. So
okay,
that's
here's the problem.
That's why my
here's the
preference is to default towards people understanding what I'm saying.
Right. Here's the problem. You could be correct, okay, that I could be too subtle, but I don't trust your judgment because you're so far in the other direction.
Well, this is the thing. You never let me read your novel. This is why I wanted to read your novel so I could get a sense of your aesthetic.
I understand.
More.
I'm just saying.
Look, I do. I like things that are clear. I always default towards clarity. I actually get it from who's the author? The Cat's Cradle guy, Kurt Vonnegut. Kurt Vonnegut.
I know. I got it. I got the concept.
There you go.
That was good. That was good. How'd you do that? You threw that in the watch together?
Yeah, that's from the movie you never seen, Hercules.
I know. I get the concept.
You know, it's funny. After I told you to watch it, I watched it and I realized this movie is so musical that Adam's gonna hate this movie.
Oh, okay. Well, I never watched it, so.
Right. Oh, was it too loud? No, that wasn't loud on my end.
I mean, it was fine. It was a little loud, but it was fine.
Okay. There you go.
Yeah.
Anyways, let's continue. That's right, guys. Adam hasn't seen Hercules, also known as Huncules.
Right.
Bless my soul. Herc is on a roll.
Hercules, master of the cock carousel.
Jesus, how dare you? I'm like thinking of all like the songs I like from Hercules, and Adam is like the master of the cock carousel. 0 to hero, just like that. Cock carousel, all around twat. Okay, anyway.
Okay.
There's no way we're gonna get through all these super chats, by the way. We're gonna have to.
We're gonna have to what?
I mean, it's gonna get cut off.
Well, this live stream just gets cut off in the recording. I mean, we can still continue if we. Or we could just. I mean, do you want to do them on Tuesday? Is that a thing anymore?
We could, because I don't think we're gonna finish.
Have we done all the $20 ones?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, let's do that. I'm gonna read the memberships, and then we'll finish the super chats on Tuesday. So.
Okay. Keep that in mind, Brown Buffalo. You guys might not want to super chat more.
Yeah. Okay, let me do the members because I don't know how to see those.
Oh, you can't. You won't be able to see those. Yeah, you're right.
Liam S for 11 months says Pearl has a feel for. Oh, I read that one.
Vinny.
Read that one.
Did you miss
Vinny
Vinny?
Doberman for 11 months says, in all caps, as you all know, I'm a schizo potty mouth dog on the internet with many screws loose on my head. You know what would help me with this? A wrench, please.
Oh, the
I don't think so.
desperation.
But thank you. Soldoge for 10 months. Hey, Soldoge says, it's okay, Sitch. I know the pain of seeing Adam latch on to a singular theory and claiming it 100% explains everything, be it mothers, murders, or libertarianism.
A single theory.
Thank you, Soldoge, for feeling my pain.
I was arguing with Soldoge on Twitter.
About what?
Libertarianism, obviously.
What was your singular theory?
I tweeted something out like, libertarians should study psychological reactance theory since it's responsible for 100% of their political ideology.
Nice.
And Soldoge got totally triggered, but I mean,
bet he did.
Look, I literally typed 99%. It's responsible for 99% of your political ideology.
Right.
And I changed it to 100. I'm like, this will trigger people. Look, 99% is triggering, but 100% leaves no no room for interpretation.
I mean, there's no real difference, right? You might as well go full 100%.
I feel like the 100% is substantially worse, though. It really is, because at least you're like
it's the same. It's the same.
Look, at least you can cling to, well, my philosophy's the 1%.
I see.
Yeah.
You're saying it's going to be like what's it called? Oh my God. I'm like, it's so late. I can't think. What?
I know.
The thing where all the guys shoot the guy to execute him.
I don't know.
You know what I'm talking about? When you execute a guy and you have him stand in front of the wall, everyone shoots him. Firing squad. Thank you. It's like the firing squad where you're like, one gun is unloaded, so you can have everyone could have the hope that they're the guy who didn't actually.
Yes, that's exactly. Yeah, that's exactly it.
Yes.
I forgot about that.
Yes. Oh, did you ever bring up Biddle's picture?
Biddles?
Yeah, bring up Biddles. He drew a picture. It's like us as the cover of the Gorillas. It's very cool.
Oh, okay. Is it on Twitter or something?
Yeah. Elis the Aquanaut, thanks so much for the 14 months and the Adam laser eyes emojis.
Oh, yeah. I don't see Biddle's picture.
Right.
Sure it's on Twitter?
It's in the DMs. It's in
Oh, it is?
our
Okay.
DMs with CT. Do you see it?
Okay. Yeah, no, this is awesome. Wow. This is great.
Yes.
Who's the duck?
Well, it's just a duck.
Oh,
There's
okay.
no fort. It's a duck, the horse-sized duck that we talk about fighting.
Oh, okay. It's awesome.
Ooh, 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 ooh. Okay, anyway. A Very Dead Horse for 10 months says, Sitch's take on invasion might be his worst ever. The reason people don't want to fight is usually because it's out of sight, out of mind. I think you're totally wrong, Very Dead Horse. Completely wrong. Obviously, more people will sign up if we're invaded or something to that effect, but the idea that it will be enough to fill all of the ranks required, I think, is quite naive. So...
I'm joining the mech suit force. Give me one of those giant mech suits and I'm good to go.
Right. Hayden Dill for 11 months. Thank you so much. Says, happy Father's Day, bros. Here's some money for all those kids you have floating out there.
All those illegitimate children.
Yes. A-Team drinks Mickey D's grilled grease.
Wow.
SS loves ice water. Wow. Thank you, Hayden. Look at that.
Delicious.
Terrible. I only drink water. That is true. And alcohol occasionally. Coding Jesus. Thank you so much, Coding Jesus, for the 1 gifted membership. Thank you. Coding Jesus for 4 months says, thanks for not being afraid to share your thoughts and always keeping the discussion fun and engaging. As a Jew, I swear my loyalty to S-Class.
Wow.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Jesus.
I guess Jesus is a Jewish name.
Right.
It feels Christian to me, though. I don't know why.
Mm-hmm. Who knows? Who can guess? And I think it looks like Black Jesus, too.
Sweet.
Bentoki for 2 months says, you scared the bejeebus the bejeebies sout of me talking about Father's Day when Aussies don't have it for another couple months. That's funny. You're like, what the fuck? Oh shit. Did I miss Father's Day? You're like, oh, wait a minute.
That's bad. Yeah.
Yes.
I remember to call my dad this morning.
I wonder, it's weird. I didn't even think about that. I just assume that there's like something like Father's Day in every country, but why would there be?
Yeah. It's American holiday. Mr. Ubercross.
That's this next channel. Mr. Ubercross for 14 months. Thank you, Mr. Ubercross. Says, I didn't have sex until I was married. Oh my God. Look at you saving yourself for marriage. I then got divorced 10 years later. I guess that's unfortunate. Some people will put up with it, mostly due to religion. That's true. Okay, I think that's all for the memberships. Pat Brown Buffalo for $5 says, would Spider-Verse have been better or more mature if Miles has accepted the truth from Miguel? Or was his defiance the truly only heroic choice? Well, I think there's like so little possibility that Miguel will be proven right and Miles will be proven wrong. That would be so out of, like, that'd be a dark fucking bold ending for a children's movie, wouldn't it be? Like, you can't control your fate. You just have to let people die, right?
Yeah.
That would be dark as fuck. I don't think they would do that. I would be insanely shocked. There's a line in the first
external locus of control pretty hardcore.
Right. Yeah, usually in American stories, it's all about, especially for heroes stories, it's all about changing destiny, changing fate.
Yeah.
So do I think it would be better? Like, it would be more realistic, maybe. I don't know if it'd be like a better story. Because I think I think Miguel is wrong, judging by how Doctor Strange and Loki operate. And assuming they all take place in the same universe and have to have the same rules, Miguel would, I think, be wrong automatically. Though obviously Miles is acting very immature because he doesn't really have a reason to believe Miguel is wrong other than his elephant, right? So Miles is acting very reckless, even though he's our hero. So it's interesting. But I was gonna say I rewatched the first Spider-Verse movie. It's very good. There's a scene where the little spider pig guy says, one of the most important things about the job is that you have to realize you can't save everyone. But I think there's a big thematic difference between saying, I tried to save someone and failed. So you have to, like, that's a theme about becoming stronger after the fact and like picking yourself up once you fall, versus a theme of saying, someone's going to die, but you don't save them intentionally, which is more about like, well, that'd be like more like a realm of like giving up / acceptance. So I really would be completely shocked if that turns out to be the correct answer in the new Spider-Verse movie. I don't think it will be.
But do you think that was planted in the first movie thinking of the second movie, or?
No.
Okay.
No, I think it's just a coincidence. So.
Yeah.
The
first movie they wrote not knowing what the second movie would be. I mean, that commonly happens.
Right. Yeah. Obviously, I don't think the plot of the second movie was thought about that much. Though the spider, they never really explained the spider in the first movie.
Yeah.
So they obviously had some intention or idea of like setting up the multiverse thing.
Right.
So, I mean, obviously, they're beyond that because they have all the different Spider-Man for the multiverse. But so I don't know. Maybe it could have just been like I thought the number, because it's 42, which I thought was just like a Hitchhiker's reference. Like I feel like it has to be.
Right.
That's such an oddly specific number to choose for the spider, right?
42 is the answer to the
universe. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
That is a Hitchhiker's reference, obviously.
Yeah, I don't think someone just randomly choose 42, especially like comedy people, right?
Is the spider labeled 42 in the first movie?
Yes, it has the 42 on it. Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
God, I would like to know if that was just a reference or if it was intentional for the second movie.
Well, no, like I think it was their intention that there was a spider from an alternate universe.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I mean, obviously, the spider is from an alternate universe.
Okay.
Like when you see it, it's like glitching out, like it's from an alternate universe.
Oh, really?
But I don't know if that like the whole setup in the second movie. I'm guessing. I mean, I don't. Maybe I'd be super impressed if like this whole plot in the second movie was their plan originally from the beginning.
Seems like it is if the spider's glitching.
Well, no. Like the fact that the whole. I don't want to spoil it, but the whole idea about like the whole idea that Miguel is trying to push on Miles.
Right.
It'd be kind of impressive. Like that was like the fucking thought process from like the beginning.
Then they laid it out as a trilogy. Yeah.
Yeah, I would be pretty impressed, but I don't know if that was the case. So, yeah, we're not past the cutoff because we started late, so we still have like 14 minutes. But
well, yeah, I started hitting record because sometimes it cuts off like 5-10 minutes early.
Yeah. Anyways, I guess we'll finish these super chats on Tuesday, everybody.
Oh, so we're gonna cut it off here. It might not cut off.
Cut it off here. Yep. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Sorry we couldn't get to them all tonight, but we'll get to them on Tuesday. Tuesday we're talking to Vito, right?
That is correct. Vito's gonna come on. Vito, the neato guy.
That's true. But thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Happy Father's Day again to all the wonderful fathers out there, and for all of the fathers that birth people like you and our audience. And thank you, of course, to our surrogate father, J-Mac. Anyways, you who made it to the end of the stream, you are the true heroes. You are the true fuel seekers. See you all on Tuesday.
Bye-bye.
That was a creepy bye-bye. I don't know if I should end the stream on that. Hey, give me a non-creepy bye-bye.
Bye-bye, baby. Bye-bye.
I turned it off. Oh my God.